The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
different states that we are talking about, multiple locations and the searches and the raids that have been ongoing on part of the NIA and the ED. Let's talk about the state of Rajasthan, where we are told that there are protest pictures there on your screens taking place in Jaipur against the NIA raids. तस्वीरें आ रही हैं भवर, किस तरीके से PFI के cadres they are holding banners against the NIA while staging a protest in Rajasthan. In Jaipur, as we are getting those pictures, even when the reports came in Kota as well, where these search operations that are being carried out by the NIA and the ED. On your screens, as we are looking at more than 100 functionaries of the NIA who have been taken into custody. There have been multiple locations as well as where there are PFI offices that are located. Many of those PFI locations, offices that have also been sealed by the NIA, there have been searches that are still happening. It's been over 12 hours now. Right now, I'm told Mohit is with us right now. Now, Mohit, we are getting pictures of protests that has been seen in different locations in different states. How there are anti-NIA and ED protests that are being carried out by the PFI.
Well, yes, in fact, all throughout the states where NIA, ED and the state police are carrying out raids against PFI, and many of their leaders have been arrested. We are being told that more than 100 leaders of the PFI have been arrested. The PFI cadres have gathered at the nearby areas and they are protesting. Now, these are the visuals from Rajasthan, where the Rajasthan unit of PFI is protesting against the action by the NIA and Enforcement Directorate. And these people who are protesting over there, they are raising slogans against NIA and ED, and they're also holding banners which clearly against the ED's action. They're condemning these actions. But we know for a fact that how there has been this chorus of banning PFI going on for a long time in many of the activities.
भवर हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पर जुड़ रहे हैं. भवर, तस्वीरें आ रही है जयपुर से और कितनी लोकेशंस में बताया जा रहा है राजस्थान में जहां इस तरीके के प्रोटेस्ट पिक्चर्स आ रही हैं सामने?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि PFI की सक्रियता राजस्थान में थी, जिसको लेकर करोल गंगे की चाहे बात हो, चाहे वो जो बात सांप्रदायिक बिगाड़ने की हो, उसको लेकर के लगातार कार्रवाई की जा रही है. कोटा, बारा, जयपुर, इसके अलावा उदयपुर, ये चार प्रमुख केंद्र जहां पर कार्रवाई हुई है. खबर यह भी है कि कुछ ही देर में सवाई माधोपुर भी कुछ देर पहले टीम पहुंची और वहां भी ये कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया जा सकता है. हो सकता है कि करौली भी टीम पहुंचे, क्योंकि वहां पर भी जाब्ता लगाया गया, पुलिस का अतिरिक्त जाब्ता वहां पर पहुंचा है. तो अंदाज ये लगाया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन आधा दर्जन से अधिक शहर ऐसे राजस्थान के हैं जहां पर PFI की सक्रियता को लेकर कार्रवाई की जानी है और ये कार्रवाइयां लगातार चल रही हैं. उदयपुर से कुछ लोगों की गिरफ्तारियां हुई है, कोटा से 2 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है, जयपुर में फिलहाल PFI प्रदर्शन कर रही है,
फ्रंट के पीछे लगी हुई है. तो ये बिल्कुल भी मतलब एक मैचिंग नहीं करता. सब मैं अनीस अंसारी हूँ, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हूँ पॉपुलर फ्रंट का राजस्थान.
आप लोग जो है यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या पूरा वाकया है? आज जयपुर ऑफिस PFI का जो जयपुर ऑफिस है उस पर छापेमारी की थी.
जिस तरीके से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने ED को, NIA को अपना टूल बना के सोशल एक सामाजिक संगठन पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के ठिकानों पर हमारे ऑफिसेस के ऊपर छापेमारी की है, इस तरीके की पूरे मुल्क से खबरें आ रही है. और यहाँ पे भी कुछ लोग आए थे छापेमारी, यहाँ पर भी हमारे ऑफिस के ऊपर भी रेड हुई है, लेकिन ये सब गैर संवैधानिक है. पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया भारत का एकमात्र ऐसा संवैधानिक संगठन है जो कि कोई भी काम ना तो इलीगल करता है ना अनऑर्गेनाइज करता है. अगर आप पिछले 2-3 साल से बार बार छापेमारी कर रहे हैं तो जनता को ये भी बताइए कि हमें क्या मिला है, क्यों हम लोग कर रहे हैं. देश के अंदर और भी मुद्दे हैं. देश के अंदर मुद्दा महंगाई मुद्दा है, भ्रष्टाचार मुद्दा है, बेरोजगार.
News coming in from the national capital. Amit Shah, who'd been chairing that meeting with the National Security Advisor, officials of the NIA about the raids underway in different parts of the country. That meeting has just ended and the officials are now leaving that meeting that was taking place in the national capital, supervised of course and chaired by the Home Minister of India, Mr. Amit Shah. That meeting went on for approximately an hour. And now the meeting is concluded and the officials are now seen leaving the building where the meeting took place. Let me in fact go across very soon to Priyank, who's been monitoring all the developments from what's been happening in the national capital, specifically with regards to the raids that were underway. Priyank, what can you tell us about what transpired during the course of that meeting? Of course, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajit Doval, the DG of the NIA were all present in that meeting with Mr. Amit Shah.
Yes, certainly it was a very long meeting, I would say. It ended for more than 1.5 hours when all these senior officials were present here, and the Home Minister himself had chaired this meeting with officials of the NIA, which include the DG of NIA as well as the Director of Enforcement Directorate and Home Secretary, the National Security Advisor. Everyone was present here in the meeting. The meeting ended around 90 minutes, and the officials have left from here. What we have been getting to know that the meeting was basically regarding apprising the Home Minister regarding the status of investigation in this case as well as the raids which are being carried out. We have been pointing out that how the raids have been carried out at multiple locations in the country. 10 states have been raided by the officials of NIA and ED, and location raids have been also being carried out, which is still continuing. Bhavtosh is also joining us here. Bhavtosh, you have been telling to our viewers that how the raids were. Right now the meeting has just been concluded, where the meeting ended for 90 minutes, where Home Minister was informed regarding the status of investigation in the raids.
Yes, Priyank, in fact, top functionaries of PFI in Delhi were picked up, and these 4 functionaries of PFI, including Parvez, will be shown arrested very soon by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, there are 2 parts of these raids and searches. One of the searches have been carried out by the NIA, which will be probing this case under the anti-terror law, that is under the UAPA, and the other part of this case is the Enforcement Directorate, which is probing this case under PMLA. Now 4 persons have been in fact picked up by the Enforcement Directorate. They will be arrested under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and Parvez, one of the president of PFA in Delhi, he will be in fact arrested. The procedure is going on, so it's a massive searches that have been carried out right from across the country, from Delhi till Kerala, in Assam, also in Andhra Pradesh. In most of the parts of the country, these raids and searches have gone. 106 odd individuals have been arrested. You have seen protests going on in different parts of the country. As you rightly said, meeting was going on here in national capital, which was chaired by the Home Minister. The big question is whether PFI will be banned. But remember, any organization being banned will be, in fact, that matter goes to the UAPA tribunal. The center also has to, in fact, produce its evidence before that. So it's a long drawn process, but the information that we are breaking here for our viewers is that 4 of them, 4 top functionaries will be arrested under PMLA, including the president of PFI. He will be placed under PMLA. That arrest will be shown very soon. So both the agencies, federal probe agencies, are carrying out these raids and searches. The searches are...
One question which our viewers would be thinking about, that since these are the raids which have been conducted by NIA and ED, how will the agencies clear that who can be arrested under the PMLA Act and whose role has come up as under the UAPA? Because the raids are being carried out simultaneously. How will they bifurcate these suspects?
Well, the cases that have been registered over a period of time have been registered by both the agencies. Some cases have been registered under UAPA, that is anti-terror law. Some cases, cognizance of the cases have been taken by the Enforcement Directorate under PMLA. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate is an agency which is a secondary agency. On its own, it cannot register any case. So it takes cognizance of various FIRs, whether it's been filed by NIA or it's been filed by the state police. So it has carried out its own investigation under PMLA, and there are various cases it has filed. Remember, there are prosecution complaint it has filed. It has done its own investigation where it has found that from Middle East countries funds have been brought in. Remember, the people, what they have found out is that in a very surreptitious manner funds have been brought in from Middle East, from even companies that have been registered by people who are based out of Chinese companies. So it's a long drawn investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate against individuals associated directly with PFI, indirectly with PFI. There have been criticism, manner in which PFI individuals have been targeted. So PFI funds have also been attached. The last time this happened was in June, and PFI in fact had held press conference and questioned why the Enforcement Directorate has been attaching their funds.
But the funding is very important to be seen. Like 2/3 of the money was sent to the bank account. 1/3 of the money was given in the form of cash. And when these officials were questioned, like Secretary and other people who were questioned earlier, 6 of them by the ED, they could not give a justification, but they still came on record stating in the press conference that they are being targeted. So what has the agencies found till so far regarding the pattern of the funding, which is certainly not showing the normal pattern which any individuals can have?
The last statement that Enforcement Directorate issued was in June. In that detailed statement, that said that 118 crores of fund have come in both PFI as well as in its sister organization or its frontal organization, which goes by the name of Rehab Foundation of India.
Yeah.
They have found that 60 crores have come in PFI and 58 crores have come in RFI. Now, from where this money has come, they have said that cash transactions have happened, that small amount of money has come from Middle East. So the manner in which this fund was coming was being monitored by various agencies, by central intelligence agencies, by Enforcement Directorate. So it's a long drawn investigation that started way back in 2019. It has culminated today when this massive raids and searches have happened. The officers who carried out have met with stiff resistance. Protests have broken out in different parts of the country. We're just seeing culmination of these raids and searches. What will happen next is something that will be decided by the higher authorities, by the government, by the Home Minister. So we just need to wait and see what will happen next. But massive searches, the outcome will be decided by the topmost authorities in the country. But the meeting has just gotten over. The details have been shared by the NIA director as well as by the enforcement the directorate.
Absolutely, Priyank. Detailed exchange there with Bhavtosh about the detentions that have been undertaken in the national capital. The 4 office bearers of the PFI who are likely to now be arrested. Now, Times Now is the only channel, viewers, that has been able to actually capture to its truest extent the scale and magnitude of the raids that have taken place in different parts of the country against the PFI on the part of agencies such as the Enforcement Directorate, the NIA, as well as the state police. We have reporters bringing to you all the news from the national capital, from Tamil Nadu, from the state of Bihar, from West Bengal, from Telangana, from Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, among other states. And this is the only channel that's been able to actually bring you the sweeping extent of the raids that have taken place. Now, turning our attention to another piece of breaking news coming in with respect to these raids, NIA sources from the Tijala office of the PFI that's actually been raided have in fact conveyed to us that they've managed to find leaflets, caps as well as banners. These are banners that actually carry slogans against the police as well as central agencies, and there are also reports coming in that money has been recovered, according to these sources, from the raids that have been carried out at different offices of the PFI in the state of West Bengal. Let me go across to Tanushri for more on this. Tanushri, what can you tell us about what the NIA has managed to unearth in their raids in West Bengal?
Well, yes, what we are getting to know from the NIA sources is that they have recovered caps, banners, and also they have found leaflets, and these leaflets carry slogans against the central agencies, against the police also. According to NIA sources, these slogans are that the police and the central agencies are trying to oppress the NIA, and if required, then war should be broken out against the police and the central agencies so that they cannot be oppressed. Also, what we are getting to know is that some amount of money has been recovered. Now, over here on the 3rd floor of this building, where the Popular Front's head office is, over here what we are getting to know is that the raids have been carried on for over 8 hours. Around 3:30 a.m. today morning, the NIA officials, one team had arrived. Then later in the day, another team of NIA and also the Enforcement Directorate arrived. So there are 3 teams in total, 2 of NIA, 1 of the Enforcement Directorate, and they are questioning the PFI leader over here, Sheikh Mukhtar. And after that, what we are getting to know is that incriminating documents have been found, leaflets, banners, these have been found with slogans against the central agencies. Now, certainly they have found a huge, voluminous amount of documents, which is why it is taking so much time, because they are going through all the documents, they are taking them all into the seizures, So therefore these are time consuming processes. It's been over 8 hours that the raid has been going on over here, and we are at ground zero over here where the raids are happening. Now we've also seen that there's a huge deployment of central forces over here, because Tiljala is a very congested area, and over here the central agencies did not want to take any chances, which is why there have been a huge deployment of central forces. Nobody is being allowed to enter this road at all. It has been kept off from the public, so nobody can enter. Even those who have residences in that side of the road, they are being asked to take a roundabout route. Bikes are not being allowed to go inside.
Right.
They are being allowed to park over here. But this is the building where the raids are going on for the past 9 hours nearly.
And Tanushree, one very important question now. In several states where these raids are taking place, the state police has also been involved. Is that also the case in West Bengal? Or in West Bengal, is it only the central agencies such as the NIA and the ED who've been involved in these raids and not the West Bengal police?
Well, the state police, the local police stations officers are here. They are waiting outside, but they have not been allowed inside. Inside the building, it is only the central agencies that are inside, NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. Nobody else has been allowed. We are not even allowed to go near the gate of that building, because the central agency has just kept it out of bounds for everyone. Even the media is not allowed to go anywhere close to the gate of that building, and only the central agencies are allowed. The local police have been allowed in the area to keep law and order in control, but certainly they have not been allowed inside the building at all. Back to you.
Right, many thanks for that update, Tanushree, but stay with us. 13 states and as many as 60 locations that have been in fact raided by the agencies in this particular matter, and we'll keep tracking all those developments very closely. We'll slip into a short... We'll come back, continue staying with the raids that have been conducted by the PFI. Let me in fact go across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya, in the national capital alone, several office bearers of the PFI have actually been apprehended, and Bhavtosh just confirmed to us a short while ago that it's only a matter of time now that they'll be arrested under several provisions of the PMLA as well. So it's not just the investigations pertaining to the provisions of the UAPA that are likely to be slapped against them, but terror funding being an integral focus on the part of the central agencies who are carrying out these raids too.
Well, that's right. 4 members of the PFI have been arrested so far from the national capital, and that's what Times Now confirmed first to the viewers. But now the first response which is coming in from the Popular Front of India's...
Right. Aishwarya, let me just interrupt you there, because the PFI has now come out with a statement speaking out against the raids that have been undertaken by the NIA and the ED. In a statement that's been issued today, the PFI has said, and its National Executive Council has condemned the nationwide raids of the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. They've said that the arrests are unjust and that national and statewide leaders of the PFI are being harassed, and that this is a process of a witch hunt against its members and supporters of the organization. The PFI has also said the NIA's baseless claims and sensationalism are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. The PFI will never surrender on any scary action by what they call is a totalitarian regime. Let me go across to Bhavtosh as well as Pranay as well as Priyank for more on this, who are bringing us all the updates from the national capital. They've released a statement, Bhavtosh as well as Priyank, that this is a case of vendetta, a witch hunt against the PFI unleashed by the central agencies.
Yes, certainly, Siddharth, and instead of all these investigation details which have been coming out time and again, the PFI has once again questioned the move of the agencies. As we were telling to our viewers that what was the funding which was given to PFI, which was certainly unaccounted money which was given through international countries, as well as when these officials and secretary of PFI were questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, they could not come up with a proper justification regarding the money which was being given to them. We had detail about the questions which had been done to Ilyas, one of the secretary bearers of the PFI, who was questioned in detail, not even by Delhi police but also by the enforcement directorate. During the course of questioning, they could not give a justification, and now the official statement which has just come out, where the PFI is questioning the move of the agencies, it's certainly something which was very well on the expected line, because if you can see, these are the same lines which have been repeated time and again in every statement which has come up from PFI. So there is nothing much new which has come up in the statement, where the PFI has once again questioned the move of the agencies. On the other side, the multi-city raids, we have just seen that a high-level meeting has just ended here. The Home Minister has been apprised about the fact 4 people will be arrested from the national capital under sections of PMLA. They will be produced before the concerned court here in the national capital. But on the other side, looking at the development which has happened for the last 12 hours, the PFI has come up with the same repeated line, where they have been questioning the moves of the agency instead of justifying their stand, instead of coming out in public and open and telling it to the people that what was the source of money, from where they got, what has been the detailed account of money which has been recovered from the offices of PFI. The PFI is once again indulging in paper war. They have been talking about what the agencies have been doing, but they have not come up with any kind of proper justification for the wrongdoing which their office bearers have done in the past, who have now been arrested by both the agencies, by NIA as well as by the enforcement directorate.
Absolutely, Priyank. It's a very generic statement that has been issued defending the organization on the part of the PFI, and this has been a standard response, a templated response, many would say, on their part each time they've been subjected to scrutiny. Remember, this is an organization whose members have actually been convicted in terror cases. Let me go across to Pranesh, who's joining us from the newsroom in Noida. Pranesh, take us through the defense put forward by the PFI in their statement.
Right, Siddharth, here's the statement, the first official released by the Popular Front of India, that finds itself under the NIA, in fact a multi-agency crackdown. Raids across as many as 11 states, more than 100 office bearers including state chiefs in at least 3 states have been put under arrest. The PFI has released this to say that the Popular Front of India's National Executive Committee condemns the national-wide raids by the NIA and ED and the unjust arrests. They are calling the arrests unjust, and the harassment of its national and state leaders across India, and the witch hunting against the members, supporters of the organization. NIA's baseless claims and the sensationalism are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. So the radical group is blaming the agency for targeting them, and they are saying this is with an intent of creating terror, an atmosphere of terror. Popular Front will never ever surrender to any scary action by a totalitarian regime using the central agencies as its puppets, and will stand firm on its will for recovering the democratic system and spirit of the constitution of our beloved country. Now this is the statement. I just want to highlight a couple of words. The NIA believes and says in as many words that the arrest by the agency, in this case which runs into over 100, the arrests are unjust, that they are the National Investigating Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, the 2 agencies involved with the crackdown today, are harassing the national and state leaders across the country, and this is a witch hunt. The PFI also says that they will fight the misuse of the central agencies, and this has been unleashed, and look at the term they have used, a totalitarian regime. Siddharth.
Absolutely, Pranesh, a predictable response on the part of the PFI. This is something that they've said in the past as well. Each time there have been raids as well as arrests against them and their activities. Let me go across to Bhavtosh as well. Bhavtosh, a short while ago, you were of course taking us through the details of the office bearers of the PFI who've been apprehended in the national capital and will be investigated under sections of the PMLA. And now the PFI has issued a statement defending itself and calling these raids as harassment.
Siddharth, they have always done so, and they are very rightly they can do so, because as of now the PFI is not even a banned organization. Within the rights they can and they will obviously defend anyone who is detained. but it's a massive development that has taken place. We are right outside the residence of Home Minister, where a meeting was held in which the Director of Enforcement Directorate along with the DG of NIA attended that meeting. Remember, the raids and searches started post midnight in wee hours, in fact, across India, pan-India raids and searches along with state police, paramilitary forces. There have been slew of cases that were registered by NIA. ED being the secondary agency, it can only take cognizance of FIRs that are registered by the state police or for that matter by NIA. There were several attachments that were earlier carried out by the Enforcement Directorate and also prosecution complaint that were filed. But ED focus can at best be the terror funding, but NIA's focus is much larger. They look at terror cases. This year alone, PFI has been accused of orchestrating riots in Kanpur and also the Fulwari Sharif case. There are also other cases in which PFI involvement have been directly or indirectly found. As far as these searches are concerned, it in fact covered various places where there is a involvement of PFI. In Delhi, at least 8 to 10 individuals were picked up, and including Parvez, the president or one of the important office bearers of PFI. And PFI in fact had carried out protests across India, including Jaipur and other places. Here outside the residence of Amit Shah, Home Minister of the country, a meeting was held. Now Siddharth, the big question that everyone is asking, whether PFI will be banned. It all depends because Centre will be presenting evidence before, if at all it gets banned, before UAPA tribunal, and UAPA tribunal will in fact issue notices. But as of now, PFI or its frontal organization have not been banned. It still is an organization which is very well a legal organization.
It is very much a legal organization, but the Kerala High Court also said that while the organization may not have been banned, it's still an extremist organization. Bhavto, staying with you, what's been an interesting aspect to these raids across as many as 11 states in different parts of the country is the fact that the state police have also been involved in the raids in some of these areas. So therefore, has the MHA taken the state governments also on board when it comes to organizing and undertaking these raids?
Yes, they have been taken on board, at least here in Delhi and also in Assam, Maharashtra and other places. Siddharth, remember last December when raids and searches were carried out in Kerala, the searches involved paramilitary forces when Enforcement Directorate had carried out raids and searches, and massive protests were held by PFI members. Even today, our colleagues have reported from different parts of India that Enforcement Directorate as well as NIA officials witnessed protest. They were in fact at some places heckled, and this have been a trend. PFI cadre, PFI supporters, workers have always protested, and they have always said that Centre is trying to target them. Centre in fact has particularly targeted the organization and their workers. The Enforcement Directorate on its part have said that the organization have received huge amount of cash and donation. Now if we just go through various findings of Enforcement Directorate, they have found 118 crores have been deposited with PFI as well as with the frontal organization Rehab Foundation of India. We are talking about huge amount of money between a few years. 118 crore rupees in June itself. Yes. ED had attached 68 lakh rupees. 60 crores of PFI, 58 crores of Rehab Foundation of India have come. They have said the money has been layered in a manner which any investigating agency cannot find out, and they have said that money has come from Middle East. They have also said that some shell companies, in fact the directors of these shell companies were Chinese national, and yes, that's how the money has been routed in India, and it's an ongoing investigation, and they have said that 2 prosecution complaints in fact have been filed. Their involvement in various incidents of extremism have been found, whether it's anti-CA cases or NRC riot cases. PFI involvement have been found. Their role in Delhi riot cases have also been investigated.
Right. Thanks a lot for that, Bhavtosh. But stay with us. We'll continue, of course, monitoring these raids taking place in different parts of the country. But news coming in now from the state of Punjab, where water cannons are actually out on the streets and spraying water on protesters. This is the controversy over the special session that had been called by the Aam Aadmi Party to move a vote of confidence in its favour. That special session had been cancelled by the governor of Punjab, who did not allow that session to convene and go ahead. And therefore there are protests on the streets of Punjab, and water cannons have now been deployed on the part of the dispensation there to contain these protests. Those are the scenes that you're getting from Punjab, where there have been protests taken out, and this is entirely over the decision on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party government there, led by Bhagwant Mann, to call for a special session and convene a special session to move a vote of confidence in its favour. The governor of Punjab had decided to not allow that particular session to convene, and there have been protests now taken out in Punjab, and you see the representatives on the part of the BJP now on the streets of Chandigarh raising their voice against the ruling dispensation in the state of Punjab. Let me go across to Manoj for more on what's happening. Manoj, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के द्वारा एक प्रोटेस्ट निकाली गई है चंडीगढ़ में, और वाटर कैनन्स उनके खिलाफ डिप्लॉय किए गए हैं. क्या हो रहा है वहां पर?
बिल्कुल, हम सीधी तस्वीरें लगातार दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं. पिछले करीब 15 मिनट से वाटर कैनन चलाया जा रहा था बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं पर, और इस वक्त फिलहाल वाटर कैनन बंद किया गया है. लेकिन वाटर कैनन के बावजूद जो बीजेपी वर्कर हैं वो पीछे हटने को तैयार नहीं है. लगातार हाथों में झंडे लेकर पंजाब सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी हो रही है. दरअसल पंजाब के जो मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान, उनके आवास का घेराव करने के लिए, उनके रेजिडेंस का घेराव करने के लिए ये बीजेपी वर्कर पार्टी कार्यालय से निकले थे. बीजेपी पंजाब के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष अश्विनी शर्मा समेत तमाम जो बीजेपी के नेता थे, उनकी अगुवाई में ये घेराव कार्यक्रम रखा गया था. लेकिन कार्यालय से निकलते ही जो चंडीगढ़ पुलिस है उसने बैरिकेडिंग की थी, जिसके बाद ये जो वाटर कैनन है वो चलाई गई. उस वक्त देखिए, सीधी तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे हैं बीजेपी कार्यालय के बाहर से, जहां अभी भी जो नारेबाजी है वो कंटिन्यूसली चल रही है. विधानसभा का विशेष सत्र रद्द किए जाने के बाद जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन लोटस कार चलाने का आरोप आम आदमी पार्टी ने लगाया, उससे काफी उग्र हैं बीजेपी वर्कर. और देखिए, फिर से एक बार जो बैरिकेडिंग है उसको भी तोड़ने का, उसको क्रॉस करने का प्रयास यहाँ पर कुछ बीजेपी वर्कर कर रहे थे. चंडीगढ़ पुलिस लगातार बीजेपी वर्करों को पीछे धकेल रही है. उनको अब हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है. देखिए, यहाँ से अब हिरासत में लेना शुरू कर दिया है बीजेपी वर्कर्स को. और देखिए, बड़ी तादाद में जो बीजेपी नेता थे उनको पीछे हटाने के लिए बड़ी संख्या में जो पुलिस बल है वो भी अभी पहुंचा है. वाटर कैनन चलाए जाने के बावजूद जो वर्कर हैं वो पीछे हटने को तैयार नहीं है. 15 मिनट करीब वर्कर्स पर जो वाटर कैनन है वो चलाई गई. जितने भी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ दिखाई दे रहे हैं सभी पूरी तरीके से भीगे हुए हैं. कुछ देर के लिए जरूर पीछे हटे, लेकिन एक बार फिर से तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो बैरिकेडिंग के पास इकट्ठा हो गए हैं. ये देखिए, हाथों में झंडे हैं बीजेपी के, और ये कार्यकर्ता पंजाब के अलग अलग जिलों से सब बुलाए गए थे. फिर वाटर कैनन चलाई गई है. देखिए, एक बार फिर से वाटर कैनन चलाई गई है बीजेपी वर्कर्स को पीछे हटाने के लिए. कई बार वाटर कैनन जो है वो चलाई जाती है, उसके बाद कार्यकर्ताओं को पीछे हटने के लिए कहा जाता है, लेकिन वर्कर पीछे नहीं हटता. चंडीगढ़ पुलिस के भी तमाम जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो मौके पर पहुंचे हुए हैं. बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को समझाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, पीछे हटने के लिए कहा जा रहा है, लेकिन वर्कर पीछे हटने को तैयार नहीं है. ये घेराव का कार्यक्रम था. जिस तरीके से शासन रद्द किया गया, जिस तरह से बीजेपी पर आरोप लगाया गया ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाए जाने का, और इसके साथ साथ बीजेपी के तमाम जो नेता हैं वो 6 महीने का हिसाब भी मांग रहे हैं सरकार से. ऐसे तमाम इश्यूज को लेकर ये जो घेराव था आज रखा गया था. और ये देखिए, यहाँ पर जो पुलिस कर्मी है, पुलिस अधिकारी हैं, वो कार्यकर्ताओं को पीछे धकेलने के लिए यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं जी. क्या आपको रोक लिया गया, आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
और शांति से अपना आप किसी और से पूछो
जी। क्या अब क्या तैयारी पुलिस ने रोक दी आपको?
देखो जी, पुलिस ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੋਕਦੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਕੇਤ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਡਰਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਸਾਹ ਸੁੱਤਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਤੋਂ।
महिला कार्यकर्ता और तमाम जो युवा हैं वो भी यहाँ पर आए हुए थे इतनी बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ में। क्या लग रहा है आपको कि बीजेपी इस मुद्दे को लेकर कहाँ तक जाने वाली है?
देखो जी, बीजेपी पूरी सीरियस है इस मुद्दे ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ और बीजेपी ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਅਗਲੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਸ਼ਚਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਬਣਾਏਗੀ। ਅੱਜ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਵਰਕਰ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਸ਼ਾਮੀ 6 ਵਜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਵਰਕਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ और जिस तरीके ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੋਕੀ ਅੱਜ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਧ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨੀ सीरियस है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और ਉਹਦੇ ਵਰਕਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਮਰਥਕ कि ऐसी सरकार अगली बनानी है।
बहुत सारे बीजेपी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पंजाब के अलग अलग जगहों से, पंजाब के अलग अलग जिलों से पहुंचे थे, जिनको यहाँ पीछे हटाने का, पीछे धकेलने का प्रयास किया गया। और यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे कि बीजेपी के जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं अश्विनी शर्मा, वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। उनसे अश्विनी शर्मा विरोध कर रहे हैं।
अश्विनी जी आगे बढ़ो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई लाठी कोई पानी की बुछार जनता मुद्दों की आवाज़ ਨੂੰ बुलंद ਕਰਨ ਲਈ बीजेपी ਨੂੰ रोक नहीं सकती। बीजेपी जनता के मुद्दों ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ हमेशा सक्रिय सी सक्रिय रहेगी।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਵਿਧਾਇਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। बीजेपी मुश्किल करेगी जे इस तरीके से लोगों
जनतक मुद्दों से वापस नहीं आएंगे। अगर महिला ਨੂੰ 1000 रुपया नहीं देंगे, किसानों की दशा ਨੂੰ नहीं सुधारेंगे, भ्रष्टाचार खत्म नहीं करेंगे, पंजाब के कानून का राज नहीं लियाएंगे, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी लोकतांत्रिक तरीके नाल नशा समाप्त नहीं करेंगे, तो लोकतांत्रिक तरीके नाल इस सरकार को ब्लॉक लेवल
कार्यकर्ताs there because they have been saying that the BJP time and again have been raising several issues against the Punjab government and they want a report card exactly what work that has been done by the Bhagwant Mann government in the last 6 months. They want a report card on the same, whether it comes to employment opportunities, whether it comes to the work that is being done for the farmers in this case. Let me go across to Mr. RP Singh, who is also with us right now on the phone line. Sir, ये तस्वीरें आ रही है पंजाब से, एक तरीके से अगर स्पेशल सेशन को किस तरीके से गवर्नर साहब ने कहा कि नहीं होगा, अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, बीजेपी भी अब सड़कों पे उतरी है टू प्रोटेस्ट अगेंस्ट द भगवंत मान सरकार।
कानून का जो हिसाब से तो हो नहीं सकता। उनका जो सेक्शन 58 कहता है कि देयर कैन बी नो वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस, देयर इज अ वोट ऑफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मूव्ड बाय द ऑपोजिशन। वी नेवर हर्ड एनीथिंग लाइक वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस। और 12 लोगों की उनके एमएलए हैं, तो उनको वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस क्यों चाहिए? सिर्फ इसलिए चाहिए कि जो गालियां निकालना चाहते हैं, जो वो आरोप लगाना चाहते हैं, झूठे आरोप लगाना चाहते हैं, वो क्योंकि अगर असेंबली में बोलेंगे तो उनको प्रिविलेज है कि उनके खिलाफ एक्शन नहीं होगा। बाहर वो बोल नहीं सकते, बाहर बोलेंगे तो मुकदमा दायर होता है। तो उनको वो मौका चाहिए झूठे आरोप विपक्ष पे लगाने के लिए कि हमारे लोग खरीदने जा रहे हैं, हमारे को खरीदने की कोशिश की जा रही है। जबकि अभी तक उन्होंने एक भी नाम या एक भी कॉल रिकॉर्ड या एक भी फोन नंबर नहीं दिया या एक भी व्यक्ति का नाम दिया, एक आरोप लगा दिया।
लेकिन तो अभी कह रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग कि अभी भी हम दोबारा सेशन बुलाएंगे, स्पेशल सेशन जरूरी है, उसको रद्द नहीं कर सकते, अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है।
वो कानूनी तौर पे वो सेशन नहीं बुला सकते। वो कोर्ट जाए, कोर्ट से छूट ले आए। कानूनी तौर पर जो उनका पेज नंबर 58 सेक्शन 48 क्लियर कहता है कोई इस प्रकार का सेशन नहीं बुला सकते वो।
We're also being joined by Mr. Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP as well. Sirsa जी, आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि पंजाब में डेमोक्रेसी को गवर्नर ने एंड कर दिया है, कि इनको जो बनवारी लाल पुरोहित जो गवर्नर है वहां के, उन्होंने जो डिसीजन लिया स्पेशल सेशन को गो अहेड ना देने की, दैट रिप्रेजेंट्स द एंड ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। द आम आदमी पार्टी विल बी अंडरटेकिंग इट्स ओन मार्च टू द राजभवन इन चंडीगढ़।
देखिए, पहले तो हमें समझना होगा कि डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म किसने किया है। अगर किसी ने डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म किया है, उसका कत्ल किया है, तो वो अरविंद केजरीवाल की पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल है। निरंतर उनका झगड़ा रहता है सब गवर्नर्स के साथ, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर्स के साथ। दिल्ली में 3 लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर है, तीनों के साथ अरविंद केजरीवाल टकराव में रहे। पंजाब में पिछले 50 सालों से सरकार चल रही है और बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ जब केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, वहां अकाली दल बीजेपी की थी, या वहां कांग्रेस की थी, केंद्र में बीजेपी एनडीए की सरकार थी, लेकिन कभी भी पंजाब ने टकराव में नहीं आने दिया। बहुत मसलों पे उनके एक दूसरे के भेदभाव रहते हैं, लेकिन वो मसलों को हल किया गया। पंजाब को टकराव की स्थिति में कभी भी किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने आने नहीं दिया। ये आप पिछले 50 साल का इतिहास उठाकर देख लें। अब वो कहते हैं कि जी डेमोक्रेसी का कत्ल हुआ। कैसे हुआ? आपने कत्ल किया डेमोक्रेसी का। 92 एमएलए आपके पास हैं। 92 एमएलए जब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में आज से 3 दिन पहले मीटिंग बुलाई, 4 दिन पहले, तो 92 के 92 एमएलए वहां मौजूद थे। ना तो आपको कोई पार्टी कह रही है, ना कांग्रेस कह रही है, ना अकाली दल कह रही है और ना बीजेपी। 4 पार्टियां हैं पंजाब में, चारे आपको ये कह ही नहीं रहे कि आपके पास एमएलए की कमी है। 92 एमएलए आपके पूरे हैं। तो आप क्यों अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के नाम पे विश्वास प्रस्ताव लाना चाहते हैं? अविश्वास प्रस्ताव तो है संविधान में, तो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव तो है, लेकिन ये विश्वास प्रस्ताव तो है ही नहीं। लेकिन इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट जब आप उनसे सवाल पूछेंगे तो क्या कहते हैं? बताओ जी, कहां लिखा है कि हम नहीं ला सकते?
लेकिन सर, ये स्पेशल सेशन का ऑब्जेक्टिव ही क्या था? आखिरकार आम आदमी पार्टी अभी क्या प्रूव करना चाहती है 6 महीनों में?
नहीं, इसमें वो ये कि जो उन्होंने वादे किए थे वादों को तो पूरा नहीं कर पा रहे। अब वो केवल रिटोरिक स्टेटमेंट्स के साथ कभी हमारे एमएलए खरीदे जा रहे हैं, हमारे, आज देखिए 3 लोग थे पार्टी के, पहले 10 एमएलए की आवाज लगाई अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कि 10 एमएलए खरीदे जा रहे हैं। उसके बाद चीमा आगे उन्होंने कहा जी 35 एमएलए खरीदे जा रहे हैं। भगवंत मान ने कहा 7 एमएलए जा रहे हैं। और कौन खरीद रहा है उसका नाम नहीं बताया। किसने बात की उसने नहीं बताई। कहां मुलाकात की उसने नहीं बताया। अरे भाई, तुम्हारे एमएलए तो 5-5 लाख में बिका हुआ है। तुम्हारा मंत्री अभी जेल में गया है, विजय सिंघला, 5 लाख की रिश्वत लेते हुए, और तुमने खुद अरेस्ट किया उसको। तुम्हारे एमएलए 5-5 लाख में बिका हुआ है। भैया, कौन उनको 25 करोड़ देगा और क्यों देगा कोई? ये केवल और केवल सारा ध्यान भटका रहा है पंजाब के जो मसले हैं, असली मसले, उनसे दरमियान। और आप देखिए, अब कह रहे हैं हम दोबारा सेशन बुलाएंगे। हम तो बुलाएंगे जी। अरे भाई, आपने आज नहीं सेशन बुलाया तो क्या कोई सरकार गिरी? नहीं। आपकी सरकार को प्रॉब्लम आई तो पंजाब के हार्ड एंड मनी जो है, आपने अभी तो 1200 करोड़ रुपया कर्जा लिया है। वो कर्जा लेके और आप अपने विधानसभा के सेशन पे उड़ाड़ेंगे करोड़ों रुपए, फिर उसकी एड लगाएंगे, फिर उसको लाइव टीवी पे चलाएंगे, फिर उसकी एड बनाकर टीवी और सोशल मीडिया और अखबारों में लगाएंगे। क्यों पंजाब को इस तरह से आप बर्बाद कर रहे हैं? पंजाब के रिसोर्सेज को बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। और मैं ये जानता हूं भगवंत मान ऐसा शायद नहीं करना चाहते होंगे, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल मजबूरी में उनसे ऐसा करवा रहे हैं। वरना बताइए, आज सारे एमएलए, अब देखिए टीवी पे आप देख रहे हैं, सारे एमएलए इकट्ठे होकर तो गवर्नर के घर को मार्च कर रहे हैं। तो आपके एमएलए तो आपके साथ है, आपने प्रूव क्या करना है फिर?
जी
बताइए, मैं गलत कह रहा हूं? सारे एमएलए तो उनके साथ गवर्नर के घर जा रहे हैं, तो क्या प्रूव करना फिर आपको अभी विधानसभा के अंदर?
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता क्यों सड़कों पे उतरे हैं सर, जो तस्वीरें आ रही हैं अभी?
क्योंकि बर्बादी कर रहे हैं, पैसे को उजाड़ा जा रहा है, असली मुद्दों से बचकान हटकाया जा रहा है। आज वहां पे इतने बड़े स्तर पर लिकर माफिया पहुंच गया, ड्रग्स के कारण लोग मर रहे हैं। सैंड माफिया की 2 केवल खाने जो है ऑफिशियली चल रही हैं और पता नहीं 100-200 अनऑफिशियल चल रहे हैं। करोड़ों रुपए अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके साथी पैसे का इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, उसकी विधानसभा में चर्चा नहीं होने देने चाहते। इन सब चर्चाओं से वो भागना चाहते हैं, इसलिए वो ये जो नटंकी कर रहे हैं उसके खिलाफ बीजेपी आज सड़कों पे है। बीजेपी कहती है विधानसभा बुलाओ, विधानसभा में चर्चा कराओ, क्या पंजाब में नशा खत्म हुआ है जिसकी अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कसम खाई थी? क्या नशा खत्म करने की जगह आज लिक्कर माफिया का नशा उससे बढ़कर नहीं आ गया?
जी,
आपने कहा था कि रेता हम खत्म कर देंगे, रेता की जो ब्लैक है और रेता का जो माफिया है।
फेस ऑफ है बिटवीन द आम आदमी पार्टी एंड द बीजेपी नाउ बीइंग रिपोर्टेड इन द स्टेट ऑफ पंजाब. Sirsa sir, thank you very much for joining in here, even as water cannons that are being used against the BJP karyakartas, as the opposition has been saying no such provision to call for a special session. The Aam Aadmi Party in a counter-attack has been attacking the BJP and the central government, saying that this is death of democracy in the state of Punjab. We'll shift our focus now to the biggest story of the day.
And the biggest story of the day, of course, is the raids that have been undertaken by the National Investigation Agency, the Enforcement Directorate, as well as state police in as many as 11 states in different parts of the country. This is a raid across jurisdictions, a biggest raid of its kind on the Popular Front of India, an extremist organization as labelled by the Kerala High Court but yet to be banned. But it appears that the Ministry of Home Affairs and all the central agencies as well as the state police across as many as 60 locations in different parts of the country in 11 states are now accumulating evidence in what many people believe might be an attempt to actually ban the organization nationally. Let's listen into these ground reports, because Times Now has had an expansive presence in each of these 11 states and bringing to you all the updates from the ground from these midnight raids that have continued into the afternoon today.
There is a major scuffle between the PFI activist and the police in the national highway. The PFI leaders have blocked the national highway out here. You can see the large number of police deployment has been deployed out here, and the vehicles, as you can see on the roads, the vehicles are being stopped. A senior PFI activist are holding banners and blocking the national highway. Kerala, as of now, raids have been conducted in 15 locations, and nearly 10 PFI leaders have been arrested till now. Remember, this is the biggest raid as far as PFI, as far as ED and NIA is concerned. Remember, there was raids earlier, but that was only conducted by the NIA with the support of the police. But this time, the Enforcement Directorate, the NIA, with the support of the state and the central police, the paramilitary force, is being held at this point of time.
Multi-agency raid, this is what we have been focusing on, and there have been multiple agencies like NIA, ED, as well as the state police, which is also helping the NIA and ED officials to carry out the searches. But before that, Parvez, the PFI head of the Delhi unit, has been brought here at the NIA headquarters. What it had happened that over the period of a few years, there have been various involvement of this particular unit, the PFI, which has emerged in various anti-national activities. We have seen that how the role came on the riots which happened in the national capital. Their role also came out in various other protests which turned violent. Over the period of time, the agencies were looking at the funding which was being received by PFI. There were dubious transactions. There were a few transactions which was certainly not under the radar of the Indian agencies, which came later on. That's why there was a need of carrying out a simultaneous raid, because they were so much well connected with the various social media platform, as well as those talking modules through which they were able to communicate it to the other units. That's why many of the information was hidden. That's why there was a need to carry out a search at a simultaneous level at various states, so that all these units cannot hide information which can be very crucial for the agencies.
इस वक्त हम दिल्ली में हैं और दिल्ली के अबुल फजल एनक्लेव में रहने वाले पीएफआई के दिल्ली यूनिट के अध्यक्ष परवेज के घर पे भी आज जो है रात में रेड की गई, और परवेज और साथ साथ उनके भाई को जो है वो ईडी जो है डिटेन कर ले गई है। इसी मकान में, अबुल फजल एनक्लेव के इस मकान में परवेज जो रहते हैं, और तकरीबन 200 के आसपास जो हैं वो सुरक्षाकर्मी, जिसमें पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेज, दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ साथ ईडी के जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे, और तकरीबन रात को 3, साढ़े 3 बजे जो है यहाँ पर ईडी पहुँची थी और 8 बजे के आसपास यहाँ से रवाना हुई है। उम्मीद की जा रही है कि परवेज को जो है आज कोर्ट में पेश किया जा सकता है। फिलहाल परवेज को दिल्ली के ईडी स्थित दफ्तर में रखा गया है। हालांकि जो परवेज का परिवार है, उनका ये कहना है कि जो ये सारे आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं वो बेहद गलत हैं। ईडी अपनी कार्रवाई के दौरान जो है मोबाइल फोन और लैपटॉप भी जो है वो जब्त करके ले गई है।
This is actually PFI office building located in this building in the Chandrangutta area of the Hyderabad city, where it was stated that the PFI main headquarters was functioning from this place, from several districts, and all the district presidents and the secretaries, general secretaries, will be conducting meetings here on the ongoing activities of the PFI in the state. However, I will try to go to this building, and as of now we can say that NIA officials along with the ED officials and also local police and paramilitary forces, they have come to this building. They have sealed the PFI office. I would like to show you the order here. This is the order given by the this is Krishna Kumar Bharadwaj. He is the inspector of NIA, and this premises has been locked and sealed by the National Investigation Agency. So basically raids were conducted on last Sunday, and now NIA, as well as we can also see here the seal by the NIA and ED, as well as so basically this is the office, NIA office here.
There have been raids going on over here from 4 a.m. today morning. One team of NIA officers had arrived. We are getting to know from NIA sources that a total of 10 NIA team members, including the Enforcement Directorate, are right now on the 3rd floor of that building, the Popular Front of India, and over there the PFI leader Sheikh Mukhtar, he is also being questioned. That is what we are getting to know from NIA sources. Another thing that we've got to know is that there is a call center on the second floor of the same building, and on the second floor of this building the call center is also being looked into by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, because the NIA feel that there is a connection between the call center and the Popular Front. Probably the NIA feel that there is a link in the terror funding, the calls that used to come, the money that used to come. Probably the call center was used.
So this is the biggest ever and continuous coverage that we have been getting for our viewers from ground zero, whether it comes to our reporters there who have been getting us the real-time updates from Kerala, from Karnataka, from Tamil Nadu, from Andhra Pradesh, from Telangana, from Madhya Pradesh, from Maharashtra, from Rajasthan, from Delhi, from UP, West Bengal, and even the state of Assam. We'll be heading into a short break right now. The ground reports continue on the other side.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI officers and leaders raided across 13 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here against NIA.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
In a
back. A very important development in the Supreme Court over the hijab matter that's been heard for the last 10 days. The Supreme Court has now reserved its order on a bunch of petitions that had challenged the decision on the part of the Karnataka High Court, which had upheld the powers of the state government as well as educational institutions to prescribe uniforms to students in schools. Let me in fact go across to Harish for more on this. Harish, the Supreme Court has heard all the arguments. All the arguments have been concluded, and the petitioners and the other parties will have to now make written submissions to the court. Any idea as to when the court is now likely to reconvene and deliver its judgment?
Yes, Siddharth, in fact, it won't be much delay because the judgment has to be delivered within definitely within 3 weeks, because Justice Rehman, who heads the bench, retires on October 16th, so we can expect a judgment. So, as of now, after a 10-day stormy hearing, to the two-judge bench of the Supreme Court has just now reserved its judgment on a batch of petitions, as you rightly said, which challenged the March 15, 2022 judgment of the Karnataka High Court banning wearing of hijab institutions where a uniform is prescribed. High Court had, remember, held hijab is not a part of essential religious practice of Islam. Requirement of uniform is a reasonable restriction on the fundamental right to freedom of expression, and that government has the power to pass the government order, and therefore no case is made out for its invalidation. And as court had witnessed heated arguments from both sides, while lawyers for petitioner aggrieved Muslim students argued that hijab was an essential religious practice, intrinsic and integral to Islam, and hijab was a symbol of decency, modesty, faith and right to religion, and even made weird arguments to bolster the case. The Karnataka government vociferously argued that right to religion is definitely a fundamental right, but it is subjected to reasonable restrictions. Government said no right is absolute, and collective right of an institution
gets primacy. Now, as far as all eyes will be on the Supreme Court there, because it has been an interesting turn of the arguments itself that were heard in court, multiple issues that were taken up. For now, the Supreme Court, which has reserved its order on a bunch of petitions that has been challenging the Karnataka High Court's hijab verdict. For the moment, thank you very much, Harish. We'll be back after a short break. You're watching Times Now.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI officers and leaders raided across 13 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati, and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
سلام من سیفور اینجا اصفهانه چهارشنبه کرمانشاه اینجا رامسره من از صابر ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب
A very good afternoon. Welcome. You're watching Newsroom 365. My name is Amita Vadva and these are the top headlines. It's the biggest pan-India crackdown on Islamic hardliner group, the Popular Front of India, over suspected terror funding. Over 106 PFI activists taken into custody. Bosses of the PFI units in Delhi, Assam and Telangana among those who have now been arrested. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds a review meeting following multiple probes linking the PFI to the hijab and the anti-CAA protests. Delhi riots and Sartan se juda hate chants. Sources suggest PFI ban option is now on the Home Ministry's table. PFI cadre and the supporters protest raids by blocking the national highway in Kerala with chanting anti-NIA slogans as intimidating tactics elsewhere to block investigation. With PFI's terror links under radar, the focus now shifts on political patronage to the radical outfit. BJP leader blames Owaisi's AI, MIM and KCR's TRS for national security, endangering appeasement. It is the Aam Aadmi Party versus the centre. Once again, the face-off now shifts to the state of Punjab. Man government to move Supreme Court against the governor blocking special session for trust vote as unconstitutional. The Aam Aadmi Party workers mobilized on the streets as a show of strength. Defiant AAP calls for a special session once again on the 27th of September. United Opposition slams the Maan Sarkar for unconstitutional posturing. After a big step for the Hindu petitioners, Varanasi court to hear the Gyanvapi case, when it comes to a plea for daily prayers to be held will be taken up. Dissent within the Congress ahead of the party elections. Gandhi faced questions over free elections. The G23 to meet in Delhi tomorrow. Well, Times now ever since morning has been breaking down each and every detail on the midnight anti-terror crackdown that has started on part of the NIA. Let's break down the details in top 10 developments for our viewers joining us right now. There have been 106 PFI workers who have been arrested in the raids that are still ongoing. The NIA-ED joint operation, the raids that are being carried out in 11 different states. The lens mainly is on terror funding angle and money laundering that is being investigated by the ED. The 3 state chiefs of the PFI, we are told, that have also been taken into custody. Meanwhile, there has been gatherings of the PFI workers and supporters who continue to block roads. The pictures mainly that came in from the state of Kerala. There have also been SDPI workers who have been threatening pan-India protests. The pictures that are also coming in from different parts of the country. The PFI, which has now come out with a statement saying that these raids are aimed to terrorize, and the PFI has been saying that these raids are against the spirit of democracy, where over 200 NIA officers are said to be part of these raids, and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has been chairing this high-level security meeting that has just ended at his residence, when it includes the top chiefs of the investigative agencies, as the centre is closely monitoring the ongoing situation of the simultaneous raids. Well, of course, politics cannot be far behind when it comes to the ongoing raids that are taking place. The Congress party now seems to be comparing the RSS with the PFI, especially calling it as a radical outfit. If you can ban the PFI, then why not the RSS?
अच्छा ये होता है कि उसके साथ साथ और भी जो इस तरह का जो संगठन है जो देश के अंदर सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को मजबूत कर रहा है या एक तरह से कहा जाए लोगों को आतंकित कर रहा है, उसके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होती, तब ये लगता है कि सही मानों में देश में एक शांति व्यवस्था बनाने की कोशिश हो रही है। अब देखा जाए तो बजरंग दल है, हिंदू सेना है और खुद आरएसएस है, ऐसी तमाम जो जमायतें हैं जो देश के अंदर समाज के अंदर एक नफरत और घृणा पैदा करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ सबके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती तो लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि सही मानों में सरकार कोई कदम उठा रही है।
All right, so such kind of political reactions are coming in the backdrop where there has been a long-standing demand when it comes to banning the radical organization like the PFI, even when it comes to how its role allegedly has been now linked to several political killings as well, and terror modules that have been busted in several states and can be echoed in the top court as well. Let me go across to Ranjita right now. Ranjita, ये किस तरीके का कंपैरिजन है? कांग्रेस पार्टी एक तरीके से कह रही है कि अगर पीएफआई को बैन कर सकते तो आरएसएस को क्यों नहीं? There are several right wing organizations as well. उन पर कोई एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया जाता?
बिल्कुल, देखिए तारिक अनवर जो कांग्रेस के महासचिव है और केरल कांग्रेस के प्रभारी की जिम्मेदारी उनके पास है, उनसे जब सवाल किया गया, टाइम्स नाउ ने उनसे सवाल किया कि जिस तरह से पीएफआई के नेताओं पर उनके कार्यालयों पर, उनके घर पर जिस तरह से एनआईए की छापेमारी हो रही है, जिस तरह के सबूत सामने निकल कर आ रहे हैं, इसको लेकर जो पीएफआई को बैन करने की बात कही जा रही है, इस पर कांग्रेस पार्टी और आपका क्या टेक है? उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि ये जो कार्रवाई है ये एक तरफा दिख रहा है और न सिर्फ पीएफआई पर बल्कि उन संगठनों पर, खास करके उनका निशाना जो हिंदू संगठन है।
रंजिता बने रही हमारे साथ, राकेश सिन्हा जी भी हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पर जुड़ रहे हैं। सर, गुड आफ्टरनून। दिस इज अ कंपैरिजन दैट इज बीइंग ड्रॉन बाय द कांग्रेस लीडर से सर, बिकॉज दे हैव बीन आस्किंग अगर पीएफआई को बैन करने का आप सोच सकते हो तो आरएसएस को क्यों नहीं?
I think Tariq Anwar is a very senior leader in Indian politics. He has been in Indian Parliament for a long time and public life. If he fails to understand the difference between PFI and RSS, this is pathetic. This shows that his understanding of Indian politics is so poor and understanding of the terrorism and the peace-loving bodies. RSS is a patriotic organization which has been working for the nation's upliftment, and its work is very obvious, visible. Its work in tribal area, in Dalit area, in Seva areas where the poor people live and stay. It has the largest trade union organization, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, and largest student organization, ABP. On the other hand, PFI is the organization whose people chopped off the hands of T.J. Joseph in Kerala in 2010 when he selected a question which was allegedly against the sentiment of the people. So comparing RSS with PFI is comparing the fox with the cow. If RSS is a cow, then PFI is the fox. It is the organization which has been backed by ISIS. It is the soft version of ISIS in India. It is trying to... Yes.
Right, sir. So you're raising this issue as far as there cannot be any comparison that can be drawn between the RSS and the PFI, who is an extreme radical organization. And thank you very much, Mr. Rakesh Sinha, for joining in. But such kind of words are also being echoed by another Congress party leader. This is Priyank Kharge, who has been questioning the NIA raids, and this is the Congress's PFI hypocrisy that has now been exposed, because now in one part Congress party seems to be saying that the law will take its own course, but also questioning when it comes to the PFI who is supporting this such a radical outfit are the questions now being raised by the Congress leaders. Listen in.
Whatever is their findings as per their investigation, let law take its own course. But the problem is, who are the people behind HDPI, who are the people behind PFI? The RSS leader, one Mr. Satyajit, if I am right, has openly suggested that they are backed by BJP. So why so long to investigate? Why so long to ensure justice is served? So whatever it is, let them do. The investigation agencies, right from the state government to central government, everything is in their hands. Let them do it more quickly. How come the BJP is waking up to this now? Where were they for all these years?
So after Tariq Anwar, we are now listening to Priyank Kharge. Shehzad Poonawalla is with us on the phone line. Shehzad, good afternoon. Can you see the comparisons that have been drawn? Because they have been asking if action can be taken against the PFI. Why not the RSS? And they are also now suggesting that the PFI is actually backed by the BJP.
वोट बैंक की दुकान चलाना है, इसीलिए आतंकियों को बचाना है. Amita, I heard both the reactions. Just give me 1 minute to complete. The fact of the matter is that Mr. Tariq Anwar compares RSS with PFI. If he had so much proof, 10 years they were in power, why didn't they ban RSS? And if they think RSS is such an organization, Pranab Mukherjee went to their headquarters, Mahatma Gandhi, JP Narayan, everybody has praised RSS. Now, coming to PFI. PFI के साथ तो कांग्रेस का पुराना रिश्ता है. Your editor-in-chief has shown time and again how cases in Karnataka were dropped by the Congress government, how they formed an alliance in BBMP, how the Congress has been patronizing PFI in Rajasthan, allowing it for a free march to take place, and how they both together stoked the violence in the name of hijab. So therefore, Congress and PFI are twin sisters, and Congress has always tried to defend terrorists. Even
I think, Shehzad, let's get a Congress point of view as well on this. Please stay on with us. Mr. Manikram Tagore is with us, sir. Good afternoon to you. What are your point of view when it comes to the ongoing raids? Because this is the biggest ever. We are looking at investigation that is being carried against the PFI, sir. Mr. Tagore? Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
No, any kind of activity which divides India must be curtailed, and any kind of division among the people, whomever is being behind it, on whatever religious basis, they should be taken to task. We are against any kind of action. We are for those people who all work together to build an India which is equal to everybody.
But Mr. Tagore, wasn't it the Congress Sarkar in the state of Rajasthan that actually gave a platform to PFI?
Nobody has given a platform. Let us be understand. Nobody gives platform to any kind of anti-national activities, but also Congress party will never give it. Congress party fought for the freedom of India. Therefore, we know that it is what are the sacrifices we made for freedom. Therefore, we are not RSS, or we are not Jal Sangh, or we are not those people who have been cheerleaders or Britishers. They are sacrificed for the freedom. Let us be very careful in this thing. These kind of organizations, whichever organization, whichever is working with intention to disturb the peace and...
But Mr. Tagore, what you are saying is actually contradicting your own party leaders as well, sir. Shehzad, because if we talk about the Rajasthan Sarkar, I believe it was the PFI Foundation, when they carried out a march, they didn't get permission in other states. Shehzad?
Pardon?
Shehzad, are you with us? Alright, Mr. Tagore, because the point of view that is coming in from other Congress party leaders, because they have been demanding if you can ban the PFI or move towards banning the PFI, why not the RSS and extreme right organizations as well?
Yeah, that's what is wrong. RSS has been already banned twice in India. It is not a new thing. Therefore, RSS has carried out anti-national activities, and they are disturbed. Even they have been behind the killing of Mahatma Gandhi also. They are changing the names, founding new organizations to disturb the peace and the harmony in India. and everywhere RSS is indulging in these kind of violent activities with a different name.
So in a way you are saying that you support such kind of raids that are being taking place, especially if there are anti-India activities and terror activities.
Banning them.
If there are terror activities that are said to be indulged by those PFI leaders and activists, you are supporting these raids that are taking place. Is that the official Congress point of view here?
What I am saying is very simple, that RSS is an organization which is trying to disturb the peace and harmony in India, and that organization should be exposed to people, and they may have the power today.
All right.
Through the central government powers. Those people who are all from RSS are governing this country. There, you look at the Indian structure is a different thing, and we as Congress people always want peace and harmony, all religions be together. We all want every Indian to be united also. Therefore only we think about the Bharat Jodo.
All right, sir. That is why you want to bring in Bharat Jodo here as well. But thank you very much, Mr. Tagore, for joining in. To you, Shehzad, as well. We are getting contradictory point of view within the Congress party leaders as well. Let's listen into the other side with political reactions that are coming in on this biggest ever clampdown that we are looking at happening against the PFI.
The Bharatiya Janata Party condemns the PFI and welcomes all the raids that are being conducted by the NIA and the ED in order to break down and unravel the entire terror nexus and the jihadist attacks that have been carried out by the PFI in the last couple of years. Right from the NRC CAA agitations to the links and the terror training camps under the guise of karate being done in our own Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. PFI is being targeted right now, and the entire network is being broken down. Roots of the terror funding are being investigated and brought out by the ED.
All right, Mithun, Vijay Kumar is with us and Ahmed Ayaz is also with us. Good afternoon. Mithun, do you want to comment on how these PFI, anti-PFI raids that have been taking place, because this is the biggest ever clampdown that we are looking at. It is unprecedented.
Yes, before going to that, I would like to comment on Tariq Anwar's statement. He was comparing, Bajrang Dal and RSS with PFI. Let me tell you, Bajrang Dal or RSS is not an anti-national organization, but PFI is an anti-national organization that is receiving funds from outside India to, fund terror activities within the country. I'll tell you, funded by terrorist outfits outside India, PFI and its political arm STPI are functioning in this country with the core objective of spreading radical Islam, terror and mushrooming jihadi activities in India. I've personally run campaigns to ban STPI and PFI, which received thousands of signatures from people in Kerala. And let me tell you, before going to that, PFI should be banned was a request by the government of Kerala to the Honorable High Court in 2012, in which the Kerala government itself said that PFI is nothing but the resurrected form of SIMI, a banned Islamic organization in India that was funding terror activities, that was involved in various terror activities in India. So what ultimately you see as PFI is nothing but SIMI in a different form. We have seen the various killings.
Well, that's the point there, Mithun, because isn't it? If SIMI was banned, thereafter PFI came into force. If PFI is banned, then what next? Mr. Ahmed Ayaz.
You see, there is nothing wrong in law taking its own course, but the point is it should not look to be an anti-Muslim activity. The situation is taking place because the PFI has been there since long, and there was no such action against PFI so far. It's happened for last some time.
Anti-India activities, terror activities, there have been terror links that have been found, training centers that have been raided and searched in the garb of providing karate training. There has been arms training that has been given to vulnerable poor Muslim youth, sir. How can you support it?
That's what I say, that it should not look to be, if at all there is something really wrong, there is nothing wrong in taking action. But the point is, it should not look to be an anti-Muslim activity, because you have seen in the past, there had been a bulldozer action against the Muslim properties and the madrasas, and there has been a survey going on, particularly in the madrasas.
Of the Muslim community here, sir. Please don't bring in Hindu-Muslim angle here. It's not going to work here. We are talking about an agency, an outfit that was running on the anti-India idea, sir. anti-India idea. They were not running on an anti-Hindu stage. Yes, there was such kind of hate that was being propagated on part of the PFI, sir. But anti-India idea is something that must be.
My point is it should be based on facts.
Yes,
my point is it should be based on facts. It should not be just a manipulation and see that it goes against Muslims or Muslim organizations. My point is that let there be fairness in the process. If there is something really against them, nobody can come in.
No, Mithun, what is not fair about these ongoing raids that are taking place? I mean, that's what we've been saying. It's been 12 hours plus. They started at midnight and we're looking at multiple locations, 11 different states that we're looking at such kind of crackdown taking place. It's massive. Mithun.
It's okay.
See, the money trail or the links of PFI with ISIS is not something that we have discovered now. It came to the fore in 2017 itself when PFI activist Taslim was arrested for recruiting youth from Kannur to the ISIS. So this is not a new incident, and we have seen the various terror activities conducted by PFI in Kerala.
All right.
You have seen the murder of.
We're getting more protest pictures right now from West Bengal. Over to you, Tanushree.
नहीं कि हम प्रोटेस्ट में बिजी है क्योंकि हमने पहले से जाने नहीं दिया अगर पहले हमको जाने देते तो और भी अच्छे स्टेटमेंट देते
Well, what we see over here is the PFI is protesting against what is happening, the NIA raid, the ED raid. They are saying that this is not right, this is a democratic country and it is not right. आज जो रेड हुआ तो ये आपको क्या लग रहा है, सही है, गलत है, क्या है?
देखिए ये आज का नया बात नहीं है पॉपुलर फ्रंट से पहले से आज से 15 साल पहले 10 साल पहले से भी जो भी टारगेट कर रहे हैं अभी तक सब में झूठा है कोई भी प्रूफ नहीं है तो उसी के साथ साथ मैं बोल रहा हूँ इसमें कुछ भी प्रूफ नहीं मिलेगा और ये जो रेड कर रहा है क्यों कर रहा है ये तो गलत है सारे सिर्फ गलत बोलकर हम नहीं छोड़ना चाहता हूँ रेड करने का मकसद यही है अभी जितना भी पॉलिटिशियन पार्टी का पीछे ईडी डाल देता है तो उसको धजिया उड़ा जा रहा है क्यों वो चोर है पॉपुलर फ्रंट कोई भी लीडर कोई भी मेंबर चोर नहीं है क्योंकि हम देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं
इसके बाद क्या आप और जोरदार प्रोटेस्ट में उतरेंगे
इंशाल्लाह ऑल ओवर इंडिया में और भी बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट होने वाला है कोलकाता भी बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट होने वाला है आज का जो प्रोटेस्ट है ये प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन में एक नॉर्मली एक प्रोटेस्ट है अगले 1-2 दिन के अंदर या अगले ये महीने के अंदर और भी बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट शुरू होगा
Well, we see that the PFI is saying that they would be going in for a bigger protest today. It was just on the spur of the moment that they have started this protest right after the NIA and the ED left, but certainly they would be protesting in the near future. The PFI office where the raids had been going on for over 9 hours, the PFI members were not allowed inside the office. Those who were inside were not allowed outside the office. So right now the protest is going on, but yes, a bigger protest will take shape within the next 2 to 3 days. Back to studio.
All right, so those protest pictures that are also coming in from different parts of the country with 11 states with the ongoing ED and the NIA joint raids, including the state police that have been taking place. Over 106 PFI leaders, we are told, have already been taken into custody. We'll continue with this live coverage on the other side of a short break.
Anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here against NIA.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
National updates. According to sources, Congress leader Digvijay Singh will reach Delhi today and he is likely to meet Sonia Gandhi. He is also a likely contender for the post of the party president. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who is on a 10-day visit to the United States, met with his Estonian counterpart on the third day of the 77th session of the UNGA. National Highway 109 in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand has been blocked after a sudden landslide. All travellers have been stopped at safe places and once the debris is cleared, vehicular movement will be allowed. Atul Biswas, a 31-year-old man who was sentenced to life imprisonment for allegedly raping an 11-year-old minor in Assam's Dhubri district.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now leads coverage. Well, hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now's Breaking Ground with me, Meghna Dekha. Focus continues to be the massive crackdown on the PFI with multiple raids which began in the dark of the night. We'll get you all the live updates. First up, here are the headlines. The biggest pan-India crackdown on Islamist hardliner group Popular Front of India over the suspected terror funding. Over 106 PFI activists have been arrested. Bosses of PFI units in Delhi, Assam and Telangana amongst those who have been arrested by Enforcement Directorate, NIA and the other agencies at the local level. Amit Shah holds a review meeting following multiple probes linking PFI to hijab and anti-CAA. Delhi riots and Sartan Se Juda chants. Also, in fact, now sources are suggesting that PFI ban option is on the table for the Home Ministry. PFI cadres and supporters protest the raids by blocking national highways in Kerala's regions. In fact, they chant anti-NIA slogans as intimidating tactics elsewhere begin to block the investigations. With PFI's terror links under the radar, the focus shifts on political patronage to the radical front PFI. Now, BJP leaders blame Owaisi's AIMIM and KCR's TRS for the national security endangering appeasement. AAP versus Centre face-off shifts to Punjab. The Maan government will be moving Supreme Court against the governor blocking the special session for a trust vote as unconstitutional. AAP workers mobilized on the streets in a show of strength. Defiant AAP calls for special session again on the 27th of September. United Opposition slams the Maan Sarkar for unconstitutional posturing. After big step for the Hindu petitioners, Varanasi court will be hearing the Gyanvapi case. The plea for daily prayers is going to be heard first. Dissent within Congress ahead of the party polls. Gandhis face questions over free elections. G23 will be meeting in Delhi tomorrow to chart the way forward. Well, with that, there's some big breaking news which is coming in. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has tweeted regarding the attacks that we have seen, concerted attacks on Hindus and symbols of Hinduism in Leicester as well as Birmingham. He says, I have shared my concern about the security and the welfare of the Indian community in the United Kingdom. Welcomed his assurance in that regard. External Affairs ministers met his British counterpart and raised concerns over the attacks which have happened. Let me go across to Shinjoy. Shinjoy, this kind of a strong statement coming in from India was very needed, because the people that we've been speaking to in UK, the Hindus who've been living under a shadow of fear and intimidation, they say that literally these radicals were given a free run and that the state police had done absolutely nothing to stop them.
Yes, that's exactly the point, and it was right of the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar to bring this issue up with his counterpart, the Foreign Secretary, because it's very important that all those Indians there and people of Indian origin are safe. There is absolutely no line, regardless of who wins or loses a cricket match, that temples should be attacked, attempts should be made to burn temples, and the problem is that it appears to be spreading. The Indian High Commission there has already cautioned people. They have already protested to the British Foreign Office, and yet there has been no action. So it is particularly important that Mr. Jaishankar brings up the issue with perhaps not only his counterpart, the Foreign Secretary, but since he knows the Prime Minister Liz Truss, this should be brought up, because there is absolutely no reason why temples should be attacked, and not just in Leicester. It seems that the things are getting worse because there is trouble in Birmingham, quite a distance away from Leicester. and who knows, there could be trouble elsewhere as well. So
well,
that is why
absolutely, and many are saying that this is well orchestrated because the calls were made way in advance, and despite that, very little was done by the authorities to stop these gatherings outside, as well as the ambushes which have been happening and laying siege to the Hindu temples there. Thank you so much for joining us, Srinjoy, with all the details. Meanwhile, we are also getting you more details about what has been happening in Leicester. There have been several ground reports as well that the Indians there have been sending across. In fact, what they tell us is that there's open threat and intimidation by one of the Muslim organizations. It's called the Apna Muslim. They have given a call and they mobilize people to come to the Birmingham Durga, the Durga Pandal which was there in fact in Birmingham, which is why the Bhavan then was encircled. There were those who tried to even scale the walls. On your screens you can see other visuals also coming in where one of the saffron flags was also pulled down. RSN Singh is also joining us on this story. Mr. Singh, what do you think needs to be done from here onwards for India? Because time and again allegations have been coming in that not much is being done by the UK authorities to stop what has been a concerted and orchestrated attack on Hindus and Hindu symbols.
You know, colonization it continues to play itself out as far as the United Kingdom is concerned. The narrative that was built during the colonial period, I mean, today it manifests itself in various ways in the United Kingdom. And when India-Pakistan or Indian community versus, subcontinent Muslims, especially the Pakistanis, I mean, this is something which has been happening for a very, very long time. And it is UK which is responsible for, giving impetus to global jihad when they allowed Masood Azhar in 1991 to come and pay a long visit in their country, and he went to as many as 40 mosques / seminaries. So given the reach and efficiency of the British intelligence MI5, I mean, don't tell me that they don't understand the import of these things. And let me tell you, the basis of this European recruitment into the Islamic State was seeded by none other than Maulana Masood Azhar. So I mean, they played this Hindu versus Muslims card here when they ruled. It started right back in with Lord Minto in 1903, and thereafter it continues. The same narrative continues there. Now, I mean, the British have to decide whom do they prefer. Because I'm sorry to say, I may be in a minority, but I'm sorry to say that this kind of coexistence, I mean, there has never been a coexistence.
Do stay on with us, Colonel Singh. There is also Suresh Kumar Goyal, who's joining us, a foreign expert. And Mr. Goyal, that's precisely what we were discussing right now. I'd like to take it forward with you. What is it that India can do diplomatically right now? We've already seen whips which are going out from the Indian High Commission saying that the Indians there, the Indian Hindus, must be protected. Today, Jai Shankar has also raised it with his counterpart. How can we ensure that the Indian Hindus there are safe? Because the allegation is not much is being done on the ground by the administration.
I think basically we have to consider this as a matter to be resolved by the British government, by the English government. The Indian High Commission can always intervene on matters of our interest with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs there. They should take it up. And the safety and security of people of Indian origin or then Indian passport holders in that country is mainly the responsibility of the UK government. They must take all measures to ensure that they come to no harm, and that fundamental issues which could relate to differences between communities need to be resolved through a process of dialogue. And the Indian High Commission can again actively engage with the UK government in proceeding in that direction.
To initiate reconciliation, however, at this point, what needs to be done, Mr. Goyal? The process of reconciliation may take time, at least to ensure safety, the first step.
As I said, the very first step to be taken by the Indian High Commission is to take the matter up with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the UK government, tell them how this actually impacts on the sentiments in India, and therefore that all the law and order authorities of the UK government have to take every possible step to ensure that these communal differences are resolved. They have to take action, and the Indian High Commission can take it up with the government there.
Yes, the Indian High Commission has already done that. So, Mr. Goyal, given the way things are being handled, first it was in Leicester, following that it was there in Birmingham. Do you think enough has been done on the ground? What more can possibly be done by the administration?
I don't think that our setup can go beyond taking it up with the local government, but they can pursue it vigorously if the action is not taken. On the first request, they can take it up again and again till there is action on ground by those forces. But the actual action on the ground lies with the UK government and nobody else.
Also, the use of social media that we have seen, not just that, in the past as well, we have seen radical elements, rampant use of social media to mobilize. That has become one of the biggest concerns of late. And even in this case, there were videos which were given out, calls which were being circulated to gather at a certain time outside these Hindu temples. This kind of a concerted effort, do you think it points towards a very well-oiled, orchestrated machinery?
Could be. There are several pointers, but investigations in that direction has to be done by the local authorities. That is number one. It is not for our law and order authorities to go there and intervene. Number one. Number two, social media. Social media is also the part of law and order mechanism these days, just like in India, that whenever there is a violation of the rules here, the Indian police does go after them. In this case also, I completely agree that social media has to be controlled because they have the effects of provoking public sentiments. They must be controlled, they must be restrained, and this also needs to be really taken up by the High Commission authorities there. In all possible directions, the one basic thing is that Indian High Commission has to get after the local authorities to intervene in the situation and control it.
But strategically and perhaps at a global level, Mr. Goyal, do you think India should lead the way and at least expose the Hindu phobia? Because this is not just limited to one country. We have seen this across the globe in several places where Indians have come under attack. Do you think perhaps India should show the way in trying to mobilize support for countering what has been a prevalent global pattern now emerging against Hindus and Hindutva?
I don't think we should turn this into a global phenomenon. Turning this into a global phenomenon will only heighten up the controversies and sentiments. There are elements who are sitting to attack India also. There are all kinds of things which can happen. I can see the consequences. Therefore, while we may talk in our tweets about global and this and that, but actual action to resolve the situation in the UK lies with the local authorities, and we should not, I repeat, we should not try and make it a global kind of a phenomenon. That would be counterproductive.
Oh, that's very important. Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal, for sharing your insight into this story. In fact, let's get you some of the reports which have been coming in from Birmingham as well as some of the other places in the United Kingdom where there are these disturbing attacks which are happening on Hindus and symbols of Hinduism. Watch these.
तो जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे हम आदि शंकराचार्य द्वार के सामने खड़े हैं। ये शिवालय टेम्पल है, वेरी फेमस टेम्पल इन लेस्टर। यहाँ पे ही कल शाम को अटैक हुआ था, रायट्स हुए थे इस रोड पे। इस तरह से यहाँ पे झंडे लगाए हुए हैं, हमारा जो भगवा झंडा है वहाँ पे लगाया हुआ है, और ये इस दीवार पे आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ के झंडे उतरे हुए हैं। तो यही दो झंडे कल उन लोगों ने उतारने की कोशिश की थी। यहाँ पे ये रोड पूरा मॉब से भरा हुआ था। यहाँ पे दोनों कम्युनिटी के लोग प्रेजेंट थे। यहाँ जो ये कार वॉश जो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे हिंदुओं को रखा गया था, दोनों तीनों साइड से सिर्फ अदर कम्युनिटीज़ के लोग यहाँ पे थे। पुलिस उनको कह रही थी कि आप एक साइड से जाओ और दूसरे साइड से दूसरे कम्युनिटी के लोगों को यहाँ से रवाना किया गया। इस तरह से यहाँ पे शांति बनाई रखी उन्होंने। और बाकी यहाँ पे बिजनेसेस जो हैं, छोटे बिजनेसेस, वहाँ पे काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, लेकिन यही वो जगह है कल शाम को जहाँ पे अटैक हुआ था। दिस इज श्रद्धा चौहान रिपोर्टिंग फॉर टाइम्स नाउ।
So let me go across to Major General retired P.K. Sehgal, who's joining us. General Saab, you must explain to us how worried should we be, because now there seems to be a pattern emerging, not restricted to one city, and it is very distinctly targeted towards Hindus and their symbols.
I absolutely and totally agree with you that it is extremely worrisome, because it's a clear pattern that has emerged. Initially it started as one city, and then it spread to Birmingham, and it's also spreading to other cities. It is absolutely essential for the British government to ensure that there is peace and tranquility, and that under no circumstances is any single community, particularly the Hindus, are targeted. They are targeting Hindu temples across UK, and they are also beginning to target the Hindu community. And it is something that is not acceptable to us, and it could have very serious implications on the relations between India and the new government of UK, Liz Truss. In fact, before she became the Prime Minister, she has specifically spoken on this issue.
Yes.
And said under no circumstances would she allow any hatred or allow any community whatsoever to be attacked in the UK. In fact, even her opponent had made certain statements to this effect that they will ensure that the activities of the Pakistani terrorists and the Pakistanis are curtailed in a very major way. But the right reverse has been seen. And hence it's very, very essential that the government of India and the Indian High Commissioner there take it up very, very strongly with the UK government that India will not accept any of this, and under no circumstances should they allow any damage to Indian property or loss of life and or desecration of the Indian temples. It is something that is absolutely and totally unacceptable, and this can be controlled by the powers that be there.
In fact, General Saab, that has been the problem, because the allegation is that not much has been done on the ground. Although Indian High Commission has already taken it up, as well as External Affairs Minister, we can see in the visuals as well, he's registered his concern with his counterpart as well. Do you feel that there is still a whole lot more which could have been done on the ground to stop these attacks, which clearly seem to be orchestrated?
Unfortunately, there are several governments. It is in UK, it is in America, it is in Canada, Germany, at times even in France, where the governments have looked the other way around. For some reason, they don't like to see the rise of India and the influence of India that is coming into being in a very major way. That I hope that is not the case, but it is definitely that the government of the UK did not act very promptly and very strongly and very sternly in the manner that it should have acted. It has the powers and it has the means at its disposal to stop this nonsense forthwith. But would they want to do it? Unfortunately, this is happening in those areas where the Muslim community constitutes a major portion of the vote bank. And it's the vote bank politics that is coming to the fore.
That's very important. General Saab saying that there is also appeasement politics which is undergoing in UK, which could be one of the reasons as to why these attacks haven't stopped, despite day after day, at least 5 days of such reports coming in. Thank you so much, General Saab. Meanwhile, we've spoken to some of these horrified Hindus who are literally living under the shadow of fear and intimidation. Listen into the kind of ordeal that they're being forced to face.
So they've come and they've started chanting slogans, Allahu Akbar and Nare Takbir, I don't know, these kind of, some slogans I don't understand. Basically being very threatening, very intimidating, trying to climb the gates of the temple, trying to get in, throwing bricks, throwing firecrackers, throwing bottles. In the end, we had to tell the women and the children to go inside the temple for their own protection and own security. While us youngsters, along with the police, are trying to control the situation outside.
You can understand how family behaves, and they are really worried about the safety. They were targeting that temple yesterday to send out, or I would use the word terrorize us, really. but police were able to control and disperse them. We were standing our ground without showing any provocation from our side, though a few members were really willing to go out there and talk to them.
Attacking at this case, in this instance, it's Hindus only, so it's Hindu phobia, it seems like. You can see an individual climbing the wall of the temple, holding by the rails and showing two fingers to the devotees. Very offensive. So it's a huge issue. And it's happened, as you know, for 3 days in Leicester. West Midlands is very densely populated of our Hindu community. And we have very elderly demographics of our community. And of course, they're vulnerable. So even more worried for that reason, because many people live on their own.
In fact, let me go across to Lieutenant General Rajkadian, who's also joining us. General Saab, one of the most disturbing things about all the attacks that we've seen against Hindus and their symbols is that it's happening in foreign shores. In a situation such as this, what is it that the Indian government can do? I believe we've lost that audio connection. However, the Indian High Commission has already reached out to the local authorities there and said that it's important that the attacks on Hindus stop. Even as we speak, you can see the visuals there coming in. Of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Shankar, speaking to his UK counterpart and expressing his concerns about the attacks which have been happening on Hindus. Remember, there's a sizable Hindu population which is there in areas such as Leicester as well as Birmingham, but also a sizable Muslim population which is there in these areas, which is why there are concerns that perhaps for their own local reasons, their own political compulsions, and for appeasement politics, it's possible that not much is being done on the ground by the authorities of Britain. So let me go across to General Saab. General Kadian is there with us. What do you think, sir, needs to be done from the Indian government side, considering it has happened in foreign land? You already have the External Affairs Minister who's reached out. What more can be done?
Actually, Pakistan has a pathological hatred towards India, and this is manifesting itself into religious intolerance and other issues. This started on the day India played a cricket match against Pakistan end of August, started in Leicester. The rivalry on the sport field is a very healthy thing and should be kept only within the sports confines. But unfortunately, it has spread into the civil areas. And religious intolerance by the followers of Islam is showing, first in Leicester, then in Birmingham. Every country has laws on what can be allowed in the religious practices. As long as the Hindu people who are worshipping in the temple are adhering to the local laws, there is no reason for anybody else to feel offended or to interfere. I think our Foreign Secretary has very rightly apprised the British counterpart, and they have assured it is after all up to the British government, their authorities to ensure that our people are allowed freedom of religion and are allowed to worship as long as they are adhering to the local laws. So India has taken action.
Well, you're absolutely right. There's also a pattern which is there of Islamist extremism, of terrorism, which several of the other countries too have been battling. Unfortunately, the latest on the attack have been Hindus in United Kingdom. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Rajkadian, for joining us here on the show. This continues to be one of our top focus stories. But for the timing, a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA. Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI officers and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
Viewers,
حرامسر من عصابه ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب
welcome. Thank you for joining us here at Times Now. I'm Pratibha. The biggest pan-India raids taking place against the PFI by the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate. And here at Times Now we get you the biggest coverage with reporters getting you details from every state. First up, let's get you the top headlines we're tracking this hour. Pan-India crackdown on Islamic hardliner group Popular Front of India over suspected terror funding. Over 106 PFI activists arrested. Bosses of PFI units in Delhi, Assam and Telangana among those arrested. Amit Shah holds a review meeting following multiple probes linking PFI to hijab, anti-CAA, Delhi riots and Sar Tan Se Juda hate chants. Sources suggest PFI ban option is on the Home Ministry's table. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking National Highway in Kerala's Injakal, chant anti-NIA slogans as intimidating tactics elsewhere to block investigations. With PFI terror links under radar, focus shifts on political patronage emboldening radicals. BJP blames OAC and KCR for appeasement. Congress equates PFI with RSS, VHP and Bajrang Dal. Aam Aadmi Party versus the Centre face-off shifts to Punjab. Maan government to move the Supreme Court against Governor blocking special session for trust vote as unconstitutional. Aam Aadmi Party workers mobilize on the street in a show of strength. Defiant Aam Aadmi Party also calls for a special session again on the 27th of September. United Opposition slams Maan Sarkar for unconstitutional posturing. India raids anti-Hindu violence and intimidation by Muslim hardliners in the UK. Jai Shankar shares concerns with UK counterpart on the sidelines of UN Security Council meeting. Politics breaks out over RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's outreach to Muslim community. Minority intellectuals welcome the move as unifying, but ecosystem calls it an RSS hoax. Gehlot may give up Rajasthan Chief Minister's post if chosen the Congress president. Sources tell Times Now. G23 to meet today amid concerns over First Family foisting a proxy as the president of the party.
biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here against NIA.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now leads coverage.
So 11 states, over 300 officials involved in these multi-state raids and over 100 PFI office bearers and workers arrested in this terror crackdown. Let's get you the top developments. 106 PFI workers, including chiefs from the states, have been arrested in these raids. Not just that, the NIA-ED joint raids are across 11 states, like we mentioned. 11 different states. It started in Kerala, went on to Tamil Nadu and has even reached Madhya Pradesh. So 11 different states that are under radar of the NIA, with the Enforcement Directorate also stepping in. The lens is on terror funding and money laundering, with the Enforcement Directorate said to have given information to the NIA on funding also coming in from outside the country. Now 3 state chiefs of the PFI have been arrested, and the incriminating documents as well as electronic devices have also been taken in from these offices. But in retaliation, the PFI workers have blocked the roads in Kerala, saying that this is vendetta politics. The PFI claims that the raids are aimed to terrorize because they are the dissenting voices of the country. They are being targeted. In fact, the PFI has said that the raids are against the democratic spirit, saying it violates every law because the raid started late in the night. But a very, very crucial update is Home Minister Amit Shah chairing a meeting on security. He is said to have been given information on the raids that are taking place. This comes amid the chorus for a ban on PFI. Now, political reactions also coming in. Let's also tell you what the Congress party has said. The Congress party has politicized the NIA raids, comparing the PFI to the RSS, saying if raids are being taken up on the PFI for extremist activities, why not order similar raids on the RSS as well? So the politics over the issue is continuing. Let's get you breaking inputs that are coming in. A shocker from the Congress party yet again, trivializing the raids on PFI. This is the biggest raid that is being taken up, the terror crackdown. The Congress party saying this is nothing but just diversion from the real issues.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया क्या है? कोई भी संगठन हो, पीएफआई हो, ईएफआई हो, सीएफआई हो, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं किसी संगठन से। यदि देश विरोधी कोई संगठन है ऐसा लगता है, उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, लेकिन कार्रवाई में ईमानदारी भी नजर आनी चाहिए। कहीं आप आटे, दाल, चावल की महंगाई से ध्यान हटाने के लिए, गाय मर रही है, कोई गायों के गोमाता का मुद्दा नहीं बनाए, इन मौतों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए आप यदि कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं तो आप पापी हैं।
We have the biggest team of reporters getting details and covering every aspect of the raids taking place. This, like we mentioned, is the biggest crackdown on terror based on the intel input that the NIA has received. The foreign funding is also under the radar. But amid all of this, politics over the issue still continues. Aishwarya and Priyank are live with us. Let me go across to Aishwarya first. Aishwarya, the Congress party yet again trivializing the raids that are taking place. Over 300 officials involved, multi-state raids being taken up on specific input of the terror funding and radicalization of the youth. But for the Congress party, this is just a diversionary tactic.
Well, what we are witnessing since morning is that it's a multi-agency raids which have been conducted since morning, and it's a well-coordinated raids which have been conducted, which was also being stated and informed to Union Home Minister while he was chairing the meeting. But on the other side, yes, the Congress party once again has politicized the entire raids. The Congress, as one side, is saying that this is just the diversions from the major issues, and they even went on to say that if PFI needs to be banned, then why not RSS and Bajrang Dal should be banned on the other side as well. So Congress have been completely targeting the BJP and have been saying that BJP is trying to use these central agencies who are probing, but there have been serious charges, remember, which have been leveled against the Popular Front of India. In the recent past, we have seen that how there have been money laundering cases which have been registered. There has been links with the terror funding.
Right, let's take a look at the specific charges that are against the PFI that have triggered these raids really. Bhavtosh also on the broadcast with us. Bhavtosh, the PFI link is something that has come up in cases of unrest in various parts across the country. The charge against the PFI is very clear: terror funding, radicalization of the youth. So despite the PFI claiming that this is targeting because they are the dissenting voices, the NIA has specific intel based on which these raids are being conducted.
Yes, Pratibha, in fact, we had specific information about the fact that PFI is spreading its wing not only in terror cases but also in related cases of terror funding. In fact, this is a joint operation being conducted not only by the National Investigation Agency but also by the Enforcement Directorate. We are right outside the Enforcement Directorate where some of the top functionaries of PFI have been brought in. The Enforcement Directorate since 2018 and 2019 have been probing the PFI, and they have in fact managed to find out two things. One is PFI and its related organization, Rehab Foundation of India, have managed to get funds up to 118 crore rupees, and in June they had attached funds, money up around 58 lakh rupees. They have found that money was being brought in by their sympathizers based out of Middle East, and these sympathizers have in fact pumped in cash also through, they have laid the money through various means, and this was done through shell companies based out of Middle East. This money was also used in certain cases in terror activities. Now, ED has filed a prosecution complaint, also supplementary prosecution complaints, and they have shared the findings with the Ministry of Home Affairs, also with National Investigation Agency. But remember, this is one of the biggest crackdown that has been carried out by Federal Probe Agency. Two agencies working in coordination with each other, 106 individuals being detained, but massive backlash also being seen across the country. PFI workers and the cadre carrying out protests across the country, and our colleagues have shown the manner in which PFI has come out on streets. Remember, PFI is still a legal organization. They have within the rights to carry out these protests. It's up to the government to decide the next course of action, whether they will ban the organization or whether they will still continue with allow the PFI to carry out its functioning. Back to you.
That's right. In fact, the protests are taking place even as we speak. We're getting live visuals from Chennai where the PFI workers are staging a protest. They have also been detained, seen clashing with the police officials. These are visuals from Chennai. Remember, the PFI offices in several locations have also been sealed. Incriminating evidence, documents as well as electronic devices also picked up from these offices. But a very, very important aspect of it is a meeting that has been called by Amit Shah. Let me go across to Priyank with those details. Priyank, a big development is the Home Minister calling for a high-level meeting. This comes amid the chorus that's taking place. Before that, let's take in a...
We are protesting against the NIA political vendetta.
All right, so the PFI workers saying that we are protesting against political vendetta. We are continuing to get these visuals from Chennai where the PFI workers are protesting. But Priyank, coming back to you, is this the first step towards banning of the PFI with Home Minister calling for a meeting, a high-level meeting on the raids? What's happening there? All right, once again, hold on. Let's go across to Prapanch, who's joining us live from Chennai where all the action is. Prapanch, what's happening there?
Now, a short while back, we are at Porasivakam. Here, the PFI cadres and supporters, nearly almost 30 members had gathered over here. They staged a road roko, and immediately the police had detained them. Police was already in the spot. They had got the information, and subsequently the police immediately detained them. The PFI cadres were staging a protest over here, condemning the government as well as the NIA for conducting searches from early in the morning. They were saying that this is a vendetta politics that they have been facing, and they have been in fact conducting a series of protests across Chennai. It was like a flash protest wherein with short notices they were gathering in small groups of people across Chennai, and we could see now the police, since they have got the information, simultaneously they have been picked up in various locations, and the police have been detaining, and various other series of protests are lined up across Chennai. In fact, today from early in the morning, the Porasivakam PFI headquarters, series of documents and several pamphlets and electronic devices were seized from the location, and similar searches were going on across Tamil Nadu, in Madurai, Coimbatore, Dindigul, Ramanathapuram. Various such places searches are going on. Several, in fact, people have been detained in this regard. Nearly more than 10 people have been detained in this regard, and also we could see that in fact several incriminating documents have been seized. Electronic devices have been seized by the NIA. So we could see it's a massive search operation that is being conducted. And short while from now, we saw a group of protesters, supporters who were supporting PFI had gathered. They have been detained, and several series of protests.
Okay, so we're seeing the police action there. Prapanch getting us those details. Police crackdown on the protests that are taking place. Additional security also being brought in several locations. Priyank, coming back to you. Several BJP ruled state chief ministers have been talking about it. Union ministers have called for a ban on the PFI. Is this the first step towards it? Biggest crackdown yet on PFI?
See, Pratibha, multiple agencies have been coming out with the document and dossier regarding the illegal activity which has been done by several cadres of the PFI. That's why there was a course which was, doing the round where people were demanding that actually this step should be done. But basically, in the countrywide ban, the agency need to have ample amount of evidence which can establish that this organization, which need to be banned, has been involved in various kind of illegal activity, not only in one state but across in the country. Like in Jharkhand, you can see that what step has been taken. But on the other side, what Prapanch was reporting can also expect here in the national capital. That's why the security of the AD headquarters here has been increased. So there is anticipation that PFI workers can come here and stage a protest, because this is what has been observed across the country. But what the meeting has ended, where the Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, had already called the Home Secretary. The two heads of the NIA and ED were also present in the meeting, and HM has been apprised about the fact regarding what has been the recovery which has been made, and there have been series of raids which have been carried out. So he was also told regarding the status of investigation and raid as well. So I would not say that this was the first step there, because the MHA has been very keen on banning PFI, but they need to go to the tribunal for which they needed some documented fact from across the country, for which this particular raid would be a final nail into the coffin, and after which we are expecting that this document and all the seizures which have been made from across the country will be put in before the panel, so that the PFI can actually be banned.
Okay, all right. Priyank, Bhavtosh, as well as Prapanch and Aishwarya, thank you for joining us. With that, this remains the top focus here on Times Now, but for now we're slipping into a short break here. Be right back with the latest. Do stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Welcome back. Let's get you updates on the Congress president polls expected in a few weeks. Top sources indicating that after the meeting with Sonia Gandhi yesterday, Ashok Gehlot has been told not to dwarf the stature of the Congress president by wanting to hold on to the chief minister's post as well. The Congress interim president made it clear that her position for any candidate will remain neutral. So Gehlot now maintains that the role of the Congress president is larger and more responsible for the revival of the party. And since never before has any chief minister been the Congress president as well, he is willing to forego the chief minister's post. Let's get you more information as well, more updates coming in as the nominations are expected to begin on the 24th of September. Sources from G23 also indicating the manner in which Gehlot is being stubborn about holding on to two positions, that of the chief minister and of the Congress president. Many of the leaders who wanted to vote for Gehlot are now having second thoughts about it. Leaders are not willing to see a Congress president who is also going to be a part-time CM. Samya Kapoor joins us live with the political scoop on that. Samya, a lot happening in the Congress party. Ashok Gehlot's candidature in question until now. Now wanting to hold on to both positions. What's happening?
Well, absolutely. As the day of the nomination nears in, 24th September to 30th September is the time when any Congress leader who is a delegate would want to file the nomination. They are open to come forward and do that. And two such names that we can safely go with. One is that of Shashi Tharoor, who came to meet the Central Election Authority Chief Madhusudan Mistry yesterday itself. And the other is Ashok Gehlot, who, as Simon again mentioned, that one last effort will be made from his end to coax Rahul Gandhi, to convince Rahul Gandhi to come back as the Congress president. But in the eventuality that Rahul Gandhi does not agree to, then Ashok Gehlot will throw his hat in the fray. Now, Ashok Gehlot, who is the sitting chief minister of Rajasthan, he was initially reluctant to give up on the chief ministerial post. But after a 2-hour-long meeting that took place yesterday with the Congress president Sonia Gandhi, it became amply clear that it's been conveyed to him that the position and the stature of the Congress president is way higher, and that should not be dwarfed by a chief minister who wants to hold on to both positions. Because in the Chintan Shivir that was held in Udaipur, on principle there was a declaration that one person is going to hold on to one post. That's the reason why several leaders who mentioned that they initially wanted to vote for Gehlot, they were having second thoughts.
So what's going to happen is going to be very, very interesting to see. Samya, thank you for joining us with those details. On that note, we're slipping into a short break here. Be right back with top news and updates. Do stay with us. good evening. You're watching Live Wire and I'm Swati Joshi. Let's first take a look at the top headlines on this broadcast. Biggest pan-India crackdown on Islamic hardliner group Popular Front of India over suspected terror funding. Over 106 PFI activists arrested so far. Bosses of PFI units in Delhi, Assam and Telangana among those arrested. Amit Shah holds review meet following multiple probes linking PFI to hijab, anti-CAA, Delhi riots and Sar Tan Se Juda hate chants. Sources suggest PFI ban option is on the Home Ministry's table. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking National Highway in Kerala's Injakkal, chant anti-NIA slogans as intimidating tactics elsewhere to block investigations. With PFI's terror links under radar, focus shifts on political patronage to the radical front. BJP leader blames Owaisi's AIMIM and KCR's TRS for national security endangering appeasement. AAP versus Centre face-off shifts to Punjab. Man government to move Supreme Court against Governor blocking special session for trust vote as unconstitutional. AAP workers mobilized on street in show of strength. Defiant AAP calls for special session again on the 27th of September. United Opposition slams Man Sarkar for unconstitutional posturing. Court rejects Muslim side application for allowing 8 weeks time before going ahead with the hearing in Sringar Gauri case. Next hearing is on the 29th of September. Dissent within Congress ahead of party polls. Gandhi face questions over free elections. G23 to meet in Delhi tomorrow. Let's first get you updates on the Gyanvapi hearing. The court has rejected Muslim side's application for allowing 8 weeks time before going ahead with the hearing in the Sringar Gauri case. And as far as the carbon dating of the Shivling is concerned, a demand of the Hindu side, that will be taken up on the 29th of September. That's the date set for the next hearing. Let's go across to Amir joining us with more details. Amir, inputs coming in that the Muslim side's application seeking more time at this point of time has been rejected by the court.
Well, absolutely, Swati. Another setback to the Muslim side, because the last time around on the 12th of September when the hearing took place, the Muslim side was told that this plea of the Hindu side is actually maintainable, and today the application that was moved by the Muslim side asking for 8 weeks time to be given to them to prepare their documents before they can actually challenge the district court's verdict in the High Court has also been rejected. In fact, they've been told that on the last hearing in the Supreme Court on the 20th of May, it was made absolutely clear that there is no stay on the case as such, and therefore we'll proceed, we'll go ahead with the case further, and you might take your time to apply before the High Court as far as the district court's order of the 12th of September is concerned. Another important aspect is that the application that was moved by the Hindu side seeking ASI survey and the carbon dating of all such evidences that were unearthed during the survey that was conducted about 2 months back at the Gyanvapi premises. For that also the court has accepted the application from the Hindu side, and in fact notices have been issued to the Muslim side to file objections by 29th of September, which is the next date of hearing. Another important aspect of the hearing is that the Hindu side itself wanted to drop some 16 impleaders in numbers because they said that if so many people will be heard during the court proceedings, it will take a long time before the court can actually decide the case, and therefore they wanted the 5 original petitioners to be retained in the Gyanvapi Sringar Gauri case and these 16 impleaders to be dropped. The court hasn't really spoken out or made any observations on this bit, but they have put forward 29th September as the next date when this matter will also be heard.
September, where the application of carbon dating of the Shivling might also be taken up. Amir, thank you for getting us those details.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI officers and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
Let's now get you the top 10 developments of the multi-state pan-India raids on NI designated terror group, radical group PFI. 106 PFI workers have been arrested so far in the raids that are underway across 11 states in India. NI and ED joint raids are currently underway. The NI and the ED, the agencies are both carrying out these raids on PFI units in 11 states. Lens is on the terror funding and the money laundering angle. 3 state chiefs of the PFI have also been arrested during these raids. It's an unprecedented crackdown, a massive crackdown against PFI. PFI workers are retaliating in form of protests, blocking roads in Kerala against the raids. We are also being told that PFI in fact has issued a statement in which the organization claims that these raids are aimed to terrorize the organization and its members. Raids against democratic spirit. That's what PFI has said responding to the raids underway. Now, the Home Minister himself chaired a meeting on the massive crackdown on the security angle. While opposition parties, including the Congress, have politicized the NI raids, Congress in fact has compared PFI to RSS. Just like the raids, protest also broke out pan-India against the NI raids. In Kerala, National Highway was blocked, whereas Jaipur witnessed massive protest on the streets. Now, the PFI has also issued a statement where they have condemned the raids by the central agencies and called it unjust. Listen in.
ഈ റോഡ് ഉപരോധിക്കാൻ പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നവസാമൂഹിക പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്. ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് നന്മ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്. ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുഴുവൻ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും ഇടപെട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്, നന്മയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി. ആ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തെ RSSന്റെ ചട്ടുകമായി പ്രവർത്തിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടുത്തെ നീതിപീഠങ്ങളും നിയമങ്ങളും അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സംസാരിക്കുവാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുമ്പോൾ, അവരുടെ താല്പര്യങ്ങളെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുവാൻ ഇവിടുത്തെ പോലീസുകാരുടെ നിയമങ്ങളും മറ്റ് സംവിധാനങ്ങളും മെനക്കെടുമ്പോൾ ഈ വിഷയത്തെ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ മുന്നിൽ, അധികാരികളുടെ മുന്നിൽ എത്തിക്കുവാനുള്ള ഒരു വഴിയായിട്ട് മാത്രമാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ഹൈവേ ഉപരോധം ഞങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഒരിക്കലും ജനങ്ങളെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള താല്പര്യം ഞങ്ങൾക്കില്ല. കാരണം ജനങ്ങളെ സേവിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുത്ത പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്. ജനങ്ങളെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിക്കലല്ല ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഉദ്ദേശം. പക്ഷേ ഈ വിഷയം അധികാരികളുടെ കണ്ണ് തുറപ്പിക്കലാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ലക്ഷ്യം. കണ്ണുകൾ തുറന്നില്ല എങ്കിൽ കണ്ണുകൾ തുറക്കുന്നതുവരെയുള്ള വഴികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ കൃത്യമായി ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അജണ്ടകളുണ്ട്, തീരുമാനങ്ങളുണ്ട്.
They have not shown any particular proof for the raid. They have to show a summon or something, order copy which has been released by their higher officials to conduct this raid. We have inquired our staff who was inside also. They also said the same. And after conclusion, they have not taken any just taken a simple one bundle. We got information from our staff that they have taken our pamphlets, our regular work activities, PRO brochures, public relation brochures, all those things only. Just they have taken it and nothing else. They have got any no electronic gadgets or nothing has been recovered.
Why were you protesting?
That is our democratic right. We should contend whenever any government agencies are being misguided.
उनको खुद को मालूम नहीं क्यों के लिए वो सर्च कर रहे बोल के फिर सर्च किया. मैं पूछा किधर है वारंट, किधर है पूछा. वारंट दिखा है, उसमें क्या लिखा है बोले तो PFI का कचहरी सर्च करने का है. लेकिन उसमें और एक क्लॉज है, उसमें वेस्ट कोस्ट बिल्डिंग में 2 फ्लोर PFI यूज़ कर रहे बोल के है. इसका वजह से अपना ऑफिस को आके सर्च किया है. SDP लीडर को किधर भी अरेस्ट नहीं किया, किधर ऑफिस में भी रेड किया नहीं. इधर आया वो लोग PFI सोच के इधर आया, लेकिन उन्हें आने के बाद उनको मालूम पड़ा ये SDP ऑफिस बोल के.
बहुत सारे पुलिस आ गए, यहाँ पे लेडीज भी आ गई. पूछा कि आपके पास क्या वारंट है अंदर आने का. उन्होंने कहा कि मेरे पास वारंट पेपर है, मैं ऐसे नहीं आया हूँ.
क्या क्या ले गए आपके यहाँ से?
मेरे पास 2 मोबाइल लेकर गए हैं और कुछ पेपर वगैरह लेकर गए होंगे.
और भाई परवेज को भी साथ ले गए क्या?
जी परवेज साहब को साथ लेकर गए हैं.
पता चलता है कि जितनी ये जो गवर्नमेंट, जो आरएसएस गवर्नमेंट है, नागपुर बैक्ड, जिसके प्रेशर में आके एनआईए और ईडी, सीबीआई जो प्रेशर में आके जो भी उनके खिलाफ खड़ के आवाज़ उठा रहा है, जो भी उनके खिलाफ खड़ के क्वेश्चन अपोजिशन का जो काम जो ज़मीनी तौर पे कर रहा है, उसको टारगेट करके उसको एक पनिशमेंट के तौर पे और सामने लेके जाके एक पनिशमेंट देने के माहिती में, और एक जैसे बोलते हैं कि प्रोसेस इज द पनिशमेंट, तो सिंपली टारगेटेड और सिंपली विच हंट करके उनके ऊपर हर घर में हर एक कार्यकर्ता के अंदर, लीडर के अंदर उसके ऊपर एक रेड किया जा रहा है। आज मेन मुद्दा जो हिंदुस्तान का है, जहां हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन एक बहुत बड़ा एक खतरे में है। अगर आप देखेंगे तो हर दिन हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को तोड़ा और मोड़ा जा रहा है, लेकिन इसके खिलाफ कोई भी आवाज़ नहीं उठा रहा है।
इनके ऑफिस पे बोल रहे हैं कि एक सो कॉल्ड ऑफिस है, हालांकि पुणे में कोई इनका ऑफिस है नहीं, हमने भी सुना है, बट अगेन लोग बता रहे हैं कि इनके ऑफिस है, इन्होंने रेड की है, ये किया है, वो किया है, बट अगेन वी फील ये लोग यही क्यों कर रहे हैं, उसकी वजह एक ही है कि आरएसएस और बीजेपी को अपोज करने वाली पार्टी पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया भी है और दूसरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी है, सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया, जो जहाँ से मैं रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ, हम भी करते हैं। तो हमारे अगेंस्ट ऑब्वियसली हम अगर कुछ बोलेंगे तो हमारे अगेंस्ट जाने ही वाले होंगे, तो वी डोंट केयर अबाउट इट। एंड ऑफ द डे वी आर गोना कम आउट ऑफ विद अ क्लीन चिट।
India raid against the PFI. We have our reporters, the biggest team in fact, on ground getting us minute by minute update. Let's first go across to Aishwarya joining us from outside the PFI office in the national capital. Terror funding and money laundering are the two angles that are being investigated by both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate in a joint operation, a massive crackdown, Aishwarya, against the PFI.
Well, that's right, and a well-coordinated raids which were carried out since morning by NIA and ED. Right now we are standing outside the PFI headquarters here in Delhi, which was raided early in the morning, and several documents along with electronic devices were also seized. This is just not the only place in Delhi which was raided, but also Parvez Ahmed, who is the Delhi chief of the PFI, including Imam Ahmed, who is the General Secretary, and one other. Four individuals from Delhi from the PFI have been taken by the ED and NIA, and currently they are at the ED where questioning is going on. From Parvez's residence, where the ED and NIA raided this morning, several of the documents, 2 mobile phones and electronic devices have also been taken by the NIA and the ED, and further custody of Parvez Ahmed have been sought by the Enforcement Directorate. Now remember, this is just not in Delhi, but in the entire country. What we are seeing, the pan-India protest, for that Home Minister Amit Shah today held a high-level meeting in which was where the Home Secretary, the DG and Enforcement Directorate and the NIA Directorate was there, and Home Minister was told about the seizures that happened in the entire country.
As far as the high-level meeting is concerned, let's take updates from Bhavtosh. Is joining us from outside the Home Minister's residence. So far, we have seen a case-to-case basis investigation and raid against the PFI, Bhavtosh. But here is a pan-India raid against the PFI by the ED and the NIA that talks one about the intent. It also tells you how massive this crackdown is. And well, we're also being told that a pan-India ban is also on the cards.
Well, probably, but these searches, as Aishwarya was saying, started early in the morning, even in some places in midnight, and across India in at least 11 states. It could be more than that, and multiple locations. 106 odd individuals have already been placed under arrest. At several places, people have also been detained. Top leadership of PFI either under detention or arrest. This is a massive development that has taken place. Never before such a crackdown has happened with PFI. The question is, will PFI or its sister concern be banned? Till now, PFI still operates. It's a legal organization. The problem before the government, or for that matter before any central government, is that any ban on PFI, or for that matter any organization, is that a ban has to be upheld by a tribunal. Now, for that you need a lot of evidence so that it stands scrutiny of a tribunal, and that could be the reason why steps are being taken before the organization gets banned with a gazette notification. Let me add just a bit of an information. The ED in its investigation has found that PFI and its related organization have assets or bank accounts worth at least 108 crore rupees. So you are talking of massive funds with the organizations like PFI. Allegations of ED as well as NIA is that they support subversive activities through these huge amount of money that they have legally and illegally they have.
Right, Bhavtosh, stay on with us. Let's take an update from Deepak as well. He's joining us live from Bengaluru. We have seen PFI come under the scanner in Karnataka multiple times, whether it was the hijab protest, I beg your pardon, or the anti-CAA protest.
Yes, and this is not the first time that a PFI office has been raided here in Karnataka. There have been multiple instances where, the names of some of the office bearers of the PFI or the SDPI has come to the fore. Searches have been conducted, and even that by the NIA itself. But today, of course, was a nationwide crackdown here in Karnataka as well. Multiple locations simultaneously being searched, and this is probably one of the largest, searches by the NIA that has been conducted. And here in Karnataka, over 20 people have been held by the organization on various issues that they need to question them about. Now, more importantly, mobile phones, laptops, PCs, a lot of documents, pamphlets, all of this has been seized from their offices as well. We saw protests break out at the SK Garden office, that's a state head office of the PFI here in Karnataka. Top leaders of the PFI as well in Karnataka have been held, and they are being questioned as we speak. More importantly, we saw protests that took place in Mangaluru. Even last week, NIA conducted, raids on a leader's house, after which we saw protests, and the leader came out and said that it was pertaining to an issue that happened in Bihar, that he was questioned, Riyaz Paragapete that I'm referring to in Mangaluru. Now today it was Kalburgi, Koppal, Mysuru, Shimoga, Davangere and Bengaluru where these searches have been of course going on. Like I mentioned, a lot of evidences have been collected, a lot of places have been searched. More importantly, a lot of leaders have been taken into custody. We are expecting in the second half of the day to NIA to of course divulge more details
and
as to what
searches are being carried out at the PFI units across 11 states. Bhavtosh, Aishwarya and Deepak, for the moment, thank you for getting us those details. We'll also go across to other reporters post a short break.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here against NIA.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear that aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati, and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
رامسر من از سابق ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
Amid a huge row over the Punjab governor withdrawing his assent to convene a special session of the State Assembly, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann convened a meeting of all party legislators in the State Assembly to discuss the party's future course of action. India hosted the 10th Ministerial Commission of Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil, South Africa Trilateral Cooperative Forum, grouping on the sidelines of the 77th United Nations General Assembly. As many as 4 minor children died and 2 others were injured when a portion of a wall of a house collapsed in Uttar Pradesh's Etawah. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed grief and announced a compensation of 4 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased. Principal of primary school Damdama was suspended after undistributed food grains for midday meal were found in the school due to the alleged carelessness of the principal. This came after the video of huge quantities of undistributed food grains went viral. With that, we're taking a very short break on the broadcast. News and updates will continue. Stay on with us.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Behel. First up, the top stories that we are tracking for you right now. Biggest pan-India crackdown on Islamic hardliner group Popular Front of India over suspected terror funding. Over 106 PFI activists have been arrested. Bosses of PFI units in Delhi, Assam, Telangana amongst those arrested. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds a review meeting following multiple probes linking PFI to hijab, anti-CAA protests, etc. Delhi riots and Sar Tan Se Juda hate chants also traced back to the organization. Sources suggest PFI ban is an option that is being considered and is on the table. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking National Highway in Kerala's Injakkal, chant anti-NIA slogans as intimidating tactics elsewhere to block investigations. With PFI's terror links under the radar, focus shifts on a political patronage to radical front. BJP leader blames Owaisi's AIMIM and KCR's TRS for national security endangering appeasement. Aam Aadmi Party versus Centre face-off shifts to Punjab now. Man government to move Supreme Court against the governor's decision to rescind his permission for special session, calling it unconstitutional. Aam Aadmi Party workers mobilized on streets to show off strength. Defiant AAP calls for special session again, this time on the 27th of September. United Opposition slams government for unconstitutional posturing. Court rejects Muslim side application for allowing 8 weeks time before going ahead with a hearing in Shringar Gauri Devi prayers case. Next hearing in Gyan Vyapi on September 29. Dissent within Congress ahead of party polls for president's post. Punjab BJP leaders including Ashwini Sharma and Sunil Jakhar were detained by police in Chandigarh when they tried to march towards Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's residence in order to gherao and in the decision to call a special assembly session to hold a trust vote. The permission for which, remember, had already been rolled back by Governor Banwari Lal Purohit. Police had to use water cannons against the BJP leaders and activists as they tried to force their way through the barricading near the party offices in Chandigarh.
पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में ये नौटंकी की कि हम विश्वास प्रस्ताव लाना चाहते हैं। अब वही नौटंकी पंजाब में की जा रही है भगवंत मान जी द्वारा कि हमने कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लेके आना है, जब गवर्नर साहब ने ये कहा कि ऐसा कोई प्राविधान ही नहीं है संविधान के अंदर कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन, नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन होता है, वो भी विपक्ष लाता है। 92 एमएलए आम आदमी पार्टी के उनके साथ हैं। 5 दिन पहले दिल्ली मीटिंग हुई, सारे एमएलए दिल्ली में थे। आज वो गवर्नर हाउस की तरफ मार्च करते हुए गए, सारे एमएलए उनके साथ थे। तो फिर कौन सा एमएलए जिसको आप दिखाना चाहते हैं कि कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाना चाहते हैं? पंजाब को टकराव में लाया जा रहा है। 50 साल में इतने गवर्नर आए, इतने मुख्यमंत्री आए, विपक्ष की सरकारें रही केंद्र में या पंजाब में विपक्ष की सरकारें रही, पर कभी भी किसी ने भी टकराव की स्थिति पंजाब की नहीं लेके आए। इससे पंजाब का नुकसान हो रहा है। असली मुद्दों से ध्यान भटकाया जा रहा है। ड्रग्स बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, उसके ऊपर कोई चर्चा ना हो। ड्रग माफिया आज पंजाब में बहुत भारी पड़ गया है। लिक्कर माफिया अरविंद केजरीवाल ने वहां खुद पंजाब में लेकर आ गए हैं। बेरोजगारी बढ़ती जा रही है। इन सब चीजों से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए भगवंत मान को इस काम में लगाया गया कि तुम हल्ला गुल्ला करो और को हमने सेशन लाना है। 1100 करोड़ रुपए आपने अभी 3 दिन पहले लोन लिया है और वो पैसा लेके आप फिर उजाड़ रहे हैं विधानसभा के सेशन के ऊपर। और अरविंद केजरीवाल की चौथे गवर्नर हैं। पहले दिल्ली में 3 गवर्नर हैं, तीनों के साथ अरविंद केजरीवाल।
Ultimately, they are trying to build up a narrative, and then for that they need a shelter or a shield of the assembly. Keep rattling this that their MLAs are being approached and someone is trying to buy them, but not a single piece of evidence. The governor is very much within the right to call off the session and then ensure that the public money is not wasted, because as per law this is not permitted.
उस आदेश ਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਲੈਣ ਦਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਉਚਿਤ संवैधानिक फैसला और मैं उसका स्वागत करना ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਸਭਾ ਤੇ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਸਦਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਾਇਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕੋ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਨੋ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਧਾਰਾ 58 ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਲਿਆਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਕੜੀ ਧਾਰਾ 'ਚ ਲਿਆਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਜਨਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣ। ਇਹ ਭਾਰਤ ਦਾ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ, ਇਹ ਨਿਯਮ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਭੀਮਰਾਵ ਅੰਬੇਦਕਰ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਬਣਾਏ। ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਿਯਮਾਂ ਦਾ ਅਪਮਾਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ।
And the latest in these developing face-off is a remark coming in from the Chief Minister of Punjab. Maan has now said that the state government has decided to summon a session of State Assembly on the 27th of September. This will be to discuss issues pertaining to state. The Chief Minister in the tweet has said that state government will be approaching Supreme Court against anti-democratic decision of the governor to cancel permission of holding session. Gurpreet, now the first time around when the permission was rescinded, the grounds that were cited by the governor was that there is no special provision to call for a special session only for the sake of confidence motion. Now when the CM tweets and says that they're going to discuss the issues of the state, they might be doing a go around?
Well, yes, of course. Now this time we have seen the Chief Minister has already spoken and saying that they are going to discuss stubble burning and other issues. And this was the main plea which the Punjab governor has taken. He says if there is a business in the Vidhan Sabha session, the permission can be granted. But for the confidence motion, the special session cannot be called at any cost. And he has already taken a legal opinion from the Solicitor General of India, Satyapal Jain, who has already reiterated that there is no special provision as per rule of Punjab Vidhan Sabha. There is no permission for having confidence motion special session. So now let's see that this political fight between the Punjab governor as well as the Chief Minister is still continuing, and Chief Minister of Punjab has already confirmed they are going to approach the apex court to challenge this decision of the Punjab governor.
But Gurpreet, this is a question that BJP has also been asking very persistently. What is the point of calling a special session, whether it was earlier billed as a confidence motion or now to discuss certain issues in the state? What will the government stand to gain out of this?
Well, that is the main question. Even the Punjab governor, when he was seeking this legal opinion and he has sought the legal opinion, even in that they say that when nobody has put a question mark over the majority of the state government, why this type of the session has been called. Now we have seen very articulately and very smartly this time which the session has been decided to call on 27th September. Very articulately the Chief Minister has spoken and saying they are going to discuss the stubble burning and other issues. So this was the main ground for the Punjab governor also. He was saying if there was a business in the Vidhan Sabha, permission can be granted. And earlier when he had granted the permission, they are taking the same plea because they feel that session is not for only for the confidence motion. The session was for some days and to discuss some issues related to the state of Punjab.
Gurpreet,
but that
if the permission is now granted technically because it is to discuss some issues related to the state, is there a possibility that once the session convenes, then the government can bring a confidence motion?
Well, it seems that that is the only strategy left with the Aam Aadmi Party, because once the session has already been started, then they can proceed and even they can also call this confidence motion. But now it's the total legal opinion. But now the governor, now this time they have very smartly, they played very smartly this time, because now governor cannot even deny, because they have already put some document before the Punjab governor saying they have wanted to discuss some issues related to Punjab, and during that period it might be possible they will bring this confidence motion, so that what we have learned from the legal effort entry also, they say once they are going to bring a confidence motion in Vidhan Sabha, at least 6 months the government is well safe and there will be no poaching at all.
Right, the big question now is whose confidence is it that the government is trying to gain, because they have a clear and absolute majority in the state of Punjab. Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us. We move on because we've got breaking developments coming in. One of the biggest stories of the day, the NIA ongoing crackdown on PFI, and now this comes in from Kerala, where the state unit has called for a dawn to dusk protest tomorrow. PFI leadership has said that this protest is against the arrest of their leaders in the state, because remember, in just Kerala today, raids have been conducted across 70 locations. 18 PFI leaders have been arrested. Senior leaders like Nazruddin Elamaram, OMA Salam, Malappuram, Sainuddin, PFI Idiki Secretary Mohammad Bashir, State President are also amongst those who have been taken into custody. And in view of that, now the state unit of Kerala has said that tomorrow they are going to protest across the state from dawn to dusk. Some locations that have been raided in Kerala where PFI is under the lens are Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kochi, Aluva, Kasaragod, Manakar, Kannur, Thrissur, Patambi, Eratupetta, and several pen drives, pamphlets and laptops have been recovered from those who are under the scanner. Vivek Karandalam now joins us for more details. Vivek, now PFI has said that they are going to protest tomorrow.
Hartal has been called, a 12 hours Hartal, that's a dawn to dusk Hartal has been called in Kerala tomorrow. The Hartal begins exactly at 6 o'clock till evening. All the basic, services will be allowed, like, medical services, newspapers, and also media people will be allowed, but the Hartal has been called now. Remember, 70 locations there has been raids that's been conducted, and 18 PFI leaders have been arrested, which includes National Vice President. Pen drives, laptops, and documents have been recovered from their houses, but PFI has been insisting that this is nothing but a witch hunt from the side of the central government, and the agencies are acting on the behest of the BJP and the RSS. Today, the national highway was blocked for 15 minutes, and the PFI leaders were seen raising slogans against the investigation agencies and the police.
Right. Thank you, Vivek, for joining us. We will wait and see how this pans out, because remember, there were several murders in the state, including that of Sanjeet, who was an RSS worker, etc., where PFI role was suspected, and which is probably why this allegation against the BJP and RSS is being peddled around. We take a very quick break on that note.
Anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati, and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now's leads coverage.
Senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh is in Delhi today amidst buzz around whether or not he's going to throw his hat in the ring for president's post for the party. He says no such thing, only here for Bharat Jodo Yatra. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on a 10-day visit to United States today met with his Estonian counterpart Urmas Reinsalu on the third day of 77th session of UNGA. NH 109 in the Rudraprayag district in Uttarakhand has been blocked after a sudden landslide. All travellers have been stopped at safe places, and once the debris is cleared, vehicular movement will resume. Atul Biswas, a 31-year-old man, has been sentenced to life prison for raping an 11-year-old minor girl in Assam's Dhubri district. Amidst a huge uproar over a Punjab governor withdrawing his assent to convene a special session of State Assembly, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has convened a meeting of all party legislators in the State Assembly to discuss party's future course of action. They have now decided to call for another special session on the 27th of September. India has hosted 10th Ministerial Commission of Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil, South Africa Trilateral Cooperative Forum, grouping on the sidelines of the 77th United Nations General Assembly. As many as 4 minor children have died and 2 others were injured when a portion of a wall of a house collapsed in Etawah in Uttar Pradesh. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has expressed grief and announced a relief amount of 4 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased. The principal of primary school in Damdama has been suspended after undistributed food grains for midday meals were found in the school due to alleged carelessness of the principal. This came after the video of huge quantities of undistributed food grains went viral. That's all we had for you in this broadcast. All the other news and latest updates on the other side.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states. Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now leads coverage.
چهارشنبهتون بخیر. سلام نسیک جون، اینجا اصفهانه. چهارشنبه کرمانشاه. اینجا رامسره. من از سابق. ما در تهران هستیم، مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
Welcome back. This is Times Now Live Wire and I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's take a quick look at the headlines at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. It's the biggest pan-India crackdown on Islamist hardline group Popular Front of India over suspected terror funding. Over 106 PFI members and cadre arrested. The bosses of PFI units in Delhi, Assam as well as Telangana among those apprehended by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. Amit Shah holds review meet following multiple probes linking PFI to anti-hijab, pro-hijab and anti-CA protests, Delhi riots as well as Sartan Se Juda chants. Sources suggest PFI ban option is on the Home Ministry's table. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking National Highway in Kerala's Injakkal. They chant anti-NIA slogans as intimidating tactics elsewhere as well to block investigations. With PFI's terror links under the radar, focus now shifts on the political patronage to this organization. BJP leader blames Owaisi's AIMIM and KCR's TRS for endangering national security through appeasement. The AAP versus Centre face-off shifts to the state of Punjab. The Bhagwant Mann government to move the Supreme Court over the governor, blocking a special session for calling a trust vote. The governor in fact said that was unconstitutional. AAP workers mobilized on the street in a show of strength. Defiant AAP calls for special session again on the 27th of September. United Opposition slams Mann Sarkar for unconstitutional posturing. The court in Varanasi rejects the Muslim side application for allowing 8 weeks' time before going ahead with the hearing in the Sringar Gauri case. Next hearing now on the 29th of September. Dissent within Congress party ahead of polls for the post of president. Rahul Gandhi and his family face questions over free and fair elections. The G23 to meet in Delhi tomorrow.
Now, the scale and magnitude of these raids are unprecedented. The NIA, the Enforcement Directorate and State Police are conducting massive raids across 11 states in India on the Popular Front of India. With the lens on terror funding, over 100 PFI leaders have now been detained by officials, while some have also been arrested. Many PFI state presidents and district presidents too have been detained and are currently being quizzed over alleged links with terror funding. Officials are also looking into incriminating materials which have now so far been recovered during these searches. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a meeting with the National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval and other top officials as the NIA carried out multiple raids on the PFI together with the Enforcement Directorate as well.
There is a major scuffle between the PFI activists and the police in the national highway. The PFI leaders have blocked the national highway out here. You can see the large number of police deployment has been deployed out here, and the vehicles, as you can see on the roads, the vehicles are being stopped. Senior PFI activists are holding banners and blocking the national highway. Kerala, as of now, raids have been conducted in 15 locations and nearly 10 PFI leaders have been arrested till now. Remember, this is the biggest raid as far as PFI, as far as ED and NIA is concerned. Remember, there was raids earlier, but that was only conducted by the NIA with the support of the police. But this time, the Enforcement Directorate, the NIA, with the support of the state and the central police, the paramilitary force, is being held at this point of time.
So our reporters from across the country have been tracking these developments. Priyank, Aishwarya as well as Vivek Karandalam now join us on the broadcast. Priyank, you've been tracking the developments very closely in the national capital, and you were reporting not very long ago from outside the residence of Amit Shah as well, where there was a meeting held between the Union Home Minister, the NSA, the DG of the NIA and representatives of the Enforcement Directorate as well. So there are clearly there's a coordinated attempt now to accumulate evidence against the PFI, with many speculating that they could be pushing for a possible ban as well.
Yes, before this matter can actually go to the tribunal, there has to be ample amount of evidence which can establish that yes, across the country, this is the organization which has been seen doing dubious thing, and here are the evidence which we have managed to gather within the time span of the raid which was carried out. So there is no possibility that the allegation which the PFI always makes that they are being framed by a particular agency can be established when the matter will actually go to the tribunal. That's why there was a need of a multi-agency coordinated raids to be carried out at several locations with those officer bearers of PFI who have been actively involved in various kind of dubious things. The agencies have been talking about the funding. They have also spoken about how they have seen the involvement of several individuals who are the office bearers of PFI, who have been convincing these people on the ground to attack the police forces whenever there is any kind of protest kind of situation. So today was a day when the officials actually decided that let's go for the final effort to gather evidence against PFI, and for which the agencies have carried out this attack. And very interestingly, there was a 90-minute meeting which happened at the residential office of the Home Minister of the country, with the two heads of ED as well as NIA were also present, along with the NSA himself as well as the Home Secretary. And all these issues have been apprised to the Home Minister. He has been briefed regarding the status of investigation. He has also been briefed regarding what has been gathered in the past, although he was already aware about it. But the evidences which the agencies will gather, which will be very important. There's two set of things which are happening. One part of the arrest is being done by the Enforcement Directorate under the sections of PMLA for the irregularities in the financial transaction, and all those accused who have been actively involved in anti-national activities will be arrested under the sections of UAPA. At 6 p.m. the NIA will officially come out with the name of those accused who have been arrested under the UAPA Act. Siddharth.
Absolutely. In fact, let me go across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya, what specifically under the radar of the agencies in the national capital are, of course, 4 members of the PFI, all of them office holders who've been detained and are likely to be arrested now with PMLA cases slapped against them for alleged terror funding. So if you could just take our viewers through the details of that as well.
Well, certainly 4 office bearers of the PFI were arrested in the morning when the ED and the NIA conducted raids at the Shaheen Bagh area where the PFI headquarters were. PFI headquarters of the Delhi unit was sealed early in the morning, and Parvez, who is the Delhi chief of the PFI, was also raided, and he was taken by the NIA and ED to the Enforcement Directorate, where currently the questioning is happening, along with other 3 who are arrested, who are the office bearers. Now remember, earlier to these raids, we have been telling to our viewers that there have been different raids which were conducted at Parvez's residence, in which one tablet was seized, and in that particular tablet and the document that was seized, the agencies clearly found out that there have been connections as far as the chats between one of the political leader as well as how there have been fundings which have been was involved. So certainly the ED and the NIA had information about how Parvez was involved. Remember, Delhi Police Special Cell arrested him as well earlier this year into the connections with the terror funding, as well as the NTCAA protest, as well as the JNU protest, and therefore the reason perhaps these documents which have been seized by the ED and NIA are very important, and therefore the reason perhaps he could be arrested under the PMLA Act or the UAPA Act if these documents prove to be right.
In fact, let me also go across to Vivek Karandalam, who's been monitoring developments very closely in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, where the PFI actually took out a protest not very long ago following a series of raids also conducted in the state of Kerala. So Vivek, coming to you, what can you tell us? Because there was an attempt on the part of the PFI to actually blockade the national highway, and this followed the series of raids that have been conducted by the NIA as well as the ED in Kerala, which has been an epicenter for the PFI's activities for many years.
That's right, Siddharth. Today, remember, there was raids that's been conducted at 70 locations in 14 districts of the state. Now, also 18 PFI leaders, including the National Vice President and also senior leaders from Ernakulam, Thrissur, has been arrested by the NIA. Remember, this is a combined raid that's been conducted by the NIA, the ED, with the support of the central and the state police. Remember, the PFI, the Popular Front of India, has been in the dock ever since 2016 onwards. Remember, this organization was formed in 2007. Earlier it was SIMI, then NDF, and then it was PFI. Its political outfit is SDPI. Remember, today morning from 4 o'clock onwards, the raids have begun in Aluva, in Thrissur, in Thiruvananthapuram. And today, when we actually went to the Thiruvananthapuram office where the raids were conducted, the office was closed and none of the officers were there. Office bearers were present at that point of time. Then we came to know that they are blocking the national highway, and when we went there, around 150 to 200 PFI leaders and small activists in Thiruvananthapuram was blocking the national highway for 20 minutes. I precisely asked the leader as what is the reason behind blocking the national highway. Why are you creating a problem, especially for the commuters? He said that we are an organization which is we are a registered organization. When the police can act at the behest of the central government, the BJP and the RSS, we have a democratic right to protest, and we are protesting in the most peaceful manner. But that said, remember, tomorrow there is a hartal that's been called by Popular Front of India. That's a dawn to dusk hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and all the essential items have been removed. And what we understand is that vehicular movement will be prevented and shops and establishments will also be closed. As far as the banning of PFI is concerned, yes, this question is being posed to the BJP and the RSS leaders a number of times. They said that once you get all the incriminating evidences that to prove that PFI is funding for terror activities, the organization will be banned. Back to you.
Right. So Vivek, Priyank as well as Aishwarya, we'd urge you to stay with us because it's been more than 12 hours now since the raids began in different parts of the country. As many as 11 states, more than 60 odd locations and more than 100 people apprehended by the authorities. Let's listen into these ground reports that have been sent in by reporters from different parts of the country.
Multi-agency raid, this is what we have been focusing on, and there have been multiple agencies like NIA, ED as well as the state police which is also helping the NIA and ED officials to carry out the searches. But before that, Parvez, the PFI head of the Delhi unit has been brought here at the NIA headquarters. What it had happened that over the period of a few years, there have been various involvement of this particular unit, the PFI, which has emerged in various anti-national activities. We have seen that how the role came on the riots which happened in the national capital. Their role also came out in various other protests which turned violent. Over the period of time, the agencies were looking at the funding which was being received by PFI. There were dubious transactions. There were a few transactions which was certainly not under the radar of the Indian agencies, which came later on. That's why there was a need of carrying out a simultaneous raid, because they were so much well connected with the various social media platform, as well as those talking modules through which they were able to communicate it to the other units. That's why many of the information was hidden. That's why there was a need to carry out a search at a simultaneous level at various states, so that all these units cannot hide information which can be very crucial for the agencies.
Now, following these raids, there's unfortunately been a very predictable whataboutery on the part of different politicians across parties, and now the National Conference is weighed in with its leader, Bashir Ahmed, calling these raids vindictive politics, as well as accusing the agencies of adopting a selective approach. He says that why RSS people have not yet been raided on the part of the same authorities, and why only one particular community or a section is being targeted. Let's listen to what he said.
विजिलेंस वाले हैं वो करते हैं, लेकिन इसमें ज़्यादा जो है वो पॉलिटिकल विंडिक्टिव नेचर से के रेड हैं ये। सतपाल जो हमारे गवर्नर थे, गवर्नर महोदय, उन्होंने अपने एक इंटरव्यू में एक दफ़ा नहीं बहुत दफ़ा कहा कि मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर में जब मैं गवर्नर था तो मुझे 2 फाइलें करने के लिए 300 करोड़ रुपए की ऑफ़र थी, और उसमें बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया कि आरएसएस का एक बंदा था और एक ऑफिसर था जिसका बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया उन्होंने। तो आज तक ये लोग नहीं बता पाए कि उसके बाद क्या हुआ उनका। वहाँ रेड नहीं हुआ, लेकिन आज की डेट के ऊपर जिस तरह के रेड हो रहे हैं वो सेलेक्टिव हैं।
Now, amid this crackdown, PFI supporters have hit the streets in different parts of the country against these raids, and they've raised anti-NIA slogans, calling the action a case of vendetta. They also said that this is just a bid to frame PFI cadre.
ഈ റോഡ് ഉപരോധിക്കാൻ പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നവസാമൂഹിക പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്, ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് നന്മ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്, ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുഴുവൻ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും ഇടപെട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ് നന്മയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി. ആ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തെ ആർഎസ്എസിന്റെ ചട്ടുകമായി പ്രവർത്തിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടുത്തെ നീതിപീഠങ്ങളും നിയമങ്ങളും അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സംസാരിക്കുവാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുമ്പോൾ, അവരുടെ താല്പര്യങ്ങളെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുവാൻ ഇവിടുത്തെ പോലീസുകാരുടെ നിയമങ്ങളും മറ്റ് സംവിധാനങ്ങളും മെനക്കെടുമ്പോൾ ഈ വിഷയത്തെ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ മുന്നിൽ, അധികാരികളുടെ മുന്നിൽ എത്തിക്കുവാനുള്ള ഒരു വഴിയായിട്ട് മാത്രമാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ഹൈവേ ഉപരോധം ഞങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഒരിക്കലും ജനങ്ങളെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള താല്പര്യം ഞങ്ങൾക്കില്ല. കാരണം ജനങ്ങളെ സേവിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുത്ത പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണ്. ജനങ്ങളെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിക്കാനല്ല ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഉദ്ദേശം. പക്ഷേ ഈ വിഷയം അധികാരികളുടെ കണ്ണ് തുറപ്പിക്കലാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ലക്ഷ്യം. കണ്ണുകൾ തുറന്നില്ല എങ്കിൽ കണ്ണുകൾ തുറക്കുന്നതുവരെയുള്ള വഴികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ കൃത്യമായി ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അജണ്ടകളുണ്ട്, തീരുമാനങ്ങളുണ്ട്.
They have not shown any particular proof for the raid. They have to show a summon or something, order copy which has been released by their higher officials to conduct this raid. We have inquired our staff who was inside also. They also said the same. And after conclusion, they have not taken any just taken a simple one bundle. We got information from our staff that they have taken our pamphlets, our regular work activities, PRO brochures, public relation brochures, all those things only. Just they have taken it, and nothing else. They have got any no electronic gadgets or nothing has been recovered.
Why were you protesting?
That is our democratic right. We should contend whenever any government agencies are being misguided.
So Aishwarya and Vivek Karandalam continue to join us on the broadcast because they've been covering these raids in the national capital as well as in the state of Kerala ever since they began at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. Aishwarya, coming to you first, like we discussed earlier, there are 4 people specifically under the radar of the PFI in the national capital alone. This is of course a nationwide series of raids that have been carried out, but specifically in the national capital there is an allegation of terror funding against these 4 officials of the PFI with the likelihood of PMLA being slapped against them as well.
Well, that's right. Four of the officials of the PFI were arrested in the joint raids by the NIA and ED. One was apprehended from Calicut and three others from Delhi itself, from Shaheen Bagh area, remember, which was the epicenter of the anti-CAA protest. Now, this particular individual, Parvez, who is the head of the PFI, was arrested earlier as well by the Delhi Police Special Cell, and he had links with the funding, the terror funding, and certainly the General Secretary of the PFI from Delhi unit also had certain links with the funding involved to the anti-CAA protest and the JNU protest as well. Now there have been two mobile phones, several documents, and other key evidences which the which the ED and the NIA has seized from the residence of Parvez and the PFI headquarters, and the PFI headquarters in Delhi was also sealed after raids being conducted. This is the first time, remember, in Delhi the PFI headquarters have been sealed by the NIA and ED. They are currently at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters in the national capital, and they are being questioned, and certainly if they are being involved in the terror funding and these documents prove to be right, then they will be arrested in the evening. Today at 6 p.m. we have been told that the NIA will give out the names of those individuals which have been arrested, just not from the national capital but from the entire country, because it was the biggest and the largest crackdown we have seen so far on PFI in the entire country, and the Home Minister himself monitoring this entire crackdown on the PFI.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Vivek Karindalam as well. Vivek, not very long ago you had also interviewed one of the first victims of the PFI, and that was Professor T.J. Joseph, whose hand was cut off by the PFI in the year 2009-10, for which 6 PFI personnel were actually convicted eventually by the court. The case was prosecuted by the NIA. The former cadres of the PFI in the state of Kerala have also gone on to join the ISIS, and the PFI spread its wings to such an extent in the state of Kerala that SDPI, its political wing, routinely contests elections. Give us a perspective of how deeply entrenched the PFI actually is in the state of Kerala.
Siddharth, as far as PFI and SDPI is concerned, it is very, very deeply entrenched, in Kerala, especially in North Kerala, which is the districts of Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kannur and Kasaragod. In 2017, if you look, we saw, 21 youngsters, who have gone and joined the ISIS, and after that, in 2017. 2018, we also saw, the Kannur police arresting at least 6 people who have got training from Syria and who have come back to Kannur. At that point of time, we have checked the background of these people. Most of them, I should say all of them, are PFI activists. And also after that, we saw a number of occasions, where PFI's role, especially when it comes to political killing, communal issues, PFI's role has been established. Just 7 days back, if you look at the arrest that's been made of Abu Bakr Siddiq, who has been the main accused, in the Srinivasan murder case this year alone, we saw his modus of operandi. The police officials who spoke to us has clearly said that he himself has prepared a modus of operandi on how to eliminate RSS cadres, and he has been arrested. So if you look at terror funding, if you look at even issues of forced conversion, and on various other cases, the hand of PFI and SDPI has been.
Let me just interrupt you there, Vivek, because we have an important piece of breaking news again related to the raids. A PFI leader who's been arrested by the NIA in Karnataka's capital city of Bengaluru and has been taken to Delhi. He's been accused of terror funding and of also carrying out anti-national activities. Times Now has now managed to access the exclusive transit remand copy of Yasir Hassan, a member of the PFI, and Swati Joshi will take us through the details of that remand copy. Over to you, Swati.
Absolutely, Siddharth. Like our reporters have been saying, after the raid, several PFI leaders have been arrested. Now, this is an application for the transit remand of accused Yasir Arafat, which has been accepted by the court. Let me take you through the grounds cited by the agency to get this transit. Now, it states that the central government has received credible information that the office bearers, members and cadre of Popular Front of India, along with others, are conspiring and raising or collecting funds from within India and abroad for committing or getting committed terrorist acts in various parts of India, including states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh and Delhi, etc. In pursuance to the conspiracy, they are also involved in radicalizing and recruiting Muslim youth to join proscribed organizations like the ISIs. In pursuance to the conspiracy, the above accused persons, which one of them is Yasir Arafat, are also involved in acts preparatory to the commission of terrorist acts using weapons with an intention to strike terror in the minds of the general public. These accused persons are also involved in providing training to their members and others to commit terrorist acts. The accused persons are also involved in promoting enmity among different groups and thereby causing communal disharmony in the society through social media and other platforms. Now here in point number 2, it talks about the FIR that was registered as per the directions of Ministry of Home Affairs, and FIR dated 13th April 2022 under sections 120 and 153 of the Indian
Those are the
Penal
sections
Code.
under
Yes.
which he sought to be prosecuted by the agency. Let me in fact go across to Imran as well, who's managed to access this remand copy. Imran, what can you tell us about some of the details pertaining to Yasir Hassan, who is the subject of this remand application on the part of the NIA?
Well, Siddharth, as you know, it's a nationwide crackdown which has been done by the NIA across several PFI offices, including in Karnataka, where more than 27 to 30 places the raids have been done, and many of the PFI leaders have been taken into custody. We were talking about now which remand copy we have got is of Yasir Hassan, alias Yasir Arafat Hassan. He is a PFI leader from Karnataka, and he's been taken into custody early in the morning in Bengaluru. Now, the NIA's remand copy says that similar charges of what he is there. He's been accused of terrorist acts or committing terrorist acts. He's also accused of part of larger group of raising and collecting funds to carry out anti-national activities in the state. And he also helped in youth join the proscribed organizations like ISIS as part of larger conspiracy against India. Now they have given this as a remand copy that they want custody of 5 days to take them to the NIA court in Delhi to be tried there, and in order to do that they needed remand copy, and which we have got exclusive copy of it. As you can see, he's been shown as someone who is part of the larger conspiracy, and since it's being a sensitive case and which has having high implications of national security, hence its transit is required, and it has been granted by the court.
Absolutely, and the PFI has actually been very active in the belt of coastal Karnataka as well. Also the murder of Rudresh in the year 2016, in whose charge sheet the NIA had made scathing allegations about the communal bent of the perpetrators who were responsible for the murder, who also allegedly belonged to the PFI. We'll slip into a short break for the time being. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Biggest anti-terror crackdown by NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI offices and leaders raided across 11 states.
We're looking at multiple locations, 11 different states that we're looking at such kind of crackdown taking place. It's massive.
Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here in Chennai.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati, and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now leads coverage.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
back. Good evening. You're watching Live Wire and I'm Swati Joshi, and we are continuously getting you live updates about the massive crackdown on NIA designated radical group PFI. Breaking news now coming in from Chennai, where the PFI workers are staging a protest against the raids and the arrest. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, the NIA officials have conducted raids at not just PFI office but also at the homes, the residences of the office bearers. At this point of time, the raid currently is underway in 8 places in the Madurai city. The raids are also taking place in Chennai and several districts of Tamil Nadu. These are visuals coming in of the PFI workers who have hit the streets now, protesting against the raids and the arrest of their leaders. Prapanch is joining us with more details. Prapanch, in Chennai, the PFI office was raided. Now the workers have hit the streets. They in fact are also alleging this is vendetta, this is targeting.
You could see that we are at the Arumbakam, near the Arumbakam railway station. Now here several scores of PFI cadres had come over here. Nearly 30 to 50 PFI cadres had come over here, and they staged a road roko briefly to condemn the NIA, in fact raids which have been conducting from the morning. In Tamil Nadu as we speak, nearly in Coimbatore, Madurai, Ramanathapuram, Tenkasi, Tirunelveli and Dindigul, NIA had been conducting raids, and in several places incriminating documents and electronic devices have been seized by the NIA. And in fact in Chennai we were given to understand that the raids were happening from 3:30 in the morning, and nearly 13 officers had gone from NIA to conduct the searches inside the PFI headquarters. However, the PFI headquarters has not been sealed or closed. It's still functioning, but several of the electronic devices and documents were recovered from that particular headquarters, and now we are given to understand that several prominent leaders of PFI have been raided, and nearly more than 10 persons have been detained in this regard. Now, short while back we could see a series of protests that was held in various places, and now at Arumbakam, it's an arterial road which goes to the airport. Now this place was now in fact a short while back PFI supporters and cadres had staged a road roko condemning the NIA arrest, and they said that this is vendetta politics, and because of which they were conducted, the raids are being conducted and they were being targeted. And in fact they raised slogans against the government and the NIA officials, and this was the scene which we could see in various places across Tamil Nadu, where in Madurai and Coimbatore especially, the PFI supporters and PFI cadres staged a massive road roko, and they also in fact raising slogans against the police officials and the CRPF officials who accompanied with the NIA officials for the searches. So over here we could see that a short while back the PFI supporters, in a series of protests that was arranged today in Arumbakam, we could see that PFI supporters had come and staged a road roko.
Right, absolutely. Now this is a joint operation, Prapanch, by the NIA, the ED and the state police as well of the respective states where the raids are currently underway. How many people have been arrested from Tamil Nadu?
Now we are going to understand that more than 10 persons have been detained by the NIA officials across Tamil Nadu. Yet the final number is yet to come. However, as per the initial reports that we are given to understand, nearly more than 10 persons have been in fact detained from across the state, and this number is expected to go up. However, as of now, we have only been given to understand that several documents from several locations have been seized, and also prominent figures in Popular Front of India's properties and houses have been raided, like in Madurai, Mohammad Khalid Jinnah in Sengote, A.S. Ismail in Coimbatore, Hayaz Ahmad in Kadalur. So these people are prominent in Tamil Nadu, and in fact Hayaz Ahmad was detained from Kadalur.
In the case of these units in several districts of Tamil Nadu have been arrested. They are under the scanner of the agencies. Prapanch, stay on with us. We're getting some breaking inputs. In fact, one of the accused PFI leader who has been arrested is being produced at the Patiala House Court by the NIA. Priyank, my colleague, is joining us with more details. An accused, Priyank, has been presented by the agency in front of the court. What's happening?
Yes, Adi, Swati, and what we have seen that one of the accused has been brought to the NIA special court here in Patiala House Court in the national capital, although the identity of the accused is yet to be revealed because his face is muffled, and the NIA officials are yet to clear it before the court that who is this particular individual. But what we can see, a man who's a heavily built up man has been brought to the special court here at the Patiala House Court. The NIA officials are yet to clear regarding the identity because there have been several accused who have been arrested. What we have getting to know that many of the accused who have been arrested from the southern part of the country like Karnataka have also been taken from Karnataka and will be produced here at the Patiala House Court tomorrow, because the NIA officials have already taken the transit remand of those accused. So the multi-location raid is also being carried out. We have got some gist of this particular remand copy, which will be used by the NIA for producing them, and the FI copy is clearly mentioned, the FI copy content which is clearly mentioning about that they have been involved with radicalizing Muslim youth to join various organizations, and these accused have a communal tension to carry out any terrorist attack, and weapons can also be used by them. So there have been series of allegations which has also been put in by the National Investigating Agency. Our viewers need to understand there are two set of agencies which is arresting these set of individuals who are from the PFI. One set of individuals who are right now behind us at the Enforcement Directorate have been arrested under sections of PMLA. The other set of accused who have a very strong inclination towards the radical organization are being arrested under sections of UAPA. So that is a clear-cut thing that the agencies want to bring out very big fact. But the meeting which happened today at the official residence of the residential office, of the Home Minister, is quite clear that now the central government is making their move to ban PFI, because the Home Minister was present in the meeting, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was present in the meeting, Abhishek, Mr. Bhalla, who is the Home Secretary, was also present along with the Chief of NIA as well as ED. So that is quite clearly showing, Swati, that this is the final nail into the coffin.
Absolutely,
in the
Priyank.
terms
In fact,
of
so far we have seen PFI members come under the scanner of the agencies in several cases, and there was always a raid or a crackdown or arrests made on a case-to-case basis. This time around, it's a pan-India crackdown on the PFI organization. I'll come back to you, Priyank, for more details on that and the high-level meeting that you were talking about. Before that, let's take a quick look at the developments that have taken so far. Since yesterday, these raids are underway. This is the largest ever investigation process till date. The NIA, the Enforcement Directorate and the state police are conducting massive raids across 11 states in India on PFI. The lens is on terror funding. Over 100 PFI leaders have been detained by the officials, while some have also been arrested. Many PFI state presidents have been detained and are currently being quizzed over the alleged links with terror funding. Officials are also looking into incriminating materials which have been recovered during the searches. Meanwhile, like my colleague Priyank was also pointing out, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a meeting with NSA Ajit Doval and other top officials as NIA carried out multiple raids on PFI in 11 states across the country.
इस वक्त हम दिल्ली में हैं और दिल्ली के अबुल फजल एनक्लेव में रहने वाले पीएफआई के दिल्ली यूनिट के अध्यक्ष परवेज के घर पे भी आज जो है रात में रेड की गई और परवेज और साथ साथ उनके भाई को जो है वो ईडी जो है डिटेन कर ले गई है। इसी मकान में अबुल फजल एनक्लेव के इस मकान में परवेज जो रहते हैं और तकरीबन 200 के आसपास जो हैं वो सुरक्षाकर्मी, जिसमें पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेज, दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ साथ ईडी के जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे और तकरीबन रात को 3, 3:30 बजे जो है यहाँ पर ईडी पहुँची थी और 8 बजे के आसपास यहाँ से रवाना हुई है। उम्मीद की जा रही है कि परवेज को जो है आज कोर्ट में पेश किया जा सकता है। फिलहाल परवेज को दिल्ली के ईडी स्थित दफ्तर में रखा गया है। हालांकि जो परवेज का परिवार है उनका ये कहना है कि जो ये सारे आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं वो बेहद गलत हैं। ईडी अपनी कार्रवाई के दौरान जो है मोबाइल फ़ोन और लैपटॉप भी जो है वो जब्त करके ले गई है।
This is the actually PFI office building located in this building in the Chandrangutta area of the Hyderabad city, where it was stated that the PFI main headquarters was functioning from this place, from several districts, and all the district presidents and secretaries, general secretaries, will be conducting meetings here on the ongoing activities of the PFI in the state. However, I will try to go to this building, and as of now we can say that NIA officials along with the ED officials and also local police and paramilitary forces, they have come to this building. They have sealed the PFI office. I would like to show you the order here. This is the order given by the this is Krishna Kumar Bharadwaj. He is the inspector of NIA, and this premises has been locked and sealed by the National Investigation Agency. So basically raids were conducted on last Sunday, and now NIA as well as we can also see here the seal by the NIA and ED as well as, so basically this is the office, NIA office here.
There have been raids going on over here from 4 a.m. today morning. One team of NIA officers had arrived. We are getting to know from NIA sources that a total of 10 NIA team members, including the Enforcement Directorate, are right now on the 3rd floor of that building, the Popular Front of India. And over there, the PFI leader, Sheikh Mukhtar, he is also being questioned. That is what we are getting to know from NIA sources. Another thing that we've got to know is that there is a call center on the 2nd floor of the same building, and on the 2nd floor of this building the call center is also being looked into by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, because the NIA feel that there is a connection between the call center and the Popular Front. Probably the NIA feel that there is a link in the terror funding, the calls that used to come, the money that used to come. Probably the call center was used.
Priyank also continues to be with us on the broadcast. Let's quickly go back to Priyank if he is still with us on the broadcast. Priyank, you were talking about the high-level meeting. Now, like I said, so far we have seen action against the organization and its members on a case-to-case basis, but this is a pan-India crackdown that also makes the intent very, very clear. Now, ban on PFI, a pan-India ban is also being said could be the next step that is very much on the cards.
Yeah, certainly, and we are also joined by Bhavtosh, Swati here. Bhavtosh, the latest information which we are getting, and that's a breaking input, Swati, which we are getting, that the NIA has accused these PFI officials for inciting youth to join ISIS. Bhavtosh, the document which we have access are clearly indicating that now the NIA has clearly stated that these people were radicalizing Muslim youth, and they were also, telling them to join ISIS. That's a big revelation which has come out.
Yes, in fact, Priyank, this goes much beyond what we were reporting earlier, because we have, in fact, you have accessed the remand note that has been filed by the NIA official in Bangalore, and obviously it will be the same remand note that will be filed across India. 106 individuals have been detained and arrested. Now, the remand note specifically mentions that PFI of workers, cadres are inciting Muslim youths to make them join proscribed organizations like ISIS. Now, ISIS is a banned organization. Direct charge on PFI that they are trying to incite Muslim youths to join a proscribed organization like ISIS. Now, PFI in India is not a banned organization, but this time around, very serious charge have been leveled by NIA. In fact, that's the charge under which this new fresh FIR has been filed by NIA. One has to wait and see what the government says, because there's a very serious charge that has been leveled by the government, by NIA, that PFI, an organization which is spread across the country, is trying to incite and motivate and also
those are the grounds on which the action is being taken. Priyank and Bhavtosh, thank you very much for getting us the details. We're moving on. We have some breaking inputs coming in. Birmingham Temple terror truth is out now. In fact, the proof of planned anti-Hindu hate is out in the public domain. The Islamists who targeted the Hindu community in Birmingham broke the agreement. They gathered despite giving assurances to the cops. We in fact have accessed the advisory that was issued on the 19th of September. Now, this particular advisory was violated. Let's go across to Krish, my colleague, who's joining us with more details. After Leicester, the Hindu community came under the attack, came on the radar of the Islamists in Birmingham. We're being told it was a planned attack.
For the first time in this saga where Hindus came under attack, Times Now has accessed an advisory. The letter written on September 19th by the Superintendent, here is his name, Intelligence West Midlands Police Superintendent Phil Asquith. He had written a letter asking people on either side to not gather, to not protest, while the Hindu side abided by the agreement of peace. The Islamist mob gathered at the spot, and we know what happened after that. Let me just read the letter in entirety. It says you may have seen media reports following outbreaks of disorder and violence in Leicester last night. 2 people were arrested, vehicles, property damaged. We are hearing reports that people may have travelled to Leicester from other parts of country, possibly including Birmingham and wider West Midlands area. We don't know if this is accurate, but as a precaution, we are asking you as community and faith leaders to urge people not to travel to Leicester. We understand people may feel they want to be in Leicester as a show of solidarity for their community, but please stress this is not going to help and they risk being prosecuted should they get involved in the trouble. Faith leaders in Leicester are appealing for calm, and the last thing we want is for tensions to be escalated by people going to the area from other parts of the country. Dispersal orders are in place in certain parts of Leicester where disorder has occurred, and there is a significant police operation in place in the city. We are working with the Leicestershire police and monitoring the situation. Your help and cooperation would be welcomed. If you have any concerns or information, we are here to help you. Look at the way how the authorities are almost pleading that let's come together, let's bury the hatchet, let's not mobilize a crowd there, let's have peace. But while the Hindu side abided by this peace agreement, a mob gathered there and unleashed mayhem, all of which has been captured on camera, Swati.
Absolutely. The advisory was violated despite giving assurances to the cops. The mob gathered there and a planned attack. That's what's coming to the fore. Pranish, thank you very much for getting us those details. A quick break with that. Amid a huge row over the Punjab governor withdrawing his assent to convene a special session of the State Assembly, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann convened a meeting of all party legislators in the State Assembly to discuss the party's future course of action. India hosted the 10th Ministerial Commission of Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil, South Africa Trilateral Cooperative Forum, grouping on the sidelines of the 77th United Nations General Assembly. As many as 4 minor children died and 2 others were injured when a portion of a wall of a house collapsed in Uttar Pradesh's Etawah. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed grief and announced a compensation of 4 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased. Principal of primary school Damdama was suspended after undistributed food grains for midday meal were found in the school due to the alleged carelessness of the principal. This came after the video of huge quantities of undistributed food grains went viral.
سلام من سیفور اینجا اصفهانه چهارشنبه کرمانشاه اینجا رامسره من از ساغر ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب
Good evening, you're breaking ground. I'm Advaz Gopalakrishnan. First up, a quick look at the top 50 headlines. 106 PFI activists have been arrested in the biggest pan-India crackdown on PFI over suspected terror funding. Home Minister Amit Shah reviews the following multiple probes linking PFI to agitations over hijab, CA, Delhi riots and the Sartan Se Juda hate chants. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking the national highway in Kerala's Injakkal. Agitators have chanted anti-NIA slogans. PFI's terror links under radar focus shifts from political patronage to the radical front. BJP leader blames Owaisi's MIM and KCR's TRS for national security, endangering appeasement. After raids, PFI slams bid by totalitarian state to muzzle the voice of dissent, claims witch hunt by central agencies, says all charges by NIA are baseless. Congress meanwhile politicizes the raids, equates PFI with RSS, questions why no raids of RSS and Bajrang Dal. PFI outfit also called for a dawn to dusk hartal in the southern state to mark their strong protest against the Central Agencies Act. AAP versus Centre face-off shifts to Punjab. Man government is mulling to move the Supreme Court against Governor, blocking special session for trust vote as unconstitutional. Carrying placards with messages of stop murder of democracy in Operation Lotus Murdabad, AAP MLA slammed the Congress and BJP for allegedly being hand in glove against it. A defiant AAP has called for a special session again on September 27th. The United Opposition slams the Man Sarkar over unconstitutional posturing. BJP leaders have staged a protest against the AAP government, staged a march to Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's residence. Police have fired water cannons against the protesters and have detained BJP leaders. There's growing dissent within Congress ahead of the party polls. Gandhis face questions over free elections. G23 is all set to meet in Delhi tomorrow. With the Congress presidential polls round the corner, party leader Rahul Gandhi said that decisions, including that of one man, one post taken at the Chintan Shivar at Udaipur in Rajasthan earlier this year, must be followed. In a first indicator of leaders taking sides in the upcoming contest for the top post, senior Congress leader Gaurav Vallabh voiced support for Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who many believe has the backing of the current leadership. The Congress party has issued a notification for the party's presidential election. According to the notification, nominations for the party president's post can be filed from September 24 to September 30th. BJP's national president JP Nadda arrives in Madurai. He will meet eminent personalities from various fields here and will also attend a public meeting in Karaikuri in Shivaganga. Delhi Police's special cell arrested 2 key members of an international narcotics cartel from Bihar. Police have also seized 10 kilograms of heroin and 10 kilograms of opium, worth over 70 crore rupees. Union Health and Family Welfare Minister Mansukh Mandavia said that the Indian Red Cross Society is known for its work in helping and aiding humanity in times of need. He's also added that it needs to introspect its strengths and weaknesses. Indian Navy is to evaluate $5 billion of tenders to buy 26 combat aircraft. The report of the extensive trials of the Rafale and the American F-18 planes. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren has held a high-level meeting with DGP, Home Secretary, Chief Secretary and senior police officials of the state, as well as police superintendents of all districts, including the Naxal-affected districts, on the law and order situation and crime control in the state. ED has come out and said that it has attached dockyards, agricultural lands, commercial properties and bank deposits worth more than 2,747 crore rupees as part of an alleged bank loan fraud linked to money laundering investigation against ABG Shipyard, its group companies and linked entities. The Varanasi court has issued a notice to the Muslim side and the Hindu side's plea for carbon dating of the Shivling. The next hearing on the matter is to be held on September 29th. The BMC has denied permission to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena as well as the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's faction for holding the Shera rally at Shivaji Park. The permission has been denied on the basis of law and order issues raised by Mumbai Police. India's host to the 10th Ministerial Commission of the Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil, South Africa Trilateral Cooperation Forum. Now this grouping is happening on the sidelines of the 77th United Nations General Assembly. Mr. Hugh Rao, Punjab Governor, withdrawing his assent to convene a special session of the State Assembly. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has convened a meeting of all party legislators in the State Assembly to discuss the party's future course of action. At least 4 people have been injured after a stampede broke out at Gymkhana grounds after a huge crowd of cricket fans gathered there to get tickets for the India vs Australia match. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat met with many Muslim intellectuals, including Chief Imam Dr. Imam Umar Ahmad Ilyasi. As per sources, issues like the hijab controversy, Gyan Vapi and maintenance of peace and harmony amongst religions were discussed in the meeting. A Delhi court grants anticipatory bail to social media influencer Bobby Kataria in connection with a video showing him smoking on a SpiceJet flight. The tenure of the director of AIIMS Delhi will come to an end on September 23rd, and as per sources, Randeep Guleria's successor's name is expected anytime soon. In a viral clash video from UP's Mussoorie area, a few boys were seen thrashing each other even after a car rammed into them. Some have also been taken into custody. The principal of primary school Damdama was suspended after undisputed food grains from midday meals were found in the school due to the alleged carelessness of the principal. This came after the video of huge quantities of undistributed food grains have gone viral. As many as 4 minor children died and 2 others were injured when a portion of a wall of a house collapsed in Uttar Pradesh's Itawa. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed grief and announced a relief amount of 4 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launched the host city logo of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup India 2022. Chief Minister said that organizing this event in Goa would give a boost to sports and fitness in the state. As many as 3 passengers were killed and 4 others were injured after a bus they were travelling in overturned in a village in Chhattisgarh's Jashpur district. All stranded vehicles and passengers have been rescued from the Barlacha Pass on NH3. No movement of vehicles has been allowed during night hours. Local train services on one of the central railway routes in Mumbai were disrupted due to a snag in a signalling system. Some of the local trains considered as the lifeline of Mumbai were cancelled, while some were running late. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's on a 10-day visit to the United States met with his Estonia counterpart Urmas Reinsalu on the 3rd day of the 77th session of the UNGA at the UN headquarters in New York. NH 109 in the Rudraprayag district in Uttarakhand has been blocked after a sudden landslide. All travellers have been stopped at safe places, and once the debris is cleared, vehicular movement will begin. Atul Biswas, a 31-year-old man who was sentenced to life imprisonment for raping an 11-year-old minor in Assam's Dhubri district. Bollywood actor Ravina Tandon on Thursday was appointed as the Goodwill Ambassador for Maharashtra. Tandon described it as an honor to serve as a wildlife ambassador. A former Chinese justice minister was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve on charges of taking bribes and helping criminals, including his brother, to hide illegal activities. Leaders of South Korea and Japan have agreed to accelerate efforts to mend ties frayed over Japan's past colonial rule of the Korean Peninsula as they held their country's first summit talks in nearly 3 years on the UNGA sidelines. Cambodia's UN-backed Khmer Rouge Tribunal has rejected the appeal of a genocide conviction by the communist group's last surviving leader in what is expected to be the special court's last session. During a video to the United Nations General Assembly, Zelensky called for a special tribunal to punish Russia for its aggression, which has left thousands of people killed, displaced millions, and reduced towns to rubble. Former tennis world number 1 Naomi was all set to play Brazil's Beatriz Haddad Maia in the second round, but withdrew, saying her body won't let her compete. A former Deputy Nevada Attorney General accused of a 1972 killing in Honolulu said that he wants to fight extradition to Hawaii because he believes his constitutional rights were violated when he was arrested last week. In the first of its kind Save the World experiment, NASA is about to clobber a small, harmless asteroid millions of miles away. A spacecraft named DART intended on slamming at it at the rate of 14,000 miles per hour. More than 500,000 people in Puerto Rico remained without water service for 3 days after Hurricane Fiona slammed into the U.S. territory. Many have spent hours in lines to fill jugs in fact, from water trucks, while others scooped water from the mountain runoff. British Prime Minister Liz Truss used her speech at the UNGA Assembly to warn democracies that they must deliver for their citizens on safety and the economy, or they will fall behind in the fight for survival against autocracy. Ecuador's authorities confirmed the death of a woman mayor who disappeared more than a week ago inside the main police office training center where her husband was an instructor. to the crackdown as far as PFI is concerned. There's some breaking news coming in on the top of this bulletin. Times now has accessed the NIA remand note saying that PFI was trying to influence Muslim youth to join the proscribed organization like ISIS. Now this is a big development coming in, and we will go right across to Priyank Tripathi as well as Bhavtosh Singh, who are joining us for more on this. Bhavtosh and Priyank, this is a very, very significant piece of information that we are breaking, because it is very clearly saying that PFI is trying to radicalize the youth of the nation. To you first, Priyank.
Yes, Sir Madhav, this is a very big charge which is coming out officially from the officials of NIA, because since morning we have been getting source-based information. But these are the first document which clearly shows that what was the reason because of which there was a need for the multi-state, multi-location raid which was carried out since early in the morning, and then which has resulted to arrest of dozens of PFI officials. In the remand note, NIA officials are clearly stating it before the court that they need to probe a larger conspiracy. They have ample amount of proof which shows that how these individuals were trying to indoctrinate Muslim youth and misguide them to join ISIS, and this was the investigation which initially started after the recommendation of Ministry of Home Affairs. So that is a quite clear proof, Madhav, which clearly shows that the NIA has been working on the anti-terror module. They have been focusing on the association of these individuals of indoctrinating youth and sending them to ISIS. These are the basic and very strong allegation on the basis of which this multi-location raid was carried out. We have also got visuals from the Delhi's Patiala House Court. We have got visuals from the southern state which clearly shows that multiple location raid have also resulted into arrest of several individuals, and their remands are being sought by NIA. Most of them will be brought here to the national capital after their transit remand has been taken there. Back to you.
All right, so this is a very, very significant aspect of this crackdown by the authorities. In fact, Bhavtosh Singh continues to be with us, but really, of course, what we're looking at is the inside story of the crackdown that is taking place on these organizations. And this is, of course, the killing of BJP netas by PFI's ISIS-linked workers has triggered the decision, is what the inside story is. We've also been told that NIA began its probe that revealed a clear and present danger from the PFI. The go-ahead for the crackdown was given by the Union Home Minister himself, and the decision was taken during Amit Shah's August 4th visit to Bengaluru. During the visit, Shah was briefed by the State Chief Minister Bommai on the threat from PFI. A team constituted to raid PFI 3 days after Shah and Bommai's meeting. Let's go across to Pranesh for more on this. Pranesh, I believe you have the document with you. Take us through what exactly is the document that Priyank has accessed.
We'll talk about the document in a bit because we've missed the bus, Madhav, but let me tell you this. Times Now has accessed the inside track of how this crackdown came about on the PFI. You would remember, and so would our viewers, that Home Minister Amit Shah was in Karnataka. Now, during this visit, he was briefed by the Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai himself on the developments and the leads that the Karnataka police had gathered when they were investigating the murder of a BJP worker. Those leads and some intelligence inputs put together, the Home Minister was convinced that this is a fit case that needs deep diving, which is why, after discussing the situation and the leads that were thrown into that were gathered by the Bangalore police, Home Minister Amit Shah gave a go-ahead. Just 3 days after Amit Shah's Bengaluru visit, a team was put in place tasked to carry out raids, searches, pan-India crackdown on PFI, SDPI and all its sister organizations. The charge, as you are all aware, is of terror funding, money laundering. Now, while we've told you what the inside track was, let me quickly focus on the NIA note that Times Now has accessed. Let me just read the first paragraph. The central government has received credible information that the office bearers, members and cadres of the PFI, along with others, are conspiring and collecting fronts from within India and abroad. Here is this mention that raises eyebrows. For committing or getting committed terrorist acts in various parts of India, including states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, etc. In pursuance to the conspiracy, they are also involved in radicalizing and recruiting Muslim youths to join proscribed organizations like the ISIS. Madhav, I want to stress on this point once again. In pursuance to the conspiracy, this was not some random money laundering Hawala network. In pursuance to the conspiracy, the NIA believes they are also involved in radicalizing and recruiting Muslim youth to join the proscribed organizations like ISIS. And I want to now link both these two inputs which we are breaking on Times Now. After the government was convinced about the inputs it had, after speaking to Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai, Home Minister Amit Shah decided to give a go-ahead. A panel was formed. The task was to ensure a foolproof plan so that a crackdown can be mounted on PFI. The results are all before us. In early morning raids across as many as 11 states, more than 300 officers of the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate swooped down on PFI offices, PFI workers. While offices were sealed, over 100 PFI workers, including state chiefs, were placed under arrest. Madhav.
All right, this is a massive development coming in, and in fact, let me quickly take this across to our other reporters also joining us. Bhavtosh Singh is with us. Bhavtosh, it is very clear now that there was a specific input that was received by the Union Home Minister coming from as high as the Karnataka Chief Minister, and is that input that has led to the series of actions and crackdown as far as the PFI is concerned. Now, many are seeing that the demand for a ban on PFI that has been there for several years, this could perhaps potentially pave the way for that if there is enough material that is recovered during the process of these raids. Bhavtosh.
Yes, Madhav, in fact, one can expect that some tangible action will be taken, because it has been accessed exclusively by Priyank. Clearly mentions that a legal, or at least a organization like PFI, which is not yet banned, is having links with an organization which is proscribed organization like ISIS. Now, ISIS is banned not only in India, but it is banned across the world. It's a UN designated terror organization, and ISIS link with the PFI has been mentioned in the remand note, which has been accessed by Times Now. So it's a very serious charge that has been leveled by NIA. Now, there are two aspects of the searches that have happened today. One is by NIA, which is the lead agency as far as today's action is concerned. Second is by the Enforcement Directorate, which is probing the money laundering aspect as far as PFI's operation is concerned. We are right outside the Enforcement Directorate, where at least 4 to 6 top functionaries of PFI are presently under arrest and presently being questioned, including the president of PFI Delhi Zonal Office. They are all being questioned here. NIA is carrying out its own operation, but very serious charge have been leveled by NIA, which in its own document has said that PFI is trying to incite and also trying to radicalize and also recruiting the Muslim youth in an organization like ISIS, which is banned not only in India but across globe. One has to wait and see what the PFI says. The statement that have been issued by PFI since morning are all directed towards center, but not answering the main question, the links of PFI with Muslim youths and with ISIS. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. And in Bhavtosh, this is perhaps the single biggest such action that has ever been taken against the PFI. Now, we have seen, for instance, in past states such as Jharkhand have tried to go ahead and ban the PFI. But Priyank, this kind of a coordinated, a raid taking place by not one but two agencies, which obviously have been working in tandem on this particular aspect, the ED and the NIA. This just goes to show that, the number of cases in which PFI officials or members have been accused of even violent crimes in the past. Despite that, this kind of a crackdown has been unprecedented. Priyank.
Yesterday, Madhav, and since morning we have been observing that the opposition parties have also come out and hit out on the centre, that the centre is not taking and talking about those serious issues which are relevant for the country. But if you see this kind of statement which is coming out from the officials of NIA at before the court, it's quite clearly showing, Madhav, that this is of a very serious thing in nature, because this is the first document which clearly shows that how NIA is officially before the court. And mind, this is not a normal document. This is a document which has been produced before the court, where the officials of the federal agency is talking about that how they have found link of these individuals trying to indoctrinate youth, and that is a very serious thing in nature, and that is the reason because of which these multiple raids have been carried out. See, time and again multiple agencies, Delhi police, in state of Bihar, Karnataka, Kerala, every state unit of police have been talking about the involvement of these accused with several outfit which has added fuel to the fire to the protest. They have been indulging in violent activity, but there was no clear evidence before the NIA officials which can certainly be substantiated before the court of law. And when the matter goes to the tribunal for the banning of PFI, they need to have a substantial information with them so that the PFI can be banned. And certainly I would say this is the final nail into the coffin, where the official of the federal probe agencies are talking about that how they have found link of these individuals with radicalizing youth and trying to send them to join ISIS. That's a massive thing which has come out, Madhav, and I would say that after these accused who have been produced and after their questioning, there will be more and more information which will be gathered by these agencies, and it's not too far before PFI can actually be banned in India.
Well, absolutely, and in fact this is very, very significant. And in fact, before I go across to Pranesh, who can get us more details in that document that Priyanka has accessed, let's quickly go across to defense expert General G.D. Bakshi, who's joining us on the phone line. General Bakshi, what do you make of this? Because this is a very, very serious bit of information that we are putting out. This is the direct link now of PFI and international terror organizations such as ISIS. Now, this is being said by the NIA in its remand note. Of course, what will ultimately happen in a court of law, we don't know. But this is a very, very serious charge or accusation, at least, that is being made.
Of course it is. And, it stands to reason. We have been saying that the PFI should have been banned a long time back because some of its intentions are dangerous. Some of its moves are extremely destabilizing. Trying to establish linkages with organizations like the ISIS. Then there is the resuscitated Taliban, thanks to the United States, which has ensconced them there. And there is the weakness in our own camp where we are all getting set to recognize the Taliban, being one of the few countries in the world. Even Pakistan has not recognized the Taliban. Now we want to cross a step ahead and recognize the Taliban. I think we are heading for dangerous times, and we need to take preemptive action well in time. There is no point bolting the stable doors once the horse has fled. So we need to nip this in the bud well in time and not wait for things to escalate and go out of hand and hit us in the face before we take countermeasures. We have to preempt. We cannot be reactive. We cannot be just responsive. We cannot wait for things to happen and stare us in the face before we take countermeasures. We have to preempt. If it raises a bit of a political storm in the teacup, so be it.
All right. Thank you so much, General Bakshi, for joining us and sharing with us your perspective. In fact, we have more news coming in at the moment. In fact, accused is being taken to the special court in Delhi. Now, this is Anis Ahmed, the PFI General Secretary, is amongst those who is being taken to the special court. That's the breaking information coming in at the moment. In fact, Anis Ahmed, PFI General Secretary, being taken to the special court in the national capital. That's the information coming out at this point in time. So, a huge development taking place over there. Several of those who have been detained now being taken to courts where of course their custody is expected to be sought by the prosecuting agencies which are investigating into this entire matter. quick response from Bhavtosh on this. Bhavtosh, now Anis Ahmed is the General Secretary of the PFI and he is being taken in fact to the special court in Delhi. Alright, I'm told we have Priyank with us on that. Yes, Priyank, take us through the details of what exactly is the role of Anis Ahmed that is being probed.
See, Madhav, these are the individuals whose name have surfaced in the Delhi riots. They were questioned by the agencies, and later to that, they were also questioned by the Enforcement Directorate here in the national capital. There was a tablet which was recovered from the possession of Parvez, who was the head of a PFI unit in Delhi. And while scanning of these documents, the agencies found that they have been clinching evidence which shows that there was foreign funding which was being received, and 2/3 amount of the money was sent to the bank account, and 1/3 was sent to the officers, which was certainly unaccounted. But what is very serious thing in nature is that these 18 accused, who have been produced before the special NIA court here in the national capital, clearly shows that the NIA have officially come on record and stated that these are the individuals who have been arrested under the sections of UAPA. On the other side, you have Parvez, who is right here at the Enforcement Directorate's office here in the national capital, where the Parvez has been arrested under the sections of PMLA Act. So they have been two aspects of the story, which Bhavtosh has been indicating to our viewers since morning. That on one side, one set of accused are being arrested under the sections of UAP, which is Unlawful Prevention Act, which is waging war against nation. And on the other side, there was a financial transaction which was being dealt by the topmost office bearers of PFI, who are being booked under the sections of UAPA. So that's why there was a need of a multi-agency and multi-coordinated attack on the backbone of PFI, so that all those evidences which have been coming time and again from various state police agency can be brought on one record. There should be one agency which will go before the tribunal when there will be an attempt by the MHA to ban PFI in the country, and that was a reason because of which this information was shared with the NIA. The NIA took over the investigation, and following to which these arrests have been made. But the revelation, the story which we are talking and breaking at this hour, is that NIA is talking about the involvement and indoctrination by the members of PFI to send them to ISIS, join ISIS, is certainly something big.
All right, the very, very big news break coming in from Priyank Tripathi. He has accessed what could perhaps be the most significant news break today as far as the crackdown on PFI is concerned, and it's linked to international terror organization, that is the ISIS. And this is certainly going to be a very, very important if this is proved in a court of law by the agencies that are investigating this entire matter. Thanks so much, Priyank, for joining us with that breaking piece of information and keeping us ahead. For the moment, we're slipping into a quick break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
I'm Siddharth Talia. Now, it's an unprecedented outreach by the Sarsang Chalak of the RSS, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Over the last 10 days, he's held meetings with intellectuals and religious leaders of the Muslim community. The idea is to create an atmosphere of trust between the two communities at a time when even madrasa and waqf surveys are being looked at with suspicion and are being used by political parties to foment a divide. After meeting intellectuals yesterday, today the RSS chief visited a mosque and a madrasa where he met the chief of the Imam Association, Mr. Umair Ahmad Ilyasi, and even spoke to the kids studying at the madrasa as well.
ये हमारी पारिवारिक मीटिंग, पारिवारिक मिलन था ये जी, और जो पैगाम गया वो पैगाम मोहब्बत है। हमारे सबके धर्म अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी सबकी जातियाँ अलग हो सकती हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा जो धर्म है वो इंसान और इंसानियत है। भारत में रहते हैं हम सब भारतीय हैं। अब हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें, भारतीयता को मजबूत करें। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है, हमारा मकसद सिर्फ यही है। जिस तरह से हमारा आज देश पूरे विश्व में आगे बढ़ रहा है, हमारे परम आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी जिस तरह से देश को लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कि हम सब मिलकर अपने देश के निर्माण में, अपने देश की तरक्की में सब लोग प्रयास करें और देश में सब लेके आगे बढ़ें।
We requested him for an appointment because we feel that RSS and Bhagwat ji have great influence on a large section of Indian society, and we are worried about the toxic environment which has been building up in the society, and we believe that we must talk about it, we must find solutions, we might find ways to bring down the temperature.
We are here in North Delhi's Madarsa, where RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat visited earlier this morning. He met the students as well as the Hafiz here for almost 90 minutes. While he was here, he spoke to a lot of students and even heard them reciting Quran, being appreciative of the way they were reciting the holy book. During the conversation, Mohan Bhagwat mentioned that how there is nothing to worry about in the country about their security or their well-being, and how the country belongs to everyone. The students were elated when Mohan Bhagwat spoke to them about their future and how they can be a blessing to the country. You can see around there around 300 students studying in this madarsa in the northern part of national capital. This is where Mohan Bhagwat came, spoke to a lot of them, and a lot of them feel elated that Mohan Bhagwat did this outreach toward them. In North Delhi with camera person Deepak Sharma, Rishabh Marvin Pratap, Times Now.
Let me go across to Mohit Bhatt for more on this. Mohit, this is part of an interesting outreach on the part of the Sarsang Chalak of the RSS. He's met Muslim intellectuals and leaders before as well. He spoke to Zamiruddin Shah, the former Deputy Chief of Staff of the Indian Army and the Vice Chancellor of AMU. He also spoke to the former Chief Election Commissioner, Mr. S.Y. Qureshi, and of course also Shahid Siddiqui, journalist as well as Member of Parliament. And today, of course, he met the Chairman of the Imam Council of India, Mr. Ilyasi. What can you tell us about the kind of conversation that took place between leaders of the Muslim community and Mr. Bhagwat?
Well, Siddharth, as you rightly pointed out, this is not the first time that the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has been meeting influential people or the intellectuals from the Muslim community. Earlier also, he has had meeting with various clerics, and there has been a discussion on that how to make sure that the bridges between the communities are taken, and also that how exactly the image of RSS that is there in the minds of the Muslim needs to be changed. Now we know for a fact that how RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat on 22nd of August met S.Y. Qureshi, Shahid Siddiqui, among other influential people from the Muslim community. Now what Shahid Siddiqui and the others have told us is that they asked for a meeting given the fact that there is atmosphere of hatred in the society. Post we have know for a fact that how statements by Nupur Sharma or the Gyan Vapi hearing, we have seen the extremists from the both sides have been making various statements, but they said the meeting was very cordial. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat spoke on various issues, that what exactly are the issues that RSS and the Hindus have against the Muslims. That one being that Hindus do not like being called kafirs. So the Muslim intellectuals over there said that a kafir is not there for the Indian. What Indian Muslims are very different from what is there in the other Arab countries, and hence kafir is the word that should not be there in the dictionary of the Indian Muslim. And then also talks about jihad, that the term jihad should also not being used, and that is also where the Muslim intellectuals agreed with Mohan Bhagwat. And also about the cow slaughter, because RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat raised the issue of cow slaughters in front of these intellectuals, and they also stated that yes, there is a law throughout the country on the ban of cow slaughter, and the Muslims of India also want that there has to be proper imposition of the ban on cow slaughter. Now the Muslim side said that post the Gyanvapi hearing and the statements by the BJP spokesperson, there has been various statements coming in, inflammatory statements rather coming in from various right-wing groups, and that should not be given. So RSS chief agreed on it, and what they decided that we need to bridge the gaps between the communities, we need to bridge the gap between the RSS and the Muslim communities, and hence we need to work for the betterment of the nation. Now today also he met Imam Umar Ilyasi, who is the chief imam of the All India Muslim Organization, where Imam said that the discussion was on how to make India a strong nation. We know for a fact that how India is leading the world in various terms, and the differences between Hindus and Muslims that are there, they need to come down, and that is where these meetings are very important. Now we also need to understand, Siddharth, that given the fact that after the Gyanvapi hearing and the Gyanvapi case, and it came out in media, we saw that Mohan Bhagwat came out with a statement that he said that Hindus should not look at every masjid as a temple, and that had an impact on the mind of the Muslim, where they welcomed this statement by Mohan Bhagwat. And after that we saw that there was reduction in the inflammatory statements by the right-wing organization, specifically about the Gyanvapi issue. So yes, these are the efforts that have been taken and by the RSS, which is part of the Sangh Parivar, and BJP also comes from the Sangh Parivar, to bridge the gap between the communities. And all the meetings that have happened till now were in very good taste, that is being told by the people who have attended the meeting. Now today Mohan Bhagwat went to the madrasa. Now we know that how there has been this discussion on the madrasa that has been going on in our country from past many days regarding the survey of the madrasas also. So Mohan Bhagwat going to madrasa is also a confidence building step, that the government or the RSS or the BJP is not against the madrasas, but they want to provide proper modern education to the people who are the students who are studying in madrasas. They also want, in this particular survey, they also want to see that what exactly is the situation on the ground in madrasas. So these are the confidence building measures that were very much required, given the fact that how there has been various inflammatory, insightful statements that have been coming from both the sides. And Siddhant, we have been raising this from both the sides, from the Hindu community of the Muslim community.
Right. Stay with us. Like you mentioned, there have been reactions to this outreach as well, Mohit, and the fear-mongering has already begun. Unfortunately, leaders like Asaduddin Owaisi as well as the Samajwadi Party have dismissed the outreach as a meeting of Sarkari Muslimans and those who are Muslims merely in name. Asaduddin Owaisi even said that those who are meeting Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and talking about communal harmony are not even aware of ground realities and what Muslims actually face. Let's listen to those reactions as well.
आरएसएस के डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत जी, आप ये बताओ कि आप जब पूरे देश में मुस्लिम इंस्टीट्यूशंस को, माइनॉरिटीज ने जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए हैं, चाहे उनका माइनॉरिटी करेक्टर हो एनसीएमआई के जरिए या वो अपने छोटे छोटे स्कूल चलाते हैं, जब करके उन्हें परेशान कर रही है, उन्हें शिक्षा नहीं देना चाहती है। एक जौहर यूनिवर्सिटी बनी जिसमें सिर्फ ये है कि 50% गरीब मुसलमान पढ़ लेंगे। आपकी सरकार में जो आरएसएस का संगठन है, राजनीतिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उसके लोग जौहर यूनिवर्सिटी की ईंटों से ईंटें बजाने में लगे हैं, उसको नुकसान पहुंचाने में पहले दिन से लगे हैं। तो सवाल यह है कि आप मुसलमानों को, गांव के गरीब मुसलमानों को पढ़ने नहीं देना चाहते हैं। आप मुसलमानों के जो पढ़े लिखे नौजवान हैं जो यूनिवर्सिटियों में आना चाहते हैं, आप उन्हें पढ़ने नहीं देना चाहते हैं। फिर आप ये जो आपकी सरकारी मौलाना है, ऑल इंडिया इमाम संगठन, ये तो आरएसएस के साथ काम करने वाला संगठन है, इसको कौन नहीं जानता है। तो आप आरएसएस के लोग ये बताओ कि भारत के मुसलमान, ये जो सबका विश्वास का खेल है आपका,
Now, one person who's joining us live right now is in a position to dispel some of the misconceptions that have been raised by the earlier speaker, is none other than Dr. Umair Ahmed Ilyasi, the Chief Imam of the Imam Council of India. He speaks to us live on the broadcast about his meeting with the Sarsang Chalak of the RSS, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए इलियासी साहब. किन-किन विषयों पर आपके और भागवत जी के बीच बात हुई?
हमारा मानना यह है कि हमारे सबके धर्म ज़रूर अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी सबकी जातियां ज़रूर अलग हो सकती हैं, हमारे इबादत करने के तरीके ज़रूर अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी पूजा पद्धति ज़रूर अलग हो सकती है, हमारी जातियां ज़रूर अलग हो सकती हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा धर्म है वो इंसान और इंसानियत का है. तो भारत में रहते हैं, हम सब भारतीय हैं. आओ हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें, भारतीयता को मजबूत करें. राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है, यही हमारा पैगाम है, यही हमारा संदेश है, यही हमारा मिलना है.
और इलियासी साहब, ये जो मुलाकात हुई आपके और भागवत जी के बीच, एक समय में हो रहा है जब मदरसा और वक्फ की सर्वे की जा रही है उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के द्वारा. क्या इसके बारे में भी बातचीत हुई आप दोनों के बीच?
मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि मेरे निमंत्रण पर मेरी मस्जिद पर वो आए हैं, और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि मेरे निमंत्रण पर मेरे मदरसे में भी गए थे. आज मेरा जो मदरसा है, जो दिल्ली का सबसे पुराना मदरसा है, जो कि आज़ाद मार्केट में है, तजवीदुल कुरान मदरसा, आज मदरसे में भी जाना हुआ और बच्चों से भी उनकी भेंट हुई है और हमारे साथ भी यहाँ उनकी मुलाकात हुई. मुझे लगता है कि ये एक अच्छा पैगाम, एक अच्छा संदेश देश को जाएगा.
और आप ये आरएसएस सरसंघचालक के साथ जो मुलाकात हुई आपकी, क्या संकेत भेजना चाहती है आरएसएस? इसके बारे में आपको लगता क्या है? क्योंकि एक आशंका भी है कि ये जो सर्वे किए जा रहे हैं वो एक कम्युनिटी को टारगेट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है.
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि आज जिस तरह से हमें सबको मिलके ये चाहिए कि संवाद, जो आपसी मिलन, इसकी ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है. क्योंकि जब हम एक दूसरे के यहाँ आएंगे जाएंगे तभी हम एक दूसरे को समझ पाएंगे और बहुत सारी जो गलतफहमियाँ हैं वो दूर होती हैं. मुझे लगता है कि डायलॉग का जो प्रोसेस है वो कंटिन्यू रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि संवाद ही एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि जिससे कि नफ़रत ख़त्म होती है, गलतफहमियाँ दूर होती हैं और आपस में मोहब्बत कायम होती है.
और कुछ लोगों ने आपकी इस मीटिंग की निंदा भी की है सर. कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि आप सच्चे मुसलमान नहीं हैं. असदुद्दीन ओवैसी कह रहे हैं कि आप एक सरकारी मुसलमान हैं. इनके बारे में क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, कोई क्या कहता है मुझे इसकी परवाह नहीं है. मैं क्या कर रहा हूं मुझे इसकी फिक्र है. मैं कहता हूं उन लोगों के लिए कि अपनी नजरें बदलो तो नजारा बदल जाएगा.
आपने मोहन भागवत जी को राष्ट्रपिता बुलाया, इस शब्द का आपने उपयोग क्यों किया?
क्या मैं इसलिए कहा कि वो आज हमारे राष्ट्रपिता हैं, राष्ट्र ऋषि हैं, ये मेरा मानना है. और मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ एक विश्व का सबसे बड़ा संगठन है और भारत का भी सबसे बड़ा संगठन है. और आज हम उनको जिस तरह से देखते हैं तो राष्ट्रपिता के तुल्य हम उनको समझते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि राष्ट्रपिता होने के नाते हम सबको जिस तरह से सबको एक लेकर और एक होकर चलने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी बात है.
और क्या आपको लगता है कि जो संप्रदायों के बीच तनाव है वो घटेगी इस तरह की मुलाकात से? क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये भी कहते हैं कि आरएसएस केवल हिंदुत्व के पक्ष में है, हिंदुइज्म के पक्ष में नहीं, और आरएसएस की जो विचारधारा है, आइडियोलॉजी है, वो एंटी मुस्लिम है. इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे आप?
मुझे लगता है कि इसीलिए हम आपस में मिले हैं और मिलते रहेंगे. मैंने कहा ना कि संवाद जो है वो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस है जिससे कि दूरियां ख़त्म होती हैं, नज़दीकियों में तब्दील होता है, गलतफहमियां दूर होती हैं. हो सकता है कि मुसलमानों को आरएसएस की कोई खामियां लगती हों और आरएसएस को मुसलमानों की तरफ से कोई खामियां लगती हों. तो मुझे लगता है कि उन खामियों को दूर करने के लिए एक रास्ता है डायलॉग का, संवाद का, जो हमने अब शुरू किया है. और मुझे लगता है कि इससे आपस में सारी कम्युनिटियों में, खास तौर पे मुस्लिम और हिंदुओं में एक पैगाम मोहब्बत जरूर जाएगा।
Well, that was Mr. Umair Ahmed Ilyasi. बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. The Chief of the Imam Association who met with Mr. Mohan Bhagwat earlier today. बहुत शुक्रिया, sir. We turn our attention now to an important piece of breaking news, and that is pertaining to the SDPI as well as the PFI, which have been under the radar of investigative agencies through the raids that have been conducted late last night into this morning as well as afternoon. Jalil Krishnapura, an SDPI leader from Mangalore, has issued a shocking threat. He said that if our leaders who've been apprehended are not released, whatever happens will be the sole responsibility of the state as well as the central government. So a chilling threat being now issued by the political wing of the PFI, the SDPI, to the central agencies as well as those agencies who've been involved in the raids, threatening them now that action will be taken and that they won't be responsible for any fallout in the event that the leaders arrested through the night are not released. Let's listen into those reactions.
अगर रिहा नहीं किया तो जो भी इसके नाम पर, नहीं तो इसके पर जो भी इधर नुकसान होता है, इसका संपूर्ण जवाबदार, उसको संपूर्ण जिम्मेदार कौन बोलेगा? तो यहाँ का राज्य सरकार और यहाँ का केंद्र सरकार बोल के हम लोग बोलने चाहते हैं। सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है। ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को ये लोग बैन करना, नहीं तो वो लोग निषेध करना बोलेगा तो उतना आसान नहीं है।
So the SDPI and PFI have already called for protests to be held in different parts of the country, including Kerala as well as Karnataka, as a mark of protest against the raids conducted by central agencies against members of the PFI. And there's every reason to be apprehensive about these protests for the simple reason that the man who just spoke on the screen, Jalil Krishnapura, representative of the SDPI from Karnataka, has issued a direct threat saying that his organization will not be responsible for any fallout as a consequence of these protests, following, of course, the arrests on the part of the agencies of PFI as well as SDPI leaders. So that was Jalil Krishnapura, who was speaking on screen just a short while ago, issuing that direct threat to central agencies, saying that if they do not release the people who've been arrested, the PFI will not be responsible for the consequences. Imran joins us on the phone line for more on this. Imran, a direct threat coming there from members of the SDPI, the political wing of the PFI in Karnataka.
Well, absolutely. There's a senior leader from the SDPI there from Mangalore. We're giving a very direct threat, saying that if the leaders are not released, then the centre is responsible for the consequences they will face. A direct threat issued by the SDPI leader there, Jalil Krishnapura. Now, while speaking in the press conference earlier today regarding the arrest, he said that it's targeted against the PFI as it's a minority organization, and the centre in a coordinated efforts is trying to hit the organization as it's a minority institution, and they have been speaking against the BJP and RSS, and that's the reason why they have been particularly targeted. And he said that if the targeting doesn't stop, then they will centre has to face consequences of what comes next.
Right, so that was Jalil Krishnapura of the SDPI, Imran, who of course issued that direct threat, and this is not something that's just come from the state of Karnataka. The PFI has also decided to hold a dawn to dusk protest tomorrow in the state of Kerala, and we'll have to wait and see how that pans out as well, because the PFI was also responsible today for blockading a stretch of the national highway in Thiruvananthapuram in their protests against the arrests that have been conducted by the NIA and the ED. We have some more reactions coming in. Let's listen into those.
अगर रिहा नहीं किया तो जो भी इसके नाम पर, नहीं तो इसके पर जो भी इधर नुकसान होता है, इसका संपूर्ण जवाबदार, उसको संपूर्ण जिम्मेदार कौन बोलेगा? तो यहाँ का राज्य सरकार और यहाँ का केंद्र सरकार बोल के हम लोग बोलने चाहते हैं। सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है। ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को ये लोग बैन करना, नहीं तो वो लोग निषेध करना बोलेगा तो उतना आसान नहीं है।
Time to slip into a very short break. We'll come back with more news and updates lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned.
watching Blueprint Explosive Exclusive and I'm Swati Joshi. Let's begin the broadcast with the top 50 developments of the day. 106 PFI activists have been arrested in the biggest pan-India crackdown on PFI over suspected terror funding. Amit Shah holds review meet following multiple probes linking PFI to agitations over hijab, CAA, Delhi riots and Sar Tan Se Juda hate chants. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking National Highway in Kerala's Injakkal. Agitators chant anti-NI slogans and call for a dawn to dusk hartal in the southern state to mark their strong protest against the central agencies. PFI's terror links under radar focus shifts on political patronage to the radical front. BJP leader blames OSC's AIMIM and TRS for national security endangering appeasement. After raids, PFI slams bid by totalitarian state to muzzle voice of dissent, claims witch hunt by central agencies, says all charges by NIA baseless. Congress meanwhile politicizes raids, equates PFI with RSS, questions why no raids of RSS on RSS and Bajrang Dal. PFI General Secretary Anis Ahmed among 3 chiefs arrested, all accused taken to special court in the national capital. AAP versus Centre face-off shifts to Punjab. Man government is mulling to move Supreme Court against Governor blocking special session for trust vote as unconstitutional. Carrying placards with messages of stop murder of democracy and Operation Lotus Murdabad, AAP MLA slammed the Congress and the BJP for allegedly being hand in glove against it. Defiant AAP calls for special session again on September 27th. United Opposition slams Maan Sarkar over unconstitutional posturing. BJP leaders stage protest against Aam Aadmi Party government, stage march to CM Bhagwant Man's residence. Police fire water cannons against protesters, detain BJP leaders. Growing dissent within Congress ahead of party polls. Gandhis face questions over free elections. G23 to meet in Delhi tomorrow. With the Congress presidential polls round the corner, party leader Rahul Gandhi said decisions including that of one man, one post taken at the Chintan Shibir at Udaipur in Rajasthan earlier this year must be followed. In a first indicator of leaders taking sides in the upcoming contest for the top post, senior Congress leader Gaurav Vallabh voiced support for Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who many believe has the backing of the current leadership. The Congress party has issued a notification for the party's presidential election. According to the notification, nominations for the party president's post can be filed from September 24th to September 30th. BJP National President JP Nadda arrives in Madurai. He will meet eminent personalities from various fields and will also attend a public meeting in Karaikudi, Shivaganga. Delhi Police's special cell arrested 2 key members of an international narcotics cartel from Bihar. Police also seized 10 kg heroin and 10 kg opium worth over 60 crore rupees. Union Health and Family Welfare Minister Mansukh Mandaviya said that the Indian Red Cross Society is known for its work to help and aid humanity in times of need, and added that it also needs to introspect its strength and weakness. Indian Navy to evaluate $5 billion tenders to buy 26 combat aircraft. The report of the extensive trials of the French Rafale and American F-18 planes. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren holds high-level meeting with DGP, Home Secretary, Chief Secretary, senior police officials of the state and police superintendents of all districts, including Naxal-affected districts, on law and order situation and crime control in the state. ED said it has attached dockyards, agricultural lands, commercial properties and bank deposits worth more than 2,747 crore rupees as part of an alleged bank loan fraud-linked money laundering investigation against ABG Shipyard Limited, its group companies and linked entities. The Varanasi court has issued a notice to the Muslim side on the Hindu side's plea for carbon dating of Shivling. The next hearing on the matter is to be held on 29th of September. The BMC has denied permission to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena as well as Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's faction for holding Dashera rally at the Shivaji Park. The permission has been denied on the basis of law and order issue raised by Mumbai Police. India hosted the 10th Ministerial Commission of Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil, South Africa Trilateral Cooperative Forum, grouping on the sidelines of the 77th UNGA. Amid a huge row over the Punjab governor withdrawing his assent to convene a special session of the State Assembly, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann convened a meeting of all the party legislators in the State Assembly to discuss the party's future course of action. At least 4 people have been injured after a stampede broke out at Gymkhana ground after a huge crowd of cricket fans gathered there to get tickets for India versus Australia match. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat met with many Muslim intellectuals including Chief Imam Dr. Imam Umar Ahmad Ilyasi. As per sources, issues like the hijab controversy, Gyan Vapi and maintenance of peace and harmony among religions were discussed in the meeting. A Delhi court grants anticipatory bail to social media influencer Bobby Kataria in connection with a video showing him smoking on a SpiceJet flight. The tenure of AIIMS Delhi director will come to an end on the 23rd of September, and as per sources, Guleria's successor name is expected anytime soon. In a viral clash video from UP's Mussoorie area, a few boys were seen thrashing each other even after a car rammed into them. Some have been taken into custody. The principal of a primary school in Damdama was suspended after undistributed food grains for midday meal were found in the school due to the alleged carelessness of the principal. This came after the video of the huge quantity of undistributed food grains went viral. As many as 4 minor children died and 2 others were injured when a portion of a wall of a house collapsed in UP's Itawa. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath expressed grief and announced a compensation of 4 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launched the host city logo of FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup India 2022. The CM said that organised this event in Goa would give a boost to sports and fitness in the state. As many as 3 passengers were killed and 4 others were injured after a bus they were travelling overturned in a village in Chhattisgarh's Jashpur district. All stranded vehicles and passengers have been rescued from Baralacha Pass on NH3. No movement of vehicles have been allowed during night hours. Local train services on one of the central railway routes in Mumbai were disrupted due to a snag in a signalling system. Some of the local trains considered as the lifeline of Mumbai were cancelled while some were running late. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who is on a 10-day visit to the United States, met with his Estonian counterpart on the 3rd day of the 77th session of UNGA at the UN headquarters in New York. NH 109 in the Rudraprayag district in Uttarakhand has been blocked after a sudden landslide. All travellers have been stopped at safe places, and once the debris is cleared, vehicular movement will begin. Atul Biswas, a 31-year-old man, was sentenced to life imprisonment for raping an 11-year-old minor girl in Assam's Dhubri district. Bollywood actor Raveena Tandon on Thursday was appointed as the Wildlife Goodwill Ambassador of Maharashtra. Tandon described it as an honour to serve. A former Chinese justice minister was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve on charges of taking bribes and helping criminals, including his brother, to hide illegal activities. Leaders of South Korea and Japan agreed to accelerate efforts to mend ties frayed over Japan's past colonial rule of the Korean peninsula as they held their country's first summit talks in nearly 3 years on the UNGA sidelines. Cambodia's UN-backed Rogue Tribunal rejected the appeal of a genocide conviction by the communist group's last surviving leader in what is expected to be the special court's last session. During a video to the United Nations General Assembly, Zelensky called for a special tribunal to punish Russia for its aggression, which has left thousands of people killed, displaced millions, and reduced towns to rubble. Former tennis world number 1 Naomi was all set to play Brazil's Haddad in the second round, but withdrew, saying her body won't let her compete. The former deputy Nevada Attorney General accused of a 1972 killing in Honolulu said that he wants to fight extradition to Hawaii because he believes his constitutional rights were violated when he was arrested last week. In the first of its kind Save the World experiment, NASA is about to clobber a small, harmless asteroid millions of miles away. A spacecraft named DART intended on slamming it at a rate of 14,000 miles per hour. More than 500,000 people in Puerto Rico remained without water service 3 days after Hurricane Fiona slammed into the US territory. Many spent hours in lines to fill jugs from water trucks while others scooped water from mountain runoff. British Prime Minister Liz Truss used her speech at the United Nations General Assembly to warn democracies that they must deliver for their citizens on safety and the economy, or they will fall behind in the battle for survival against autocracy. Ecuador's authorities confirmed the death of a woman lawyer who disappeared more than a week ago inside the main police officer training center where her husband was an instructor. Shifting our focus to big updates, breaking inputs as far as the attack on Hindus in UK and Leicester and Birmingham is concerned. Open instigation on camera. The Islamist mob first gherao the Durga Bhavan and then also instigated violence on camera. And over the last 4 days, in fact, we have been getting these visuals from Leicester and then Birmingham. Multiple images, horrific, intimidating and terrifying images coming out of the UK from Leicester to Birmingham, showing how Hindus and Hindu symbols have been targeted repeatedly with impunity. Whether it was the saffron flag desecration in Leicester or flagrantly obscene gestures in Birmingham, Hindus have been mocked and targeted. Ever since the violence broke out, sinister attempts have been made to portray the onslaught of Hindus as justified reaction to a deliberate provocation. Today Times Now shows you the naked truth of this false narrative being peddled to malign the Hindu community. We have accessed a series of videos that show how Muslim mobs were instigated openly by people who exercise considerable influence online and is visible in the videos of the aftermath of these speeches on the ground as well. First up, listen to this man, Muhammad Hijab, who amidst the ongoing violence in Leicester is interacting with mask-clad men, encouraging them to teach the local Hindu population a lesson. This video is from Monday, 2 days since the violence was already raging.
Now in Leicester, the Hindutva are coming out, yeah? And you're trying to act like gangsters? You're trying to act like gangsters. Come on, man. You're not about that life. Don't ever. I'm saying this directly to all the so-called Hindutva wannabe gangsters. Don't ever come out like that again. Do you understand? No chance. Are they going to come out like that again? Never. Are they going to come out like that again? Never. Because if they do come out, are we going to be here, yes or no? Yes.
This is not all. Remember the violence and disgusting provocation outside the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center in Birmingham. Now watch this man, apparently a YouTube influencer, Shakil Afsar, inciting the mob right opposite the temple, asking the Hindu Center to declare that it does not support the BJP and the RSS amid threats of violence.
If Hindu temples like this do not stand by the BJP and the RSS, they need to come out in open official statements and state that they don't stand by the BJP and RSS. We will not accept half-hearted condemnation. We will not accept imams coming out and saying they don't stand without valid proof. We've had enough, and the people of Birmingham will stand up. Takbir!
Well, the manner in which abusers were hurled, the manner in which the Muslim mob there was instigated, provoked by these so-called influencers is all on the camera. We have two guests, two panelists joining us on the broadcast. Let's open this up and go across to them. We have Rashmi Samant, former Student Union President, Oxford University and human rights activist. We also have Anirban Banerjee, a political analyst. In fact, Rashmi, I believe even you shared some videos of Birmingham from outside the Durga Bhavan where openly these individuals were speaking to the mob, instigating them, and in fact, in a chilling threat, reminding the local Hindu population there to not retaliate, to never gather in this manner, never register their protest.
Exactly. And the first video that you played, it's actually, a couple of days old. So this video was effectively buried by the ecosystem so that, the blame can be effectively pinned upon the Hindus as the source cause of this entire incident. You can clearly say everybody coming on social media and saying that it's the Hindutva mobs who caused it. But all of the videos which are coming out will only show you mobs surrounding and, desecrating Hindu temples. You'll only find the so-called influencers and the so-called scholars of, this man, Muhammad Hijab. He claims himself to be a scholar, to be an Islamic scholar, of them instigating mobs, of them misleading unsuspecting youth and asking them to, descend upon the Hindus, and that's not it. I mean, there have been rumors akin to Hindu youth kidnapping Muslim girls, to Hindu youth attacking mosques just for the sake of instigating the Muslim youth to attack. And it's horrible that these ringleaders have been, using such kind of lies. And then, the police are playing victim by the end of the day. It's actually terrorizing to watch this, and to watch Hindus bear the brunt of this in Leicester and now in Birmingham. And I hope that this ends with this, and then that the brewing tensions don't spread to the rest of the Midlands.
Absolutely, and we also expect strict action to be taken. We also expect individuals who call this a display of Hindutva extremism to come out and issue statements. Now, Anirban Banerjee, is this not Hindu phobia? Is this not Hindus being targeted? And if there is proof of a deliberate provocation from the Hindu side, there has to be a video proof of that as well doing the rounds. All we see at this point of time is a mob gathered outside the Durga center, threatening the Hindu population there to never come out and gather and register in this manner, threatening the Durga center authorities as well. And some leaders here in India believe this is a display of Hindutva extremism.
Either you have to be born naive or practice yourself to become naive to miss the fact that whoever these people are in the video, they were referring to as Hindutva gangsters, not Hindus. There's a very, very clear difference between the religion that is Hinduism and a political fascist ideology that is Hindutva. These people, whoever they are, they were opposing the aggressions of the Hindutva gangsters. That is very, very different from the Hindu community. We have seen time and again the UK police officials state that all this started with a procession, a rally that was brought out by people who were allegedly linked with the RSS BJP. And if you want to really look into the matter, the
Anirban Banerjee, I am neither naive nor practicing to be one.
I am not
in the name of threatening the Hindutva gangsters, Anirban Banerjee, the local Hindu population there is being tortured, their houses are being attacked.
No. That is a law and order situation that the UK police has to take up.
It's just a law and order
situation. By saying that the authorities have pinned the blame on RSS and BJP, you are outright lying on national TV. This will be libelous for you to come out here and say that the UK police have said that this is all Hindutva gang, because it's nowhere said that. I'm sorry, you can't be lying on national TV and misleading people about this.
Who are you?
And I mean,
who are
British
you?
Hindus, they have nothing
No,
to do with
if you will put out wrong facts, anybody will call you out. Doesn't matter who she is. Doesn't matter who she is or someone else is. If somebody corrects you, if somebody is correcting you for quoting wrong things, Anirban Banerjee, then you produce proof. Produce proof of where are these local authorities named BJP or RSS or pinned the blame on the Hindu community.
On the other hand, Leicester Police official handle, the verified handle, has clearly told that lies akin to Hindus attacking mosques have been circulated, and that nobody should believe these lies. The Leicester Police has had to come out and debunk the exact kind of lies that you're spreading on national TV right now. So I'm sorry to say this. I mean, do not pin the RSS or the BJP on British Hindus. They are people honestly trying to make a living and live a decent life in the UK. Please don't,
condemn the
paint all of these things to
Anirban Banerjee.
Condemn the politics of the RSS BJP, right?
Anirban Banerjee, respond.
Condemn the politics of the
There is
RSS
clear
BJP, right?
proof of, Mohammed hijab going on.
Absolutely, it's all on camera. Rashmi Samant.
Video.
Okay, Rashmi, let's take a counter.
That's being associated with the RSS BJP.
Yes, Rashmi, let's take a counter. Let's take a counter. You asked some valid questions. Let Mr. Banerjee respond to that. Yes.
No, Madam Rashmi's statement makes it very clear that she thinks that being associated with the RSS BJP is a very shameful act. I agree with her. I completely agree with her on that.
Where did I say that? You're putting words in my mouth now.
Of course you said that you don't blame the RSS
and you're putting
BJP
words
on
in
the
my
Hindu community in
mouth.
England.
You cannot be doing this. I mean, what?
No, so you support the RSS BJP.
Anirban Banerjee,
You support the RSS BJP.
no, one second. Anirban Banerjee, talk about facts here. Talk about facts here. Instead of interpreting what one has said, we have all heard what Rashmi Samant said. She said, why are you pinning the blame on the RSS and BJP and quoting the British authorities when they have not done that?
Of course they have done that. If you are not
show us the
statement, that is not my problem.
Where is the statement?
Some of the international media.
Where is the statement?
I have gone through some of the international media.
Sir, where is the statement?
Very clearly said there are.
Then who's stopping the authorities from taking action? No, no. If
That
they
is their
have pinned the
problem.
blame on RSS and
That is
BJP
their
and the
problem.
Hindutva gangsters, so-called Hindutva gangsters that you are talking about, where is the statement calling them out?
That
Where
is
is the
not
statement?
what I am, ma'am. That is not what I am talking about. The very video you are playing. These persons are referring to.
Who are these
Hindutva
persons?
gangsters, not Hindus.
No, who are these people? What is their credibility? They are
you are
threatening the
playing the
local
video,
Hindu
you tell
population
me.
over there, saying
You
you
are
will
playing the
never
video.
gather in this manner. They are threatening them. They are threatening
Ma'am,
them
it
with
is your
repercussions.
channel, you are playing the video and you are asking me who are these people?
You're giving them credibility.
Does that make any sense?
You are giving them credibility by saying they are talking about
I am
Hindutva
not giving any
gangsters.
credibility. You are
Where is
playing
the
the
proof?
video.
Mr.
You
Banerjee,
are
there
playing
has
the
to be
video.
some evidence.
It is not me. You are playing
There
the
has to
video.
be some
Somebody
evidence,
is
Mr.
not playing the
Banerjee.
video.
You are going by their word. I am
Your
saying they are
channel,
threatening
your
the local
program is playing the video,
population.
it is
You
not
are
me.
going by what they are saying as the ultimate truth and fact. So I'm
Send your
asking you.
reporters-
So I'm asking
send
you,
your
Mr.
reporters
Banerjee,
to the UK police.
where is the proof of the so-called Hindutva gangsters terrorizing the Muslim population over there?
I did not say that is what the incident is. The video that you are playing, you are yourself twisting the statements in the video.
You are
That
the
is what I'm
one.
pointing
You are the
towards.
one who started by saying that they are talking about Hindutva gangsters. You said they are
That
talking
is
about
exactly
Hindutva
what video
gangsters.
says.
You brought in the
Your
BJP.
video-
You brought in the
Baba,
RSS. You are also claiming that the British
replay your
authorities
own
already
video.
have blamed them. I'm just asking you for proof.
Ma'am, I'll request you play your own video, listen to it maybe once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 100 times. You will see they are referring to Hindutva gangsters. I heard that very clearly.
Yes, I also heard that. I'm not saying they didn't say Hindutva gangsters.
So then why
I
are
am
you saying
saying,
Hindus?
I am saying,
Why
sir,
are you
I
saying
am
Hindus? They are saying
saying,
Hindutva
I am
gangsters.
saying,
Who
why are you justifying what they're saying without any proof? Let's once again listen to that threat of Mohammed Hijab.
Go ahead.
Now in Leicester, the Hindutva are coming out, yeah? And you're trying to act like gangsters? You're trying to act like gangsters. Come on, man. You're not about that life. Don't ever. I'm saying this directly to all the so-called Hindutva wannabe gangsters. Don't ever come out like that again. Do you understand? No chance. Are they going to come out like that again? Never. Are they going to come out like that again? Never. Because if they do come out, are we going to be here? Yes or no?
If Hindu temples like this do not stand by the BJP and the RSS, they need to come out in open official statements and state that they don't stand by the BJP and RSS. We will not accept half-hearted condemnation. We will not accept imams coming out and saying they don't stand without valid proof. We've had enough, and the people of Birmingham will stand up. Takbir!
Rashmi Sawant, this individual, Shakil Afsar, says we've had enough. But what happened? Who is provoking? Who is instigating? Who is threatening the Muslim population over there, Rashmi Sawant?
Well, nobody is, unfortunately.
They are angry
And
against the RSS.
all of these excuses are just being used as means to justify attacking Hindus. You will never find a video of Hindus doing anything. Be it this thing, but you see countless videos of Muslims burning Hindu flags. You see countless videos of Muslims trying to scale temples, trying to attack temples. That's all you're going to see here. And then they'll come out and say Hindutva gangs. That's it. That's all they've got. That's the flimsy excuse that they've got. That's just literally, it's a word that they've villainized and stereotyped to justify and get away with anything without any proof. There's no video of Hindus doing anything, for God's sake. And despite that, Hindu temples, 2 of them have been attacked now.
There is more provocation. Rashmi and Anirban, stay on with us. There is more provocation on camera. Let's play out this reaction. Let's listen into this man in Birmingham who is issuing threats, giving ultimatums to the Hindu community over there, saying, we will show you. Listen in.
Just your little bicep telling me you're no gangster. Just your little walking and talking rubbish is a living proof that you're no gangster. You're just fake wannabes. You've been watching too much Bollywood movies, Shah Rukh Khan. Watching too much Bollywood films and thinking they could come on the streets of Birmingham, come in the streets, our ends and come deal with us. We will teach you and we'll give you the respect that you deserve. So you want to beef with us? Come bring it to the streets and we will show you.
Anirban Banerjee, once again, before jumping to conclusions, one need to ask, where is the proof? Where are the so-called Hindutva gangsters? What have they done? Has that been caught on camera? And why are you terrorizing and, harassing the local Hindu population over there? If Hindutva gangsters is separate, is different from the Hindus living over there. Why are they being terrorized? Why are they being targeted?
No, why are you using the word if? You think Hindutva gangsters and normal Hindus are the same? Of course they are not. You can very clearly see that the angst of these people, whoever they are, is particularly against the RSS, BJP, and the part of those people, part of that ecosystem living
I'm sorry,
there,
there's only
bringing
the
shame
Tory
to our
party and the
country.
Labour party. There's no
Why
BJP
are
in the
why
UK.
are you getting
Maybe
troubled? Are you
get
part
your,
of that
like,
ecosystem?
Anirban Banerjee,
Are
is
you
there a
part of
BJP?
that
Is there a
ecosystem?
BJP RSS government there?
BJP in the UK. I'm so
Is there a
sorry.
BJP RSS government over there?
Exactly the question.
To go after Hindu properties.
Let the UK
100
government
properties
deal
have
with
been
this.
smashed
Let the
so
English
far, and
government
they're
deal
all
with this.
upstanding Hindu
Why are you
citizens
trying to
with a
whip
good
up
credit
communal
score,
frenzy?
with no jail record.
That question needs to be asked to these individuals who are openly threatening the Hindu community over there. They are trying to whip up communal frenzy.
Send your journalist abroad, go and ask these people questions. Let's also hear what they have to say.
What they have to say is amply clear. What they have to say is amply clear. It's clear from their threats. It's clear from their threats, Anirban Banerjee.
Have community centers, have, you know, these sessions wherein they distribute free food. That's all that good government does.
Who's bringing shame to Hindu religion?
Shame to India.
Who's bringing shame to Hindu religion to India? How many people of the local population, Hindu population there have been caught on camera instigating the mob in this manner? How can you accuse them of something like that?
The percentage of Hindus in British jails is actually close to 0%.
From
Do you know that?
percentage of Hindutva gangsters. They are very different. If you are not,
are you calling the Hindu? Are you calling the local Hindu population living there Hindutva gangsters? Is that what you're saying?
What did I say? No, listen to me very carefully. I'll say it clearly. Don't disturb me. Listen to it again. The Hindu population living there is very, very different from the minuscule percentage of Hindutva gangsters belonging to the Sangh Parivar ecosystem.
Okay, Rashmi Sawant,
you should not feel offended.
Is there a tag like that? Have the British authorities tagged somebody a Hindutva gangster? Have they been accused, charged, legally, officially, any case against them, or is this just an imagination whipped up by some there in the UK and being backed here in India?
It's just an imagination, unfortunately. The police or the administration has not used this word. The only people using these words are the Islamists trying to justify their attacks and the people who are complicit with them and agree that what they're doing is correct. That's it.
Has the police used the word Islamist?
That's it. The police has not. And in fact, I think the only people who are using this are the people who are complicit with it and the people perpetrating
why are
these
you
crimes.
using it?
That's it. They're just using it as, as
has the police
shield
used
to
the
play
word
victim
Islamist
after
in
being
their
a bully.
complaints?
Every person who's seen, making these statements have been, the first person, Mohammed Hijab, in fact, he's been caught on camera multiple times. He's a repeat offender. He even told the British police that he'll kill their dogs when he was leading a march against, Jews last year. That's what he did. So he's a repeat offender. So you know the kind of people who are calling Hindutva are the people who have done similar things against Jews as well. There is an old video of Mohammed Hijab, which I think you can play in your next session, wherein he's clearly saying that he's going to kill the dogs in the British police. These are the kinds of people that unfortunately the co-panelist here is supporting and agreeing and, being complicit.
Mr. Banerjee, quickly, I have to wrap up. Quick rebuttal.
No, if some person is not a part of the Hindutva gangster ecosystem in United Kingdom, should not feel offended with anything.
Sir, Hindus are being targeted there. The local people who are trying to earn a living are being targeted. Their properties are being damaged. In front of their religious places of worship, obscene gestures are being made in front of the camera and they're being threatened. Do not ever gather in this manner. Instead of calling that out, you are harping on the fact that some influencer who is provoking, instigating the Muslim crowd over there against the Hindu community is tagging them in a particular manner. Thank you very much, Rashmi Sawant and Anirban Banerjee, for joining us. That's all we have in the debate.
سره من از سابق ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب
This is Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. It's an unprecedented outreach by the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Over the last days, he has held meetings with intellectuals and religious leaders of the Muslim community. The idea, viewers, is to create an atmosphere of trust between the two communities at a time when even madrasa and waqf surveys are being looked at with suspicion and are being used by political parties to foment a divide. After meeting intellectuals yesterday, the RSS chief visited a mosque and a madrasa where he met the chief of Imam Association and even spoke to the kids studying at the madrasa.
ये हमारी पारिवारिक मीटिंग, पारिवारिक मिलन था ये जी। और जो पैगाम गया वो पैगाम मोहब्बत है। हमारे सबके धर्म अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी सबकी जातियां अलग हो सकती हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा जो धर्म है वो इंसान और इंसानियत है। भारत में रहते हैं हम सब भारतीय हैं। अब हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें, भारतीयता को मजबूत करें। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है, हमारा मकसद सिर्फ यही है। जिस तरह से हमारा आज देश पूरे विश्व में आगे बढ़ रहा है, हमारे परम आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी जिस तरह से देश को लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कि हम सब मिलकर अपने देश के निर्माण में, अपने देश की तरक्की में सब लोग प्रयास करें और देश में सब लेके आगे बढ़ें।
We requested him for an appointment because we feel that RSS and Bhagwat ji have great influence on a large section of Indian society, and we are worried about the toxic environment which has been building up in the society, and we believe that we must talk about it, we must find solutions, we might find ways to bring down the temperature.
We are here in North Delhi's Madarsa where RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat visited earlier this morning. He met the students as well as the Hafiz here for almost 90 minutes. While he was here, he spoke to a lot of students and even heard them reciting Quran, being appreciative of the way they were reciting the holy book. During the conversation, Mohan Bhagwat mentioned that how there is nothing to worry about in the country about their security or their well-being, and how the country belongs to everyone. The students were elated when Mohan Bhagwat spoke to them about their future and how they can be a blessing to the country. You can see around there around 300 students studying in this madrasa in the northern part of national capital. This is where Mohan Bhagwat came, spoke to a lot of them, and a lot of them feel elated that Mohan Bhagwat did this outreach toward them. In North Delhi with camera person Deepak Sharma, Rishabh Marvin Pratap, Times Now.
But true to the form, the fear-mongering has started. Leaders like Asaduddin Owaisi and the Samajwadi Party have dismissed the outreach as meeting of Sarkari Musalmans and those who are Muslims merely in name. Asaduddin Owaisi even said that those who are meeting Mohan Bhagwat and talking of communal harmony are not even aware of ground realities of what Muslims face.
आरएसएस की आइडियोलॉजी सारी दुनिया जानती है और आप जाकर आरएसएस से मिलते हैं तो ये जो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी में ये लोग जो सो कॉल्ड इलीट तबका है जो वो करेंगे तो बिल्कुल सच है वो, और हम अपनी लड़ाई पॉलिटिकल राइट के लिए, फंडामेंटल राइट्स के लड़ते हैं तो नहीं हम बुरे हो जाते हैं। तो ये जो इलीट तबका है जो अपने आप को बहुत ज्ञानी समझता है, जिनको रियलिटी से ताल्लुक ही नहीं है, कोई जमीन पर क्या हो रहा है उनको नहीं मालूम, जो आराम से अपनी जिंदगी गुजार रहे हैं, और आप जाकर मिलते हैं आरएसएस के चीफ से। ठीक है, आपका डेमोक्रेटिक राइट है, मैं क्वेश्चन नहीं कर रहा हूं, मगर आपको तो कोई राइट नहीं है क्वेश्चन करने का हमको। फिर
आरएसएस के डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत जी, आप ये बताओ कि आप जब पूरे देश में मुस्लिम इंस्टीट्यूशंस को, माइनॉरिटीज ने जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए हैं, चाहे उनका माइनॉरिटी करेक्टर हो एनसीएमआई के जरिए या वो अपने छोटे छोटे स्कूल चलाते हैं, जब आपकी सरकार उनको टारगेट करके उन्हें परेशान कर रही है, उन्हें शिक्षा नहीं देना चाहती है। एक जौहर यूनिवर्सिटी बनी जिसमें सिर्फ ये है कि 50% गरीब मुसलमान पढ़ लेंगे। आपकी सरकार में जो आरएसएस का संगठन है, राजनीतिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उसके लोग जौहर यूनिवर्सिटी की ईंटों से ईंटें बजाने में लगे हैं, उसको नुकसान पहुंचाने में पहले दिन से लगे हैं। तो सवाल यह है कि आप मुसलमानों को, गांव के गरीब मुसलमानों को पढ़ने नहीं देना चाहते हैं। आप मुसलमानों के जो पढ़े लिखे नौजवान हैं जो यूनिवर्सिटियों में आना चाहते हैं, आप उन्हें पढ़ने नहीं देना चाहते हैं। फिर आप ये जो आपकी सरकारी मौलाना है, ये ऑल इंडिया इमाम संगठन, ये तो आरएसएस के साथ काम करने वाला संगठन है, इसको कौन नहीं जानता है। तो आप आरएसएस के लोग ये बताओ कि भारत के मुसलमान, ये जो सबका विश्वास का खेल है, आपका सबके विश्वास सबका साथ में मुसलमान कहां पे आ रहा है। भाषण देने से काम नहीं चलेगा। आपकी हरकतों को, मुसलमानों के प्रति जो आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, आप उससे पीछे हटे हैं। देश दुनिया में
I am only afraid that in fact RSS is the de facto government. Modi rule is working under instructions and guidance from RSS headquarters. If Bhagwat ji is sincere in bringing Muslim community into mainstream of the country, then he must question the Modi government as to why there is no proportionate representation given to Muslims.
अभी किसी नतीजे पर पहुंचना मुश्किल है। अभी एक पहल हुई है, लेकिन सबसे पहले कि आरएसएस को अपना विचारधारा बदलना पड़ेगा। जब तक उसका विचारधारा नहीं बदलता है तो इस तरह के आउटरीच से कोई फायदा नहीं होगा।
Rather than have the issues of employment, of food, of life, of health to come forward, they in fact are putting forward this polarization thing, and ultimately people have got tired of it, and because they have got tired of it, they are also forced to make some changes.
Let's shift our attention and get you the update from Punjab. After a Chief Minister versus LG fight in Delhi, the Punjab Chief Minister is now in a political war of words with the governor. The tussle over governor's orders thwarting AAP's plan to summon a special assembly session to bring a confidence motion snowballed into an all-out war between the Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition. A mega showdown was witnessed. On one hand, the Aam Aadmi Party's workers took out a protest march to the Raj Bhavan, carrying placards, as you can see in these pictures, with messages of "Stop Murder of Democracy" and Operation Lotus Murdabad. And on the other, the BJP leaders launched a counter-protest march to Man's residence. But their protesters were faced with water cannons and detentions. Meanwhile, a defiant Bhagwant Mann called for a normal assembly session on September 27. While the opposition termed the special session illegal and against the rules of the House, AAP has vowed to move the Supreme Court.
ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨੀ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਸਭਾ ਦੇ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਦ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮੰਦਭਾਗੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿਰੁੱਧ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ।
आज इस तरह गिरावट आ चुकी है कि लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने के लिए प्रयोग किया जा रहा है। कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन के लिए भगवंत मान जी पूछ के बताइए, अपने लीगल एडवाइजर से पूछ लीजिए।
मैं उन्होंने दसना चाहना रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीजर एंड कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस इन द पंजाब विधान सभा देयर इज नो प्रोविजन फॉर कॉलिंग अ स्पेशल सेशन ऑफ द पंजाब विधान सभा। हाउएवर रूल 58(1) in chapter 7 provides for motion of no confidence only. Therefore, the Honorable Governor has rightly cancelled the session.
We have seen after getting a legal opinion from Solicitor General of India, Satyapal Jain, it was decided as per the rule of Punjab Vidhan Sabha, this session cannot be called by the Punjab Chief Minister. Specifically, the objection was raised on confidence motion. They say for the confidence motion, such type of session cannot be called by the Chief Minister. But now we are showing you a different picture that how this session which has been called off and the orders had been withdrawn by Punjab Governor, but we can see huge force have been deployed here. So what we have learned from these police officials, they say they are not aware whether the session will be held here or not, but they have already been deployed on the duty at this point of time. So what we learned, the tussle between the Punjab Governor as well as the Chief Minister is continuing, but taxpayer money is being used by this tussle between both the Governor as well as the Chief Minister. So it seems that the Aam Aadmi, common man of Punjab, is suffering because this tussle which is continuing between Punjab Governor and the Punjab Chief Minister, that is unending. And yesterday we have seen, after getting the legal opinion, we have seen that this assent for this convening this session has been withdrawn. But at the same time, what we have seen here, the huge force have been deployed, and when we were talking to these police officials, they say they are not aware, there were not official communication with them whether there will be session or not, but the huge force have been deployed. So ये सारी force session के लिए लगी हुई है?
हाँ जी, session लिए।
So well, we can see that here
we move on as the poll battle for Congress party president intensifies. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who was until very recently, viewers, unwilling to let go of the Rajasthan Chief Ministerial post, has said that it's very important that the Congress chief focuses on taking care of the entire country. Now, sources have told your channel that Sonia Gandhi had categorically made it clear to Gehlot that he will have to give up on his Chief Ministerial post to fight party president election. Rahul Gandhi, also in an apparent hint to Gehlot during his Bharat Jodo Yatra, said that he expected that the decision taken by the party during Udaipur Chintan Shivir will be respected.
You are taking on a position, it's a historic position, and it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress President is not just an organizational post. The Congress President is a ideological post, whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
And here's some spine-chilling breaking news coming your way. This is truly distressing, viewers. A 15-year-old girl was kidnapped on gunpoint, gang raped by 5 brutes, and then this happened. She was forced to walk naked. Look at these pictures. We are advising viewer discretion. This is gut-wrenching, blood-curdling, distressing, very, very disturbing. And while she covered the 2-kilometer distance on foot, she was bleeding with every step that she took. People crossed her, not one paused to cover her or to extend any relief. Amir, India has betrayed Nirbhaya again. Nothing has changed on the ground.
Well, yes, absolutely, Pranesh. That did seem like what had happened on the ground initially, because this incident supposedly happened on the 1st of September. It was reported to the police by an uncle of the rape survivor, their alleged rape survivor, on the 7th of September. But now the police surprisingly says that no rape happened. They have conducted a medical examination of the girl, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that can actually suggest that sexual assault has taken place. And in fact, now the police is saying that even the girl's parents have confirmed that she's mentally unsound, which is why she tore off her clothes and was seen walking in this particular CCTV footage, being ogled by people who were actually using that stretch of the road. That definitely seemed absolutely unfortunate. In the manner in which this video footage had went viral on social media, there's outrage not just on social media but also there in Moradabad, the Bhojpur police station area wherein this incident happened. But now, as I said earlier, the police is saying that no such rape has happened and that the girl is mentally unstable, and therefore she was walking in this fashion on the road late at night on the September the 1st.
Stay with us. Reactions coming in. Sunil Sajjan of the Samajwadi Party is with us. Mr. Sajjan, what would you say? सज्जन साहब, टाइम्स नाउ से बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया. क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि ये जो तस्वीरें हैं वो दिल दहला देने वाली हैं.
देखिए, ये तस्वीरें दिल दहला देने वाली भी हैं और ये तस्वीरें उत्तर प्रदेश की कानून व्यवस्था को आईना दिखा रही हैं, चिढ़ा रही हैं. सरकार कुछ भी कहे कि यहाँ राम राज्य है, महिलाएं सुरक्षित हैं, बेटियां सुरक्षित हैं, घटनाओं पर घटनाएं हो रही हैं. अभी लखीमपुर की घटना ठंडी नहीं पड़ी थी कि मुरादाबाद की इस तरीके की घटना ने देश को दुनिया के सामने और उत्तर प्रदेश को देश के सामने शर्मसार किया है. हम सभी लोग शर्मसार हैं, सभी लोग दुखी हैं. लेकिन आप सोचिए कि घटनाएं लगातार हो रही हैं. आखिर ऐसे दरिंदों पर डर क्यों नहीं है सरकार का, कानून का? क्यों नहीं डर रहे हैं कि आखिर ऐसा करेंगे तो हमें फांसी हो सकती है, जेल हो सकती है? वो जो डर नहीं है यही कहता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून व्यवस्था नाम की कोई चीज नहीं है. आज वो बेटी नहीं निर्वस्त्र होकर के 2 किलोमीटर चली है, उत्तर प्रदेश की कानून व्यवस्था चली है निर्वस्त्र होकर के.
अखिलेश प्रताप सिंह कांग्रेस पार्टी के भी हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं. अखिलेश जी, क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पे?
हम पहले आपसे पूछेंगे कि आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, जंगल राज है कि नहीं? क्योंकि जहां बीजेपी का राज नहीं है वहां तो तुरंत जंगल राज मीडिया कह देता है. और यहाँ पे रोज ऐसी हरकतें हो रही हैं. आपने अभी लखनी को रोज आना, 1-2 दिन भी गाँव नहीं जा रहा है. हम आपका या देश आपकी भी राय जानना चाहता है इस ऐसी सरकार को जहां इस तरह से रोज आना ऐसी घटनाएं हमारे देश के महिलाओं बच्चों के साथ हो रहा हो. आप क्या कहेंगे? जंगल राज?
अखिलेश जी, आपको फोन ही इसीलिए किया क्योंकि हमने ये खबर उठाई. ये दिल दहला देने वाली ये तस्वीरें हैं. 15 साल की ये लड़की है जिसका कथित तौर से गैंग रेप हुआ और उसके बाद इनको जबरदस्ती बिना कपड़ों के रोड पे चलाया.
इसके लिए आपका साधुवाद, क्योंकि मीडिया जागरूक यदि रहेगा और सरकार से सवाल करेगा तो सरकार पे दबाव बनता है। दो ही लोग सरकार पे दबाव बनाते हैं, फिर तीसरा बाद में जनमानस माहौल बनता है, वो है मीडिया और विपक्ष। तो ये हम लोगों की आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि जहां सरकार विफल हो, जहां सरकार अपनी जिम्मेदारी ठीक से न निभाए, उसके ऊपर नकेल लगाने का। मीडिया का भी जरूरत, इसीलिए मैंने पूछा, क्योंकि हर बात तो जंगलात बोल दिया जाता है जहां गैर कांग्रेस गैर बीजेपी सरकारें हैं।
जी अखिलेश जी, अनिला सिंह जी जुड़ गई हमारे साथ, बीजेपी की प्रवक्ता है। बृंदा डीजे ऑल्सो जॉइनिंग अ ब्रॉडकास्ट। डिस्टर्बिंग एंड डिस्ट्रेसिंग स्टोरी फ्रॉम उत्तर प्रदेश। अ 15-year-old girl allegedly gang raped, forced to walk naked back home. This happened for good 2 kilometers. Not one person came to help her. Anila Singh, the opposition says there is Jungle Raj.
Indeed, if such thing has happened, it is indeed obnoxious, shameful. I do not have words to express my anger, my grief, and I do not have detailed knowledge of this sad incident, but I can say so that under the police administration of Moradabad, action must have been taken, and still I have to collect the information regarding this case. But this is very unfortunate, and I'm pretty sure that the people responsible for such heinous crime won't be spared. They will be behind the bars soon.
Nothing has changed on the ground. India has betrayed Nirbhaya, and there are no two ways about it. Thank all of you for joining us. Brinda DJ, what do you make of these pictures, ma'am? I am really out of words.
Horrendous, obnoxious, and this impunity comes because of the lawlessness that we can see in that state. We know that the police do not do anything. Most of the people who are castes, so-called upper caste, so-called dominant caste, they know that no cases are registered against them, and if at all there is any case registered, there will be a absolute loose, diluted FIR that is filed, and this impunity is seen almost on a daily basis. How dare, can you imagine the arrogance, the impunity with which they have made her walk 2 kilometers naked, because they know nothing will happen to them. What has the Chief Minister come and told? Has he come out and has he condemned it? Has he said that action will be taken, that these fellows will be given death sentence, if nothing else? They must be given death sentence, because that's the only message that can go across strongly, that another child, another woman, another minor will not be touched by these fellows.
Brinda DJ, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Viewers, we're taking a short break. Lots more lined up on Times Now. Please stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
NIA.
Largest ever crackdown that's taking place on PFI on multiple locations across India.
Unprecedented action against radical PFI. PFI officers and leaders raided across 11 states.
We're looking at multiple locations, 11 different states that we're looking at such kind of crackdown taking place. It's massive.
Over 100 PFI office bearers arrested. Largest team of reporters, widest coverage.
NIA were conducting searches over here against NIA.
The involvement of the ED here, it does make it very clear the aspect of funding to the PFI is also being looked into.
One person has been detained from this particular office in Guwahati and 4 people have been detained from the lower Assam.
Every lead, every update broken first. Times Now leads coverage.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. This is the top 50 at 7. 106 PFI activists arrested across India in the biggest pan-India crackdown on the Popular Front of India for suspected terror funding. Amit Shah holds review meeting following multiple probes linking PFI to allegations over hijab and CEA, Delhi riots and Sartan se juda hate chants. PFI cadre and supporters protest raids by blocking National Highway in Kerala's Injakkal. Agitators chant anti-NIA slogans, call for dawn to dusk hartal in southern state tomorrow to mark their protest. PFI's terror links under radar focus shifts to political patronage to radical front. BJP leader blames Owaisi's AIMIM and TRS for national security endangering appeasement. After raids, PFI slams bid by totalitarian state to muzzle voice of dissent, says witch hunt by central agencies. Congress meanwhile politicizes raids, equates PFI with RSS, questions why no raids on RSS and Bajrang Dal. PFI General Secretary Anis Ahmad among 3 chiefs arrested, all accused taken to special court in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party versus Centre face-off shifts to Punjab. Bhagwant Mann government mulling to move Supreme Court against governor, blocking special session for seeking trust vote. Carrying placards with messages of Stop Murder of Democracy and Operation Lotus Murdabad, the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party slammed Congress and BJP for being hand in glove against it. Defiant AAP has now called for a special session again on the 27th of this month. United Opposition slams Mann Sarkar over unconstitutional posturing. BJP leaders staged protests against Aam Aadmi Party in Chandigarh, staged a march to Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence. Police fire water cannons against protesters. Growing dissent within Congress ahead of party polls. Gandhis face questions over free elections. G20 to meet in Delhi tomorrow. With Congress presidential poll round the corner, party leader Rahul Gandhi says decisions including that of one man, one post taken at Chintan Shivir in Udaipur in Rajasthan earlier this year must be followed. In a first indicator of leaders taking sides in upcoming contest for the top post, senior Congress leader Gaurav Vallabh voiced support for Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who many believe has the backing of the current leadership. The Congress party issued notification for presidential election. According to the notification, nominations for party president's post can be filed from September 24th to 30th. BJP National President JP Nadda arrived in Madurai. He will be meeting eminent personalities from various fields, also attend a public meeting in Karaikudi, Shivaganga. Delhi Police's special cell arrested 2 key members of an international narcotics cartel from Bihar. Police seized 10 kilograms of heroin and 10 kilograms of opium worth over 60 crore rupees. Union Health and Family Welfare Minister Mansukh Mandavia said Indian Red Cross Society is known for its work to help and aid humanity in times of need. Added it also needs to introspect its strengths and weaknesses. Indian Navy to evaluate $5 billion tenders to buy 26 combat aircraft. The report of the extensive trials of French Rafale and American F-18 planes being examined. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren held a high-level meeting with DGP, Home Secretary, Chief Secretary, senior police officials in the state and police superintendents of all districts including Naxal-affected districts on law and order. Enforcement Directorate has attached property belonging to the ABG shipyard. Varanasi court has issued notice to a Muslim side on the Hindu side's plea for carbon dating of Shivling. The next hearing on the matter is to be held on the 29th of September. The BMC has denied permission to Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena as well as Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's faction for holding the Shara rally at Shivaji Park. The permission has been denied on basis of law and order. India hosted the 10 Ministerial Commission of Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil, South Africa Trilateral Cooperative Forum, grouping on the sidelines of the 77th UNGA. Amid a huge row over Punjab governor withdrawing assent to convene special session of State Assembly, Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann convened a meeting of party legislators in the Assembly to discuss future course of action. At least 4 people have been injured after a stampede started at Gymkhana ground after a huge crowd of cricket fans gathered there to get tickets for the India versus Australia match. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat met with many Muslim intellectuals, including Chief Imam of the Imam Council of India. As per sources, issues like the hijab controversy, Gyanvapi and maintenance of peace and harmony between the two communities was discussed. A Delhi court has granted anticipatory bail to social media influencer Bobby Kataria in connection with a video showing him smoking on a SpiceJet flight. The tenure of All India Institute of Medical Sciences Delhi director will come to an end on the 23rd of September. As per sources, Dr. Guleria's successor is expected to be named any time. In a viral clash video from UP's Mussoorie area, few boys were seen thrashing each other even after a car rammed into them. Some have been taken into custody. The principal of primary school Dumduma was suspended after undisputed food grains for midday meal were found in the school due to alleged carelessness. This came after the video of huge quantities of undistributed food grain went viral. As many as 4 minor children died and 2 others were injured when a portion of a wall of a house collapsed in Uttar Pradesh's Etawah. Chief Minister Yogi expressed grief and announced a relief amount of 4 lakh rupees each to the kin of the deceased. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launched the host city logo of FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup India 22. The CM said organizing this event in Goa would give a boost to sports. As many as 3 passengers were killed and 4 others injured after a bus they were travelling in overturned in a village in Chhattisgarh's Jashpur. All stranded vehicles and passengers have been rescued from the Baralacha Pass on NH3. No movement of vehicles has been allowed during night hours. Local train services on one of the central railway routes in Mumbai was disrupted due to a snag in signalling system. Some of the local trains considered the lifeline of Mumbai were cancelled. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who's on a 10-day visit to the United States, met with his Estonian counterpart Urmas Reinsalu on the 3rd day of the 77th session of UNGA. NH 109 in Rudraprayag district in Uttarakhand has been blocked after a sudden landslide. Atul Biswas, a 31-year-old, was sentenced to life imprisonment for raping an 11-year-old minor girl in Assam's Dhubri district. Bollywood actor Raveena Tandon was appointed as the Wildlife Goodwill Ambassador for the state of Maharashtra. She described it as an honour. A former Chinese justice minister was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve on charges of taking bribes and helping criminals, including his brother, hide their illegal activities. Leaders of South Korea and Japan agreed to accelerate efforts to mend ties trade over Japan's past colonial rule of Korean Peninsula as they had held their country's first summit talks in nearly 3 years on UNGA sidelines. Cambodia's UN-backed Khmer Rouge Tribunal rejected the appeal of a genocide conviction by the communist group's last surviving leader in what is expected to be the special court's last decision. During a video to the United Nations General Assembly, Vladimir Zelensky called for a special tribunal to punish Russia for its aggression. Former tennis world number 1 Naomi Osaka was all set to play Brazil's Beatriz Haddad Maia in the second round but withdrew, saying her body will not let her compete. A former Deputy Nevada Attorney General accused of a 1972 killing in Honolulu said he wants to fight extradition to Hawaii because he believes his constitutional rights are violated when he was arrested last week. In a first-of-its-kind Save the World experiment, NASA is about to clobber a small harmless asteroid millions of miles away. A spacecraft named DART intended to slam it at a rate of 14,000 meters per hour. More than 500,000 people in Puerto Rico remain without water 3 days after Hurricane Fiona slammed into the US territory. British Prime Minister Liz Truss used her speech at the UNGA to warn democracies that they must deliver for their citizens and their safety of the economy, or they will fall behind in a battle for survival against autocracy. Ecuador's authorities confirmed the death of a woman lawyer who disappeared more than a week ago. She went missing inside the main police officer's training center where her husband was an instructor. There were raids across India today from different parts of the country. There were raids carried out across India. In fact, let's listen in to some of the reactions that we got to the people who were raided.
अब देखा जाए तो बजरंग दल है, हिंदू सेना है और खुद आरएसएस है, ऐसी तमाम जो जमायतें हैं जो देश के अंदर समाज के अंदर एक नफरत और घृणा पैदा करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ, सबके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती तो लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि सही मानों में सरकार कोई कदम उठा रही है।
Those organizations who are spread communal hatred and spoil the harmony in the society, whether it is Bajrang Dal, whether it is SDPI, PFI or any other organization, let them take action on them, let them ban them.
बीजेपी का कोई लोग पर सीबीआई और एनआई ये छापा क्यों नहीं पड़ा? ये सब महात्मा गांधी और भगवान बुद्ध हो गए।
सतपाल जो हमारे गवर्नर थे, गवर्नर महोदय, उन्होंने अपने एक इंटरव्यू में एक दफ़ा नहीं बहुत दफ़ा कहा कि मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर में जब मैं गवर्नर था तो मुझे 2 फाइलें करने के लिए 300 करोड़ रुपए की ऑफ़र थी और उसमें बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया कि आरएसएस का एक बंदा था और एक ऑफिसर था जिसका बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया उन्होंने। तो आज तक ये लोग नहीं बता पाए कि उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उनका वहाँ रेड नहीं हुआ।
You know that the central government is using central agency in their own interest, mainly to suppress their political opponent, and this is not a democratic process. They are moving towards, you can say, their dictator.
Soon after the raids that took place across the country from West Bengal to Karnataka, there were chunks of protests held at several locations. In fact, the PFI also hit the streets in Kerala, in Karnataka and in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the BJP says politics should not cloud an independent investigation.
PFI आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है। उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना कि वो भारत को पहले ही मुस्लिम राष्ट्र बना देना चाहता हूं। तो ऐसे संस्थानों पर अगर कार्रवाई हो रही है, दुर्भाग्य है जब फुलवाड़ी शरीफ में PFI पर छापे पड़े तो जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था। ये नीतीश बाबू, ये लालू बाबू, लालू यादव, ये लोग नीतीश जी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं।
So is this a case of political vendetta or actual action materializing against people who time and again, an organization which time and again has been found to be involved in multiple anti-national activities? Gargi Nandi Roy, political analyst, Namit Saxena, advocate, Ravi Srivastava, political analyst, Ahmed Ayaz, lawyer, are all live with us. Namit Saxena, I'll come to you first. Where does this all go? Because we've had in Bihar and Phulwari Sharif, Mission 2047, PFI. In Karnataka, we've had members of the RSS being attacked, PFI. In Maharashtra, we've had PFI being named as an aggressor. In Assam, similar cases have been spoken of, but we only see raids. What next?
See, the role of PFI in all these, all these events, which you have mentioned. See, their role, their participation has come out. Now, to what extent their participation is there, this is a matter of investigation. So, as a matter of, NIA is empowered to do this. This is in form of a terror hunt. So, they are empowered to do this and they are exercising their right to investigate this PFI, across the country because their branches are, everywhere. That is why there is a dedicated investigating agency to do it. So they are right in, conducting raids. Only after conducting raids, only after seizing the material, because Popular Front of India does not carry a list of members. It's a merger of 3 different entities and now a political outfit is also there. So it is important to, first raid them, seize whatever material is available and then carry on investigations. Of course, by, taking into custody certain people so that they don't temper the evidence or temper the witnesses, etc. So right now I think this is in the right direction that raids are being conducted. Investigation, has at least commenced for, whatever PFI has been doing across the country. And this is, in my view, a laudable step, in taking forward the investigation. And let the investigating agency take its course. We can't preempt as to, what they are going to do in future, because they may do multiple things. An investigating agency is empowered to do multiple things, including collection of evidence, including seizure, and, so conducting, other searches also, taking into custody, etc. So I think this is an independent investigation. There is nothing, political in it, because PFI is not a political outfit as such. So let these investigations carry on. At least.
So Mr. Srivastava, time and again people come and say that if PFI is a problem, you take action against it. Now it's happening. Now what's the problem? So Aam Aadmi Party, you take action against it, becomes political vendetta. Congress, you investigate. Young Indian case becomes vendetta. Now apparently even in PFI, if action is taken, it becomes vendetta. How?
Question is to me?
Yes, Mr. Srivastava.
Yeah. See, Padmaja, here whatever appears is last 3 years we are hearing PFI doing this, PFI doing that, PFI is involved in the terror activities and PFI cells are there, etc., etc. But what has been proved till date? Now this appears to be a one-sided, biased, discriminatory action by arresting some 106 people across 11 states. I'm not against this action. The action should be taken, but none of the PFI people have been convicted till date. No money trail has been found till date. Now still they say we want to interrogate, we want to investigate, we want to do this, let them do it. But point here is that if you call it a communal organization, so is the RSS communal organization, so is the VHP communal organization, so is the Bajrang Dal communal organization, Sri Ram Sena is a communal organization, no raids happen among them. The Karnataka, what kind of terror they are doing, everybody sees. No action is taken against them there. So why single out the one particular organization and say like this? I remember a case that July 21, some 2 people were caught in Lucknow for making the pressure cooker bomb, and they said they are Al Qaeda members. Till date, nothing has proved, and no action has been taken. So just to make a show before the elections that we are going hammer and tong on a particular outfit, etc., etc., I think this does not.
Gargi Nandi Roy.
They should have solid evidence. And
how do you know they don't have solid evidence?
Where is the solid evidence to show something?
Show you. They'll show it to the court, right? Mr. Srivastava, they'll show it to the court. They won't. The NIA will not come on Times Now and show Ravi Srivastava what it is that they have recovered. They have the remand note. They have got recoveries which have happened today from Kerala to Karnataka to West Bengal, and they will produce it before court. You've got 103 people who've been arrested. You do know that when they are produced before court, there will be absolute evidence that is shown by the agencies. Gargi Nandi Roy.
Yes, Padmaja. I think this comparison is absolutely a false equivalence between RSS and PFI. RSS does lot of social service. Mostly Ravi Srivastava ji doesn't know that the number of schools RSS runs, the kind of service RSS has given during the COVID time. RSS Pracharaks live life of monks. Okay, you don't even know. Okay, so many schools with the tribals, they are working. And now I'll come to PFI. I don't know why Congress is trying to protect PFI today. See, Mr. Srivastava, radical Islamism is a menace across the world, especially in democracies where they take advantage of democracies and try to subvert the very democratic principles. Okay, so and worldwide it's a menace. From Kerala, how many people went to ISIS? And Padmaja, now Congress is trying to protect PFI, drawing equivalence with RSS. The same Congress's Chief Minister Oman Chandi in 2012, BJP was not in power in centre. Do you know what he had said in Oman Chandi? I have his quote. He had said that PFI is repeatedly accused of murder, rioting, intimidation and having links with terrorist organizations. It is nothing but a resurrection of the banned outfit, the Students' Islamic Movement of India, in another form. So this was said by the Kerala government under the Congress, where the PM was Oman Chandi in 2012 when Mr. Srivastava, BJP was not in power. So, and Achyutanandan, the left leader, he also had said that PFI wants to change Kerala into an Islamic state and fund, it has been proven, fund is coming from Middle East. Say the Delhi riots, say the anti-CA riot.
Mr. Srivastava.
See this hijab thing, everything PFI's name is
Madam,
come.
you are
The girls
quoting
were
so many
wearing uniform.
instances. I am asking a simple question.
The
Why
girls were
an action
wearing
was not taken against them? Why were they not put behind the bar?
You know,
Why
this is
not
very
be-
strange.
why
Mr.
were-
Srivastava,
why were they not
I have to say that if there is one evil that you cannot be faulted for, it is consistency. When you had the arrest of Anil Deshmukh, you came on TV and you said, why has Anil Deshmukh been arrested? When Nawab Malik was arrested, you're like, why is Nawab Malik being arrested? Now when PFI people are being raided and arrested, you're like, why is no action being taken? Arre, they have been raided and arrested. Now what do you want the government to do? Hang them today to satisfy you. And eventually, if anywhere tomorrow they'll be convicted, you're like, why have they been convicted?
That is correct.
When they are not arrested, you're like, why are they not arrested? When they are arrested, you're like, this is witch hunt.
That's only an intimidating tactic. What is happening in case of Satyendra Jain in Delhi?
How do you?
What is happening
Okay. So how in your book is somebody supposed to be investigated for it to not be called intimidation?
Last 4 months.
Mr.
In last
Srivastava,
4
okay.
months, they could
So
not
there is a
prove
misdemeanor. There is a misdemeanor, okay? There is money laundering apparently which has taken place. If you were the Prime Minister of India or the Home Minister of India, how would you have that money laundering investigated without it be seen as a witch hunt? How?
I will finish up the inquiry within 3 months.
Within 3
This
months?
is what I will do.
Namit
Within 3
Saxena.
months, I'll do, and if the person is convicted, I'll hang him.
Oh,
this is what I will do.
you will hang him
I will
for
not
money
do
laundering. It's a good thing then you are not the Prime Minister. If you start hanging people for money laundering, then half of the population of India will be hanging by the flagpole.
Go to jail. Go to jail. Hang means go to jail.
Hang doesn't mean go to jail. Hang means hang. First you are writing the IPC, now you are rewriting the dictionary also, where hang means go to jail. Namit Saxena.
See, I counted 5 self-goals by Mr. Srivastava, and thereafter I stopped counting. You know, if it goes, as for Mr. Srivastava, you'll keep on comparing apples and oranges, and you'll reach no logical conclusion whatsoever. See, this basic argument of scuttling the investigation at the threshold, is completely baseless. You can't say that the investigating agency has now started investigation. Oh, no, this is political vendetta. Everything for them is political vendetta. We should stop all investigations across the country wherever investigations are happening, because all of them are political vendetta. This argument is completely baseless and completely futile.
Let us have
So I wonder how Mr. Srivastava is going to hang them and write another IPC. I don't know. I will not comment upon his powers of observation on criminal law, but this is absolutely incorrect.
I want to ask Mr. Srivastava, do you think that global terrorism is a menace? It's a threat not only to the world, but it's a threat to our national security. Do you think so? And what is this? This is a Salafi, Wahhabi Islamism, which we see through PFI. Do you agree that?
No, madam, please
I think,
do not link the global terror
I think
with the
that also
Indian terror.
is
Whatever
political
is happening,
vendetta by Mr.
Indian
Srivastava.
terror is two sides. With the right-wing terror and the left-wing terror.
There is
Both
no
are
right
here.
terror. Don't try.
Both are
There
here.
is no.
Why? What happened
Let
in
me tell you,
Malegaon?
Rudresh was killed in
What happened
Kerala.
in Malegaon?
Rudresh, RSS worker
What
was
happened
killed.
in Malegaon?
Okay,
Are you
Joseph's
aware?
hand was stopped. See,
Was that
Joseph,
not-
Professor.
was that not a
Give me
terror?
one example now. Give me one
Was that
example
not
of
a terror?
RSS kind of terror. Rudresh, I'm saying Rudresh was killed. RSS work in Kerala. So many RSS workers have been attacked.
You
See,
go to
Joseph's hand was
Karnataka
chopped.
and you see that
And
terror.
just now,
by the
BJY
Singh
worker
Ram
in
Sene, by
Karnataka
the
was killed.
Bajrangal, by the
There's so much.
Mr. Srivastava, had it been about only one case, we are talking about Praveen Netaru in Karnataka. We are talking about, by the way, let me remind you that there have been police from non-BJP states who have gone and made arrest, which includes the police force of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, who have made arrests of PFI activists for being involved in anti-national activities in their state. And yet you keep going on and on and on about BJP vendetta. You just had Gargi Nandi Roy quote the example of a CPM chief minister. They are all accepting that there are these activities by the PFI. Why, Ahmad Ayaz, are you still choosing to live in denial about it? State polices have acted against them. You've had non-BJP states acting against them. What's the problem then?
You see, it's a matter of investigation. Let the investigations be done and let the law take its own course. But here the case is that, it should not look to be harassing Muslim organizations and Muslims, because in the past certain things have happened, like, bulldozer action against the Muslim properties, and then the madrasa in Assam, and then the surveying in the madrasas.
What does one have to do with the other?
A feeling to all, everybody,
they are all separate incidents. One is just a survey.
You see, in totality,
this is action.
In totality,
Mr. Ayaz, why are you doing the disservice of connecting or equating the PFI with Indian Muslims? The PFI doesn't represent all of Indian Muslims, neither do all Indian Muslims support the PFI. Why are you making this very, very disparaging equivalence?
Padmaja, you'll have to see in totality, because you see...
But there is no totality, sir. Why are you making that equivalent?
Where it is
to say that
seen as...
This is, this is as uncharitable as saying that the day that you hung Ajmal Amir Kasab, you did an anti-Muslim move. No, you didn't. The man was a criminal. The man was a murderer. The man was a terrorist. He is not a Muslim. He is a terrorist. These people are criminals.
Padmaja, we are in favor of a fairness. It should be fairly done and with full proof.
Who will decide if it is being done fairly or unfairly, sir? The court will decide, right?
In the past, it looks that as if it is going against the Muslims.
How?
That's why it should not look to be harassing to the Muslims and the Muslim organizations. That's my point. See, it has to be full proof. We never say that action need not to be taken. Let the action be taken. We'll let the law take its own course.
But the law is literally taking its own course. And you are calling it harassment.
It should not be a manipulated one.
How do you know it is manipulated? Give me one example of how you have today decided that today's raids are manipulated. Give me one example. One piece of evidence.
You see, I tell you, there is already a feeling that it is all against the Muslims.
Oh, there is a feeling.
Actions have been taken sight.
Then you should implead yourself in this case.
Let me tell you,
and go before the judge and say, sir, I feel that this is not fair.
Tell me, Padmaja. Tell me, Padmaja.
Sir, the law doesn't work on feeling.
What had the school done in the madrasa, done in the Assam? If the madrasa owner was responsible for something, why the madrasa was demolished?
Because it was standing on government land.
Dismantled. The
man should have been arrested. On government
the
land.
action should have been taken against the owner.
It was made illegally on government land. The two are not related. Gargi Nandi Roy wants to
respond. Only the Muslim madrasas and the Muslim properties are illegally done?
No, but they are not.
No,
that is why there are others also which are demolished. See, again we keep going. The thing is that if you want to give a spin, you will keep going round and round in circles.
Tell me how many have been
back to arguments which have already been discredited. And that is a problem, sir. If you want to argue about demolition happening, it is happening across the board.
No,
if you want to talk about fairness, give me evidence to show that this is unfair. And unless you do, when you say that I feel this is unfair, that is not based on the law or legality. That is based purely on spin doctoring and your own politics. Anyhow, I will leave it at that. Thank you very much, all gentlemen, Gargi Nandi Roy, for joining us. This, of course, is just the beginning. If such a pan-India crackdown has happened, there needs to be very, very solid evidence to back up the charges that are being levelled against the Popular Front of India.
and a very good evening. You're watching News Pulse on Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's get you the unprecedented outreach by the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Over the last few days, he has held meetings with intellectuals and religious leaders of the Muslim community. The idea is to create an atmosphere of trust between the two communities at a time when even madrasa and waqf surveys are being looked at with suspicion and are being used by political parties to foment a divide. Now, after meeting intellectuals yesterday, today the RSS chief visited a mosque and madrasa where he met the chief of the Imam Association and even spoke to the kids studying at the madrasa.
ये हमारी पारिवारिक मीटिंग, पारिवारिक मिलन था ये जी। और जो पैगाम गया वो पैगाम मोहब्बत है। हमारे सबके धर्म अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी सबकी जातियां अलग हो सकती हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा जो धर्म है वो इंसान और इंसानियत है। भारत में रहते हैं हम सब भारतीय हैं। अब हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें, भारतीयता को मजबूत करें। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है, हमारा मकसद सिर्फ यही है। जिस तरह से हमारा आज देश पूरे विश्व में आगे बढ़ रहा है, हमारे परमादरणीय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी जिस तरह से देश को लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कि हम सब मिलकर अपने देश के निर्माण में, अपने देश की तरक्की में सब लोग प्रयास करें और देश में सब।
We are here in North Delhi's Madarsa where RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat visited earlier this morning. He met the students as well as the Hafiz here for almost 90 minutes. While he was here, he spoke to a lot of students and even heard them reciting Quran, being appreciative of the way they were reciting the holy book. During the conversation, Mohan Bhagwat mentioned that how there is nothing to worry about in the country about their security or their well-being and how the country belongs to everyone. The students were elated when Mohan Bhagwat spoke to them about their future and how they can be a blessing to the country. You can see around there around 300 students studying in this madrasa in the northern part of Nashik capital. This is where Mohan Bhagwat came, spoke to a lot of them, and a lot of them feel elated that Mohan Bhagwat did this outreach toward them. In North Delhi with camera person Deepak Sharma, Rishabh Marvin Pratap, Times Now.
But leaders like OAC and the Samajwadi Party have dismissed the outrage as nothing but just a show, saying that those who are Muslims merely in name have met the RSS leaders. In fact, OAC even said that those who are meeting Mohan Bhagwat and talking of communal harmony are not even aware of the ground realities of what Muslims face.
RSS की आइडियोलॉजी सारी दुनिया जानती है और आप जाकर RSS से मिलते हैं तो ये जो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी में ये लोग जो सो कॉल्ड इलीट तबका है जो वो करेंगे तो बिल्कुल सच है वो, और हम अपनी लड़ाई पॉलिटिकल राइट के लिए, फंडामेंटल राइट्स के लड़ते हैं तो नहीं हम बुरे हो जाते हैं। तो ये जो इलीट तबका है जो अपने आप को बहुत ज्ञानी समझता है, जिनको रियलिटी से ताल्लुक ही नहीं है, कोई जमीन पर क्या हो रहा है उनको नहीं मालूम, जो आराम से अपनी जिंदगी गुजार रहे हैं, और आप जाकर मिलते हैं आरएसएस के चीफ से। ठीक है, आपका डेमोक्रेटिक राइट है, मैं क्वेश्चन नहीं कर रहा हूं, और आपको तो कोई राइट नहीं है क्वेश्चन करने का हमको फिर।
In fact, Dr. Umar Ahmad Ilyasi, the Chief Imam of the Imam Council of India, joins us live. Thank you so much for speaking to Times Now. First of all, we want to ask you, what are the issues that you spoke with to Mohan Bhagwat?
हमारा मानना यह है कि हमारे सबके धर्म जरूर अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी सबकी जातियां जरूर अलग हो सकती हैं, हमारे इबादत करने के तरीके ज़रूर अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी पूजा पद्धति ज़रूर अलग हो सकती है, हमारी जातियां ज़रूर अलग हो सकती हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा धर्म है वो इंसान और इंसानियत का है। तो भारत में रहते हैं हम सब भारतीय हैं, आओ हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें, भारतीयता को मजबूत करें, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है, यही हमारा पैगाम है, यही हमारा संदेश है, यही हमारा मिलना है।
अच्छा, अभी मदरसा पे और वक्फ का भी सर्वे हो रहा है, जो प्रॉपर्टीज है उनके अंदर आते हैं। सो डिड ही स्पीक अबाउट दैट? उनके बारे में कुछ बातचीत की?
मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि मेरे निमंत्रण पर मेरी मस्जिद पर वो आए हैं, और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि मेरे निमंत्रण पर मेरे मदरसे में भी गए थे। आज हमारे मेरा जो मदरसा है, जो दिल्ली का सबसे पुराना मदरसा है, जो कि आज़ाद मार्केट में है, तजवीदुल कुरान मदरसा, आज मदरसे में भी जाना हुआ और बच्चों से भी उनकी भेंट हुई है और हमारे साथ भी यहाँ उनकी मुलाकात हुई। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक अच्छा पैगाम, एक अच्छा संदेश देश को जाएगा।
अच्छा, तो आपने ये भी कहा कि मोहन भागवत इज लाइक राष्ट्रपिता, तो आपने ऐसा क्यों कहा?
क्या मैं इसलिए कहा कि वो आज हमारे राष्ट्रपिता हैं, राष्ट्र ऋषि हैं, ये मेरा मानना है। और मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ एक विश्व का सबसे बड़ा संगठन है और भारत का भी सबसे बड़ा संगठन है, और आज हम उनको जिस तरह से देखते हैं तो राष्ट्रपिता के तुल्य हम उनको समझते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि राष्ट्रपिता होने के नाते हम सबको जिस तरह से सबको एक लेकर और एक होकर चलने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी बात है।
अच्छा, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि इससे कोई टेंशन रिड्यूस होगा? क्योंकि ऐसा कहा जाता है कि आरएसएस स्टैंड्स फॉर हिंदुत्व एंड नॉट हिंदुइज्म। ऐसा भी कहा जाता है कि उनकी आइडियोलॉजी काफी एंटी मुस्लिम है, तो उस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
मुझे लगता है कि इसीलिए हम आपस में मिले हैं और मिलते रहेंगे। मैंने कहा ना कि संवाद जो है वो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस है जिससे कि दूरियां खत्म होती हैं, नज़दीकियों में तब्दील होता है, गलतफहमियां दूर होती हैं। हो सकता है कि मुसलमानों को आरएसएस की कोई खामियां लगती हों और आरएसएस को मुसलमानों की तरफ से कोई खामियां लगती हों, तो मुझे लगता है कि उन खामियों को दूर करने के लिए एक रास्ता है डायलॉग का, संवाद का, जो हमने अब शुरू किया है। और मुझे लगता है कि इससे आपस में सारी कम्युनिटियों में, खासतौर पे मुस्लिम और हिंदुओं में एक पैगाम मोहब्बत जरूर जाएगा।
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us those exclusive insights into what happened in that meeting. Let's shift our focus now to the stage being set for another fight in Maharashtra over the Shera celebrations in the Shivaji Park. Both Uddhav and Shinde camps are claiming to be the true legacy owners of Bala Sahib Thackeray, the Sena icon, over the Dashera celebrations in the iconic Shivaji Park. After the BMC today denied permission to both Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde factions for the rally on October 5th, both the camps have now sought the intervention of the top court. The BMC in its order today cited law and order situation for the denial of the permission. The Uddhav camp said that it will challenge the BMC decision. The Bombay High Court allowed the Uddhav Sena to amend its petition to challenge the rejection of the permission to hold its annual Dashera rally. Now, from the Shinde camp, the other MLA has also filed an intervention application. The court will now hear both the sides tomorrow, while the Uddhav-led Sena dubbed the denial of permission as a bad script of the BJP. The Shinde Sena also said that this was injustice, citing the BKC permission given to the Shinde camp. Listen in to some of the reactions coming in.
पहली बात, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात आती है तो बीकेसी के लिए नहीं आएगी क्या? वो भी तो मुंबई में है ना, सिर्फ यहाँ के लिए आएगी। बात ऐसी कि इन्होंने नकारा, हम लोग तो कोर्ट में गए, कल उसकी कोर्ट उसकी सुनवाई करेंगे, फिर बाद में देखते क्या होता है। न्याय हक बनता है, सिर्फ हक नहीं बनता, न्याय हक बनता है। और परंपरा है, परंपरागत आप जानते हो कि वंदनीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी वहाँ ललकारते रहे, विचार देते रहे, देश को दिशा देते रहे। और ऐसी स्थिति में ये परंपरा आगे चलकर आदरणीय पक्ष शिवसेना के पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब, उन्होंने भी आगे चलकर पिछले 8-10 बरस वो ले रहे। तो ये परंपरा हमारी है, किसी और की नहीं है, और इसीलिए वो हमारा न्यायिक बनता है।
दोनों बाजू से आर्गुमेंट शुरू है, हाईकोर्ट में केस चालू है, इसलिए हाईकोर्ट में अगर कोई भी केस चालू रहे तो उस पे ऊपर बयान देना अच्छी बात नहीं।
तो ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप लोगों को एमएमआईडी में परमिशन मिल गई है, तो क्या आप दावा वापस लेंगे कि अभी भी दावा बरकरार है जैसे हाईकोर्ट?
जो कुछ है वो न्यायालय में चालू है, उसके बाद ही हम बोलेंगे उसके ऊपर क्या करना है।
Let's now get you national updates. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who is on a 10-day visit to the United States, met with the Estonia counterpart on the third day of the 77th session of the UNGA at the UN headquarters in New York. NH 109 in Rudraprayag district in Uttarakhand has been blocked after a sudden landslide. All travellers have been stopped at safe places, and once the debris is cleared, vehicular movement will begin. Atul Biswas, a 31-year-old man, was sentenced to life imprisonment for raping a 11-year-old minor girl in Assam. Let's now also get you updates on what's happening in the Congress party as the poll battle for the Congress party president intensifies. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who was until very recently unwilling to let go of the Rajasthan Chief Minister post, has said that it's important that the Congress chief focuses on taking care of the entire country. Now, sources tell Times Now that Sonia Gandhi had categorically made it clear to Gehlot that he will have to give up on his chief ministerial post to fight the party president election. Rahul Gandhi also, in an apparent hint to Gehlot during his Bharat Jodo Yatra, said that he expected that the decision taken by the party during the Udaipur Chintan Shivir be respected.
You are taking on a position, it's a historic position, and it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
Well, the Rajasthan Chief Minister may have agreed to forego the Chief Ministerial post under pressure and contest the party president poll, but the question is, will he be a puppet in the hands of the Gandhis? There are manifold challenges in front of Gehlot if he gets elected as the party president. The BJP alleges that he will only be a remote control president. Now remember that more than...
To meet Sonia ji, I have come here to attend a meeting of Bharat Jodo Yatra, and there is no question as yet.
Let's also now get your reactions from the BJP on the Congress polls.
कोई भी अध्यक्ष बने, कांग्रेस पार्टी का आंतरिक मसला है, लेकिन गांधी परिवार चाहता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी पर एक कठपुतली रिमोट से चलने वाला अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए। 3 साल से राहुल गांधी जी ने अध्यक्ष पद से इस्तीफा दिया हुआ। 1000 दिनों में एक भी कांग्रेसी कार्यकर्ता अभी तक कांग्रेस हाईकमान को, कांग्रेस लीडरशिप को नहीं मिला जो कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष बन सके। ये स्पष्ट करता है कि कठपुतली रिमोट से चलने वाला अध्यक्ष चाहिए।
What happens inside the Congress party is not an election, but in fact a selection or a coronation process. Have you ever heard of an election where the candidates have to go and seek permission of Madam before contesting an election like Mr. Tharoor and Mr. Gehlot had to? In fact, this is fake and fabricated, not free and fair. The real power, the real remote will lie in the hands of Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi.
On that note, we're slipping into a short break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the latest updates. Do stay with us.
You can't be sick.
تهران سره من از سابق ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب
Welcome back. The Varanasi court hearing the Gyanvapi case today squashed the Muslim side's bid to delay the hearing in the case. The Muslim side had sought 8 weeks' time before going ahead with the Shringar Gauri case. And the court has ordered for the next hearing in the matter to be held on the 29th of September. In another development, the court has also issued a notice to the Muslim side on the Hindu side's plea for carbon dating of the Shivling and demanded objections from the Muslim side.
कोर्ट में विपक्षी द्वारा एक जवाबदेही दाखिल की गई, जो उन्होंने आपत्ति दिया था उसका उन्होंने खारिज हो गया। अब विपक्षी द्वारा आपत्ति आई, जवाबदेही दे दिए हैं और बादनी द्वारा एक कार्बन डेटिंग की जांच की प्रस्ताव दिया गया।
जो हमारी एप्लीकेशन थी कार्बन डेटिंग की, कोर्ट ने उसमें नोटिस जारी किया है और 29 तारीख को कोर्ट ने मुस्लिम पक्ष से उनको ऑब्जेक्शन मांगा है, उसके डिस्पोजल के लिए 29 तारीख रखी गई है। साथ ही साथ जो उसमें पार्टी बनने की दरखास्त थी, कोर्ट ने उस पर हमारा ऑब्जेक्शन मांगा तो हमने दाखिल कर दिया है। 29 तारीख को उस पर कोर्ट अपना ऑर्डर पास करेगी।
सबसे पहले सुनवाई शुरू किया कि मुस्लिम पक्ष का जो प्रार्थना पत्र था कि ये सुनवाई 8 सप्ताह तक टाल दिया जाए, उसको खारिज करते हुए माननीय न्यायालय ने कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का इस तरह का कोई आदेश नहीं है।
Let's get you quick news updates. A former Chinese justice minister was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve on charges of taking bribes and helping criminals, including his brother, to hide illegal activities. Leaders of South Korea and Japan agreed to accelerate efforts to mend ties frayed over Japan's past colonial rule of the Korean Peninsula as they held their country's first summit talks in nearly 3 years on the UNGA sidelines. Cambodia's UN-backed tribunal rejected the appeal of a genocide conviction by the communist group's last surviving leader in what is expected to be the special court's last session. During a video to the United Nations General Assembly, Zelensky called for a special tribunal to punish Russia for its aggression, which has left thousands of people killed, displaced millions and reduced towns to rubble. And well, after a Chief Minister versus LG in Delhi, Punjab is now turned into a political battlefield. The tussle over the governor's order thwarting the Aam Aadmi Party's plan to summon a special assembly session to bring a confidence motion snowballed into an all-out war between the Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition. A mega showdown was witnessed today in Punjab. On one hand, the Aam Aadmi Party workers took out a protest march to the Raj Bhavan carrying placards with messages of Stop Murder of Democracy and Operation Lotus Murdabad. And on the other hand, the BJP leaders launched a counter-protest march to the Chief Minister's residence. But their protest faced water cannons and detentions. Meanwhile, a defiant Bhagwant Mann called for a normal assembly session on September 27th, while the opposition turned the special session illegal and against the rules of the House. Aam Aadmi Party has vowed to move the Supreme Court against the governor's order.
पिछले दिनी विधान सभा ਦੇ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਦਿਨ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਦ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮੰਦਭਾਗੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿਰੁੱਧ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ।
आज इस तरह गिरावट आ चुकी है कि लोकतंत्र के मंदिर का राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने के लिए प्रयोग किया जा रहा है। कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन के लिए भगवंत मान जी पूछ के बताइए, अपने लीगल एडवाइजर से पूछ लीजिए।
मैं उन्होंने दसना चाहना रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीजर एंड कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस इन द पंजाब विधान सभा देयर इज नो प्रोविजन फॉर कॉलिंग अ स्पेशल सेशन ऑफ द पंजाब विधान सभा। हाउएवर रूल 58(1) in chapter 7 provides for motion of no confidence only. Therefore, the Honorable Governor has rightly cancelled the session.
We have seen after getting a legal opinion from Solicitor General of India, Satyapal Jain, it was decided as per the rule of Punjab Vidhan Sabha, this session cannot be called by the Punjab Chief Minister. Specifically, the objection was raised on confidence motion. They say for the confidence motion, such type of session cannot be called by the Chief Minister. But now we are showing you a different picture that how this session which has been called off and the orders had been withdrawn by Punjab Governor, but we can see huge force have been deployed here. So what we have learned from these police officials, they say they are not aware whether the session will be held here or not, but they have already been deployed on the duty at this point of time. So what we learned, the tussle between the Punjab Governor as well as the Chief Minister is continuing, but taxpayer money is being used by this tussle between both the Governor as well as the Chief Minister. So it seems that the Aam Aadmi, common man of Punjab, is suffering because this tussle which is continuing between Punjab Governor and the Punjab Chief Minister, that is unending. And yesterday we have seen, after getting the legal opinion, we have seen that this assent for this convening this session has been withdrawn. But at the same time, what we have seen here, the huge force have been deployed, and when we were talking to these police officials, they say they are not aware, there were not official communication with them whether there will be session or not, but the huge force have been deployed. So ये सारी force session के लिए लगी हुई है?
हाँ जी, session के लिए.
So well, we can see that here all the arrangements have been made at the ground.
And well, now it's time for the much-awaited debate on the biggest story of the day, massive crackdown on the PFI and the hate pattern that it reveals on India Upfront, with Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shivshankar.
Thanks indeed, Pratibha. Yes, as always, viewers, the biggest story here on India Upfront. Now, viewers, when we begin tonight, I want you to keep in mind one line, and that line appears on the top of your screen. It's in that golden bar, and it says biggest strike on Hindu phobia. Just remember that. Now let me tell you the context. Viewers, the scale is unprecedented. The scope of what is sought to be achieved is unprecedented. But the message is clear. The union government will dismantle Hindu phobia in the country. Enough is enough. Hindu phobia is today going global. From Birmingham to Bahraich, Bengaluru, Bangladesh, there has been an unprecedented spike. And towards curbing it, the first big leap has been made. And it's about time, viewers, it's about time. Perhaps the catalyst is what happened in the United Kingdom, signaling that Hindu phobia now has reached the point where if immediate steps are not taken, there will be a very existential threat, a very real existential threat to Hindus all over, not just in this country. Viewers, there is always a tipping point. We saw that in the context of the Jews. A century and a half ago, viewers, the first strike in modern times was made against Jews in 1888, if my memory serves me right, in Russia. There was a massive hate campaign launched against the Jews there. The word pogrom that we use is actually a Russian word. Viewers, I won't say that tipping point has reached, but viewers, I will definitely say that we are hurtling towards something akin. Hindus are doing fantastically well around the globe. We've just had a Hindu contest for the premiership of Britain. He lost narrowly, as you know, viewers. We have more than 100 Indians, viewers, a majority of them from the Hindu community, in administrations of some of the top democracies in the Anglosphere, viewers. We have businessmen, viewers, Indian businessmen, a majority of them Hindus, in the top Forbes 100. All of this, it appears, is engendering some sort of resentment. And just like we have seen globally, that resentment is now finding avenues to strike. Well, today, viewers, a red line has been sought to be drawn. And the very real attempt to dismantle global Hindu phobia has been launched. Viewers, in India's largest ever coordinated strikes, raids, call them what you want to, the NIA crackdown on the face, on one of the most visible faces, as the NIA says, of Hindu phobia in this country, the Popular Front of India. Over 100 arrests were made across 11 states and over 80 locations. 80 locations, viewers, raided across 11 states, more than 100 arrested. I'm underlining these figures. It's massive, unprecedented. In the war room, Home Minister Amit Shah tracked the raids live. We are told that the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and the other agency chiefs were also in attendance. Not only have PFI offices been sealed, their documents and devices seized, but the entire top hierarchy was arrested to ensure the head of NIA designated radical outfit is crushed. And it never raises its head again. From their National General Secretary Anis Ahmed to state and district chiefs across 11 states, all have been locked up. In response, the PFI's cadre hit the streets in a bid to intimidate the agencies. Listen in to the sloganeering, the chanting, and the threats that were issued.
चलेगी तानाशाही, का नारा।
Viewers, in West Bengal, Tiljala and Kolkata, in Maharashtra, Pune, Navi Mumbai, Nerul, Jalgaon, Kolhapur, Aurangabad, in Karnataka, Bengaluru, Mangaluru, Shimoga, Mysuru, Fraser Town, SK Garden. Recoveries have been made all along. They are there on your screens for you to read. In Delhi, Northeast and Southwest districts, Rajasthan, Kota, Jaipur, Udaipur, Baran. In Madhya Pradesh, Indore. In Assam, Guwahati, Kamrup. In Tamil Nadu, at least 6 or 7 locations. In Kerala, 8 or 9 locations. In Telangana, 3 locations. In Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, Varanasi, Bharuch. In Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool, Guntur. In Kerala, 70 locations. Lots has been recovered, viewers. And as I told you, viewers, that not only have documents and devices been seized, but the rattle PFI has hit the streets, as you can see, and they're threatening a massive protest tomorrow. In fact, one of their leaders has even come out and issued a dire threat. He's a senior member of the PFI, and he says, look, if you go after us and don't release our cadre, then whatever transpires from here on is your responsibility, and there will be consequences. Listen in.
अगर रिहा नहीं किया तो जो भी इसके नाम पर, नहीं तो इसके पर जो भी इधर नुकसान होता है, इसका संपूर्ण जवाबदार, उसका संपूर्ण जिम्मेदार कौन बोलेगा? तो यहाँ का राज्य सरकार और यहाँ का केंद्र सरकार बोल के हम लोग बोलने चाहते हैं। सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है। ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को ये लोग बैन करना, नहीं तो वो लोग निषेध करना बोलेगा तो उतना आसान नहीं है।
Now viewers, this crackdown, as I told you, is the biggest crackdown against Hindu phobia. The NIA certainly believes that the PFI is involved in targeting Hindus, and they have elucidated why. Let me take you through some of the reasons. The NIA says that the PFI has roots in the band Simi. In fact, its total top leadership was once with the Simi. E.M. Abdul Rahman, founder and General Secretary of the PFI, Simi General Secretary between 1980 and 93. Now Simi, viewers, is a banned terror organization in India. P. Koya, founder, vice chairman of the PFI, active member of Simi from 78 to 79. E. Abu Bakr, ex-SDPI president, this Kerala state president of Simi between 82 and 84. The big takeaway is that Simi banned for striving to establish a caliphate in India, and the people who led it just changed from one to another. That's all. The ideology remains the same. The PFI exports to the ISIS. Cadre of the PFI have joined the ISIS. As you know, viewers, they were arrested for joining the ISIS that has pledged Ghazwa-e-Hind against India. They want to completely wipe out Hindu civilization. That is what the ISIS strives to do. It's not a secret, they say it very openly. The PFI was one of the most vociferous in rejecting the Supreme Court's Ayodhya verdict. They said apex court's Babri verdict is a majoritarian bias. Babri will rise again, lest we forget, almost pledging, viewers, to do what the Mughals and others did. It's a revanchist PFI against righting historic wrongs against Hindus. Sartan se juda chants by children fielded by the PFI. This happened on the 21st of May, PFI rally in Alapura. Hindus, Christians, get ready for last rites. We are coming. This was seen as a direct threat to exterminate Hindus and Christians, and it greatly exercised agencies in this country because this child was tutored by a bunch of radicalized adults. The PFI mocks the Mopla massacre. Viewers, you all know pre-independence, Mopla uprising, where Hindus were targets. pretty much specifically. It incites violence against known figures of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as others who are associated with that. And as we all know, viewers, the rally also invited hate against Hindus. Those are the pictures from that rally. Let's go to the next one. Condemn the hanging of Yaqub Memon. Yaqub Memon, viewers, if you remember, was executed for his role in fomenting trouble in Mumbai in 1992 and 93, late 92 and the early months of 93. Why did he do so? He wanted to avenge the 1992-1993 Mumbai riots. He wanted to take revenge from Hindus. Viewers, it's not just in India, but Hindu phobia, as I told you, is running riot in UK as well. Today, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, met his UK counterpart and raised his concern over the threat to Hindus and their temples in Leicester and Birmingham. Here, the ministry's response when they were asked a question on what really transpired. Listen to this.
Our High Commission continues to be in touch with the UK side. We are in touch with the diplomatic as well as the security authorities to prevent further attack and take action against the perpetrators. That has been our repeated request, to prevent these attacks and take action. You would have also seen that during his meeting yesterday in New York, External Affairs Minister raised this issue with his counterpart from the UK.
Unfortunately, viewers, in India, there is a race to absorb Islamist hate directed against Hindus. Several political parties are instead busy drawing false equivalences to give Hindu-phobic radicals a face saver. There are two ways in which this is being done. First, by implicating alleged Hindutva activists and questioning why they weren't being raided as they are carrying out terror activities in the name of religion. And second, by suggesting that the PFI turn to terror, or organizations like the PFI or those who are targeting today Hindus have done so to preserve Islamic culture in the face of uncompromising saffron supremacists who are trying to exterminate Islam globally. Viewers, listen to some of the reactions that have been coming in.
अब देखा जाए तो बजरंग दल है, हिंदू सेना है और खुद आरएसएस है, ऐसी तमाम जो जमायतें हैं जो देश के अंदर, समाज के अंदर एक नफरत और घृणा पैदा करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ, सबके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती तो लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि सही मानों में सरकार कोई कदम उठा रही है.
Those organizations who are spread communal hatred and spoil the harmony in the society, whether it is Bajrang Dal, whether it is SDPI, PFI or any other organization, let them take action on them. Let them ban them.
बीजेपी का कोई लोग पर सीबीआई और एनआई की छापा क्यों नहीं पड़ा? ये सब महात्मा गांधी और भगवान बुद्ध हो गए.
सतपाल जो हमारे गवर्नर थे, गवर्नर महोदय, उन्होंने अपने एक इंटरव्यू में एक दफ़ा नहीं बहुत दफ़ा कहा कि मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर में जब मैं गवर्नर था तो मुझे 2 फाइलें करने के लिए 300 करोड़ रुपए की ऑफर थी और उसमें बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया कि आरएसएस का एक बंदा था और एक ऑफिसर था जिसका बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया उन्होंने. तो आज तक ये लोग नहीं बता पाए कि उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उनका वहां रेड नहीं हुआ.
Viewers, let's open this up. Let's ask some basic questions tonight, and I want to begin first with Vivek Srivastava and Advocate Sharafuddin, Vice President of the SDPI. Vivek Srivastava, let me come to you first. I want to ask you a basic question. Why is there a race to whitewash Islamist hate? In Birmingham, mobs of Pakistanis are targeting Hindus, and here in India, we are justifying that by saying that, look, what can you do? They are reacting to Hindutva mobilization. No proof, of course, is being offered that there is some big Hindutva mobilization that is going on in the UK. Number one. Here in India, when you raid the PFI, that the NIA says is carrying on activities in the name of Islam to uproot their civilizational enemies, once again, people like you, sir, of a particular ecosystem are going out there and saying, no, what about Hindu terrorists? Yes. What about Hindutva terrorists? go after them. So why always these equivalences?
Absolutely, Rahul.
And if you believe in the action-reaction theory, sir,
that is because
then that becomes very tricky ground.
Yes.
Because then people will say, oh, the Gujarat riots were justified because Hindus were burnt alive in a train, that, oh, well, you know, other riots have taken place, like the anti-Sikh riots because of X reason, like Congress party said. I mean, there is no end to it. You can't rationalize hate against a community. Can you?
No.
And sir, tell me something. Do Pakistanis need an excuse to attack? Do Pakistanis need an excuse to attack Indians anywhere in the world? Look what they have done on our borders. They've invaded us 3 times. They've been rebuffed and thrown back all 3 times, shamed, cut up in half. They swear to cut India down through 1,000 incisions, break India. And you are saying that they need, that they are being triggered, their anger is being triggered because of Hindutva. Isn't this, sir, an attempt, as I said, to clean chit, whitewash Islamist hate? What is wrong with you? Do you think the Lashkar-e-Taiba needs a reason to attack India or the ISIS?
No. No, I see it a little differently, Rahul. I believe we have a constitution and our constitution is secular. It is guaranteeing equal rights to all the religions, all the castes, all the communities. So, I mean, the government and the agencies need to be neutral, number one. So it is not the question of Pakistan or SIMI or PFI. First of all, I am talking about the equality which the constitution guarantees. You are letting the Bajrang Dal go away. There was the Dharam Sansad in Haridwar. I do not know why those guys are roaming around scot-free. Many of them. There were naras in Jantar Mantar. Mulle wo kaate jayenge. We debated on your channel. Those guys are roaming around scot-free. They are also having organizations. Bajrang Dal is a militant organization. Hindu Sena, Hindu Sher Sena, there are thousands of Senas roaming around. They are, which are fueling communal, tensions across the nation. They are not being targeted by the government at all. So the government needs to be neutral. That is point number one. Point number two, NIA, was it sleeping for 8 years? I mean, you in your package just now said that, I mean, SIMI is what, grew up into a PFI and a lot of leaders are very common. What was the NIA doing for 8 years? For 8 years, I mean, it's a long period. That means we are not getting good governance. If everything was so scary, if everything was so dangerous, 8 years is a long time period. That is what I feel. And secondly, SDPI was a registered party. I am against SDPI completely. Why was action not taken systematically over all these years? What were you waiting for? So, I mean, yes, nobody favors violence, nobody favors Hindu phobia or Islamophobia. We are a secular, civilized country. Pakistan is a very small fry for us to be bothered about.
So, Mr. Srivastava, do you believe?
However, if the government is not neutral and you start spreading hatred.
Okay, quick counter question. Do you believe that all those today who rushed to give a rationale to what we witnessed in Birmingham or Leicester were wrong?
Yes. You see, right after the Gujarat riots, when the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat was not even given a visa by the United States for 10 years, India got a bad name. It was bad governance.
And that is what is spawning the backlash.
So much of mob lynching,
I thought that you would say that. I thought you would say that.
No,
so you're saying that Pakistan actually needs a reason.
There is no, I don't
No, 1 second, to target Indians.
No,
that 1 second, the PFI that the NIA claims has links to overseas Islamist terror organizations. I'm not saying it. The NIA said it. That's why they're carrying out the raids. They've said it in numerous charge sheets that we have. Is basically acting because it feels threatened. Now, viewers, just look at this. So Hindu groups are acting because they are 1 second. They act with impunity and without provocation. But these poor Pakistanis and the PFI cadre, the hapless Pakistanis and PFI cadre are reacting to a perceived threat from India and its Hindutva lynch mobs. That's what basically you're saying. Okay, let me bring in General Bakshi and Rahul Ishwar. Rahul Ishwar first. You go on this. You raised your hand before General Bakshi, so I'll go in that order.
Rahul,
yes.
Yeah, Rahul Shivashankarji, just two submissions. I am a proud Hindu activist, but I am equally proud that I have filed FIRs against Satwi Prachi for her anti-Muslim comments, which calls for Muslim Mukh Bharat. I have personally went to police station and filed FIR. We pursue the case. I am equally, I dislike or I condemn people like Yati Narasimhanand. I don't belong to any, so-called ultra-right organization. But please remember, this fake balancing or monkey balancing between Islamist terrorist organization and other organization is fake. That is insincere. Every time they call out on RSS and tries to equate it to PFI, it is absolutely uncalled for. RSS is an organization, you may agree or disagree with it. Just like a mainstream organization, Congress, you have RSS on the right and Congress on the center left and RSS on the center right space. But they are in effect giving an ideological cover to organization like Popular Front of India, who has been convicted of serious charges of extremism, including chopping the hands of a professor. Please remember, it's such a barbaric act of chopping the hands of a professor. So it is a fake pseudo-secular left liberal lobby who wants to give a cover fire, who wants to give some sort of a ideological cover fire and whitewash the hardline Islamist movement that they are doing it. And last point, Kerala is home to some great Muslim organization like Muslim League, Indian Union Muslim League, whose chief minister once said that if Holy Mecca comes to attack India, me and my family and my sons and generations will stand against Holy Mecca when they attack India. We have some great Muslim organizations in Kerala and all over India, but PFI is a hardline Islamist Wahhabi leaning organization who believes in violence, who have been convicted of violence, and such Islamist violence is a threat to India and holy Islam itself. But they are afraid to call this out, and the painful fact is the pseudo-secular lobby is giving a cover fire because either of the concern for vote bank or because of their blind Modi phobia. They are being intellectually dishonest. Even on a day like this, I don't know whether this case will be proved right or wrong, even on a day like this, such multiple massive raid, they are not even ready to condemn such things. I would only humbly request them to remember Professor Joseph, whose hands were chopped off, and such barbaric act was uncalled for in recent times.
Okay, one second. I want to bring in General Bakshi and Advocate Sharafuddin, who's the Vice President of the SDPI, which is known to be the political wing of the Popular Front of India. Now, Advocate Saab, first of all, I just want to quickly tell viewers that people like Yati Narasimhanand, etc. were arrested. They were only granted bail by the court. No one came and opened their padlock for them and let them out, viewers. They were arrested. He made a vile hate speech saying that he would want to attack people from the minority community, wipe them out, etc., etc. He was promptly arrested in Haridwar. And it was only after the intervention of the courts that he got bail. No one is walking free. If there are people out there, it is because the courts have ruled in their favor. Now, having said that, I want to bring in Advocate Sharafuddin and General Bakshi. Advocate Saab, it's a simple question. The accusation against you is that you're trying to influence Muslim youth to join a proscribed organization like the Islamic State. The name of this organization itself tells you what they want to do around the world, specifically in India. And I'm asking you, sir, why is it that so many of your cadre have ended up joining the ISIS? What's the correlation?
First, sir, let me speak, sir. First, it is duty of every Indian to respect the rule of law and to honor the norms of the Constitution. Nobody may be allowed to be involved in the disruptive activities in any sense. But all the disruptive activities should be dealt at par. I think that the garlanding of Muzaffarnagar accused persons on bail, as well as the honor to the Bilqis Bano convicted cases accused persons is also abroad, and it is one of the disruptive activities. We see that the SSP of Patna has equated the RSS with the PFI. So, and has categorically, as sitting SSP said, that no proof, no evidence has been found to link the PFI with any religious organization, or no evidence has been got for the foreign funding. There has been a number of cases filed by NIA and other agencies against the PFI, but no court has still the illustration or the examples are misquoted here, because 21 persons were held for the unlawful assembly,
please.
no arm was
Mr.
recovered.
Sharafuddin, please.
And so is the case.
Please.
So is the case. Please,
Even the left, of whom
let me conclude.
Vivek Srivastava is a member, even the left government, the Kerala government under the left deposed in court, calling...
Please let me conclude. Please let me conclude. Jagan Narayan Commission has said that RSS has apportioned the Bhagalpur raid. So is the case in Pranath Kapoor Commission. This RSS has been involved in the murder of Gandhi. So I just want to say that when only one community
Mr. Sharafuddin, for several years, the Congress, which is a sworn enemy of the RSS, was in power. They could have banned the RSS. No one has done so. Okay?
3 times RSS banned, 3 times. 3 times RSS was banned.
Sir, when are you talking about? What years? You know the years we are referring to. Immediately after independence. After that, they were invited to walk. Sir, RSS cadre were invited to walk in the Republic Day parade. You know this. But I just want to, viewers, draw your attention to what even the left has said.
After
the left that Vivek Srivastava belongs to has deposed in court saying, sir, please allow me, that the PFI is a dangerous extremist organization. There are other references, viewers. 2 men arrested with links from Patna's Fulwari Sharif area discovered in their possession a document titled India Vision 2047, which spoke about subjugating coward majority community and bringing back the glory. What would you call it if not Islamist fanaticism? Then, according to reports, one of the people later arrested in Fulwari Sharif case, Maghroob Ahmed Danish, purportedly formed a group called Ghazwa-e-Hind with 10 members, out of whom 8 were from Bangladesh, 1 was from Pakistan. Can you overlook how some PFI workers have become a conduit for anti-India forces to spread terror in this country? In fact, Sufi clerics like Hazrat Sayyid Nasiruddin Chishti have called for a ban on PFI, sir. People from within the Muslim community clearly stating that such organizations are doing absolutely un-Islamic, in his words, work in this country. There has been a growing demand to ban PFI from opposition parties who have prioritized self-preservation over national security and unity, and there are several instances to highlight how PFI, SDPI have enjoyed their patronage. I have several examples here. Now, I want to ask General Bakshi, this constant cover fire that the Congress and certain other political parties provide, even the left, what do you make of this? Where is this coming from, General Bakshi? What is the intention? General Saab.
Rahul, let me make a few quick points.
Yes, sir.
Number one, it is standard practice for terrorist organizations, especially the Pakistani-sponsored ones, to deftly and quickly change names, change bank accounts, and keep operating as they were. Most of the cadre of the PFI are direct draftees from the Islamic State. The Islamic State had specifically been tasked to carry out locally, manufactured bomb attacks. And there was a spate of bombings for a decade in every major city of India. They were told to fabricate this with ammonium nitrate, locally available chemicals, so that Pakistan would have complete deniability. When we ground the IS, took it to the ground, well, it has just morphed and come into the form of the PFI. And the PFI initially, posed as a social organization and some kind of an RSS analog, as they claim. But thereafter, they have now started having contacts with the vicious Islamic State, which had to be attacked by the United States and Russia together in Syria, in Iraq, because it was posing a threat to the entire established global order, right? You get into cahoots with such a state, and it is only a matter of time when the links with the Taliban will come out bright in the open, right? So how long are we supposed to sit back? How long are we supposed to accept an equivalence, a kind of a moral equivalence between some Hindu organizations which have not one terror-related incident on their record, but here are organizations in cahoots with dangerous terrorist outfits, and you are supposed to establish a moral equivalence that every time any action is taken against a terrorist organization, some Hindu organization must be penalized. I mean, I fail to understand this. I mean, you want to win votes, you want to win elections, certainly, but you can't do it at the cost of the country's national security. You can't do it at the cost of people losing their lives. I mean, it's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
750 people were killed in that 1993 bombing.
And General Bakshi, listen to this.
2611.
Listen to this. You know, here we are, someone was talking about the rule of law, we are a democracy, abiding, rule of law, this, that, the other. Now let me tell you what the courts themselves have said. This is the Kerala High Court, viewers. The Kerala High Court says for the reason that the SDPI, PFI activists were behind the killing, there is no justification. This is in reference to an incident. There is no justification in seeking transfer of the investigation to the CBI. No doubt SDPI and PFI are extremist organizations indulging in serious acts of violence. All the same, those are not banned organizations. This was said in its order on May 5, viewers. And despite that, you have organizations that do business with the PFI. And let me give you some examples. In 2015, Siddaramaiah-led Congress government in Karnataka dropped criminal cases against PFI workers. Why? Because, viewers, there has been always talk that there has been a political understanding with the Congress. For example, in April 2018 Karnataka election, the SDPI, the political wing of the PFI, reportedly withdrew its candidates from 47 seats following a purported understanding with the Congress. In September 2018, SDPI National President M.K. Faizi said that the organization was talks with the Congress and other secular parties to forge an alliance for the upcoming 2019 Lok Sabha elections. In 2020, intelligence agencies suspected that the AMM was backing PFI in planning anti-CA public meetings in Murshidabad after the place had already seen the worst kind of violence. This is a report on the 1st of January 2020. Viewers, in April 2022, CPM Kerala Secretary argued that banning SDPI is not practical, even though the left government had called this organization a dangerous extremist organization, and the Kerala High Court has also echoed the same. So, Tehseen Poonawalla, what is going on here? Why, as General Bakshi says, are you drawing these equivalences? Do you not see that there is, from Birmingham to Bengaluru to Bangladesh, a pan-Islamic and very considered plot to eviscerate one community and spread hate? And I'm not saying it, the courts are saying it. I've quoted you.
Good evening, Rahul. Thank you for having me on the show. And the onset, thank you to General Bakshi for your service to the country. It's because of people like you that we are safe. Yet again, I'm with you in this studio. Yet again, Vivek and I are discussing the terror organization SDPI and PFI. Sorry, I cannot call them terror organizations. You know why? Because the SG of this country under Narendra Modi ji says in the Supreme Court, and I quote him, that we are in the process of banning. That process has been going on for 2 years. Nothing has happened. The NIA, which has a conviction rate of 93.25, I get my source from Times of India, has not convicted a single person from the PFI. Therefore, Vivek and I keep telling you, Rahul, that the PFI and the SDPI, this advocate sitting here, is the B team of the BJP. They're two sides of the same coin because they want to spread extremist hate.
With them?
I'll come to that.
Congress do business with them? If they're the B team of the BJP, which you loathe, then why do you do business with them? If they are the C team of the RSS, why do you do business with them when your leader says that they are part of the conspiracy to divide India?
Very good question. Please allow me to answer that. I'll take a little time, but I'll answer that. I'm going to quote, please allow me to answer that. I'm going to quote something, 12th December 1948, to answer your question. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first president of India, writes to the Home Minister of India, the first Home Minister of India.
So why are we going back so far in time? The PFI didn't exist, and I'm just asking you right now.
I'm answering that with your question.
No, forget it. The PFI, what has that got to do with 1948?
Your question. Allow me to answer that. Finish. The RSS practices. No, it's not. I'll answer your question. The RSS practices secret, violent methods which promote fascism, says the first president of India to the Home Minister. Yet the Congress invited the RSS because you want to bring them into mainstream, like the left and the Congress tried to bring the SDPI and the PFI. But it is the Congress government in Jharkhand, it is the left government in Kerala that has said on court, on affidavit to ban this organization. The only people not banning it is the BJP. One last point. One last point. March 8, 2022.
By that logic, sir, by that logic, tomorrow you will be free. One second.
One last point. This one point. This is one point. I just beg your indulgence. The Karnataka's present Home Minister says this, quoting Times of India: there is no proposal by us to ban the SDPI or the PFI. You know why? Because OAC and the PFI are B teams of the BJP.
One second, I don't know.
We tried to bring them in
interview.
space.
One second. The Chief Minister, Mr. Bomai, asked him a specific question of the PFI, and he says that we are moving very quickly to build one. Listen to me. Listen. Now, well, you've had the raids within a month and a half. Within a month and a half. Please, with a month and a half. Tehseen Poonawalla, the problem is that the Congress has perfected, and these so-called secular parties have perfected the art of hunting with the hounds and running with the hare.
Sir, Vivek and I are telling you ban the PFI. If I was Home Minister of this country, PFI would be banned and SDPI would be sitting in jail. I would not be using them for political gains.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I'm not using them. They are using them. Unfortunately, this country has the most incompetent Home Minister who has the spine of a molten eclair. So he will sit on camera, watch raids happening of people gathering. He does not have the spine to ban them. 2 years have been coming on Times now. Why is there not banned?
Excuse me. Tehseen Poonawalla, look, you can rage against the BJP, and I will agree with you. I would have wanted the PFI banned 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 15 years ago. One second, sir, please. One second. Can you allow me? Can you allow me? See, this is not fair. Okay, please allow me. There have been 2 attempts by state governments, viewers, to ban the PFI. Both failed. Bans were in place, they were overturned. Those are the facts. It's a slippery organization according to the NIA. It's very difficult to pin them down. And they have a lot of political support. That is what is quite clear from the instances of those that bestow favors upon them. For what we don't know, viewers. I can't claim here a quid pro quo, though it is strange that so many favors are constantly, viewers, done to them. What could be the payoff? We don't know. Let me tell you. CPIM Kerala State Secretary and Senior Politburo member Kodri Balakrishnan said if an outfit which is formed on the basis of an ideology is outlawed, it will take another form and start functioning in the state. That is what we saw. The Simi was banned, out sprouted the PFI. Now viewers, if, as is happening, hundreds and hundreds of tomorrow PFI cadre are locked up, it will be the Congress, it will be the left that will hit the streets saying that this is majoritarianism, Muslims are being persecuted. So you have to have a strong case.
No, sir, they are not Muslims.
Of course.
Traitors of our country.
No. One second, sir. No. I've got. Can I quote now? Can I quote your leaders today who have come out and said? Can I quote? No. Can I quote your leaders who are saying today, sir, on record, that this is a crackdown singularly against members of one community, and by the same yardstick, RSS, Hindutvavadi should also be locked up. Now viewers, no, one second. I am going straight across. No, let's go straight across to Binoy Singh, who joins us. Binoy Singh, the charge is that there is a lot of muscular activity by the RSS, by the BJP in denouncing this organization. There is also now raids, but nothing will amount of these. This is just an attempt to single out Muslim young men. How do you respond to this charge?
Rahul, this is not a Muslim organization. PFI doesn't represent all the Indian Muslims. Even many Muslim organizations, the nationalist Muslim organizations, the peace-loving Muslim organizations, they are opposed to PFI and they have demanded a ban on PFI. And let me make it very clear. We must appraise, we must give credit to our Honorable Home Minister for putting such a massive scale of raids. And I assure you, Rahul, there are truckload of evidence.
Sir, what credit to the Honorable Home Minister? He was sitting on camera watching the raids. Last 8 years, this government is in power. Why is he not acting? He just keeps giving jumlas.
Okay, one second. Let him finish. Let him finish. This
is elections coming up in Gujarat.
No, let him finish. Okay, 1 second. Polarization. The charge is polarization. I told you, viewers, that somewhere along the line they will say that this is a witch hunt against Muslims, and then they sit on TV and they say no, this is not an organization of Muslims. Okay, 1 second. Binoy Kumar wants to respond. Binoy Singh wants to respond to. Yes.
Rahul, there are two ideas of India.
Okay.
One idea of India is India 2047 of the government of India. The government of India, led by Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, they want to take India out of the badge of a developing nation. And we want to move into the next league. And there is an idea of India 2047 by a PFI organization. They want to dismember India. They want to disintegrate India.
Somebody wants to disintegrate India should be banned and behind jails.
And we must.
For 8 years, you're trying to put them in jail and court overturns your verdicts. Who overturns your lawyers?
No, not overturns. No, 1 second. There were state governments that did so. State governments that did so. Fair enough. And then you are saying that BJP has not taken any action. They have taken action.
And they lost. What kind of a case? You know when Simi was banned?
I'm telling you. 1 second.
They challenged him in the Supreme Court.
1 second. Mr. Poonawala.
In 2008, the left was involved.
Mr. Poonawala. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the organization learned from its mistakes, morphed into another, and decided to be more covert. I don't know. Well, that is what is happening. You are seeing raids. The biggest raids ever have happened in this country. We can only now, viewers, hope that this organization is banned, that the evidence that is recovered will allow the government to form a strong case. Perhaps we are already seeing that. But viewers, mark my words, there will be many who will come out starting tomorrow and amplify the message of a large number who have started today to say this is a crackdown against innocent Muslim youth. Mark my words, viewers. I need to move on because there is a huge amount of evidence that Times Now is beginning to procure. Over the last 4 days, you have seen multiple images, horrific intimidation and terrifying images of intimidation coming out of the UK, from Leicester to Birmingham, showing how Hindus and Hindu symbols have been targeted repeatedly with impunity. Whether it was saffron flag at a temple being desecrated in Leicester or flagrantly obscene gestures aimed at temple goers in Birmingham, Hindus have been outrageously mocked and targeted. However, ever since the violence has broken out, sinister attempts have been made to portray the onslaught on Hindus as a somehow justifiable reaction to a deliberate provocation on part of Hindutva activists in the UK. Today, Times Now shows you the naked truth of this false narrative being peddled to malign Hindus. We have accessed a series of videos that show how Muslim mobs were instigated openly by people who exercise considerable influence online and is visible in the videos of aftermath of these speeches. Here you will see Pakistani youth, viewers, Pakistani Britons, who are inciting other Pakistanis and other people in vast crowds. First up, listen to this man, Muhammad Hijab, who amidst the ongoing violence in Leicester is interacting with mask-clad men, encouraging them to teach local Hindu population a lesson. This video is from Monday, 2 days since the violence was already raging. Watch this.
Now in Leicester, the Hindutva are coming out, yeah? And you're trying to act like gangsters? You're trying to act like gangsters. Come on, man. You're not about that life. Don't ever. I'm saying this directly to all the so-called Hindutva wannabe gangsters. Don't ever come out like that again. Do you understand? No chance. Are they going to come out like that again? Never. Are they going to come out like that again? Never. Because if they do come out, are we going to be here? Yes or no?
Muhammad Hijab, ladies and gentlemen, is a repeat offender. Spewing hate seems to be a trend. As you see on the screens right now, visuals of an anti-Israel demonstration in London where he threatened to kill Jews. He says all sorts of vile words. You can see him, viewers, holding that microphone up. Loudspeaker. Viewers, this is one person. However, he is not the only one. Remember the violence and disgusting provocation outside Durga Bhavan Hindu Center in Birmingham? Now watch this man, apparently a YouTube influencer, Shakil Afsar, inciting the mob right opposite the temple, asking the Hindu Center to declare that it does not support BJP and RSS amid threats of violence. Viewers, this is bizarre. Does the Hindu community stand outside mosques where Pakistanis offer prayer and ask mosque authorities to come out and say that they don't support their own government in Pakistan that exports terror, Islamist terror to India and other neighboring states, even Afghanistan? Viewers, this is shameful and it's very, very dangerous. Listen to this.
If Hindu temples like this do not stand by the BJP and the RSS, they need to come out in open official statements and state that they don't stand by the BJP and RSS. We will not accept half-hearted condemnation. We will not accept imams coming out and saying they don't stand without valid proof. We've had enough, and the people of Birmingham will stand up. Takbir!
You've heard the instigations, now watch how such provocations translate into implications. Majid Freeman, the man on your screens, is in a pair of white trousers, you can see him, and black jacket, is seen as part of the mob running rampage in Leicester. Watch closely as the masked men surround a car, topple it over, leaving a man bleeding. Watch that, viewers. Watch those pictures. There you can see what is happening. Who is the occupant of that car? Now viewers, Majid is one of the many who have been feeding the social media with anti-Hindu propaganda and have been repeatedly fact-checked by the Leicester police. But to no avail. He tried to peddle fears around a Muslim boy being targeted by Hindus and was exposed. Then he spread fake news that Hindu men had tried to abduct a Muslim girl and was again called out by the police. Viewers, these people are spoiling for a fight. They don't need a trigger. They don't need an excuse. And yet there are many people who are providing them excuses. Why is this happening? Let's open this up. I want to go straight across to Pandit Satish K. Sharma, MBCS, FRSA, Dharmic scholar and former General Secretary of the National Council of Hindu Temples. Sir, there has been a narrative here in India, narrative in the UK where you are, that some Hindutva mobs who have been trying to spread RSS propaganda have upset the peace and invited repercussions on the larger Hindu community. How do you respond to this? You're a member of the Hindu community there.
Ji, Jai Shri Ram, and again thank you for giving me an opportunity to share some updates and latest news. The answer to your question is very simple. This whole Hindutva RSS BJP narrative has now been thoroughly discredited and debunked. A report was produced and broadcast earlier today in which independent journalists spent a significant amount of time in Leicester and could find no evidence to support anything which would indicate that there was a presence of Hindutva or BJP rhetoric or anything at all to do with the RSS. And so we're actually engaging with the press organizations which took this false narrative and proliferated it to find out whether they have had any evidence. But at this moment in time, the news media circles themselves are now beginning to confirm that this is just a distraction. It's a sleight of hand. It's a deflection to try and take attention away from what we're now beginning to see on the basis of facts as the real objective of the violence that occurred.
Let me go across to Tariq Fatah, columnist who joins us. Mr. Tariq Fatah, do you believe that Pakistani mobs that are getting cover fire in this country need an excuse to target either Indians or Hindus in specific? Do they need an excuse? I think you're on mute, sir. Mr. Fatah, you're on mute. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
You see, they don't need an excuse for any child who, I don't use the word Muslim, but specifically Pakistani. I've never run into a Turkish or an Arab or an Iranian who even knows what is Hinduism or Hindutva, who would know about freedom struggles, etc. This is a question that comes into specifically Pakistani Muslims and to some degree Northern Indian Muslim who settle down, and then in Britain they have the ability to mix around with and share the hatred for Hinduism or Hindutva or whatever they may call it. They will use a name for it, but their contempt for being Hindustani or being a Hindu is immense. I don't think that ordinary Hindus even have a clue as to how deep this resentment is, that we are the purified, chosen people on earth, and until Ghazwa Hind, when all Hindu temples will be destroyed and all Hindus will be converted to Islam, our mission will not be fulfilled, and that is when Roz-e-Qayamat or end times will come and we will all take our connecting flights to paradise. You may think this is some fable, but this is the reality which every Muslim seriously believes in if they live in the Indian subcontinent.
I object to
this. Is not
every Muslim.
Okay, not every Muslim.
I strongly object to
not every Muslim.
No, I don't care whether it's every Muslim or not.
Yes,
I've gone beyond.
Absolutely.
Just a second. No, whatever it is.
No, whatever. You see, one second.
Cannot use this channel for hate.
Viewers, one second. Let me just step in here. 1 second. Tariq Fatah, you see, I specifically asked you about Pakistani Muslims. I don't know, I have no evidence before me that suggests that any Indian origin Muslim is part of this mob. And let me tell you that I have checked at least more than once with local authorities there.
Yeah.
Through our channel. And we have not been told.
I sit with these Indian Muslims. I know them.
No, I don't. So I'm not going to go there because I don't have the proof. My point is, Tariq Fatah, 1 second please, let me just step in here. My point is, viewers, what is distressing me, Mr. Poonawalla, what is distressing me, that there are many netas in our country, there are many columnists in our country that are providing even Pakistanis cover fire by suggesting that they are triggered by Hindutva.
No, it is ultimately.
Is this, one second Vivek Srivastava, I know you're going to agree with that point of view.
Ultimately it is
but
benefiting the BJP,
can I ask Tehseen Poonawalla, Mr. Poonawalla, what is this, 1 second, sir. What, Mr. Srivastava, please, I'm not asking you this question, give me 30 seconds, please. I want to bring in Tehseen Poonawalla on this point, please. Mr. Poonawalla, you're a reasonable man.
Yeah.
Do you think Pakistanis require any trigger to espouse hatred against Hindus anywhere in the world? I'm asking you this.
Not just against Hindus, Rahul, against Indians.
I'm asking you.
They
specifically here because it's the Hindu temples. One second. Mr. Poonawalla, whatever it is, I'm not getting into the Indian Muslim question.
I'll tell you why they hate Indian Muslims more. Because this land gives Indian Muslims more than it gives Pakistani Muslims.
But here in this case, they have gone out there and they have surrounded Hindu temples. Now, when they have done so, there is a whole group here. There's a whole group here. What is that group saying?
Okay.
And there are people like Mr. Srivastava. Can you please explain to him that by using Hindutva as cover fire to justify this. You're giving Pakistan an alibi. Can you imagine giving Pakistan an alibi?
First, I just want to put two things on record. This one joker who you exposed, Mohammed Hijab, and this other one, Majid Freeman. This Hijab guy, Mohammed Hijab guy, is Egyptian. And this Freeman is got some dubious records and has a dubious terror past as alleged.
So he's roiling up Pakistani men.
They are all, yes, this has nothing to do with Indian Muslims are putting it on record. Indian Muslims are WhatsApping saying why are we being called into this? Number one.
Number who is calling them into this?
Number two.
I'll tell you who.
One second.
It is leaders, unfortunately, from the Congress party.
Why
are they making this a Hindu-Muslim issue?
Accept your point, Rahul.
Why are they making it a Hindu-Muslim issue? What has this got to do with Indian Muslims? I'm asking you. This has got nothing to do with Indian Muslims.
Let me accept your point.
You have said Egyptian, you have said X, Y, you have said Pakistani. Why are you making this? No, why is the Congress wanting to make this about Indian Muslims?
I can't tell you what the opposition is asking. It's a reasonable demand.
No, it's not.
Please allow me to make my point.
Please.
The opposition is saying in one voice, Indians are being attacked, and why is your external affairs ministry doing nothing?
That's not right.
Yesterday time now to stand up for the external affairs ministry to react
do you condemn people? Do you condemn? One second. Do you condemn? One second. Tehseen Poonawala. Tehseen Poonawala, I want to ask you. One minute. I want to ask you a question. And this is 1 second. I want to. No, please.
Why?
I just want to ask you a question. No, they have taken it up.
No, sir.
Please allow me. Allow me. Please. Please, the Indian mission. The Indian mission. Please. Now, Tehseen Poonawala. Look. You want to. No, 1 second. You want to constantly spread a little bit of fake propaganda here, but
Biden not
one second, please. One second. Even you are supporting Russia. Please, let me listen. Please. You are also supporting against American wishes, other powers.
Who?
That America today has launched a war against. For example, we have not voted against Russia. Now, these are matters of state.
Isn't that a good thing?
I want 1 second, please.
Isn't that a good thing?
Can you please? So by your yardstick, we should be only in the American camp, right?
I don't say that.
So 1 second. So America is playing its games. No, why are you taking this conversation away from the basic problem? And the basic problem.
No. Is incompetent.
1 second,
the High Commissioner should have been
okay,
on
now you're not being fair. You are shouting away. No, 1 second. You're not. I am not defending the government. I'm only giving the facts. Excuse me. This is a sovereign country that we are talking about. Tehseen Poonawala, 1 second. 1 second.
What happened in Australia when students were being beaten?
This is not right.
What happened?
This is not right. This is not right. Tehseen Poonawala, this is not right. This is not right. Let somebody finish. You are today diverting attention from the fundamental question. There are leaders who were once part of the Congress, today they are part of other political parties, who are coming out and saying that this provocation on behalf of Pakistanis is on account of what? Very simply this, viewers, Hindutva. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? A fig leaf is being given to Pakistan. Pakistan that has one finger on the nuclear button daily to eviscerate us. Viewers, think about this. Look at where our politics is going. And you have people like Vivek Srivastava and his party men who stand up for this. Think about it. I leave it at this.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
on the show tonight, viewers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit Japan on 27 September to attend the state funeral of its former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. India's Foreign Ministry spokesman Arindam Bagchi confirmed the news.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a crackdown on hate and on the harbingers of this hate and bigotry that is slowly spreading its tentacles in India. Today we saw India's biggest ever strike on the NIA designated radical outfit Popular Front of India by both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate and state police across 15 states. Over 100 arrests have been made from states and union territories, including Kerala, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan and Delhi. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has been tracking the raids live from the war room with the NSA, Ajit Doval, agency chiefs in attendance along with the Home Secretary. The agencies have sealed PFI offices across 90 locations. Incriminating materials including devices and documents have been seized. The probe agencies arrested PFI National General Secretary Anis Ahmed and its state and district chiefs across India. They ensured that the cleanup was swift and decisive. However, the sleuths faced chants and intimidation during the raids. Watch how the PFI cadres hit the streets in protest. Latest protests had erupted after the arrests were made. An open threat has also been issued by one of the PFI members. Listen in to this threat that came in front of everybody.
अगर रिहा नहीं किया तो जो भी इसके नाम पर नहीं तो इसके पर जो भी इधर नुकसान होता है इसका संपूर्ण जवाबदार उसका संपूर्ण जिम्मेदार कौन बोलेगा तो यहाँ का राज्य सरकार और यहाँ का केंद्र सरकार बोल के हम लोग बोलना चाहते। सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है। ये रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को ये लोग बैन करना नहीं तो वो लोग निषेध करना बोलेगा तो उतना आसान नहीं है।
Ladies and gentlemen, some people in our country, the ecosystem that perhaps finds no fault with the PFI still continues to back it. Listen into this now.
अब देखा जाए तो बजरंग दल है, हिंदू सेना है और खुद आरएसएस है, ऐसी तमाम जो जमायतें हैं जो देश के अंदर समाज के अंदर एक नफरत और घृणा पैदा करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ सबके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती तो लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि सही मानों में सरकार कोई कदम उठा रही है।
Those organizations who are spread communal hatred and spoil the harmony in the society, whether it is Bajrang Dal, whether it is SDPI, PFI or any other organization, let them take action on them, let them ban them.
बीजेपी का कोई लोग पर सीबीआई और एनआई ये छापा क्यों नहीं पड़ा? ये सब महात्मा गांधी और भगवान बुद्ध हो गए।
सतपाल जो हमारे गवर्नर थे, गवर्नर महोदय, उन्होंने अपने एक इंटरव्यू में एक दफ़ा नहीं बहुत दफ़ा कहा कि मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर में जब मैं गवर्नर था तो मुझे 2 फाइलें करने के लिए 300 करोड़ रुपए की ऑफ़र थी और उसमें बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया कि आरएसएस का एक बंदा था और एक ऑफिसर था जिसका बाज़ाब्ता नाम लिया उन्होंने। तो आज तक ये लोग नहीं बता पाए कि उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उनका वहाँ रेड नहीं हुआ।
So ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the legitimate question on the news hour tonight. Is a ban on PFI after the crackdown imminent? That's the question we are asking. The debate, hashtag NIA Raids PFI, coming up on the other side.
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
Joining me tonight, Dr. Anand Ranganathan, author, Vinod Bansal, national spokesperson of the VHP, Danish Qureshi, political analyst, advocate Ehtesham Hashmi, political analyst, Karthik Reddy, spokesperson of the TRS. But my first question goes to Majid Haidri, political analyst. And Majid Haidri, I want to ask you, why is this ecosystem so overactive when they come out to defend the attacks or the raids on PFI, the attacks in courts that are made through the allegations against them, and why do they always have to bring in RSS and other outfits when there is a terror financing and terror related raid on the PFI? What does this have to do with any of the political mileage that you want to get out of taking the names of those outfits?
Well, Navika Saifur, frankly speaking, I'm a bit confused tonight. I'm confused because should I start by thanking RSS Chief Honorable Dr. Mohan Bhagwat ji for walking that extra mile towards the Muslim community with that heartwarming gesture of visiting masjid and madrasa and having interaction with the Muslims? Or should I mourn the domestication of NIA, ED and CBI by the Bharatiya Janata Party? I'm confused because if the demand for Hindu Rashtra is not an act of terror, why is the demand of Islamic Caliphate an act of terror? I am confused because when my government in 2016
are you saying that the demand of a Muslim caliphate is justified? Are you trying to now legitimize that? Are you going to say ये गजवाए हिंद होना चाहिए यहाँ पे? Are you saying कि बाकी जो रहते हैं उनके सर तन से जुदा होने चाहिए? What are you saying? You're confused. That's a given. We've known for a long time that you're a confused man. But where is this confusion going to end? Are you now going to legitimize caliphate? Anand Ranganathan, is this the most preposterous thing that we've heard in a long time, even from people as confused as Mr. Majid Haidri?
What is surprising to me from Majid Haidri Bhai is that he's saying today he is confused. I'm sorry. He's been confused for decades. No, but you know what should be really worrying Navika, the PFI and all its sympathizers and closet or otherwise, is that while the ED has a conviction rate of 0.5%, NIA has the conviction rate of 94.5%. आपकी ट्रेन आ गई है 94.5% conviction rate है NIA का. तो जितना भी आप जो कह रहे हैं,
no, please.
Navika, you know, this is unfair.
Majid Haidri, please wait for your turn. Don't be confused. This time is meant for Dr. Anand Ranganathan to speak, and you should have no confusion about that. Allow him to complete his point.
Thank you. As I was saying, they can wax eloquent as much as they want about कि NIA बिकी है, सरकार कर रही है, लेकिन जितना भी बिका हुआ आदमी अल्टीमेटली तो कोर्ट पे जाता है, और अगर कन्विक्शन रेट 95% है तो आप कुछ भी कह लें बिकी है नहीं बिकी है, इनका लिख चुका है, इनका हिसाब होने वाला है. But I have to also say this, that thank God the state has woken up. But one just hopes, Navika, it isn't too late. Do you remember just a few weeks ago the India Vision 2047 PFI document? Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
It wasn't so much a terror. Yeah.
From Bihar.
It wasn't so much. Yes. And it wasn't so much a terror manual. And it was a declaration of Islamic jihad against India. You have to understand, Navika, from Sir Syed to Iqbal to Jinnah to Jalaluddin, you have to understand the psyche. And I have to say this, that Ambedkar understood it really well, as he reiterated that as far as Islam is concerned, the world is divided into two regions, Dar al-Harb and Dar al-Islam. And Muslims cannot rest until Dar al-Harb is converted into Dar al-Islam. A country which is ruled by a kafir, said Ambedkar, is Dar al-Harb to a Musliman. The basic feelings of deference and sympathy which predispose persons to obey the authority of government do not simply exist. Unquote. Ab Ambedkar ko gaali denge. There is documented proof, Navika, that the PFI is an organization neck deep in acts of terror, bomb making, training camps, political murders, link with Al-Qaeda and Islamic fundamentalism. It came to prominence after Simi was banned. In fact, many PFI leaders are ex-Simi. This is not me saying this. So you can abuse me as you want. This is the Kerala police and the High Court saying this. Let me give you just one example of PFI's criminal antecedents. On July 4, 2010, PFI activists chopped off the hand of a teacher named Joseph for allegedly framing a question paper that insulted Prophet Muhammad. The irony was that Joseph had meant not Prophet Muhammad but Kunju Muhammad, the man on whose book he had framed his question. Joseph was sacked from his job. Joseph's wife committed suicide. In 2015, 13 PFI activists were convicted by the court for this crime. Hundreds of PFI leaders and activists have been charged under UAPA, all under the Congress and the Communists. But the moment the BJP comes to power, the former start supporting such organizations, play the victim card, हम खतरे में हैं जी, चिराग बुझाने की कोशिश है जी, डरा हुआ मुसलमान है जी, and at the same time support such organizations that want to break up India. Navika, just 30 seconds. Remember in January 2020, Bangalore police arrested 6 SDPI men who for a mere 10,000 each plotted to kill the young BJP MP Tejasvi Surya because of his pro-CA stand. In fact, they came to kill him at a rally but couldn't locate him, so nearly killed an RSS worker instead. But then again, more than the PFI, it is the government that needs to answer as to why the Modi government hasn't banned PFI for 8 years is as deep a mystery as the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, it's not a mystery simply because we've seen in the past, state governments banning the PFI, and if the evidence is not strong enough, then these bans really are struck down by the courts. And mere conjecture on whether the Simi past office holders are now in this is not enough to actually convince a court of law, and that is the reason that the government has often given when asked this question. This time around, when the action has and the investigation has gone on for over 2 years, because in over 2 years, please look at the number of incidents that they have been involved in. And Advocate Hashmi, I want you to hear these. 3 people linked with PFI were arrested in connection with Kanpur violence. Karoli in Rajasthan saw violence in April earlier this year, again links to PFI. Khargon links to PFI. January 2022, Karnataka hijab, also the Campus Front of India comes in, which is, somehow to vitiate and create a polarized society, after which Hathras, there were links, and then Kannur, ABVP, 6 CFI men were arrested in that, and the list goes on and on and on. I want to ask you, Advocate Hashmi, in the middle of this, does the Congress actually think, and does a lobby that roots for this so-called phobia that they have about the BJP government's rule in this country, do they really think that this is in help of the nation in building up its national security, when a clampdown of this kind is done on PFI to bring in other issues and begin to justify them? It's a serious question on national security.
Navika, thank you so much for posing me this important question to me, and I would love to answer all your questions in 5 points. With all due respect to all the panelists who are appearing on this debate, I am just trying to make my submission in a very crisp and concise manner. The main allegation against the PFI, though I am not defending PFI, Navika, neither I am in support of PFI. As far as allegation is concerned, PFI is getting foreign funding, and PFI is organizing training camp, terrorist camp. It means nation is not in safe hands. Is the sheer incompetency of BJP government and sheer failure of BJP government. This fact we have to admit it. Our country is not in safe hands. So-called 56-inch is miserably failed to protect our country, and PFI is working in our country since 2007. So what prevented Government of India or BJP government to put a ban on PFI and SDPI? And the most important point which I would like to mention, and you have also heard about the statement issued by Yashwant Shinde. Yashwant Shinde filed a dedicated affidavit in Maharashtra court alleging that Vishwa Hindu Parishad is involved in doing bomb blast to give an undue advantage to BJP government in elections. What steps central government and BJP government has taken on the statement of Yashwant Shinde? Why same action has not been taken against RSS and Vishwa Hindu Parishad? It means BJP is indirectly trying to support the terrorist activities of Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and indirectly by virtue of prosecuting PFI members, they want to directly target on whole Muslim community.
Got your point.
They want Muslim community to be in
Advocate Hashmi. Let me take that question to Vinod Bansal ji. Vinod Bansal ji, एक तो जवाब दीजिए ये जो VHP के बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट पे, पर दूसरा जवाब इस पर भी दे दीजिए कि देश आज महफूज हाथों में नहीं है, क्योंकि ये हाथ पता कर रहे हैं और क्रैकडाउन कर रहे हैं, तो ये देश महफूज नहीं है और फेलियर है मोदी सरकार का। लेकिन देश मजबूत हाथों में तब था जब इस देश में 2011 हुआ था, तब मजबूत था देश, तब टेरर अटैक्स हो रहे थे, और यूपीए सरकार के दौरान जितने भी टेरर अटैक्स हुए थे तब देश मजबूत हाथों में था। आज देश मजबूत हाथों में नहीं है, ये हाशमी जी का आरोप है, जवाब दीजिए।
नविका,
I'm coming back to you, Hashmi ji. You've raised a point about BHP. Allow Mr. Bansal to respond.
देखिए नाविका जी, देखिए झूठ बोलने की सारी ठेकेदारी इन लोगों ने ले रखी है। जो जिस डिबेट की शुरुआत लोगों ने, देखिए इनको जब बोलिए, ये इनको बोलिए थोड़ा म्यूट करें जरा। देखिए नाविका जी, मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि जिस डिबेट की शुरुआत
फाइल हुआ कि नहीं हुआ यार, शर्म आती नहीं आती झूठ बोलते हुए थोड़ी सी भी।
नाविका जी इनको बुलवा लो जरा।
फाइल हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, सीधे तुम बोल रहे हो झूठ बोल दिया, शर्म आनी चाहिए तुम्हें। क्या झूठ बोल दिया मैंने?
Let's not get personal. Let's not get personal.
नाविका जी,
all right, affidavit has been filed. Affidavit has been filed is your question. Now listen to the answer. Listen to the answer by Mr. Bansal. Do not.
Navika, this is not the way to conduct the debate. ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड नहीं बोल सकते कि झूठ बोल दिया, झूठ बोल दिया। क्या झूठ बोल दिया मैंने? शिंदे से शर्म आ रही है क्या?
ये बात, this is not the way to conduct the debate. The debate has to be conducted by this jihadi, not by Navika ji.
Will you teach me how to conduct the debate? आप एक दूसरे को जो लफ्ज यूज कर रहे हैं, ये वे, you know, the way you are using. No, I'm going to lower your fader, Mr. Hashmi. You know, you can't use this objectionable language. Let's be civil. You are an advocate. You know the law. And you know courtesies. Let's be courteous. We can be very strong with our point of view, but we don't have to be discourteous to each other. Vinod Bansal ji.
Navika ji, the thing is that when the person forget and don't try to say the truth of the story, they always try to this instigate or the allegate the others. The question is that कि ये जो हैं तो एडवोकेट और बात कर रहे हैं इधर उधर की, आप देखिए कि जब आपकी डिबेट ही कैलिफेट से शुरू हुई तो उससे ही इनकी मानसिकता बड़ा स्पष्ट हो जाती है। गजवाए हिंद की बात हो या कैलिफेट की बात हो या हिंदुत्व की बात हो, इन सब बातों में इनका क्या माइंडसेट है, एवरीबॉडी नोज इट। लेकिन जहां तक सिंधे की बात जी इन्होंने कही, मैं कहता हूं देखिए ये वही है ना जिनके कार्यकाल में कितने ये जिहादियों के दंगे हुए, जिहादियों के हमले हुए, कितने अब जो आतंकवादी हमले होते थे। आप देखिए पिछले 8 साल में आतंकवादियों को शमशान घाट पहुंचा दिया किसने? नहीं तो हर वीक में कोई ना कोई एक हमला होता था। कभी किस मंदिर में, कभी किसी मंदिर में, कभी इस बाजार में, किसी हिंदू बस्ती में, यह हमेशा हमला करते रहते थे। लेकिन अभी चूंकि हमले की इनके पास गुंजाइश नहीं बची और अब जो हमलावर हैं उनको क्रैकडाउन करने का सरकार ने पूरा डिटर्मिनेशन के साथ काम किया है, इसकी वजह से बौखलाहट इनके नजर आ रही है।
लेकिन
कोई सफाई देने की जरूरत नहीं हिंदू समाज को।
उन्होंने
और अब देखिए कमाल की बात
के आदमी के ऊपर जो एफिडेविट फाइल हुआ है उस पर सवाल पूछा था, उस पर डायरेक्ट जवाब दे दीजिए हाशमी जी।
वो जवाब कोर्ट देगा, कोर्ट में जो आपने दिया है और इनको
कार्रवाई तो क्या हुई वही तो पूछ रहे थे ना वो कि वहां ईडी क्यों नहीं पहुंची, बीएचपी के दफ्तरों पे एनआईए क्यों नहीं पहुंचा। और सुनिए बंसल साहब, मैं बताऊं आपको, आप तो ये कह रहे हैं कि पीएफआई के ऊपर आरोप है 2047 में इस्लामिक राष्ट्र बनाने का। मैं आपको दिखाऊं, ये आपके चहीतों ने गुजरात में हिंदू राष्ट्र के जो बोर्ड लगा रखे हैं 2012-13 से, इस पे आपका क्या कहना है? क्या ये देश हिंदू राष्ट्र है या इसको निकलवाएंगे? इसकी जिम्मेदारी आप लेते हैं या किसने लगवाया है? इस पे बाकायदा नाम लिखे हैं, मोबाइल नंबर लिखे, इन पर ईडी की रेड कब होगी, इन पे ना ये एक्शन कब होगा? ये प्रॉब्लम है। जब आपके स्टैंडर्ड ड्यूअल हो जाते हैं ना, तब आपको देश के नागरिकों में भी अलग अलग तर्क नजर आते हैं। बंसल साहब, प्रॉब्लम ये है आपका।
चलिए जी जवाब दीजिए।
बोलने की परमिशन है क्या?
हाँ बोलिए।
मुझे भी बोलने की परमिशन है क्या?
बिल्कुल है।
जवाब ही तो मांग रहे हैं हम।
जवाब दीजिए।
आज आपकी डिबेट को एक देखिए जवाब देने का मौका नहीं दे रहे, बराबर हमला कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए जो पहले पत्थर फेंकते थे, फिर राइफल चलाते थे, फिर वो क्रॉस बॉर्डर फायरिंग करते थे और उसके बाद में आप जो है ना डिबेट फायरिंग शुरू हो गई इनकी। आप देखिए जिसके ऊपर एलिगेशन लगाया उसको बोलने का अधिकार नहीं है इस देश के अंदर। बात माइनॉरिटी की करते हैं और देश के अंदर जो तथाकथित 6 माइनॉरिटीज हैं उनमें से जो बाकी 5 हैं उनको बोलने का ही अधिकार नहीं है कहीं। वो तो बोलते ही नहीं बेचारे, उनको कोई तकलीफ भी नहीं है। लेकिन एक ही जो तथाकथित माइनॉरिटी है, हु इज द मेजॉरिटी अमंग द माइनॉरिटी, और वो वही जो है ना वो शेष मेजॉरिटी के ऊपर हमलावर है। चाहे धरातल पे देख लीजिए, डिबेट में
बोर्ड लगे हैं हिंदू राष्ट्र के, जो वीएचपी ने लगा रखे हैं, उस पे क्या एक्सप्लेनेशन है बंसल साहब? मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं आपसे, मेरा एक्चुअली में गला खराब है, मैं चाहता नहीं हूं चिल्लाना। मुझे ये बताइए कि गुजरात में आपने हर चौराहे पे हिंदू राष्ट्र के प्रखंड में आपका स्वागत है, तो क्या ये 2047 से पहले 22 में ही नजर आ रहा है हमें? ये तो बताइए आप, इस पे एक्सप्लेनेशन दीजिए या कह दीजिए कि ये आपने नहीं लगवाए हैं या इसके खिलाफ कंप्लेन दायर करिए, क्योंकि बीएसपी का नाम लिख रखा है उस पे बकायदा फोन नंबर लिख रखे हैं आपके कार्यकर्ताओं के, सो कॉल्ड। अगर आपने लगाए हैं तो, और नहीं लगाए तो अब तक आपने बीएसपी के जिम्मेदार के तौर पे कंप्लेन फाइल क्यों नहीं की?
चलिए दानिश कुरैशी जी, अगर आपका गला खराब में आपकी ये परफॉर्मेंस है तो गला ठीक होगा तो क्या परफॉर्मेंस होगी मुझे पता नहीं। चलिए मैं हाथ ऊपर हो रहे हैं, हैंड्स आर गोइंग अप ऑन द पैनल। आई एम कमिंग टू यू आनंद, 30 सेकेंड्स। विनोद बंसल जी आप जवाब दीजिए, 2 एलिगेशंस अब आपके ऊपर है, आप जवाब दीजिए।
देखिए, दो बातें बड़ी महत्व की हैं। भारत हिंदू राष्ट्र था, भारत हिंदू राष्ट्र है, भारत हिंदू राष्ट्र रहेगा। ये 2047 का इंतजार करने की जरूरत नहीं है। मैं कह रहा हूँ
से पूछ रहा हूँ क्या
भारत, मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, है ना, भारत हिंदू राष्ट्र है,
पूछ रहा हूँ,
ये हमारा मान्यता है। अब आप नहीं समझो तो मैं क्या करूँ? आप मुझे बताइए। देखिए,
अरे
भारत हिंदू राष्ट्र है, भारत की संस्कृति हिंदू है, भारत की मान्यता हिंदू है। अब मेरी बात तो नहीं सुन रहे।
डॉक्टर आनंद रंगनाथन, now the issue is caliphate versus Hindu Rashtra, because PFI has been raided. Now we've come down to we have come down to a point where we are questioning Hindu Rashtra versus the caliphate. 1 minute, Danish Qureshi ji, आनंद रंगनाथन जवाब दे रहे हैं।
थैंक यू। नाविका, एक तो ये दानिश जी जो कि मेरे बड़े भाई हैं,
दानिश कुरैशी, डेनिम कुरैशी क्यों बन रहा है?
दानिश कुरैशी जी
क्या कह रहे हैं आप बंसल साहब?
नाविका, कैन आई प्लीज?
यस, आनंद रंगनाथन।
वो जो आप कह रहे थे ना, उसका जवाब दे रहा था, आपने सुना नहीं ना, आप सुनते नहीं ना।
आई एम सॉरी, आई डिडंट गेट दैट, आई डिडंट हियर दैट। और प्लीज ऑब्जेक्शनेबल बातें ऐसी बीच में मत कहा करिए। अल्टीमेटली मीडिया को ही गाली पड़ेगी। You know, media is wrong because people who say. So please, I don't know what he has said, and whatever you have said, if it's objectionable, you know, please take it back, Mr. Vinod Bansal. But Dr. Anand Ranganathan, make your point.
No, yes, I don't say anything else. And we never say like this.
Oh, all right. Anand Ranganathan.
Yes, Navika, very briefly.
2 points. Number one. You know, this is like carrying coal to Dhanbad. There are some esteemed lawyers on this panel. I don't have to teach them law, but it is a fact of law that unequal applicability of law cannot be an excuse to violate that law. If action has not been taken against one organization, you can't say, why are you taking action against me? That is ridiculous and illogical. भाई, उसको मर्डर में पकड़ लिया, मुझे क्यों नहीं पकड़ रहे, या मुझे क्यों पकड़ रहे? ऐसा नहीं होता लॉ में। Number 2, when Mr. Shinde made those remarks, he was a UPA Home Minister. The government was UPA. Why didn't they call VSP a terrorist organization? Chidambaram made so many remarks, saffron terror remarks, all those remarks were done by the UPA. Why weren't RSS and VSP banned then?
Not registered by VSP also. Not any defamation matter has been filed in any court of law till today. This is the practical fact.
But
नाविका, ये बहुत
दानिश जी, स्टूडियो का नाजायज फायदा नहीं
ऐसा नहीं है। वो आनंद जी जो बात कर रहे हैं, मैं तो उसी की बात दोहरा रहा हूँ।
चलिए, शिंदे साहब वो खत्म कर लें, फिर आप बोलिएगा जी।
हाँ, देखिए, दानिश जी मुझसे उम्र में छोटे हैं लेकिन लगते बड़े हैं, लेकिन ये जानबूझ के स्टूडियो आ रहे हैं आजकल ताकि म्यूट ना कर पाए आप।
चलिए, अब मैं नहीं आऊंगा स्टूडियो। नाविका, फ्रॉम टुडे ऑनवर्ड्स आई विल नॉट कम
स्टूडियो। लेट्स बी कर्टियस।
हाँ, वेरी कर्टियस, वेरी ब्रीफली। कल मैंने इनसे एक सवाल पूछा था, ये आंसर नहीं किया। आज सवाल इनसे पूछता हूँ, टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं। दानिश जी, सिंपल सवाल है, क्या याकूब मेमन और अफजल गुरु टेररिस्ट थे, हाँ या ना?
देखिए, सुनिए आनंद जी, सुनिए जिसको कोर्ट ने कन्विक्शन दे दिया, उसके ऊपर किसी की राय देना नहीं। आप मुझे ये बताइए, सुनिए मेरी बात। आपके इस सवाल से, आनंद भाई मेरी बात सुने, मेरी बात नहीं, आपके इस सवाल से उस सवाल की डेंसिटी खत्म नहीं हो जाएगी जो विनोद बंसल की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने लगा दी है। सवाल ये है कि सरकार के जब ड्यूअल स्टैंडर्ड नजर आते हैं, एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पीछे कुछ नहीं है और दूसरे के पीछे
सवाल ये है कि जस्टिस के लिए गुरु और याकूब मेमन पे आप कुछ नहीं कहेंगे।
अफजल गुरु टेररिस्ट नहीं है, वो उसका मैंडेट होल्डर है बीजेपी की, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री दिल से माफ नहीं कर पाते और जिसके खिलाफ दिल से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। ये दो स्टैंडर्ड नहीं हो सकते।
घुमाते रहते हैं उसको।
मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं, क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी दो स्टैंडर्ड पे बात करेंगे कि याकूब मेमन
आपके दो स्टैंडर्ड क्यों है? अगर टेरर की बात है, अगर टेरर की बात है, अगर
हम देश के पक्ष में खड़े हैं।
माफ कीजिएगा, अगर टेरर की बात है तो याकूब मेमन और अफजल गुरु को टेररिस्ट कहने में आपको हिचकिचाहट क्यों है?
नाथुराम गोडसे टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सावरकर भी है।
अब दूसरा शिफ्ट द गोल पोस्ट,
आप स्टैच्यू लगाएंगे,
सावरकर को आप वीर बनाएंगे।
आई वांट टू गेट
One minute, and that is where I want to get in, Mr. Karthik Reddy.
It is so easy.
That is where I want to get in, Mr. Karthik Reddy. Mr. Karthik Reddy, you know, in a country where there is a crackdown on terror, we have a problem coming in from a certain ecosystem which even has a problem in calling out Yaqub Memon and Afzal Guru a terrorist, and they are making this a war between the caliphate and the Hindu Rashtra.
Navika ji, in India, in a democracy where we live within the boundaries of our constitution, if the constitution has approved the courts to define the criminal law, if the criminal law has decided somebody to be the terrorist, then we all have to take it in that stride itself. But today, I have to file my objection, Navika ji, with you. PFI, the ban on PFI or action on PFI has been an action which has been impending for a long time. There have been many debates on TV, there have been many actions called for on the streets and even in assemblies and sometime even in the parliament to take action on the PFI, which the BJP government surprisingly and somehow we can see through their action did not take any action as of now. Our stand is very clear, Navika. All the circus this country has gone through for the last 8 years with the BJP using the central agencies to benefit its own political gains, we still have some trust left within the central agencies, and we do believe NIA has some incriminating evidence against the PFI. So our stand is very clear. If the NIA has found incriminating evidence, they should take all the action required. But my question today is, इतना डिले क्यों हुआ नाविका जी? हम तो 2 साल से पूछते हुए आ रहे थे. There have been many Muslim friends of mine who have been asking the same question, why aren't you banning the PFI? Why aren't you taking action against the PFI? And my curiosity somehow tempts me to ask you this question also, to the BJP especially. Was this intentional? Were you trying to grow the PFI within your own site? Because you wanted the PFI to grow so that the Hindu majority would spook, and this is what eventually you want.
Oh my God! So you're saying this is a conspiracy by the government because the government wanted, the BJP wanted the PFI to grow. You know, now this
exactly.
This विनोद बंसल जी,
this is what,
क्या ये डेलिबरेट था कि ये एक्शन डिले हुआ और कार्तिक रेड्डी जी ने ये आरोप लगाया है?
Navika ji, what a mindset they are having. It's very surprising actually. This is the ideology of the party actually. This is the ideology anti-Hindustan. आप देखिए, मुझे बताइए आखिरकार जो सरकार, जो रक्षा का जिम्मेदारी जिस सरकार को दे रखी हो पूरे देश ने बहुमत के साथ जिसको जताया हो, उससे उसके ऊपर ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि वो अटैक करवाना चाहते हैं, अटैकर के साथ बनेंगे. एक बात. दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं, देखिए जब राम मंदिर की बात आई थी तो बार बार हमसे पूछते थे तारीख बताओ, ये तारीख नहीं बताएंगे, जब तारीख बता दी और हमने राम मंदिर शुरू कर दिया तो अभी क्यों बनना है. आज अगर PFI के बारे में जब बात हो रही है, मैं क्या, अरे भाई साहब मेरे को बात बोलने दीजिए, मैं बीच में नहीं बोला, मैं बीच में नहीं बोला.
सवाल ये
उठा, क्यों एक्शन नहीं लिए? राम मंदिर का हमको पता है क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ.
नाविका जी मुझे बोलने की परमिशन दीजिए प्लीज.
बोलिए सर.
देखिए पहले उन्होंने नहीं बोलने दिया और अब दूसरे ने नहीं बोलने दे रहे. आप मुझे बताइए, देखिए मैं वही कह रहा हूं, हमसे बार बार तिथि पूछी जाती है कि क्यों नहीं कर रहे इस काम को. और आज भी PFI के बारे में हम आपको पता है पिछले 8 साल में ऐसा कौन सा महीना है जिस दिन सिंधु प्रश्न नहीं मांगा कि हाँ इनको अरेस्ट करिए, हाँ इनको बैन करिए. लेकिन मैं कहता हूं देर आए दुरुस्त आए, ही शुड वेलकम नाउ एटलीस्ट. और मुझे बताइए, अभी भी तो चिल्ला रहे हैं, अभी भी तो बौखला रहे हैं, अभी एक कंफ्यूज है और एक अटैकर बन गया है. आप देखिए कि इस तरह की चीजें जब डिबेट में होंगी तो आखिरकार हिंदू समाज जाएगा कहां. मैं कहना चाहता हूं, देखिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, अब वो अंत समय निश्चित है. अभी सारा विशेष सर्किल जो समाप्त होने वाला है, जो देश विरोधी शक्तियां चारों तरफ से अटैकिंग मोड में थी, अब वो डिफेंसिव मोड में आने वाली हैं. मैं कहना चाहता हूं कार्तिक जी को, कम से कम भैया अपने नाम का सम्मान करिए. पार्टी के साथ में आपकी आइडियोलॉजी के साथ कुछ और हो सकता है, लेकिन कम से कम आपको आज अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए. You should send a letter to the Prime Minister or Home Minister of the country that we really thank you. At least after 8 years, at least आप आखिरकार जागे तो सही. मैं कहता हूँ 8 साल क्या कर रहे थे वो देखिए, वो सरकार जानती है, उस बारे में नहीं बता सकता.
Majid Haidri, if you have gotten rid and if you have solved your confusion issues, I want to ask you, Mr. Majid Haidri,
आरोप लगाना ही तो आपका काम रहा है, बस और तो बचा नहीं कुछ.
Are you Majid Haidri still confused about the fact that PFI has attacked the fabric of India, and their names have come in so many of these cases? The Campus Front of India, the SDPI, which has had even electoral arrangements with the Congress party, have all been offshoots of the PFI, and it's a matter of record that people who were part of the SIMI, which is now banned, have gone and joined the PFI in very crucial positions. So I want to ask you, when the links in the Delhi violence, in the riots in Delhi, in the CAA protests, and in various cases in Kerala, Karnataka, when the PFI is named, why is there reservation on the raids that have been conducted? Can you answer that question for me?
Navika Saifur, despite that long and hypnotic lecture by Anand Bhai, I continue to be confused by it. Because in 2016, my government said that demonetization will end foreign terrorism. There will be no terror funding, there will be no foreign funding against anti-national activity. So now we have a case against PFI dating back to 2020, which says there is a case of terror funding, foreign funding, whatever you call it. Now, either my government was lying that time or the NIA is lying now. And two lies can't make one truth. The simple story is that PFI का बहाना है SDPI को बैन कराना है. That is the crux of this entire story. Why are you going for this big chant, this way, that way,
Anand Ranganathan, respond to Majid Haidri.
Navika, you see how cleverly Mr. Haidri made a distinction between PFI and SDF. Because his mind works like the militant organizations, how they work in Kashmir. You ban one, they spring up immediately another. Now, it is no one's grouse, and let me be very honest, Mr. Reddy also asked that question. I have been on at least a dozen debates, half of them with you, Navika, half with Rahul, on PFI. In every debate, I have castigated this government. They keep on saying PFI is a terrorist organization, but it's been 8 years and they still haven't banned it. Every debate, आप check कर लें. आज की debate में भी मैंने ये कहा. So the question is not why the government is acting like that. Yes, it is, and it has to answer it. But I repeat, for people like Mr. Majid Haidri to make a distinction between PFI and its political wing and say that you can ban one, not the other, is harping back to what is happening in Kashmir, and him just sitting idle there, not condemning the terrorism and militancy in Kashmir.
My brother, what BHP
and every time you say that I cause hypnosis or you are confused,
please show some respect.
I'm sorry, I'm not cooking up some Majid bhai, आपके लिए मैं कुछ बना के आपको खाने में नहीं बना रहा हूँ जो आपको मैं hypnosis कर रहा हूँ या आप confused हो रहे हैं. ये आपका ही किया जा रहा है. I am doing that. I take no responsibility for you acting confused. I'm sorry.
My dear brother, I am saying what BHP is for the Hindi heartland Hindus, the PFI is for South Indian Muslims. So why are you displaying both of them?
Oh my God! What a statement is that? South Indian Muslims. साउथ इंडियन मुस्लिम्स जो BHP नॉर्थ में हिंदुओं के लिए है, वो PFI साउथ में मुस्लिम्स के लिए है. हाशमी जी, do you agree with that statement of Majid Haidri?
Why shouldn't he? It's a truth.
See Navika, I have read Constitution of India, I have read IPC, I have read UAPA, and I have not learned this thing that terrorism should be divided into religion. I can't say that they are Muslim terrorists and they are Hindu terrorists. NIA and our investigation agency should work in a proper and fair manner. I have seen so many Hindu organizations who are involved in terrorist activities, and I have seen Muslims also who are doing some terrorist activities. independent investigation should be done to nab all these culprits
please name
without
Hindu
looking into the religion
organizations
of
in terror
terrorism.
activities.
Like
Please name
in the present
please name the Hindu organizations in terror activities. Please name them, and we will raise a campaign for demanding action on them.
No, American government has said
Navika, you are like my sister, and I just want to say that please read UAPA Bear Act. In UAPA Bear Act, government of India has provided a detailed list of Hindu terrorist organization and Muslim terrorist organization. All complete list is enshrined in the UAPA Act. You can go through it. Ulfa, Maowadi, Khalistan.
Okay.
What you like?
Maowadis are not religious organizations, Baba. We cannot Are Maoist organizations now Hindu organizations, Anand Ranganathan? There is a new definition by Advocate Hashmi. Anand Ranganathan.
Naxalites Musliman है क्या भैया बताओ ना?
This is amazing. Naxalite or Maoist, CPI, Maoist suddenly now Hindu.
के खालिस्तान माओवादी हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है? आनंद जी का चेहरा ऐसा हो गया जैसे इनके कुछ पर्सनल सवाल पूछ लिया हो मैंने। ये ऐसे दांत दिखा रहे हैं कि इनके शर्म के मारे पानी पानी हो गए ये।
हाशमी साहब, लेट्स नॉट गेट पर्सनल। इसका चेहरा क्या दिखा रहा है ये तो सबको
ऐसे हंसने से काम नहीं चलेगा।
सवाल रखा है, मुझे उसका आंसर करने दीजिए।
हिंदू है मुसलमान है। नविका, एक शर्मनाक इंसान टेररिज्म को हिंदू और मुस्लिम की नजर से देख सकता है। शर्मनाक और घटिया
तो मुझे बता दीजिए याकूब मेमन और अफजल गुरु के लिए क्यों गए थे? क्यों कहा जाता है कि हम शर्मिंदा हैं, तेरे कातिल जिंदा हैं? क्यों याकूब मेमन को कहा गया था जुडिशियल किलिंग? बता दीजिए।
देखिए, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉयर्स को अपीयर होने का राइट देता है। आप तो मोदी जी से बोल दीजिए ना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को जला दें।
Supreme Court had given the death sentence, the midnight knocking on the doors and virtually holding them hostage. Anand Ranganathan, can that be justified? Can they come out clean today and say that they are not doing Hindu and Muslim in terror activity instead of blaming others?
Anand, to justify the act of constitutional mandate, this power has been given by the Constitution of India.
Navika, can I please have my
Hashmi, please, as an advocate, if you think waking up the Supreme Court at midnight is the constitutional power of lawyers, then please go and think again after the entire judicial process when the decision was taken. Hashmi ji, your display of your legal knowledge is, I don't know what to say to it, but you've displayed it to the country at large today. Anand Ranganathan.
Yes, Navika, thank God, Hashmi Saab.
With
I can't debate.
I'm lowering your fader, Hashmi Saab. You can't be a disruptor in chief.
Yes. Navika, thank God, Hashmi Saab के clients नहीं हैं, because अगर होते तो वो कहते कि भैया मेलॉर्ड से जज के पास जाके कहते कि सर हमने इनको सुन लिया टीवी पे, ये ऐसा बोलते हैं कि हम खुद लड़ लेंगे केस, हमें हाशमी साहब की रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं चाहिए। नंबर वन, जब ये कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी टेरर एक्ट किसी रिलीजन पे बेस नहीं होता, आई एम सॉरी, आई डिसएग्री। I don't care whether a terrorist is a bona fide Muslim or a Hindu or a Christian or a Sikh, but if he is carrying out a terror act in the name of a religion, yes, terrorism has religion. अब कल को ओसामा बिन लादेन कह रहा था कि in the name of Islam I am committing this act, आप उसको कहेंगे कि terrorism is no religion। यही यहाँ पकड़े जाते हैं क्योंकि इनके लिए याकूब मेमन और अफजल गुरु टेररिस्ट नहीं है।
And not just that, haven't you seen what's happening in Leicester, in Birmingham? And if I give you statistics, and I don't want to make this Hindu-Muslim, this whole issue has been raised by our friends here on the panel. I'll give you. You want to know the numbers? I'll tell you the numbers. Terrorism-related arrests between 2018 and 2022 in Britain have been 1600. In 21-22, 196 people have been arrested in Britain, and out of these 196 terror acts, there are 233 terrorist prisoners, 158 of them happen to be, just happenstance, just happen to be from one religion. 68% of terror. So I want to ask you, is Ranish Qureshi ji, is Britain also a communal country? Does it also have a BJP-led government in Britain?
We are not talking today that
No, why?
Britain is a communal country
No,
or
no, why
nothing.
not?
But I want to respond to Mr. Ranganathan. Mr. Anand, मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं कि जब आप लार्जर बात करते हैं तो आप बात करते हैं 100 करोड़ हिंदुओं की, जो अभी आशमी साहब कह रहे थे. आई डोंट वांट टू गो इन दैट मैटर. लेकिन जब बात आई माओइस्ट की तो आपने उनको एक्सक्लूड कर दिया. तो ये जो मीठा मीठा गप जो है ना आनंद भाई, इसको आपको चेंज करना पड़ेगा. आपको क्राइम को क्राइम की नजर से देखना पड़ेगा. जब आप रिलीजन का चश्मा पहन लेंगे ना, दैट विल मेक द प्रॉब्लम फॉर आवर ओन.
क्राइम को क्राइम की तरह ही देख.
तो वही तो मैं कह रहा हूं.
स्टैटिस्टिक्स का जवाब दे दीजिए ना. ब्रिटेन में 233 आतंकी कैदी हैं, मुसलमान उसमें से 158 हैं, 68%. मैं नहीं कह रही, ये क्राइम रिकॉर्ड ऑफ ब्रिटेन कह रहा है.
वो इंडियन मुस्लिम है? मुझे ये बताइए, क्या इंडियन मुस्लिम है? नहीं है तो उनसे हमारा वास्ता ही क्या है? चाहे उनको जो करना, दे विल डील, ब्रिटेन पुलिस विल डील विद दैट.
से वास्ता है.
दे विल इंडिजिनस. रिमेंबर वन थिंग नाविका, वी हैव सॉ इन इंडिया. अरे इस देश में प्रधानमंत्री के कातिलों को भी बचाव का मौका दिया गया. आप क्या चाहती हैं कि मतलब आज जो एजेंसी ने इन्वेस्टिगेट किया, दैट शुड बी कन्वर्टेड इन कन्विक्शन? यू वांट दैट?
Anand Ranganathan.
Let court decide.
Anand Ranganathan is showing you something. Anand Ranganathan, please explain.
हाँ, दानिश साहब, अगर एक हिंदू टेररिस्ट के फ्यूनरल पे इतने हिंदू आए होते तो आप सबसे पहले कंडेम करते, राइट? मैं चाहता हूं आप ये जितने हजारों टेंस ऑफ थाउजेंड्स लोग आए हुए हैं याकूब मेमन के फ्यूनरल पे, आप प्लीज कंडेम करिए. आप कंडेम करिए.
अच्छा, तो बिल्किस बानो का वेलकम करने वालों का कंडेम किया आपने किया कंडेम? आनंद भाई आपने किया?
बिल्कुल किया.
आई एम आस्किंग टू आनंद. आई एम नॉट आस्किंग यू नाविका. आई एम आस्किंग टू आनंद. आपने कंडेम किया? प्रज्ञा ठाकुर को एमपी बना के भेजा, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जेल से माफ नहीं करता. ही इज द प्रेजेंट मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट. यू हैव क्रिटिक्स हिम. सॉरी, why not? This is the problematic, Anand. This is the dual standard. We have imposed you on such attitude where you don't want to criticize the convictors of the British Bano.
You are saying terrorists don't have a religion. You are saying terrorists don't have a religion, Majid Hydari. Look at the number of people at Yaqub Memon's funeral. Is there a religion or not?
Madam, mortal remains are neither of a criminal nor of a terrorist. Mortal remains are mortal remains. That is why we want Partik Sharir in our Indian parlance, in our Desi parlance.
बिल्कुल जाइए, मजारों को सजाइए, क्योंकि mortal remains तो mortal remains हैं. कार्तिक रेड्डी, mortal remains of Yaqub Memon have tens of thousands of Muslims coming out, but they say that has no religion. Burhan Wani was also son of the soil. Afzal Guru has also been wrong. I want to ask you, Kartik Reddy, what is this mindset?
Navika ji, at the behest, I kind of made it clear, if my country, my courts decide a certain person is a terrorist and he's a terrorist for me, and it should be a terrorist for the nation too. My allegation is very clear, and I did not get an answer back. Somehow the BJP spokesperson have become experts at the glance shots. They glance all important questions to the third man or somehow to the finalist.
There is no BJP spokesperson on the panel, my friend.
If the BJP government was, I'm sorry, Navika ji, I'm sitting in front of the camera today. But even in general, if there was any BJP spokesperson, that's how they do it. My point today is, if the central government had incriminating evidence against the PFI for the last so many years, why were they sitting on it? This is BJP's age-old formula of pushing the Hindu majority into a psychosis of fear so that they can feed off it democratically, and वोटों के माध्यम से they want to benefit this. My direct allegation to the on the BJP and the central government today is,
you know, even if I accept that question, even if I accept that question, then isn't there the same psychosis that is being used on the other side? Do you ever raise a question about your alliance partner, Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, who on every occasion, you know, you have an understanding with him, at least at the municipal level. So I want to ask you, on every occasion he comes out and says that, you know, Muslims are facing the wrong end of the stick. He says the Hindu Endowment Act, you know, should be looked at, and Muslims are being put in a spot when the Waqf board is surveyed, when madrasas are surveyed. Are you with him then, when he fearmongers for the Muslims in this country?
Asaduddin Owaisi's patriotism has been put to test many a times for the past few years, Navika, and I know him personally enough to tell you he loves this country as much as you and me. If he stands, if he decides to
So
stand,
are you disputing that Mr. Modi does not love his country?
Well, I don't think so. Are
you saying that Mr. Modi does not love his country?
I did not say that, Navika. I said, did I say that, Navika?
But you are saying, when I'm asking you a question on fear-mongering, you say BJP fear-mongers the Hindus for votes. And if Mr. Owaisi fear-mongers for Muslims, he loves the country, is your answer. I'm asking you, does Mr. Modi or the BJP not love the country?
Navika, see, Navika, I did not say neither the Prime Minister or the BJP does not love the country or its citizens. That is subjective. Certain people have their own opinions about it. My allegation today is, it is the BJP which let the PFI grow into what it is today. If anyone is to be blamed, it is the central government and the Home Ministry and the NIA also.
Vinod Bansalji, respond to that.
नाविका जी देखिए मैं आई वुड लाइक टू क्वेश्चन मिस्टर रेड्डी कि भाई आप देखिए कि जब मुनव्वर फारूकी को इन्होंने रेड कारपेट वेलकम दिया और उसके बाद में जो सर तन से जुदा के नारे लगे और रात भर हिंदुओं पर हमले होते रहे, तब टीआरएस होती रही। और मुझे लगता है जब हैदराबाद के अंदर लव जिहादी वो SC/ST समुदाय की बेटियों को उठा करके ले जाते हैं, उनको हाँ मैं बता रहा हूँ आप बीच में आप बौखलाइए मत, मैं बता रहा हूँ देखिए वो जो हबीब का जो सैलून की चैन है ना जी, वो चैन के जो गुर्गे हैं वो लगातार कितनी बहनों की हत्या कर चुके हैं वो लोग, आपको पता है? मैं आपको केस दूं क्या? Would you really get into the investigation done by
let's not make allegations that are not substantiated. Vinod Bansalji, let's not make allegations that are not substantiated.
All right.
सुनिए,
what basis does the gentleman have to say?
You know, what case you are referring to, we don't know. We don't know what case you are referring to. Is there a point you are making on Mr. Owaisi? And the question about whether Owaisi loves the country and versus BJP.
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कार्तिक जी मैं कहता हूँ ये जो ओवैसी को जो सर्टिफिकेट आप दे रहे हैं, उससे पहले ये तो सोचा होता कि कम से कम जो मुनव्वर फारूकी के शो के बाद में रात में जो नारे लगे थे और जो सरतन से जुदा के नारे लगे थे, आखिरकार उस पर कुछ बोलोगे नहीं बोलोगे? उस पर कितने लोगों का अरेस्ट किया आपने? आप फेयरनेस की बात करते हो, आप मुझे बताइए कितने लोगों को आपने अंदर भेजा? राजा को तो अंदर भेजना बड़ा आसान काम है।
स्लोगनीरी करे थे पूरे जेल में हैं आज, पता करिए आप पता करिए नाविका जी से।
नहीं कितने लोग जेल में हैं, बताओ ना कितने लोग जेल में हैं?
सड़क पे
और कितने हिंदू बेटियों की हत्या वहां पर लफ्ज़ियादी कर चुके हैं, पता है आपको? तेलंगाना के अंदर
कहाँ हुए हत्या?
तेलंगाना के अंदर बताओ ना कितने हैं?
What is this now?
मैं आपको बताता हूँ।
नेशनल टेलीविजन
कहाँ है बताइए ना?
Let's not digress from the issue. Vinod Bansalji, let's not digressing from the issue of PFI. You know, this is not about every umbrella issue that has to be brought in. Anand Ranganathan, the question is when fear mongering is being alleged that Hindus have been put into a fear psychosis and that's why the PFI has been allowed to grow. How do you respond to that conspiratorial charge being made by Mr. Karthik Reddy?
Navika, as I say, theorists have to be right every time, conspiracy theorists only once. So it is redundant if I answer what Mr. Reddy is saying or not. But his point is absolutely valid. And I wish there was a BJP spokesperson who could answer that question, because for 8 years, if NIA has unearthed so much of evidence incriminating against PFI, if BJP has been repeatedly saying since 2013 that PFI is a terrorist organization, then it should have been banned lock, stock and barrel. The fact that it hasn't is a question that will rankle the BJP and has to be answered by BJP.
Absolutely, the question have to be answered, but the question also arises, and I'll take this opportunity to give you a statistic, Anand Ranganathan. When you talk about the enforcement directorate and its conviction rate, then the conviction rate you're talking about is the entire cases over the last so many years since 2005 when this act came and this government came and notified it. Right now, in the last 6 years, if I'm not wrong, 20 cases have gone to the court. 18 of these convictions have happened. In one case, there has been, it has gone against the ED and the court has not found favor with it. And in one case, the matter has hung in balance. So 18 on 20 is also not a bad conviction rate. The other cases are cases under investigation, as I am being informed right now. But the question is, yes, time has elapsed. Will this time around the action on PFI end up in a ban on PFI and on terror activities? Because national security is the question. The question is not about Hindu, Muslim, as some people who are in political parties are making it out to be. The question really is about proving this case in court. And may I just say, having covered all of these agencies for many, many decades now, international funding, getting details on that is a time-consuming process. There are secrecy acts, there are several layers that have to be gone through. And when you decode it, only then can you present the evidence in courts of law. But this time around, will that happen? Is the big question mark. Because if it isn't, then once again this will become a political slugfest. It will become fodder for elections, as many people have already begun to say. And we're just getting information that maybe some organizations are calling out for a bandh in Kerala tomorrow. Now, how can anybody justify that? Crackdown on terror leads to a bandh? Is that how India is going to be made secure? Think about it. People of this country need to think about it, as do political parties. Thank you very much to all my panelists for joining me on the News Hour tonight. Good night. Be safe.
You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned. News Hour at 9. You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda. I am Padmaja Joshi. For the last 2 weeks, repeated images are coming in from the UK. From Leicester to Birmingham, where places of worship, Hindu houses, shops have been attacked by mobs of Muslim radicals. Multiple arrests have been made. At least 3 people have been sentenced for possession of a weapon. But the worst is that in all of this, there is the phenomenon of victim blaming. When these attacks happened, the excuse given was that the mob was protesting against an invitation given by the temple, by the Hindu community, to Sadhvi Ratambara. She was called an Islamophobe and a fascist in order to make the point that all this violence was only a reaction to an invitation given to a fascist. However, what no one actually told you is this, that the invite to Sadhvi Ratambara had already been postponed. Also, that she has in the past made multiple such visits to the UK to these same venues. You may have your differences about her politics, about her history, maybe even her ideology. But to use an invitation to her in order to whitewash blatant communal violence is extremely disingenuous. Also, it was said that these attacks were actually prompted by naked Hindu phobia. Hate that the leaders of this violent pack made no effort to mask. Listen to them in their own words describe the Hindu community with derision, contempt and unvarnished venom.
If Hindu temples like this do not stand by the BJP and the RSS, they need to come out in open official statements and state that they don't stand by the BJP and RSS. We will not accept half-hearted condemnation. We will not accept imams coming out and saying they don't stand without valid proof. We've had enough, and the people of Birmingham will stand up. Takbir!
Just your little bicep telling me you're no gangster. Just your little walking and talking rubbish is a living proof that you're no gangster. You're just fake wannabes. You've been watching too much Bollywood movies, Shah Rukh Khan. Watching too much Bollywood films and thinking they could come on the streets of Birmingham, come in the streets, our ends and come deal with us. We will teach you and we'll give you the respect that you deserve. So you want to beef with us? Come bring it to the streets and we will show you.
RSS and BJP people are not welcome in Birmingham. They're not welcome in Leicester. If you come out on the streets, we are going to be here to meet you. Saying all of this, the mob is making absolutely no attempt to hide their real intention and their feelings towards the Hindu community. Then why was Sadhvi Ratambara dragged in, if only to use as a cover for what at the end of the day has been proven to be nothing more than a communally motivated attack? Alright, joining us now is Sadhvi Ratambara herself. She's the founder of the Param Shakti Peeth. Sadhvi ji, बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं कि जो वायलेंस हुआ है लेस्टर में, वो इस वजह से हुआ कि आप यूके जाने वाली थी और लोग आपके वहां आने से खुश नहीं थे, तो ये अटैक नहीं था, ये एक प्रोटेस्ट था और आपके खिलाफ था।
पहले तो हम लेस्टर जा ही नहीं रहे थे। लेस्टर में हमारा कोई प्रोग्राम ही नहीं था। ये बात बिल्कुल गलत है। हमारा कार्यक्रम तो 5 जगह पर था, जो कि पहले ही पोस्टपोन हो गया था, क्योंकि अमेरिका के प्रवास में मुझे कोविड हो गया था, तो हमने इंग्लैंड का कार्यक्रम पोस्टपोन कर दिया था। लेस्टर में तो हम जा ही नहीं रहे थे, और लेस्टर में भारत आके हमें पता चला कि लेस्टर में तकरीबन 1 महीने से तनाव है। हम जा रहे थे बर्मिंघम, नोटिंगम, लंदन, इल्फर्ट, ऐसे 4 जगह मेरा प्रोग्राम था, जो हमने पहले ही पोस्टपोन कर दिया था, क्योंकि वहाँ मुझे अमेरिका में कोविड हो गया था प्रवास में। लेकिन मेरा कार्यक्रम पोस्टपोन होने के बाद भी बर्मिंघम के मंदिर पर हिंसक प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं, इसका क्या अर्थ है?
हिंसक प्रदर्शन इसलिए हुए हैं क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये बीजेपी आरएसएस के जो लोग हैं, जो आप हैं, अगर संघ परिवार से हैं, आप वहां पर वेलकम नहीं है। हिंदुओं के खिलाफ प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है, हिंदुत्ववादियों के खिलाफ है, इसलिए प्रोटेस्ट हुआ।
हो सकता है, आप सही कह रही हूं, लेकिन जो भी है, आप देखो कि हमारे आस्था के मंदिरों पर इस तरह आक्रमण करना, मंदिर में तो भक्त जाते हैं ना भगवान के, वो आरएसएस, बीजेपी, कांग्रेस तो नहीं होता ना, वहाँ कोई संप्रदाय और पार्टी का विषय तो नहीं होता ना, मंदिर में तो भगवान का भक्त जाता है ना, उसकी आइडेंटिटी इतनी होती है कि वो सनातन के प्रति निष्ठा रखता है, इसीलिए वो मंदिर जाएगा। और मंदिर के प्रति क्या विद्वेष है? अगर बर्मिंघम में मेरे कार्यक्रम का भी, जो कि कार्यक्रम हो ही नहीं रहा था, पहले से ही पोस्टपोन था, अगर उसका भी विरोध है, तो फिर कांच की बोतलें मंदिर में फेंकने का क्या अर्थ है? इसका अर्थ है कि आप हमारे आस्था के केंद्र को टारगेट बना रहे हैं। आप अपने हिंसा के बल पर भय पैदा करके समाज को भयभीत कर रहे हैं, और अपने वोट बैंक के बल पर राजनीतिक लोगों को अपने कंट्रोल में ले रहे हैं। यही दिखाई दे रहा है। क्योंकि हमारा कार्यक्रम तो पहले से ही पोस्टपोन था, इसलिए हम सीधा LA से भारत आ रहे थे, और हमको लंदन से ट्रांजिट करना था। जब मैं लॉस एंजलिस के एयरपोर्ट पे पहुंची, तब मुझे पता चला कि हम वहाँ ट्रांजिट नहीं कर सकते, तो फिर मुझे एक दिन रुकना पड़ा। अगले दिन फिर हम लॉस एंजलिस से न्यूयॉर्क होते हुए भारत वापस आए। हमारा इंग्लैंड जाने का कार्यक्रम बहुत पहले से ही पोस्टपोन हो गया था, और फिर एक बार प्रदर्शन, दोबारा फिर प्रदर्शन, और हिंसक प्रदर्शन, गालियां दी जा रही हैं, अपमान। जो भी हमारा चिंतन हिंदुओं का चिंतन है, वो सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना का ही चिंतन है। सारे परिवार, सारे विश्व को अपना परिवार मानना, वसुदैव कुटुंबकम की भावना, ये हमारे धर्म का मूल आधार है। इसलिए चींटी से लेके ब्रह्मा तक हम एक ही चेतना का दर्शन करने वाले लोग हैं। हम दिए और बत्तियां नहीं देखते, हम उसमें एक ही ज्योत देखने वाले लोग हैं। उन सबके ऊपर इस तरह का प्रहार करना, आघात करना, भय पैदा करना, ये कहाँ तक इसका औचित्य है? ये तो ब्रिटेन की सरकार को भी सोचना पड़ेगा, और हमारे अपने समाज को भी सोचना पड़ेगा। इस आग में तो सभी झुलसेंगे। अगर दुर्जनों का दमन नहीं किया गया और सज्जन निष्क्रिय रहे, तो ये स्थितियां हर जगह बनने वाली हैं। और इंग्लैंड तो इसमें, हमें तो यहाँ आके पता चला, लेस्टर में तो हमारा कार्यक्रम था ही नहीं। अब ये झूठ फैलाया जा रहा है कि हमारे कार्यक्रम की वजह से वहां हिंसा हो रही है। तो ये तो वही वाली बात हो गई कि असत्य अभी जो है वो 1 मिनट में पूरे विश्व की परिक्रमा करके आ जाता है, सत्य अभी तैयारी कर रहा होता है। तो ये तो एक बहाना है। ये तो इस तरह के जो सोच वाले लोग हैं, भले ही वो मुट्ठी भर हों, उनके पीछे कौन सी ताकतें काम कर रही हैं, भारत की छवि को बिगाड़ना और भारतवंशियों को जो है भयभीत करना, ये सब चल रहा है। यही कोशिश अमेरिका के अंदर भी करने की गई थी और इंग्लैंड के अंदर तो इसका विभत्स स्वरूप है जो कि बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
क्योंकि जो मुस्लिम एसोसिएशन ऑफ ब्रिटेन है, उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट निकाला, मैं वो स्टेटमेंट आपको कोट करना चाहती हूं। वो कहते हैं, हिंदुत्व हेट प्रीचर Sadhvi Nisha Ritambara, who has incited hatred against Muslims and Christians in India and has urged her supporters to wage war against Muslims, has been granted entry to the UK. We call on the UK Home Office to immediately revoke her entry. वो कह रही हैं कि आप नफरत फैलाती हैं, आप मुसलमानों और क्रिश्चियंस के खिलाफ बोलती हैं, आप उन पर वॉर वेज करती हैं, उनके खिलाफ आपने एक वॉर डिक्लेयर किया हुआ है, तो फिर आपको यूके में एंट्री क्यों दी जाए?
देखिए, ये तो मेरा सत्य सब जानते हैं पद्मजा जी। हम मनसा वाचा कर्मणा मनुष्यता के लिए मैं काम करती हूँ। हमारी किसी के प्रति कोई नफरत नहीं है। श्री राम जन्मभूमि के आंदोलन के साथ मेरी उस मूवमेंट के साथ भागीदारी रही है। उसके बाद इतने वर्षों से मैं बच्चों के लिए कार्य कर रही हूँ, ये सारा विश्व जानता है। और इंग्लैंड की पार्लियामेंट में मेरे कार्यक्रम हुए हैं जहाँ के सांसदों ने भी उसमें भाग लिया है। और मैं इंग्लैंड पहली बार नहीं जा रही थी, 20 वर्ष हो गए मुझे, तकरीबन 25 वर्ष हो गए मैं पूरे विश्व का भ्रमण करती हूँ, सारे समाज से बात करती हूँ और खाली हिंदू समाज से ही बात नहीं करती हूँ। आप जानते हो कनेक्टिक एक स्टेट है, वहाँ न्यू टाउन एक सिटी है जहाँ के अमेरिकन गोरों के बच्चे वात्सल्य में आते हैं। 20-20, 25-25 दिन हर साल मेरे कार्यक्रम होते हैं। हमारे लिए मानवता ही सर्वोपरि है, यही मेरे धर्म की मुख्य शिक्षा है। अब कहने के लिए तो आप जितना मर्जी मीडिया के माध्यम से, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से असत्य बोल बोल कर आतताई हमें सिद्ध कर दो, लेकिन आप कोई एविडेंस भी तो दोगे। किसी भी व्यक्ति की जीवन को देखना तो उसके कर्मों से देखा जाता है ना। तो मेरे कर्मों को देखिए, मेरे कार्य को देखिए। और 25 साल की मेरी यात्राएं जो सारे विश्व में हुई हैं, जिसमें सारा समाज शामिल होता है, तो ये मुट्ठी भर लोग हैं जो इस तरह का नैरेटिव सेट कर रहे हैं। उनको बहाना चाहिए और वो भारत के प्रति विश्व भमन है ये, और हमारी संस्कृति, परंपरा और हमारे सनातन के ऊपर आघात है ये। और लोग पैसे के बल पर, हिंसा के बल पर, भय पैदा करके और वोटों के बल पर ये सारा करने में सफल हुए हैं। ये तो निश्चित करना अभी बाकी है ना कि जो मेरे पे आरोप लगे हैं वो उसका निरीक्षण भी तो किया जाएगा ना। श्री राम जन्मभूमि के आंदोलन से जुड़ना कोई महापाप तो नहीं था पद्मजा जी। 500 साल तक हमारे पुरखों ने वो लड़ाई लड़ी है। हम घी के दिए नहीं जला पाए पर अपने रक्त की अंजलियां देते रहे हैं। हमारा समाज वो है जिसने हिंसा झेली है, जिसने आतंक को झेला है, हमने उसकी कीमत चुकाई है। तो ये सारी बातें तो वितंडावाद है जो एक तरह से सफल होता दिख रहा है। लेकिन ये बात सत्य है कि कोई भी किसी भी तरह का जो वातावरण वहां निर्मित किया जा रहा है वो कार्यक्रम का विरोध था, तो फिर कार्यक्रम तो हो ही नहीं रहा, फिर क्यों विरोध है, फिर क्यों प्रदर्शन है? और अगर प्रदर्शन है तो उसमें हिंसा क्यों है? और अगर हमारी आस्था का केंद्र वो है तो आप उसमें कांच की बोतलें फेंक के, गालियां देके क्या सिद्ध करना चाहते हैं? अगर उनको रितंभरा से नफरत है तो वो मेरे से करे ना नफरत। उन्होंने मेरे आस्था के केंद्र बिंदुओं पे अपनी नफरत इस तरह क्यों निकाली? और लगातार प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं, इसका क्या औचित्य है? सीधा सीधा दिखाई दे रहा है वो भारत का विरोध है, वो सनातन का विरोध है। वो हिंदू समाज को भयभीत करके हिंसा के बल पर वो क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं, ये तो निष्पक्ष होकर सबको देखना चाहिए कि ये क्या है। अगर मेरे कार्यक्रम का विरोध था तो वो पहले से ही पोस्टपोन हो चुका था और 1 महीने से वहां विरोध चल ही रहे हैं, उसमें रितंभरा कहां से कारण है? तो कारण, वो तो बहाने ढूंढे जा रहे हैं। वो ये करना है, ये क्यों करना है, क्या उसके पीछे उद्देश्य है, ये तो फिर वहाँ की सरकार को और समाज को सोचने का विषय है। ये तो दोनों ही विषय हैं, चिंतन भी और चिंता भी।
क्योंकि जो प्रोटेस्ट हुआ है, जो अटैक हुआ है, वो आपकी हिस्ट्री के बारे में बताते हैं कि आपका जो बाबरी मस्जिद पूरा मूवमेंट को लेकर के, उसे गिराने से लेकर के आपका जो एसोसिएशन था, उसके चलते प्रोटेस्ट ना सिर्फ ब्रिटेन में हुआ है बट यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में भी हुआ है। इसका विरोध किया जा रहा है। और क्या आप ये बैकलैश, क्या देश के, दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में भी आप ज्यादा देख रही हैं? डिसमेंटलिंग हिंदुत्व की कॉन्फ्रेंस की जाती है तो एक डिफरेंशिएशन किया जा रहा है कि यह है हिंदुइज्म जिसका हम विरोध नहीं करते, और यह है हिंदुत्व जिसकी एक सिंबल है साध्वी रितांबरा, जिसकी एक सिंबल है आरएसएस, जिसकी एक सिंबल है बीजेपी, जिसका एक सिंबल है विश्व हिंदू परिषद।
नहीं, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। पूरी दुनिया में हिंदू समाज का बहुत सम्मान है। पूरी दुनिया में हिंदू और हिंदुत्व वो वैसे ही है जैसे जल और जल की आर्द्रता को अलग करके देखना, ये वैसे ही है जैसे आग और उसकी अग्नि तत्व को अलग करके देखना। ये तो नैरेटिव सेट किया जा रहा है। पूरी दुनिया में हिंदू समाज का भारी सम्मान है, क्योंकि हिंदू समाज ने अपने कर्तव्य से, देखिए पद्मजा जी, मैं बच्चों का कार्य करती हूँ। जो देवकी माँ की कोख से छूट जाते हैं उसे यशोदा पालती है, और हिंदू समाज भी अगर भारत भूमि को अपनी देवकी माँ समझता है तो जिस भी भूमि पे वो विदेश में है उसे अपनी यशोदा माँ समझता है। इसलिए भारी सम्मान हिंदू समाज का पूरे विश्व के अंदर है। ये जो चंद लोग हैं जो अपनी हिंसा प्रकट करके विद्वेष की भावना रखते हैं, उनके कारण ये सब कुछ होने वाला नहीं। सारा समाज अच्छी तरह जानता है। लोगों ने जिंदगियां खपा दी हैं विदेश की धरती पर रहते हुए, अपना परिश्रम करते हुए, तो उनका वो सदकर्म ऐसे विफल नहीं जाने वाला। ये तो इस तरह वातावरण बनाया जा रहा है, इस तरह का माहौल बनाया जा रहा है, कोशिश की जा रही है कि भारत की परंपरा को जो है अपमानित किया जाए। हिंदू और हिंदुत्व, इसको अलग करके क्यों देखना? और हिंदुत्व या हिंदू, ये आतताई आतंक उससे जुड़ ही नहीं सकता। हमने आतंक झेले हैं, आतंकी हम कभी रहे नहीं हैं। लेकिन वही वाली बात है कि इस तरह के वातावरण को निर्मित किया जा रहा है, छवि बिगाड़ने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि वो कितने अहिंसावादी हैं जो मंदिरों पर अटैक कर रहे हैं। उन्हें अगर किसी विचारधारा का विरोध भी कर रहे हैं तो वो शालीन प्रदर्शन भी तो कर सकते हैं ना। आप कांच की बोतलें फेंक रहे हो, आप गालियां दे रहे हो, आप जो हो वो तो आपके कर्तृत्व से पता चल रहा है ना। तो उन लोगों के द्वारा कही गई ये बातें हम कैसे स्वीकार कर लेंगे? पद्मजा जी।
साध्वी रितांबरा जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। When talking about protesting against fascism, if you resort to violence, it says a lot about your ideology and what you really stand for. You may have differences, but violence in the guise of protest is inexcusable, especially when it's only masking a Hindu hate. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका साध्वी जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। Meanwhile, back home in India, it's an unprecedented outreach by the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Over the last few days, he's held meetings with intellectuals and religious leaders of the Muslim community. The idea is to create an atmosphere of trust between the two communities at a time when even a madarsa and waqf property survey is being looked at with suspicion and is being used by political parties to foment a divide. In addition to meeting Muslim intellectuals earlier, today the RSS chief visited a mosque and a madarsa where he spoke to the children studying there. Earlier, another meeting was held at the RSS's Delhi office that stretched for over an hour. The meeting included former Chief Election Commissioner S.Y. Qureshi, former Delhi Lieutenant Governor Najib Jung, former AMU Vice Chancellor Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, and RLD leader Shahid Siddiqui, among others. All issues, from the sensitivity around cow slaughter to vilification of Muslims, were discussed in these meetings. The effort remained. Let's dial down the distrust and hostilities.
जो पैगाम गया वो पैगाम मोहब्बत है। हमारे सबके धर्म अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी सबकी जातियां अलग हो सकती हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा जो धर्म है वो इंसान और इंसानियत है। भारत में रहते हैं, हम सब भारतीय हैं। आओ हम सब मिलकर भारत को मजबूत करें, भारतीयता को मजबूत करें। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है, हमारा मकसद सिर्फ यही है।
We requested him for an appointment because we feel that RSS and Bhagwat ji have great influence on a large section of Indian society, and we are worried about the toxic environment which has been building up in the society, and we believe that we must talk about it, we must find solutions, we might find ways to bring down the temperature.
सुबह 10 बजे वो आए, हमने उनको वेलकम किया और बताया कि वो पर्सनल विज़िट के लिए आए हैं और स्टूडेंट से हमें मिले हमारे, और किस तरह से हम क्लास लेते हैं कुरान करीम की पढ़ने की, ये सारा उन्होंने देखा। बहुत सारी बातें उन्होंने पूछी भी कि क्या बनना चाहते हो, क्या पढ़ना चाहते हो, और इस तालीम की, इस एजुकेशन के साथ साथ मॉडर्न एजुकेशन कितनी ज़रूरी है आज के ज़माने में, ये भी उन्होंने मालूम किया और उस पर उन्होंने रोशनी डाली।
Now, when a meeting like this happens, you would think that it would be welcomed by all, especially those who say that India is under danger and the RSS is promoting Islamophobia. Far from it, the focus today instead was on discrediting those who went to meet Mohan Bhagwat. The prominent Muslim voices were dismissed as inconsequential, irrelevant and elite. Some others scoffed at this outreach as empty tokenism.
I am only afraid that in fact RSS is the de facto government. Modi rule is working under instructions and guidance from RSS headquarters. If Bhagwat ji is sincere in bringing Muslim community into mainstream of the country, then he must question the Modi government as to why there is no proportionate representation given to Muslims.
इलियासी साहब है, उन्होंने बहुत दिन पहले पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी से मिलकर निमंत्रण दिया था। वो बहुत दिन से पेंडिंग था और इसीलिए उनके निमंत्रण को स्वीकार करते हुए वो उनसे मिलने गए थे। और ये संघ के पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक समाज जीवन के सभी प्रकार के लोगों से मिलते रहते हैं और एक संवाद की जो सामान्य प्रक्रिया सतत संघ के द्वारा चलती रहती है, उसी का एक हिस्सा है ये।
अभी किसी नतीजे पर पहुंचना मुश्किल है। अभी एक पहल हुई है, लेकिन सबसे पहले कि आरएसएस को अपना विचारधारा बदलना पड़ेगा। जब तक उनका विचारधारा नहीं बदलता है तो इस तरह के आउटरीच से कोई फायदा नहीं होगा।
Rather than have the issues of employment, of food, of life, of health to come forward, they in fact are putting forward this polarization thing.
भागवत जी, यही हिंदुस्तान है। आप भटक गए थे, अब आप सही राह पे हो। और मेरा कहना मानो भागवत जी, प्लीज अप्रिशिएट, आई एम गिविंग यू गुड सजेशन, प्लीज कम एंड ज्वाइन भारत जोड़ो यात्रा अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ राहुल गांधी जी। आपको बड़ी आत्मिक शांति मिलेगी।
तो आप आरएसएस के लोग ये बताओ कि भारत की मुसलमानी जो सबका विश्वास का खेल है, आपका सबके विश्वास, सबका साथ में मुसलमान कहां पे आ रहा है?
So what possibly explains the criticism of even this exercise? Why would people criticize what is clearly an effort to try and meet the Muslim community halfway? Isn't it ridiculous that progressive Muslim voices also are now being cancelled only because they want to engage and not estrange? Or is this outright this outreach scaring those whose very politics depends on and thrives on ensuring that Hindus and Muslims, far from engaging in a dialogue, stay at each other's throats?
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 2 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
All right, joining us on the debate, we have Ratan Sharda, author, Harshvardhan Tripathi, senior journalist, Maulana Sajid Rashidi, President All India Imam Association. But my first question is to Pawan Rao Ambedkar, national spokesperson of the AIMIM. After all these people have met, intellectuals, clerics, Mohan Bhagwat even went to a madarsa. everyone who met him has been cancelled. Why, Mr. Ambedkar? You should be welcoming this. You should be saying great.
Actually, they are not the intellectuals. They are the elite class persons. I have two objections. Two words used by two persons. One word is Rashtrapita and second word is Mr. Mohan Bhagwat is more powerful. More powerful. What is the meaning of more powerful in democratic country? There is no meaning of the powerful in democratic. No individual can be more powerful than democracy. In a democracy, we the people of India are the most powerful in this country. That's why we are talking about that person who has no authority, who has no constitutional post, who has no any political right or political head.
But he has the right to meet people.
Listen.
So, Mr. Ambedkar, when he wasn't meeting anyone, you said, oh, he's a Hindu supremacist, he hates Muslims. Now he's meeting Muslims, you are like, these Muslims are also bad.
एक कहावत है ना हिंदी में, दिखाने के लिए कुछ और है और करने के लिए कुछ और है. Now see the situation. Why Mohan Bhagwat is meeting with the elite class persons? Where were the elite class persons when the akhlaq was lynched?
वो तो मदरसे में गए थे, मदरसे में कौन से elite बैठे हुए हैं? छोटे-छोटे बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं वहां पे. और उन्हीं मदरसों में बैठे हुए हैं जिनको आप कहते हैं कि आरएसएस बंद करवाना चाहती है, बीजेपी बंद करवाना चाहती है, जिनको सिर्फ रिफॉर्म करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. वो मदरसों में पढ़ते बच्चे कौन से एलीट थे?
Yes, listen. The persons who are meeting with the Mohan Bhagwat ji are not authorized persons. They are not the representative of the people.
Who decides who's the representative of Muslims?
Yes, listen the answer.
Who will authorize?
Yes, they are not representing the people of this country, especially Muslims.
Says who?
Where were they? Where were they when Akhlaq was lynched?
They were there protesting.
When the Altaf was
General
lynched?
Zamiruddin Shah was there seeking justice.
No.
Yes, he was.
They were
S.I. Qureshi has been our chief election commissioner. He has been a vocal advocate of Muslim rights, and today he is a nobody. He is not even a Muslim according to you.
No, they are Muslim, but in the reference
सच्चे मुसलमान नहीं है.
I am not telling the सच्चे मुसलमान या झूठे मुसलमान. I am telling they are not the representing the people of this country, especially Muslims.
सर ये कौन सा एगमार्क का ये थप्पा लगता है कि कोई आकर के वहां सर्टिफिकेशन अथॉरिटी है वो कह रही है कि these are the real Muslims, these are the representative Muslims, these are the fake Muslims, these are the elite Muslims. Who will decide, sir?
Whether they have the right, whether they are the head of any political party, whether they are the head of any
political party ही represent करती है मुसलमानों को.
Yes, definitely we political party and religious institutions have the right to rise the.
ये ठेका किसने दिया?
No individual, whether they are not aware of the ideology of RSS, whether they are not aware of the ideology of RSS, I want to show you the reality of the RSS. See the situation.
Sir, before you come to the reality, because then that is a very wide-ranging debate. वो reality वो है जो आप देखना चाहते हैं. A man is literally sitting here saying, "Come talk to me. I want to talk to Muslims." You're like, ये तो real नहीं है. ये real है. ये जो मैं पन्ने पे लिख के लाया हूँ, which I want to believe is the reality. ये real है. आप बात करना चाहते हो आरएसएस से, आप सच्चे मुसलमान नहीं. आप आरएसएस को गाली दे रहे हो, आप सबसे अच्छे मुसलमान हो. Who decides this?
Country, whether they will solve the problem of this country, whether they
will you solve the problem of this country? How long has AIMIM been around? मुसलमानों की सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गई?
Yes. Now the question: why they are not meeting with the Prime Minister of India?
अरे sir, you are jumping from goalpost to goalpost. Okay, चलिए, let's address all of your issues one by one. Ratan Sharda, first you answered the question कि these are token Muslims. Pawan Rao Ambedkar has said Pawan Rao Ambedkar is representative of Muslims, but a Shahid Siddiqui is not representative of Muslims. S.Y. Qureshi is not representative of Muslims. Ratan Sharda.
Owaisi is trying very hard. Owaisi and the friends are trying very hard to hijack the entire Muslim platform. They want to be the new jinnahs of a Muslim community which is always under agitation, always ready to create problems. This is from that class.
They don't have
मैंने आपको टोका नहीं था अम्बेडकर जी. अब मैं आगे और बताता हूँ. He talked of elite class. He talked of who is going to represent. Does he know what Dr. Ambedkar said about Dalits having tie-up with the Muslims and with the Razakars? He would not like to talk about that. I didn't want to make it personal, but he should know what Ambedkar's view were about tie-up with the Muslims. Very clearly, he talks of elite class. Who was Jinnah? Who are the people who got partitioned and all elite class? Who are your inspirations? Who was Qasim Rizvi, your forefather of Razakar? Which class he belonged to? To Nizam's class. So your class, talk of this elite class and all is so bogus. And in a democracy, be very sure politics is not one all for everybody. It is society, it is social organizations which actually strengthen the democracy. Very dependent on politics, you are doomed. These people from bylanes of Hyderabad want to rule over India in the name of dividing Hindus and Muslims. And very clearly, Owaisi's thought comes from the position where a book says that you cannot be friends with non-Muslims. Please go ahead. I will not quote exact ayat because I am not supposed to quote any holy book. But it is there. You can't challenge that. So if that is so, then my dear friend, you are living in India and Dr. Ambedkar talked about exchange of population. Did you support that? Do you support that today? And do you deny the role of Razakars and your forefathers like Qasim Rizvi in persecution of Hindus in Hyderabad state and asking not Nizam to go with India but go with Pakistan? So you have never denied it. You have never apologized for that. So don't tell me what politics is. India is much bigger than politics.
First of all, I tell you,
much bigger than
Mr. Sharda, Mr. Ratan Sharda, I just tell you in Hindi. ये रजाकारों की पार्टी नहीं है, हम कंडेम करते हैं. We extremely condemn. This is not the party of Rajakars. This is not the party of Rajakars. Why are you not talking about those people who met the Mohan Bhagwat? Whether Mohan Bhagwat has the capacity to solve the problem of this country? Whether
capacity, your entire behavior.
Why the people are not meeting with the Prime Minister of India? Why the people are not raising the voice in front of the
mutual dialogue? You
why they are not meeting with the Prime Minister? Why they
Mr.
are
Ambedkar,
not?
let me just ask you one question. You are saying कि असल मुसलमानों का नेता वही होगा जो मुसलमानों की सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर चुका होगा. इन लोगों ने कुछ नहीं किया सॉल्व करने के लिए, तो ये नेता नहीं हो सकते, ये रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं हो सकते. They cannot speak on your behalf. Tell me, has the AIMIM solved all problems of Muslims?
Listen carefully.
If not, then how can you claim to be representative of Muslims?
Listen carefully. I am telling that those people who are meeting with the Mr. Mohan Bhagwat is not in capacity to solve the problem. They have to meet with the Prime Minister.
They have done their own bit for this country. General Shah has been our Vice Chief of Army. We've had Shahid Siddiqui. He is the editor of one of the oldest dailies. We've had him as a member of Parliament. And today, according to you, all these people count for nothing.
Why are you not telling that they are not meeting with the legal persons?
Mr. Ambedkar doesn't know any answer. What does he believe in Dr. Ambedkar? पहले आप बताइए, Ambedkar है ना? आप बताइए, आप Dr. Ambedkar को डिनाई कर रहे हैं?
आप सुन लीजिए बाबा साहब के
Are you denying Dr. Ambedkar?
सुन लीजिए बाबा, अरे सुनिए बाबा साहब की किताब पढ़िए,
हिम्मत है तो बोलिए.
एक किताब पढ़ लीजिए, रिडल्स इन हिंदुइज्म, पढ़ने से दिमाग खुल जाएगा. रिडल्स इन हिंदुइज्म, जाइए और उसको पढ़िए, दिमाग खुल जाएगा.
मत करो, वो सही है,
दिमाग खुल जाएगा. रिडल्स इन हिंदुइज्म, यू आर टॉकिंग फेवरेबल स्टेटमेंट्स. यू आर टॉकिंग फेवरेबल स्टेटमेंट्स.
यू आर राइट सर, सबको सब किताबें पढ़नी चाहिए, पर आपको भी और जो लोग देख रहे हैं उनको भी बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर थॉट्स ऑन पाकिस्तान भी पढ़नी चाहिए. बट एनीवे, दिस इज नॉट अबाउट बुक्स एंड व्हाट इज रिटन देयर. It is about the simple question that do you want to put people in a box permanently, and when they uncomfortably try and step out of that box, you are like, not allowed, because we want to demonize you, we will always stereotype you as this. So Mohan Bhagwat has to be a Muslim hater. If he meets Muslims, then you will discredit that as well. हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी, मोहन भागवत जी से मिल करके कौन सी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी? पवन राव अंबेडकर बोल रहे हैं, क्या वो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, क्या वो राष्ट्रपति हैं, क्या वो होम मिनिस्टर हैं? उनसे मिलने का क्या फायदा है? कुछ सॉल्व तो होना नहीं है, टोकनिज्म है.
मुझे एक तो छोटा सा निवेदन है कि बीच में बोले नहीं, कुछ लोगों की आदत होती है बोलने की, तो बात जब नहीं होती है तभी बीच में आदमी बोलता है। आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल पूछा, और ये सवाल जो आ रहा है कि क्या वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, वो किस हैसियत में हैं, उनकी अथॉरिटी क्या है। मुझे लगता है कि डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत ने इन जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं, जो खास करके जो बहुत प्रभावशाली अपने अपने क्षेत्र में बहुत अच्छा काम करने वाले जो मुसलमान हैं, और आज तो जो मिले इलियासी साहब से, वो तो ऑल इंडिया इमाम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के चीफ क्लेरिक हैं, उनसे मिलकर देश के हर कट्टर को परेशान कर दिया है। हर वो कट्टर जो चाहता था कि इस देश में कम्युनलिज्म हो, इस देश में हिंदू मुस्लिम लड़ते रहे, इस देश में सड़कों पर संघर्ष होता रहे, इस देश को लेकर दुनिया भर में उसी तरह से चर्चा हो, उस हर व्यक्ति को उन्होंने परेशान कर दिया है। वरना आप सोचिए, राहुल गांधी अभी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पे हैं, हर जगह उनकी जो रैली है उसमें वो दो बातें बोलते हैं, संघ ने सभी संस्थानों पर कब्जा कर लिया है और संघ मुस्लिमों के खिलाफ खड़ा है। वो ऐसी क्या बोलते हैं, संघ पूरे देश में हिंदू और मुसलमान के खिलाफ बांटने की, जहर भरने की लड़ाई लड़ा। ऐसे में जब डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत, जो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के सर संघ चालक है, और ये पहली बार उन्होंने ये प्रयास नहीं किया है, वो बार बार एक बात कहते हैं कि हिंदू संगठन करना, हिंदू एकता करना वो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का आधार है, लेकिन हम भारतीयों को लेकर विश्व मंच पर जाएंगे, हम भारतीय के तौर पर कैसे व्यवहार करते हैं ये बेहतर हो, वो छवि अच्छी जाए, ये हम दुनिया को दिखाएंगे। और अगर इसके लिए वो 2018 में भी विज्ञान भवन में उन्होंने सभी के प्रश्नों का उत्तर दिया, उसके बाद भी लगातार गए, संघ ने मुस्लिम राष्ट्रीय मंच बनाया, और अभी भी अगर नजीब जंग, ऐशवाई कुरैशी और इलियासी साहब जैसे लोग ये मुस्लिमों के प्रतिनिधि नहीं है, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस देश में कोई भी जो जिहाद फैलाएगा, जो कट्टरता फैलाएगा, जो इस्लामिक कट्टरता कोई सब कुछ बताएगा मुसलमानों के लिए, वो मुसलमानों का सच्चा प्रतिनिधि नहीं हो सकता। और ऐसे लोग बौखलाए हुए हैं, परेशान,
कट्टरपंथी बौखलाए हुए हैं साजिद रशीदी साहब, क्योंकि अगर आपको रेलेवेंट रहना है, आप चाहेंगे कि हिंदुओं की तरफ से भी जो मुट्ठी भर कट्टरपंथी हैं वो भी एक्टिव रहें। मोहन भागवत जी ने क्या बोला है? पहले उन्होंने बोला है दैट देयर कैन बी नो इंडिया विदाउट मुस्लिम्स इन इट। देन ही सेड कि ये सही नहीं है कि हर मस्जिद के नीचे शिवलिंग तलाशा जाया। फिर उन्होंने बोला कि we condemn people who in the name of cow protection go out and kill Muslims। वो कट्टरपंथी जो हैं लगातार उनके खिलाफ बोलते आए हैं। आज भी जो मीटिंग हुई है उसमें यह बताया जा रहा है कि उन्होंने जाकर के बोला कि स्टीरियोटाइपिंग ऑफ मुस्लिम्स इज रॉन्ग, स्टीरियोटाइपिंग, प्रोपेगेंडा, विलिफिकेशन नहीं किया जाना चाहिए। आपको तो खुशी होनी चाहिए सर कि जो कट्टरपंथी हैं, जो विलिफिकेशन हो रहा है, उसको मोहन भागवत अमंग हिंदूज रोकने की भी बात कर रहे हैं।
देखिए मैडम, मैं आपको दो तीन बात क्लेरिफाई कर देता हूं। एक तो ये जो शाही सिद्दीकी वगैरह की मीटिंग हुई थी मोहन भागवत जी से, वो 2-2.5 महीने पहले की मीटिंग है, आज मीटिंग नहीं हुई। नंबर एक, आज जो उमैर इलियासी के यहाँ मोहन भागवत पहुंचे हैं, उनके फादर की सालगिरह थी, जो होता है उस पर वो गए थे, समझे नहीं? वहाँ कोई मुसलमानों से मिलना या कोई ऐसा एम नहीं था कि भाई वहाँ जाकर कोई ऐसा संदेश दिया जाए। ये बात क्यों बढ़ी? ये बात जब बढ़ी जब उमैर इलियासी ने मोहन भागवत को राष्ट्रपिता कह दिया, राष्ट्र ऋषि कह दिया। मैं आपसे काउंटर क्वेश्चन करना चाहता हूं, ये जितने भी मोहन भागवत के जानने और मानने वाले बैठे हुए हैं, क्या मोहन भागवत जी को राष्ट्रपिता कहना ये सही है? ये काउंटर क्वेश्चन मेरा है। दूसरी बात,
अब ये उमर इलियासी से एड्रेस कीजिए ना। अब ये मोहन भागवत की तो प्रॉब्लम है नहीं कि उनको उमर इलियासी साहब क्या बोलना चाहते हैं ना।
That's why we are telling.
आप मेरी बात पूरी होने दीजिए ना।
हाँ, पूरी कीजिए।
मेरी बात पूरी होने दीजिए ना, मेरी बात पूरी होने दीजिए। दूसरी बात यह है, आप जिन लोगों को ये कहना चाह रहे हैं, देखिए मैं इस पर नहीं जाता कि शाहिद सिद्दीकी क्या है, ऐशवाई कुरैशी क्या है, वो अपनी फील्ड में अच्छा काम उन्होंने किया है और वो मुसलमानों में अच्छी नज़र से देखे जाते हैं। लेकिन आज जिस आदमी ने मोहन भागवत को राष्ट्रपिता कहा है, उसकी लायबिलिटी आप इससे चेक कर लीजिए कि जो आदमी महात्मा गांधी जी को नकार कर एक ऐसे आदमी को राष्ट्रपिता कह रहा है जिस आदमी ने बार बार ये कहा है कि हर हिंदुस्तानी हिंदू है, हर हिंदुस्तानी हिंदू है,
कि ऑडियो क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं थी। मतलब पूरी रामायण में आपको प्रॉब्लम बस यही थी कि थोड़ी ऑडियो क्वालिटी अच्छी हो जाए।
बार
इतनी बड़ी मीटिंग हो गई सर, इतना बड़ा आउटरीच हो गया, आपने उमर इलियासी साहब ने राष्ट्रपिता क्यों बोला? ये नुक्स निकाल रहे हैं आप। हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी जी के लिए इसका तो जवाब दे ही दीजिए।
सबको सुना, लेकिन आप मुझे बार बार
देखिए, आप एक बात समझिए,
बात तो पूरा होने दीजिए ना।
ये आपकी बात तो वापस आओगी, पर आपकी जो नाराजगी है उसका एड्रेस कर लेने दीजिए हर्षवर्धन त्रिपाठी
साहब ने।
अरे भाई साहब,
अगर इलियासी साहब ने डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत के लिए इन शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, इसका मतलब कि उनके मन में वो सम्मान का भाव रहा होगा। और देश में बहुत से लोग हैं जो मानते हैं कि डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत राष्ट्र ऋषि जैसे हैं। उनके जीवन व्यवहार को लेकर वो जिस तरह से रहते हैं, और जब से वो सरसंघ चालक बने, मैं ढेरों ऐसे वाकये गिना सकता हूं कि जब आरोप लगाने वाले लगातार संघ को एक सींखचे में, एक दायरे में, एक खांचे में बांधने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो संघ उस दायरे को तोड़कर निकल जाता है। और ये सवाल इसीलिए बड़ा हो रहा है कि क्या संघ का सबके साथ
तो अच्छी बात है ना कि कुछ ऐसा बोला गया दोनों के बीच में कि हॉस्टिलिटी। आप खुश रहते अगर वो कहते हैं कि ये तो इस्लामोफोबिक हैं, ये तो मुस्लिम हेटर हैं। अब वो कह रहे हैं कि राष्ट्र ऋषि है। राष्ट्र ऋषि कैसे बोल दिया साजिद?
मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं इस बात को।
अच्छी बात
मैंने कब बोला है कि अगर वो ऐसा बोलते तो मैं खुश होता? मैंने तो नहीं बोला ऐसा। मैं सिर्फ ये, अब सुनिए ना, मेरी बात तो पूरी होने दीजिए, आप बार बार मुझे टोक रही हैं। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं, ये राष्ट्रपिता उमर इलियासी के हो सकते हैं, पिता हो सकते हैं उनके, धर्मेंद्र जी के पिता हो सकते हैं, हर्षवर्धन जी के पिता हो सकते हैं, या जो और लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ आरएसएस से जुड़े उनके पिता हो सकते हैं। राष्ट्रपिता तो नहीं है।
चलिए ठीक है,
जो लोग इनको राष्ट्रपिता कह रहे हैं वो महात्मा गांधी को नकार रहे हैं, वो गोडसे की थ्योरी ला रहे हैं, वो गोडसे की थ्योरी ला रहे हैं देश के अंदर।
रशीदी जी की है, यही समस्या है जो इलियासी साहब।
अरे आप मानते हैं क्या? आप मानते हैं कि उनको राष्ट्रपिता,
ये समझना जरूरी है।
राष्ट्रपिता मानते हैं क्या?
किसी एक के पिता
आप राष्ट्रपिता मानते हैं क्या?
नहीं हो सकते। इस
हर्षवर्धन आप राष्ट्रपिता मानते हैं क्या? बोलिए ना, आप अपनी जुबान से क्यों नहीं बोलते?
बेहतर क्या होगा? रशीदी साहब
आप अपनी जुबान से क्यों नहीं बोलते कि हाँ वो राष्ट्रपिता है? बोलिए।
मैं बोल दूं।
रतन शारदा जी भी आपको कुछ बताना चाहते हैं। मिस्टर शारदा,
आप क्यों नहीं बोलते?
बोलने वाले इलियासी क्या मोहन भागवत जी ने उसको स्वीकार किया? अरे मैं बोलता हूँ ना, बोलता हूँ मौलाना साहब, बोलता हूँ। देखिए, पहला प्रॉब्लम ये है कि ये जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, इनको हिंदू मुस्लिम समाज मौलानाओं और मौलवियों की पकड़ से पढ़े लिखे लोग जाना स्वीकार नहीं है। इसके लिए जितने भी लोग मिले ये भागवत जी को, इनसे उनका विरोध है। जहां तक उनको राष्ट्रपिता राष्ट्रऋषि कहने का सवाल है, संघ के 97 साल के इतिहास में किसी भी, सुनिए, अरे बात सुन लीजिए ना, सुन लीजिए, अरे सुन लीजिए भाई साहब,
मेरा विरोध नहीं है उनसे।
अरे सुन तो लीजिए,
से विरोध नहीं।
अरे भाई,
अच्छा चलिए अगली मीटिंग आपको भी करनी चाहिए मोहन भागवत जी से। आप नहीं विरोध करते ना, प्रेम है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, होना चाहिए।
ऐसे मौलाना को जानता हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे कहा है कि मुझे मोहन भागवत जी से मिलवाइए। दूसरी बात, 97, अरे प्लीज
आप उनको राष्ट्रपिता मानते हैं क्या?
अरे वही तो जवाब दे रहा हूँ ना।
आप उनको राष्ट्रपिता मानते हैं क्या?
अरे वही
हर्षवर्धन को राष्ट्रपिता मानते हैं?
अच्छा चलिए सवाल पूछिए, जवाब देने दीजिए। ओके, रतन शारदा कम ऑन।
मैंने क्या कहा? 97 साल के इतिहास में कभी भी आरएसएस के किसी लीडर ने कोई पदवी धारण नहीं की, किसी स्वयंसेवक ने आरएसएस की लीडर को कोई पदवी नहीं दी। और मैं कहता हूं कि उनको राष्ट्रपिता की उपाधि ना चाहिए, ना हम मानते हैं। अरे कह दिया ना भी आपको, अब शांति रखिए। हम कहते हैं, हम नहीं बोलते किसी को, हम किसी को खुदा नहीं बोलते, हम किसी को प्रॉफिट नहीं बोलते। संघ के अंदर किसी भी अधिकारी को राष्ट्रपिता वगैरह वगैरह कहने का ना हम मानते हैं ना वो मानते हैं। कृपया आरएसएस की हिस्ट्री देख लीजिए 97 ईयर्स की। मैंने बोल दिया, फिर भी बोले जा रहे हैं। अरे आपका पेट क्यों?
चलिए, अगर कोई पदवी दे रहा है, पवन राव अंबेडकर जी, मोहन भागवत ने कभी नहीं बोला कि हमें राष्ट्रपिता का दर्जा चाहिए या गांधी जी का हम राइवल कर रहे हैं। अगर ये कोई पदवी देता है, अगर ये प्रेम से कोई बोलता है, ये उनकी मर्जी है। द लार्जर पिक्चर हाउएवर मस्ट नॉट बी फॉरगॉटन। द फैक्ट दैट दिस इज कमिंग एट अ time, and let me quote to you from reports about an earlier meeting that took place between these intellectuals and between Mohan Bhagwat. Very candidly he is saying कि देखिए, काउ स्लॉटर से हमारी सेंसिटिविटीज जुड़ी हुई हैं। We should have sensitivities about how other people feel. He says कि आप नॉन मुस्लिम्स को काफिर मत बोला कीजिए। तो इन लोगों ने बोला मोहन भागवत जी को कि काफिर जो लफ्ज है वो इंडिया को बिलोंग नहीं करता, वो बाहर से आया है और किसी को काफिर बोलना ये हमारे मजहब का हिस्सा नहीं है। दिस इज द डायलॉग दैट इज नीडेड, राइट? या हमेशा एक दूसरे के गले पे पकड़े रहेंगे? अच्छी बात है ना डायलॉग। टुडे वी आरएसएस इज सेइंग कि ओवैसी साहब मिलना चाहते हैं, आप मिलिए मोहन भागवत से।
यस आंसर सुनिए। आपने आप आंसर सुन लीजिए ना। शारदा साहब होल्ड ऑन। शारदा साहब होल्ड ऑन।
सारी राजनीतिक जीवन
शारदा साहब सुन लीजिए, आंसर सुन लीजिए। पद्मजा जी काइंडली
इनको बोलने दीजिए।
काइंडली मैं एक बिंदु पे आता हूं। पहले आपने कहा कि मोहन भागवत साहब ने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया कि यह देश बिना मुस्लिम्स के नहीं बन सकता है। मैं एक कोटेशन मोहन भागवत जी का पढ़ देता हूं, आप उसको सुन लीजिए। इट इज नॉट दैट सिंस इट्स अ हिंदू राष्ट्र मुस्लिम्स आर नॉट अलाउड हियर। It is said Muslims cannot stay in India. It is not Hindutva. This statement was given by Mr. Mohan Bhagwat. Second क्वेश्चन पे आता हूँ। काउ स्लॉटर की बात करिए, सुन लीजिए। काउ स्लॉटर
कि ये कहना कि मुसलमान इंडिया में नहीं रह सकते इज नॉट हिंदुत्व।
सेकंड सुनिए, सुन तो लीजिए शारदा साहब, असलियत सुनिए, सच्चाई सुनिए ना, सुनिए। आपको मैं असलियत सुना रहा हूँ, मैं असलियत सुना रहा हूँ, सुन लीजिए। लिसन
में गलत क्या है?
अब आप इसको सुनिए और समझिए। अब इसको अब आप इसको सुनिए और समझिए।
रतन शारदा जी, he's coming up with a counter. अच्छा तो बताइए आपके हिसाब से सच्चाई क्या है?
Yes. I tell you.
Okay, go on, Mr. Ambedkar.
Kindly listen.
अरे पहले सेंटेंस तो करिए।
Come on, listen.
सेंटेंस का खुलासा कीजिए। आपको
yes.
समझ आया क्या?
बिल्कुल समझ में आया, सुन लीजिए। अरे सुनिए तो, आप सुनेंगे।
One at a time, please, Mr. Ambedkar.
सुनिए। गोलवालकर साहब ने अपनी पुस्तक में, अब सुन लीजिए ना। अब आप काउंटर नहीं, मैं रियलिटी सुना रहा हूं। सुनिए, गोलवालकर साहब ने अपनी पुस्तक में लिखा व्हाट Hindus don't waste your energy in fighting the Britishers. Save your energy to fight your internal enemies that are Muslims, Christians, and communists. So this is the base of this
you know
statement.
it as well as I do, and that is the problem.
So
there will always be people who will want to dwell in the past but not tell your constituency that in 2018 Mohan Bhagwat, who is the current Sarsanchalak, very clearly said, as far as a bunch of thoughts goes, every statement carries a context of time and circumstance. His enduring thoughts are in popular edition, which we have removed all remarks that have a temporary context and retained those that will endure for ages. You will not find the Muslim is an enemy remark there. Bunch of thoughts के बारे में मोहन भागवत जी ने 2018 में साफ-साफ कहा था, despite the fact that even some of the more fundamentalist people in the Hindu religion were upset with him, but he went out and he said it. But the point is, you don't like that. आप 2018 का उनका वाक्य नहीं बोलेंगे, आप गोलवलकर जी की bunch of thoughts से कोट करेंगे because it suits you. हर्षवर्धन, okay, Ratan Shah wants to respond.
ये bunch of thoughts भी नहीं है पद्मजा जी, आप नहीं जानती। ये बंदा 1939 की सुई अटकी है इसकी, जिस किताब को गुरुजी डिसोन कर चुके थे, उसके बाद में सत्संग चालक पढ़े थे। ये अनपढ़ आदमी 1939 के बाद इन्होंने कभी कुछ पढ़ा ही नहीं है। गुरुजी 1971 क्लियरली सेड,
जला पाएंगे इस पुस्तक, जला पाएंगे इस पुस्तक को बैन करा दीजिए ना। इस पुस्तक को बैन कराइए ना।
मैं गुरुजी की बात,
डू यू हैव द करेज टू बैन दिस?
सुनना नहीं है।
डू यू हैव द करेज टू बैन दिस बुक? डू यू हैव द करेज टू बैन दिस बुक?
Pawan Ambedkar ji, you are only underlining the point that you want to always project things that are problematic and divisive. पूरी दुनिया बात कर रही है रिफॉर्म की। Hinduism will do one reform after another. You will come on TV and say पर हिंदुइज्म में तो मनुस्मृति है। एक घर दिखा दीजिए जहां पर कोई भी मनुस्मृति को पढ़ता हो, कभी जिंदगी में पढ़ी हो। दुनिया भर के रिफॉर्म हो गए, आप हिंदुइज्म को मनुस्मृति से जोड़ेंगे। दुनिया भर के रिफॉर्म आरएसएस कर रही है, आप बार बार बंच ऑफ थॉट्स का वो एक वाक्य लेकर के आ जाएंगे। कैसे डायलॉग होगा सर जब आप डिवाइड करने में इतने जुटे हुए?
बैन करा सकते हैं। Do you have the courage to ban this book?
आप बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर की थॉट्स ऑन पाकिस्तान हैदराबाद में जला सकते हैं तो जला दीजिए। आप B.R. अम्बेडकर की थॉट्स ऑन पाकिस्तान जला सकते हैं हैदराबाद में तो बताइए, बैन कराएंगे हैदराबाद में B.R. अम्बेडकर व्हाट ही सेड अबाउट पाकिस्तान एंड मुस्लिम्स? देन गेट दैट बैन फर्स्ट।
Why?
But sir, these things have a context in the time that they existed, and you know it, sir, because you yourself are a professor. Do you have the courage
to ban these books?
But then you ban now. What Mr. Ambedkar said. Harshvardhan Tripathi.
पद्मजा, देखिए पवन अंबेडकर वहीं पहुंच गए जहां इनको नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए। दुनिया बैन करने से, किसी के खिलाफ फतवा जारी करने से, सरतन से जुदा करने से आधुनिक दुनिया में आ रही है। पवन राव अंबेडकर पीछे जा रहे हैं। और यहां मैं एक बात कह दूं, जो अभी के सरसंघ चालक हैं डॉक्टर मोहन राव भागवत जी, उनका एक बयान मैं आपको याद दिलाता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था कि ऐसा नहीं है कि केशव राव जो कहकर चले गए हैं हम उससे आगे उसके पीछे कुछ और नहीं कर सकते। डॉक्टर केशव राव बलिराम हेडगेवार राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के संस्थापक सरसंघचालक थे। और मैं इसीलिए कह रहा हूं कि जो रेजिमेंटेड कहते हैं, जो कहते हैं कि संघ एक दायरे में बंधा हुआ है, उनको आईना दिखा रहे हैं मोहन भागवत। और इसीलिए इनकी मुश्किल बढ़ी है कि ये जिस दायरे में, जिस ढांचे में राजनीतिक तरीके से संघ को बांधना चाह रहे थे, उसमें वो नहीं बांध रहे, इसलिए परेशानी, इसलिए कट्टरता और हावी करना चाहते हैं, कट्टर तरीके से बहस को चलाना चाहते हैं।
बिल्कुल गलत।
And this is exactly the kind of kattarta and fundamentalism which is great for both sides, politicians on either side of the political divide, but it is the people who will lose out. And if you really want to know how things from history can be misquoted in the current context, do go back, like I said, and read Partition of India or Pakistan. That is the book by Baba Saheb Ambedkar and what he had said at that time. We can't be quoting things out of context at a time when you're looking for reconciliation. All such efforts must be welcome. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for having joined me.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. Watching the News Hour at 10. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. Hour at 10.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.